Chapter 1 The First Simulation. Go bro, wake up, it's time to eat. Ina Hayes, Luo Ying heard Simeon calling his name, accompanied by vigorous Akengafis body. Up and opening guises, Huaz met with the cytophag-grotesque three-headed monster, with a disproportionately large head, frail limbs, and greenish skin. Thedim light suggested he was in a cave. Faye said with the horrifying scene, Luo Ying slowly closed his eyes again, thinking, imnit fully awake timist still dreaming. Go bro, you're awake. Quitted to close the hours again? Go bro, is that in this dream? I am called Go bro. This creature before me can speak, and duping closer inspection, it resembles Sagablin. It called him Go bro cold it. With this thought, Luo Yin Jopina the Zayasand glanced down at the shans, on Leto discover green arms, frail just like them and stir before him. Did I dream of becoming goblin? This dream is rather intriguing. Go bro, hurry up handy it. I feel to keep along, there won't be any food left. With that, the goblin tugged Dathazerm, pulling him towards Thexit. A slight pain shot through his arm. Wait a minute. Pain? This dream feels storial. Could it be? A foreboding feeling surged within Gobro, and Dequaclipen chet the goblin's thigh, spinning around in a complete circle. Ah! The goblin emitted daskry making to a slaughtered pig. Thought sounded farturi all, this cannot be dream. Thoffy maintained a calm exterior, a tempest of emotions ridged within Luoing. What could be more disheartening than waking up to find an easel transformed into a girl? Now, had become a goblin. Hahadrivia sly lamented his misfortunes, but now, he was no longer venomous. Given my current situation, it seems he have traversed into another world. How peculiar I can't recall how it beferethis. As an orphan, surely noon would have delved in Tomophonus browser history. I had it in incognito mode, so that should be fine. I hope Anunio Pined my computers is 2D materials. Lost in his thoughts, they gobly napsita heimger impatient tan through in his direction. However, Luo Ying had trained in combattant to reach a da professional of Eladeft lie stepped back to a vath and countered with a precise adeptothego. Bang! The force of te punch sent the goblin crashing to the ground. Wingo brastadagan, fear wasaviden tin he's I isa shegazed at Gobro. Gobro hadn't way intention of continuing the altercation instead. Inquired, what were you just trying Tajit Medido? Upon hearing Gobra swords, Gobra hurriedly replied, I camata gidio faramiel. His voice had trembled with a vident fear it was clear he was intimidated by Gobra sponge. Meal, you say? Very well, led the way. Of course. Thus, Luo Ying followed close Libby and Gobra. Thetty had been cast the Hodnakois but to accept this reality. From this day forth, Huel no longer Luo Ying but Gobro, an inconspicuous goblin. That said, no they the had set over, did ha have a Somser Toff system at his disposal? Ash walked, hesitant lie attempted to call out. System, airy out there? If so, please display the interface. In the next moment, an interfacer reminiscent to Faga screen appeared before him. Up and seeing this panel, Gobro breathed a day sigh freely of thankfully, there was a system. Instantly, a spark of hope reckon led within Yisses. Having a system wassables and gotherwise, surviving a Sagablin would be exceedingly difficult. In Thenema he had watched in his previous life. The high-level goblins appeared quite formidable. He hoped to soon shed thighs weak state and descend to become a higher-level goblin. Ash walked, he began to inspect thighs attributes panel. Name Gobro. Race Goblin. Template Ordinary. Level 1200. Stamina 3. Strength 3. Agility 2. Spirit 4. Charisma 0. Skills Critical Hit 1. Talent Devourak common talentum in Galmonsters, allowing the consumption of monster or human corpses for experience C points monster to the humanoid monster's ability to communicate. Remaining simulation attempts 1 free simulation per natural mod additional attempts can be obtained through the consumption of Magi crystals. As Sonus power increases, the amount of Magi crystals required for yak simulation will gradually rise. Furthermore, simulation attempts cannot be cumulate dandenly on can be held simultaneously. Thetatant the panel was cleared indicative tweak. As for the simulation attempts, he understood them well enough, having read simulator novels in the past. However, he was soon certain of testata his body would be enduring the simulation, so here framed from initiating jithistili. Go bro, stop daydreaming gone hurry up, or else there won't be any meat left, Gobra cautioned nervously. Gobro tornetto the goblin and said, in neaterly eva myself I go head Andy at first. Suck a statement twould certain lie raise eyebrows in the human world wo speaks off such matters during mealtime. However, Gobro had heard thought goblins weren't particularly bright. Fearing they might not understand the concept of fast stomachache, he opted for a more straightforward approach. Yet, the goblins' subsequent response left them utterly astonished. What's so important about your leaving, herself? You can do it twilliot. You can go anywhere, but we only have you in meal a day, and if I don't eat no, it'll be gone. Looking into the goblin's clear yet foolish eyes, Gobra forced as my leaned insisted, in need to go right now proceed. Oh, very well. Seeing Gobra's insistence, Gobrated not press further and turned to leave. Once Gobra was gone, Gobro hurried back to the cave where had been resting. Itap your red hat no goblins were around, they had likely all rushed off doa. It should bisifito simulate here. System, commenceth the fierce life simulation. The fierce life simulation has begun. In the first year, you are named Gobro, an ordinary goblin and asmal goblin try beyond the outskirts of beast master forest. Your leader is a troll, who, despite possess sinjaminsa strength, is inherent lilas yandrali is sony goblins to do hispiding. Your primary tasks revolve around hunting gaunts seizing theoposites X from other races. As a modern individual, your intelligence sees significant licer passes thatophio your fellow goblins. You realize at hat no matter how hard you work, that distribution of spoils will always be equal. Thus, during hunts, you position yourself at the back of the group, while at meal times, you're to the front. In private, you diligently practice our skills. Gradually, as your lifespan increases and door consumption of minster metrices, your strength steadily grows, while a team majority of the hard-working goblins perish during hunts, with only a few survivors left severely maimed. Chapter 2 Simulation ends. Level up. A year later, your level has recinto 5, and or critical lit, level has advanced toll. 3. You have become the strongest among the goblins, towering over your peers, yet still maintaining the same three-headed stature. The troll remains indifferent toy or chained, zia have a novelty our newfound strength thin flatty our rego, Gia are well aware a thought the troll consumes mariminster meat, thanudo and is inherently stronger. Your is still far from being his match, so you're framed from making an rash moves. In the second year, you continue to live at the Samalith, achieving level 8 and alleviating or critical little veltol. 7. Midway through the second year, the trolling explicablidis appears for several days. You find it peculiar buchusanato act impulsively. A few days later, the troll returns to the tribe, and do feel relieved thoughty hour framed from taking you necessary actions during a substance. In the third year, your level reaches 11, and through practice, your critical little vel maxes out. By the 7th year, your level has surgetto 20, and do eto relentless training, your critical ateval vicintolithal strikeatol. 1. At this point, you realize a thoughty who can no longer enhancy, vel be consuming minster meat. You suspect this is due to your template level being too low. If I were to olivity, our templateto illitestatus, the level cap would no longer be restrictedo 20. In an instant, you find yourself-atalos regarding how to grady our template. However, you understand thoughty who can no longer remain in the goblin tribe, as the troll's appetite has grown increasingly insatiable hanaton like an anastafuda yohanput occasionally views goblins as snacks. Recently, Thue Luxitu is distinctly adafter Savini Irson his company, Yuno thought Luculto elitis the gazo fa predatorian jitsbury. Faced with this predicament, make your choice. Choice 1 leaveth the goblin tribe and evolve. Choice 2 remain in the goblin tribe and live in perpetual fear. Choice 3 defeat the troll and become the no leader. Choose. The second option is undoubtedly not selectable. That troll must certainly view itself as sustenance. As for option Sony and 3, have found himself in a quandary, thoughtfully in Martoward's option. For troll sapiarto be creature so fire rechalon thingablins. Even at this current maximum level, head outed de could match that fiend. Of course, with Thasser Prazitak, defeating the foe is no tau toft hiramov possibility with his intellect, outsmarting a troll should not present a significant challenge. After a moment's hesitation, Hedra set the system. System, Iku Soption net apart from the Goblin tribe. After weighing his choices, he concluded that the Goblin tribe was not to place, for prolong addressedence unchecked, Hu dynavita blibi come a food for a troll. Having come to his realization, he opted to leave the Goblin tribe. Ashi healthy highest status in the tribe beside from the troll, he managed to escape the tribe smoothly under the cover of night. On the fierce day after leaving the tribe, he encountered a human adventure squad. Upon seeing him, the adventurers launched an immediate attack without a moment's pause. This squad, though powerful, was composed of novices and lacked proficient teamwork. Leveraging his superior strength compared to the average goblin, along with that decisive strike, he annihilated the human squad, albeit sustained a grave injury as himself. Before he could transport the corpse to the location, a black dodger appeared behind him. Overwhelmed by injuries, he succumbed indeed. Simulation concluded, comprehensive score 37. For an ordinary goblin, this lift could be deemed illustrious, yet from the perspective of a transmigrator, it couldn't liberally guarded a disgrace. Please select an air word from the following options. Option 1 level up beyond, consuming 5 points can be selected repeatedly. Option 2 critical hit up beyond, consuming 4 points can be selected repeatedly. Upon seeing these toward options, Gobra understood that the word she could kusur limited to acquire during is simulated life featherissimid to benuption for life finds. Nevertheless, he deemed this acceptable, as it was purely an enhancement of strength. After a moment of contemplation, he declared, System, level up before ran critical level up before. Consuming 36 evaluation points, reward shave being dispensed. As soonish spoke, Azure Joe invigorating power coursed through him. Gobra felt as though he could no vanquished inversion soft his former self. Simultaneously, his form expanded, rising 12 head staller, height increasing from 1.2 meters to 1.6 meters. Shortly thereafter, a sharp, needle-like pain pierced his mind. A subtle loaf information flooded his consciousness. When he regained his senses, his critical little Velhatel so ascended to level 5. He did not find himself particularly frightened by the change earlier. William his way to it, he had noticed several Goblins, a loaf comparable size to high sown. He figured would not stand out excessively among the Goblin populace. His attributes also exhibited certain changes. Name Gobro. Race Goblin. Template Ordinary. Level 5204. Stamina 7. Strength 11. Agility 6. Spirit 8. Charm 0. Skill Critical Hit 5. With each level gained, all attributes within Charm would increase a beyond point, along with no need addition a free tribute point. Without a moment's hesitation, he located 4 points to strength, adhering to the principle that sheer strength can overcome all obstacles. Curiosity acquiring this simulation, he wondered where the troll had joined during those intervening days in the second year, and with the system had chosen to highlight that detail. After reviewing his attributes, he exited the cave, intending to explore the outdoors. Upon witnessing the scenery outside, memory of his former life began to resurface. He remembered being a newborn goblin, only a week old. Theo knew how had invited him to Dini earlier was named Gobra, how was slightly older than he. Casting a glance around, he frowned slightly, for the camp was replete with goblin excrement. Theo dorked him pleasant. Yet, he found it bearable. Perhaps duetto his body having grown accustomed to such scents. After walking a few steps, Heravetithid in Ingaria, he beheld over 50 goblins voraciously devouring their remains soft Wildboar carcasses. Before he could fully process the scene, the corpses were reduced to nothing bones. Golyulu. His stomach protested. Observing the goblins feasting on raw flesh did not disgust him rather, I night to fervent tapitfithinium. However, as the food had been consumed, he would have it a hunt for himself. Having finished Ethiel, Gobro approached him, astonished at Gobro's appearance. Is that you, Gobro? How have you grown so large? What have you been eating? Did you consume those feces? Chapter 3. The Magic Crystal. As soon as Gobra opened his mouth, Gobro was rendered speechless, nearly losing his composure. I haven't eaten dung. I've simply grown this large all of a sudden. But enough about that, let me ask you. Are you full? No, I'm not full, Gobra replied earnestly. shaking his head. He then pondered how Gobro had grown so large without consuming dung, yet Gobro did not afford him the opportunity to voice this inquiry. If you're not full, follow me and do as I say to— Oh, all right. Due to Gobro's earlier display of strength, Gobra felt a twinge of fear towards him and thus obediently complied, though not speak. Just follow me. After uttering these words, Gobro turned around and set off. Upon hearing Gobro's command, Gobra dutifully trailed behind, contemplating what they were about to do, but recalling Gobro's earlier words about silence. Given Gobro's current stature, Gobra realized he was unlikely to best him in a confrontation, so it was wiser to comply. Before long, Gobro spotted a wild boar in the distance and turned to Gobra. You stay here and keep watch. I will drive that wild boar toward you. As soon as it comes within your reach, strike it with the stick you hold. Understood? Yes, yes, Gobra nodded vigorously. With that, Gobra obediently hid behind a large tree, while Gobro stealthily made his way behind the wild boar. The creature, sensing a disturbance, cautiously lifted its head from grazing, scanning the surroundings. Although it detected nothing amiss, it shifted its stance slightly, preparing to flee. Seeing that the wild boar seemed poised to escape, Gobro suddenly leaped from the underbrush, emitting a strange cry, due to his larger size compared to an ordinary goblin and the element of surprise. The small wild boar, measuring only a meter in length, instinctively bolted in the opposite direction. Gobro pursued with fervor, his speed clearly surpassing that of the little boar, ensuring he would eventually catch up. Bang! Not long after, as the wild boar passed by a large tree, a sturdy stick suddenly emerged from behind it. Though it missed the boar's head, it struck its body. This sudden impact caused the wild boar to yelp in pain, momentarily faltering and slowing its pace. Gobra, having delivered the first blow, lost his grip on the stick, which flew from his hands due to the force of the collision, leaving him unable to strike again. By the time the wild boar regained its speed, Gobro had arrived at its side, seizing the stick and delivering a devastating blow, a critical hit from a level 5 attack, which landed squarely on the boar. Crack! This sound differed from the previous one. While Gobra's strike had merely caused the wild boar discomfort, Gobro's blow sent blood and flesh flying, breaking the stick into 2 pieces. The wild boar let out a shriek. Yet, it was short-lived. A splintered piece of wood lodged itself in its throat, silencing its cries. With determination, Gobro forcefully pushed the stick further in. Thud. The wild boar collapsed heavily to the ground, lifeless. Gobra gazed at the fallen boar with a look of astonishment, bewildered by the ease of their success. Previously, every hunt for a wild boar had required prolonged pursuit, yet now, with just the 2 of them, they had triumphed. Gobra felt as though he were dreaming. Contemplating the carcass before him, Gobro hesitated but ultimately decided against roasting it. The aroma of cooked meat was too potent, and he feared it would attract trolls. Gobra, eyeing the wild boar beneath Gobro, instinctively reached to drag it back. What are you doing? I'm going to drag this wild boar back. Drag. Did I not tell you that we must not let any goblins or trolls know about this hunt? This is our prize, and we shall consume it right here. With that, he forcefully tore off a hind leg from the wild boar and handed it to Gobra. Seeing the leg Gobro offered, Gobra hesitated for a moment before snatching it and devouring it eagerly. After all, Gobro told me to eat it. It should be fine, he thought to himself. Noticing Gobra's greedy actions, Gobro frowned and swiftly reclaimed the leg. Gobra glared daggers at Gobro, infuriated by the sudden theft. Slap! Gobro delivered a sharp smack, jolting Gobra back to reality. He then looked fearfully at Gobro, perplexed by this behavior. Wasn't it Gobro who had encouraged him to eat? Take it slowly from my hands. Do not snatch it. Having resolved to mentor Gobra, Gobro aimed to instill discipline from this moment forth to prevent future troubles, though he wished to avoid such a rough approach. Time constraints necessitated it. Hearing Gobro's words, Gobra hesitated before slowly extending his hand to retrieve the piece of meat from Gobro, casting furtive glances at him in the process. Eat, Gobro instructed. Gobra began to gnaw heartily at the meat, and Gobro chose not to correct his manner of eating, deeming such trivialities inconsequential. Soon, Gobro began to inspect the wild boar's remains and unearthed a black crystal. This is the magic crystal, item name. first-order magic crystal function. Can be used to equip weapons. Form arrays. Consuming 10 first-order magic crystals allows for the next simulation point 10 crystals for one simulation. That isn't too many. I suppose. At this rate, it won't take long to gather 10 first-order magic crystals. After examining the crystal, he resumed his voracious consumption of the wild boar, his larger frame necessitating a greater appetite than that of a typical goblin. Yet, he still could not finish an entire wild boar in one sitting. However, when he finally felt full, he noticed Gabra still staring longingly at the unfinished carcass. Chapter 4. The troll's fury. Realizing this, he was taken aback. This fellow was still only at level 1. Yet he could eat so much. Contemplating this, he tore off another substantial chunk of meat from the wild boar, comparable to a leg, and watched as Gabra devoured it before his eyes. Gobro stood aghast, witnessing Gabra's immense appetite, which nearly rivaled his own. "Are you full?" I'm full. Gabra nodded vigorously. Though he was not entirely satisfied, he feared that expressing any residual hunger would incite Gobro's wrath once more. "Are you truly full? Really?" he started, eyeing the remaining wild boar meat in Gobro's possession, swallowing hard. Noticing this gaze, Gobro understood all too well that Gabra was still hungry. He promptly extended the last leg of boar meat to him, saying, "Continue eating. If you can finish it, do so." As Gabra moved to snatch the meat, he recalled the earlier slap and instead accepted it slowly from Gobro's hand, then began to devour it hungrily. Gobro, witnessing this scene, felt a swell of satisfaction. He could indeed teach him well. Before long, Gabra consumed the remaining meat entirely, his belly noticeably rounder. "Are you full now?" "I'm full, truly full," Gabra replied without hesitation this time. He was indeed satisfied. Upon confirming Gabra's honesty, Gobro felt a twinge of astonishment. Despite being significantly smaller, Gabra's appetite was only marginally less than his own. Was it possible that Gabra possessed some unique lineage? Even if he lacked any special heritage, this goblin's superior appetite indicated his potential prowess. After all, based on the devouring skill, the more monster meat one consumed, the faster their strength would increase. "What is it like to feel full?" Gobro inquired. "Wonderful, incredibly comfortable. I have never felt this good before." "That's good to hear. From now on, follow me, and do not disclose our activities. I shall ensure you are well fed every day." Upon hearing Gobro's promise, Gobra nodded eagerly, having firmly decided to align himself with Gobro. Although Gobro was prone to inflict blows upon him, he also ensured that Gobra's hunger was satisfied, a sensation he relished immensely, as long as he could feast. He would heed Gobro's every command in the future. Despite feeling full at present, Gobro had no intention of abandoning his hunting pursuits. His current strength was far too feeble. He needed to engage in as much simulation as possible to enhance his abilities. However, before that, he required a cadre of subordinates, for the corpses of the magical beasts should not go to waste. Contemplating this, he addressed Gobra, "Let us return." Before long, the two found themselves back at their encampment. Returning to the original cave, Gobro observed that 90% of the goblins were fast asleep, while the remaining 10% appeared to be in a daze, with none engaging in any form of training. Understanding the situation with a mere glance, he realized that these goblins had only recently come into existence. Although they possessed an innate understanding of the language of magical creatures, they had received no instruction in any other matters. Acting solely on instinct, witnessing the despondent state of these creatures, Gobro felt a surge of gratitude for being a modern individual who understood the principle of reaping what one sows. As the two entered the cave, a few goblins who had been staring blankly glanced at them before promptly averting their gaze. Gobro meticulously began to select his future subordinates. The cave was shrouded in darkness, yet such an environment did not hinder the goblin's vision. Allowing Gobro to see quite clearly, his selection criteria were straightforward. He sought those who appeared sufficiently foolish and easily manipulated. However, upon surveying the faces around him, he found that each one seemed equally dull-witted, making it difficult to choose. Just as he was about to randomly select two, a stir behind him caught his attention. Turning around, he discerned that the noise emanated from the direction of the ogre's cave, and it seemed the creature was stirring awake. Hastily, he motioned for Gobra to move aside. Fortunately, the ogre's rising was not swift, and by the time it fully stood, Gobro and Gobra had already concealed themselves. As anticipated, the ogre lumbered towards the cave inhabited by the goblins. From his hidden vantage point, Gobro watched with curiosity as the ogre approached the goblin cave and unleashed a fearsome roar, instantly rousing all the goblins from their slumber. The largest among them hurriedly emerged from the cave, and upon witnessing the commotion, the other goblins followed suit. The sight of the goblins' terror brought a smirk of satisfaction to the ogre's face, clearly reveling in their fear and absurdity. Subsequently, he unleashed a flurry of punches upon the smallest goblins, crushing them beneath his might, a gruesome spectacle that sent many goblins into a state of panic. Gobro, hidden in the shadows, was taken aback by the ogre's formidable strength. A single blow was enough to obliterate a goblin. While the exact extent of its power was unclear, it was evident that it surpassed level 10. The ogre bellowed, "A bunch of worthless creatures. How are you to hunt when food grows scarce? Should you deliver such meager offerings again, you shall meet the same fate as these." He gestured towards the crushed goblins. Hearing the ogre's words, the goblins were steeped in dread, overwhelmed by the pressure the ogre exerted. After relishing their fear, the ogre departed, leaving the goblins cowering and unable to raise their heads. Witnessing this scene intensified Gobro's resolve to eliminate the ogre and seize the position of leader. He had no desire to live under such perilous conditions. However, he decided to alter his plan. He would forego recruiting those goblins for now and focus on secretly increasing his own strength. As long as he remained cautious, he believed he could avoid detection. "Gobra, let us go. We shall continue our hunt." "All right." Though Gobra had already satisfied his hunger, he dared not defy Gobro's command. The pair returned to their usual hunting grounds. After spending considerable time in this locale, Gobro understood why, even after 7 years in the simulation world, no humans had discovered this place. The goblins' territory lay nestled within a vast valley, its entrance concealed by a thick curtain of vines, which grew so naturally that it would be nearly impossible to locate the valley's entrance without a meticulous search. Chapter 5. Consuming the least meat, gaining the most magic power. It was not until midnight that Gobro led Gobra back to rest. The hunting endeavors of the day had not gone as smoothly as he had anticipated. After an extended period, they had only managed to find 2 low-level magical creatures, a venomous snake and a wild boar. With their combined efforts, they swiftly dispatched both beasts, yielding 2 first-tier magic crystals. Of course, they encountered other magical creatures along the way, but those appeared far too formidable, prompting them to retreat at a distance without any intention of engaging in battle. After such an active day, Gobro felt hunger creeping back in, so on their return, he gnawed on the venomous snake like a spicy snack while consuming a leg of the wild boar. Gobra devoured 2 legs. The remaining carcass was hidden away by Gobro, intended for breakfast the following day. He chose a spot that was not particularly concealed. If it were stolen, he would not be too distressed. He could always capture another. Following a day of effort, his experience bar had reached 1.3, and he still had a considerable amount of magical beast meat left to digest. Once fully processed, his experience points should surpass 2. Honestly, this rate of advancement was quicker than he had anticipated. The next day, as dawn broke, Gobro awoke and turned to observe Gobra, who was still in a deep slumber. He shook Gobra's shoulder vigorously. Within moments, Gobra stirred awake, instinctively ready to express his annoyance, but upon realizing it was Gobro who had roused him, he promptly silenced himself. "Are you hungry?" Gobro inquired. Gurgle. Gobra's stomach responded, signaling his current state, and he immediately perked up. "Let us eat." The two made no effort to conceal their movements, yet somehow, not a single goblin stirred until Gobra accidentally stepped on one of their heads, finally waking it. "Ouch, that hurts," the goblin exclaimed. Blinking awake, ready to retaliate against the one who had stepped on it, however, upon seeing the towering figure of Gobro before him, the goblin's fierce demeanor vanished, transforming into that of a docile kitten. "Follow me, or I shall strike you," Gobro said coldly. To Gobro's words, the goblin quickly stood and obediently trailed behind them. Before long, the trio arrived at the location where they had concealed the corpses the previous day. only to discover that the remains had been reduced to mere bones. Gobro was unfazed by this, but Gobro was incensed. "What is your name?" Gobro asked the new goblin. "I am Gobri." "Very well, Gobri, I ask you. Do you wish to be full?" "Indeed. Then follow my instructions and come with me." "Why should following you ensure that I am full?" "Do not question too much. Simply obey, or I shall strike you." Gobri fell silent. "Why the sudden quiet?" "You said not to ask too many questions." Gobro was rendered speechless, uncertain whether to be exasperated with himself or with Gobri. Subsequently, the three commenced their hunting expedition, and although the numbers had increased, their collaboration remained nearly as effective. Both Gobra and Gobri were exceptionally obedient. With just a bit of communication, they diligently executed Gobro's commands without error. Even if mistakes occurred, it mattered little, for their prey consisted of creatures that appeared notably weak. The morning's hunting expedition proved exceptionally fruitful. Nevertheless, Gobro harbored a lingering concern, as he lacked the ability to assess the levels of magical creatures. Thus far, he had relied solely on intuition and the appearance of the beasts to gauge their strength, which was inherently perilous. However, given his current weakness, he had no choice but to take risks to survive in this treacherous magical forest. By midday, they had hunted 4 magical creatures, 2 rabbit beasts, a venomous snake, and a wild boar. It was undeniable that the valley was abundant with wild boar. Perhaps it would be fitting to name it Wild Boar Valley. After some contemplation, he produced the wild boar and declared, "You two shall consume this wild boar. The remainder is mine." Upon witnessing Gobro relinquish the largest wild boar, both Gobri and Gobla were taken aback. In truth, Gobro contemplated that although the rabbit beasts and venomous snake beasts were relatively diminutive in size, the modest amount of meat they yielded contained the magical essence of an entire beast. Logically, the magical potency within these smaller creatures should surpass that of larger beasts like the wild boar. Thus, he intended to consume the least amount of meat while maximizing his magical intake. Unbeknownst to Gobri and Gobla, who were solely focused on satisfying their hunger, Gobro felt only about 80% satiated after finishing 2 rabbits and a snake. Nevertheless, he refrained from seizing Gobla's food, preferring to consume smaller magical beasts whenever possible. Gobri and Gobla's appetites differed. Gobri's consumption was moderate. Ultimately, the two could not finish the wild boar, and Gobro too left some uneaten. Suggesting they take the leftovers for later when hunger struck again, at noon, it was time for the goblins to venture out for hunting, ensuring they procured enough food to satiate the trolls. Lest the trolls become irritable, observing the formidable hunting party, Gobro pondered the situation. Given that every magical beast should yield magical crystals, he was curious about the fate of the crystals from the beasts previously consumed by the trolls. Did the trolls discard them all, consume them entirely, or perhaps hide them away? He doubted they would simply consume them. Even holding a magical crystal allowed him to sense the volatile energy within, suggesting that ingestion would likely be more detrimental than beneficial. As for the likelihood of discarding them, it seemed slim, for magical crystals were quite beautiful and evidently valuable. The most plausible scenario was that the trolls had concealed them. If hidden, Gobro envisioned a remarkable treasure trove, as he could scarcely fathom how many magical crystals had accumulated over time. Chapter 6. The second simulation. With these thoughts, Gobro participated in the day's hunting. Despite the absence of a formal strategy, their efficiency improved significantly with his involvement. However, several hours passed before he instructed a few goblins to deliver the largest catches to the trolls. Upon receiving the prey so early, the trolls' mood visibly brightened. Indeed, these goblins require discipline. A little correction, and their efficiency skyrocketed. I shall need to teach them another lesson in a couple of days, so they remember this feeling, he mused as he began to eat. Unbeknownst to him, a pair of eyes lurked in the shadows, watching intently. Gobro clearly observed as the troll extracted the magical crystals from the beasts before casually tossing them into his lair. The crystals, shrouded in darkness and black in color, blended seamlessly with the cave, which explained why Gobro had previously overlooked them. If all the magical crystals from the beasts consumed by the troll over the years were indeed here, then the cave must house at least 1,000 first-level magical crystals. Currently, Gobro required merely 10 first-level crystals for each simulation, and even if the quantity needed increased in the future, he would have ample supply for a considerable duration. Upon returning to his lair, Gobro retrieved 10 magical crystals, preparing for the second simulation. During the afternoon hunt, they had also captured 4 small magical beasts, which Gobro stealthily concealed, unnoticed by anyone. Thus, he now possessed 11 first-level magical crystals. System: initiate the simulation, consuming 10 first-level magical crystals to commence the second simulation. Detecting 1 evaluation point remaining from the last simulation, granting a random low-level talent, Blue Eyes, which slightly enhances vision. Gobro was pleasantly surprised that the remaining evaluation point proved useful. He had assumed it would be lost entirely. He found the system's mechanism commendable, as it had not unjustly deducted his solitary point, but instead rewarded him in a different manner. Though the system did not incur a loss, he felt a small profit, which was gratifying. The Blue Eyes talent, enhancing vision, would certainly prove advantageous. The simulation commenced. Although newly born, you are already the mightiest goblin within the current tribe. You harbor great dissatisfaction towards the troll who leads the goblins, aspiring to usurp his position. You perceive this plan as quite feasible, as the troll seems yet unaware of your presence among the tribe. In the first year, you diligently consume meat, hone your skills, and throughout this time, you continuously develop the goblins into your subordinates. Your strength escalates rapidly, and your influence expands dramatically. By the second year, your level rises to 12, and your critical hit level reaches 8. In the latter half of the second year, the troll vanishes for several days, returning in a vengeful fury, slaughtering several recently born goblins. You keenly notice a shift in the troll's gaze towards you, now bearing the look of a predator eyeing its prey. Faced with this situation, you must choose. Option 1. Formulate a detailed plan, collaborating with your recruited goblins to assassinate the troll. Option 2. Depart the tribe with your goblin team, seeking a new habitat. Option 3. Remain inactive. Is a choice presented so soon? Gobro regarded this decision with utmost seriousness, for the previous simulation had concluded due to his poor choice. The third option was out of the question. Doing nothing and waiting for the troll to strike was foolish. He would rather err than remain inactive. As for the second option, leaving with his team was also unappealing. Having resided here for so long, Gobro was acutely aware of the advantageous geography. The perilous magical beast forest loomed outside, making departure exceedingly risky. He resolved to enhance his strength during this simulation as much as possible. With the other 2 options ruled out, he had little left to contemplate. System: I choose option 1. Eliminate the troll and seize command. The troll's increasingly dubious gaze unsettled you, prompting preemptive action. You devoted an entire night to crafting an exceptionally detailed plan, assigning each goblin a specific task. Aware of the goblin's limited intellect, you anticipated possible errors during execution. Thus, you devised several contingency steps. Should any single plan succeed, your chances of success would rise significantly. Conversely, if all failed, you would accept the outcome, having done your utmost. Time swiftly passed, and soon it was afternoon, mealtime for the troll. As per usual, you instructed your goblin subordinates to present the food to the troll. Observing an abundance of food, the troll, unusually placated, began to feast. However, after only a few bites, the troll's body convulsed violently. You knew your poison had taken effect and immediately signaled your goblins to attack. Following your signal, the goblins launched their assault with a barrage of stones. Several goblins threw ropes, ensnaring the troll's arms and neck, while others above level 5 thrust their spears towards the troll. You charged directly at the troll, landing a critical blow to its skull. Each goblin struck once before retreating, allowing another wave to attack, leaving the troll no opportunity to retaliate. The plan unfolded even more seamlessly than anticipated. And before long, the troll lay slain in a pool of blood. As you gazed at the fallen troll, a wave of contemplation washed over you. Initially, you had overestimated the troll's might, expecting formidable abilities like rampage. However, the troll was far weaker than you had imagined, perhaps a lesser being even among trolls, which explained its position as leader over your goblin group. With the troll dispatched, you ascended to leadership among the tribes. Unlike when the troll reigned as chief, you instituted strict militaristic management within your territory. Each goblin underwent rigorous training daily, yet you never chastised them regarding food provisions. The Goblins, well trained under your guidance, harbored no grievances towards your leadership, although some younger goblins expressed discontent. Through both physical means and patient dialogue, you gradually won over these youthful goblins. Chapter 7. Conclusion of the second simulation in the third year. The entire goblin camp experienced a significant surge in strength, with numerous goblins surpassing level 5. The fastest progress was observed in Gobla, whose level reached 11, making him the second strongest within the goblin camp and wholeheartedly loyal to you. As the tribe's leader, you enjoyed the finest resources and were the most diligent among the goblins. By the end of the year, your level ascended to 17, with your critical hit reaching its maximum. Moreover, you successfully mastered the skill Fatal Strike LV1. Additionally, due to the daily rigorous training, you acquired the skill Strength LV1. Due to your remarkable strength, your physique is significantly more robust than that of an ordinary goblin, and your physical prowess far exceeds that of your peers. You have transformed into the most handsome goblin among your kind, attracting a fervent pursuit from numerous goblin females. However, your aesthetic preferences remain unchanged, prompting you to decline their advances and steadfastly refrain from gazing into mirrors. By the fourth year, you have achieved a level surpassing 20. Your critical strike ability has reached level 2, and your strength has ascended to level 6. You vaguely sense that to elevate from the ordinary template to the elite template may involve acquiring or enhancing skills. Realizing this, you embark on various endeavors, recalling how your relentless training had granted you the strength skill. You ponder whether engaging in extensive combat might yield practical skills. In the fifth year, although you do not attain the elite template, your rigorous training and combat experience elevate your strength to level max and your critical strike level to 4, filling you with joy at your newfound power. Yet, you find yourself troubled by other matters. As the goblin clan grows, the monsters in the valley are dwindling at an alarming rate. Your kin inform you of this concerning trend, and you recognize that the goblin tribe's overwhelming strength is severely disrupting the ecological balance of the valley. Consequently, you commence a restructuring of your clan. New professions such as herding, farming, and fishing emerge, allowing those goblins averse to battle to procure sustenance, while those who relish combat become warriors, leading to a thriving community. By the sixth year, through countless battles, you acquire a special skill, Combat Instinct Level 1. Your strength remains unchanged, but your critical strike level rises to 5. You feel as though you are on the brink of touching the threshold of elite creatures, yet something elusive prevents your advancement. You sense that this missing element is not within yourself, but rather an external force, the nature of which eludes you. In the 7th year, your power sees a slight increase, yet your skill levels remain stagnant. This year, you explore various methods, initially believing that the key to your breakthrough lies in magic crystals. Thus, you muster your courage and consume a substantial amount of magic crystals, unleashing a torrent of chaotic energy within your body, resulting in numerous injuries. It becomes evident that consuming magic crystals will not facilitate your breakthrough, prompting you to seek alternative approaches. During your recovery, a group of human adventurers inadvertently stumbles into the valley. Without your intervention, your kin effortlessly annihilate the entire adventurer squad, reporting the incident to you. Upon learning of this event, you become increasingly anxious about the future of your tribe. Although the valley is concealed, it is not impervious to discovery. The current adventurers are merely ordinary. What if a more formidable group arrives in the future? Faced with this predicament, you must make a choice. Option 1. Recuperate from your injuries and relocate the tribe in search of a new habitat. Option 2. Consider this a mere accident, continuing as you are might suffice. Option 3. Establish a network of vigilant sentinels around the valley to monitor its condition. Option 2 is clearly untenable, as an action is not your style. While Option 1 presents the possibility of seeking new grounds, it may not guarantee a better habitat than your current one. Therefore, Option 3 appears to be the most prudent course of action. With the crisis now apparent, it is only fitting to devise an appropriate response, aligning with your character. System, I choose Option 3. Upon discovering the intrusion of humans into the valley, your sense of urgency intensifies. You immediately train a cadre of scouts, placing immense importance on this unit, even more so than on your combatants. Personally, you instruct them in the art of reconnaissance. Although your expertise is limited, after 6 months, you manage to cultivate a competent group of scouts in the 8th year. A human clad in armor detects the scouts lurking in the shadows. Following the trail, he uncovers the valley. This man, while not particularly strong, appears exceptionally adept at dealing with goblins, single-handedly obliterating your entire clan. You perish. Simulation concluded. Comprehensive score. 93. As an ordinary goblin, you are a remarkable chieftain, worthy of being chronicled in history. Yet, as a transmigrator, you are a relatively unsuccessful one. Having been bested by a mere native human, please select one reward from the following options. Option 1. Level up by 1, consuming 10 points, repeatable. Option 2. Critical strike level up by 1, consuming 4 points, repeatable. Option 3. Acquire the skill strength level 1, consuming 20 points. Option 4. Acquire the skill combat instinct level 1, consuming 50 points. Option 5. Obtain the talent Azure Eyes, consuming 5 points. Observing the increasing point cost for skill level enhancements, Gobro is not particularly surprised, given that his level has risen. System, I choose options 3, 4, and 5, and allocate the remainder to increase critical strike levels. Acquired skill strength level 1, acquired skill combat instinct level 1, obtained talent Azure Eyes, critical strike level elevated to level 9. Upon hearing the system's sequence of notifications, Gobro's physique visibly transforms. His formerly frail limbs become more robust. His potbelly vanishes, and the overall appearance of the goblin becomes markedly more harmonious. Simultaneously, his eyes become remarkably clearer, leading one to believe that the owner of such eyes must be quite handsome. Moreover, he vaguely perceives the emergence of new knowledge within his mind, attributing it to the influence of combat instinct. The reason for not enhancing his level lies in the fact that even an increase would not provide a path to the elite level. Additionally, he speculates that should his level rise, the magic crystal consumption for future simulations would likely escalate. Contemplating this, he directly inquires, Chapter 8. The Troll's Cash System, how much magic crystal is required for the next simulation? The next simulation requires 25 first-tier magic crystals. Upon hearing the system's notification, Gobro feels somewhat resigned. He had hoped to exploit a loophole to avoid level enhancement while simply raising skill levels, thus minimizing magic crystal expenditure for the next simulation. At it appears the system offers no such concessions. Simulation attempts cannot accumulate, and any increase in strength will invariably elevate future simulation costs. Quite ruthless. Indeed. However, gathering 25 magic crystals is hardly a daunting task for him now. Yet, reflecting on the manner of his demise in the previous simulation, Gobro feels a pang of regret. If only he had not formed the scouting unit. Perhaps the valley would have remained undiscovered. Perhaps among the 3 options, doing nothing was the correct choice after all. Glancing at the troll's lair, a flicker of greed ignites in Gobro's eyes. With his current capabilities, he believes that with a little cunning, he could easily dispatch the slothful troll and seize all its magic crystals. Yet, he quickly restrains this impulse. Although he now stands a considerable chance of defeating the troll, this is the real world, not a simulation. Even the slightest misstep could be fatal. It would be wiser to wait until after the next simulation before confronting the troll. For now, he should acclimate to his newfound abilities. With this thought, he departs the camp, intent on discovering how his solitary hunting endeavors would fare. Although his level remains unchanged, the acquisition of new skills and the enhancement of critical strike levels should significantly boost his efficiency. Upon reaching the outskirts of the camp, Gobro finds his vision significantly improved. While the Azure Eyes talent claims to offer only a slight enhancement in sight, the difference is quite pronounced. The world before him is now much clearer. As he scans his surroundings, he spots numerous small monsters concealed within the grass. Typically, he would aim to hunt such minor creatures, yet today he resolves to pursue slightly stronger beasts to gauge his prowess. Fixing his gaze upon a creature resembling a wild dog, measuring approximately 1.3 meters in length, he recognizes it as a larger specimen among the lower-tier monsters and a carnivorous beast likely possessing formidable strength. With his target identified, he stealthily advances toward the wild dog. Perhaps due to his newfound strength and combat instinct, he feels his movements significantly lighter and more agile. As he stealthily advanced, the noise he made diminished significantly. It was only when he was approximately 10 meters away from the wild dog that it finally sensed something amiss. However, by the time it became aware of the danger, it was already too late. As it raised its head, an excruciating pain surged through its neck, and soon after, it completely lost consciousness. Gobro executed a precise strike with his level 9 critical hit, shattering the wild dog's neck with overwhelming force, causing its head to droop helplessly to one side. Observing this scene, Gobro began to compare himself to the troll. Just yesterday, a single punch from the troll had been sufficient to flatten a goblin. But those goblins were newly born, their bones not yet fully developed and exceedingly fragile. In stark contrast, the wild dog he had just slain was clearly an adult beast, with robust bones. Although he had targeted the relatively vulnerable neck, it was still far more resilient than the recently born goblins. His level 9 critical strike was undoubtedly stronger than that of the troll, yet critical hits had a cooldown period and could not be relied upon as a standard attack. Overall, he surmised that his strength was now on par with that of the troll. With this thought in mind, he resolved to continue hunting magical beasts. He had no intention of bringing Gabriela and Gobra along. His current prowess allowed him to hunt at a rapid pace on his own. He no longer cared for the meat of magical beasts. What mattered most was to swiftly enhance his strength. Lost in contemplation, he resumed his search for the next target point. 3 hours later, gazing upon 5 corpses of magical beasts before him, Gobro felt a profound sense of satisfaction. Thanks to his newfound strength, his stamina had improved considerably. However, he noticed a peculiar issue. Why were the magical beasts in this valley so weak? Since his birth, apart from the troll, the most formidable creature he had encountered thus far was the wild dog he had dispatched with a single blow. This was unexpected. Was he merely fortunate, or was there something unusually special about this valley? Pondering this, he began to savor the spoils of his day's endeavors. With his enhanced physique, his appetite had also increased. He noted that his experience bar had risen to 4. The more magical beast meat he consumed, the quicker his level would ascend. While eating, he continued to contemplate the strange circumstances surrounding the valley. Looking towards the direction of the troll, he discerned that, compared to the other creatures inhabiting the valley, the troll's strength seemed extraordinarily dominant. Perhaps the troll understood why the valley was in such a state. With this thought, he resolved to observe the troll before his next simulation, curious to discover how it managed to thrive in such a peculiar environment. As night fell, he refrained from further hunting. After a long day of exertion, he had exhausted a significant amount of energy. Instead, he covertly monitored the troll's cave until midnight, during which only the sounds of snoring emanated from within. Nothing else occurred. For the next 3 days, he hunted by day and kept watch by night, allowing only a fraction of time for rest. By now, he had accumulated 19 first-tier magic crystals. With 6 more, he could initiate his next simulation. This evening marked the final night of his observation of the troll. If the troll continued its pattern of uninterrupted slumber, he would eliminate it the following day after gathering the remaining magic crystals. As he had done in previous nights, Gobro remained vigilant until midnight. Just as he was about to depart for rest, the troll's snores abruptly ceased. Is it waking up? This timing seems off. In the next moment, he witnessed the troll emerge from its cave, cradling a multitude of magic crystals in its arms. The quantity of magic crystals the troll possessed was at least in the hundreds, leaving Gobro momentarily awestruck, almost compelled to rush in and seize them. Yet, reason prevailed over impulse. He needed to ascertain the troll's intentions with such a hoard of crystals. Was it planning to stash them away? Realizing he might be on the verge of uncovering the troll's secret stash, Gobro's heart raced with excitement. Chapter 9. The Monster in the Lake. The third simulation, he trailed the troll from a distance, and remarkably, the troll remained oblivious to his presence. After a considerable time, Gobro began to feel uneasy. Had the troll hidden its treasure too far away? They had been walking for half an hour, yet they had not reached their destination, which suggested the troll was harboring some secret. Ultimately, he followed the troll to the deepest part of the valley, where a tranquil lake lay, reflecting the moonlight in a breathtaking display. The troll then placed all the magic crystals before the lake, speaking cautiously, "Master, this is the magic crystals for this month." As soon as he uttered those words, the previously serene lake surface rippled. Suddenly, a black tentacle emerged from the water. The moment Gobro laid eyes on it, a chilling sensation coursed through him. The tentacle was covered in numerous suckers, each adorned with dozens of long, yellowed teeth, intermingled with viscous slime. An unpleasant sight indeed. Upon witnessing the tentacle, the troll was frozen in fear. Standing still that I in no time, the tentacle swept away all the magic crystals from the shore, dragging them into the depths of the lake. The lake's surface returned to calmness, and upon noticing this, the troll exhaled in relief and hurriedly made its way back to its camp. Having witnessed the entire scene, Gobro's eyes widened, but he remained silent, acutely aware that disturbing the creature in the lake would spell his doom. He chose not to linger any longer and opted to leave. Now, he had formulated a hypothesis regarding the valley's peculiar circumstances. It was likely that the more powerful magical beasts had all been consumed by the creature lurking in the lake. The reason the troll had not perished was likely due to its monthly tribute of magic crystals to the creature, which spared its life. However, if such a creature existed in the valley, why had he managed to kill the troll in previous simulations without offering a tribute? Why had he not fallen victim to the creature? Had something unforeseen occurred, or was the creature merely recuperating, poised to depart once healed? A multitude of conjectures flitted through his mind, yet ultimately, he concluded that he would simply need to conduct several simulations. With enough attempts, he would surely glean information about the monster in the lake. Moreover, the troll had mentioned a monthly delivery of magic crystals, indicating he had a full 30 days ahead of him. Ample time for numerous simulations. Why then, he could potentially possess the strength to overpower the creature entirely. The following day, Gobra and Gabriela devoured the food Gobro had provided them. Although he no longer took them hunting, he had assigned them a rigorous training regimen, which they diligently followed each day. Despite the arduous nature of their training, both remained innocent-minded and adhered strictly to Gobro's directives. Observing from the shadows, Gobro felt a deep sense of satisfaction. Even in his absence, they did not slack off. Over the past few days, he had come to understand the nature of these goblins. They naturally spoke the language of magical creatures. Despite appearing to be around 1 meter tall, their age did not exceed 1 year, making them remarkably naive and easy to educate. Of course, he had only begun their training. As time passed, they might enter a rebellious phase. However, Gobro was confident that their rebellion would not last longer than a day. As dusk approached, watching the sun slowly disappear on the horizon, Gobro made a resolute decision. System: initiate simulation. He expended 25 first-tier magic crystals to commence the third simulation. Detected 2 evaluation points remaining from the last simulation. Randomly obtained low-level talent, abundant fur. Your body hair will grow exceptionally lush, ensuring you are forever free from the threat of baldness. Upon hearing the talent he had acquired, Gobro couldn't help but chuckle. Abundant fur seemed of little significance and might even serve as a hindrance on his path to becoming a formidable warrior. In the first year, you are the mightiest goblin in your clan, having uncovered the secrets of the valley. Originally planning to eliminate the troll shortly, you decide to postpone your intentions for a year. Knowing that the lethargic troll's strength will not match your own growth, a month later, you stealthily trail the troll to observe the lake monster, discovering its still lives. Thus, you choose to remain hidden and diligently train. In the second year, your strength surges, your level rising to 11, your critical hit evolving into a lethal strike at level 1, and your enhancement level increasing to level 5. Now, the time has come for you to act. You plan to strike as soon as the lake monster is slain, immediately targeting the troll. 6 months later, you follow the troll as usual, but upon reaching the depths of the valley, the lake monster fails to appear. The troll waits through the entire night for the creature, but it does not emerge. Undeterred, the troll remains for 3 more days, seemingly confirming the monster's absence before excitedly returning to its camp. Is it true that it disappeared at this moment? I had wondered why the trolls vanished inexplicably for several days. It turns out the lake monster had simply gone missing, as the troll sprinted back to the camp. You did not rush to eliminate your foe, but instead meticulously studied the lake. Such a terrifying creature could not have vanished without reason. You were eager to uncover the cause of its sudden absence. Thus, you cautiously advanced towards the lakeshore. Slowly, you arrived at the water's edge. You scrutinized the lake, which lay eerily still, and a sense of unease began to creep over you. Gradually, you discerned a vague shadow beneath the water. Adorned with numerous tentacles, It took a few seconds for the realization to dawn upon you. In a state of panic, you fled back to the camp, knowing that the monster had not truly departed. It had merely fallen into slumber. It was not dead, and one day it would awaken. Halfway through your escape, you caught up with the exhilarated troll. Having gone 3 days without sleep, the troll was in a rather poor mental state. And you recognized this as an opportunity. Drawing a wooden staff from your back, you struck fiercely at the troll's head. Still caught in its fervor, the troll failed to notice your approach, and your lethal blow landed squarely on its skull. Under the weight of your fearsome strength, the troll's head burst apart like a watermelon. Chapter 10. The conclusion of the third simulation, Primordial Evolution. The ease with which you dispatched the troll did not elate you, for you were well aware that your power had long surpassed that of the troll. Had it not been for the creature in the lake, the troll would not have survived this long. In the third year, you devoted yourself to training and expanding your tribe. By the fourth year, you encountered yet another bottleneck in your level, while simultaneously achieving a level 5 in your critical strike ability. Your strength evolved into that of a steel body at level 1, and your combat instinct reached level 3. Although you remained an ordinary goblin, your height had reached 2 meters, and your physique had become robust. With skin as tough as steel, standing there, you exuded an overwhelming aura that rendered most creatures incapable of harming you. That same year, an elite wolf-like creature was born in the valley. It was your first encounter with an elite being, and upon its arrival in your tribe, it wreaked havoc among the goblins. To halt its rampage, you engaged it in combat. To your astonishment, you emerged victorious in this battle, defeating an elite creature with the body of an ordinary being. You realized that your triumph was closely tied to your formidable skills, yet even so, you found yourself on the brink of death. You consumed the wolf's flesh entirely. This was your first experience savoring the meat of an elite creature. And with each bite, you felt the energy within you stirring. You understood that this might be the key to transcending into an elite being. To evolve into one, you must devour the flesh and blood of elite creatures. A day later, having fully digested the wolf's meat, you began to contemplate the acquisition of elite blood and flesh. Remaining in the valley seemed a viable option, since the first elite being had emerged. A second would surely follow. It was only a matter of time. However, you were unwilling to wait, for in a few years, that man would come. Continuing to live in such a stable manner would not guarantee your ability to defeat him in 4 years' time. For your own sake, and for the continuation of your tribe, you summoned Gobra to your side, instructing him to manage the tribe while you chose to leave the valley in search of elite beings. 3 days after departing the valley, you quickly encountered a second elite creature, a lizard man. Uncertain of its strength, you concealed yourself and observed, planning to strike when the lizard man let its guard down. Unfortunately, your presence was detected, and you were compelled to confront it directly. The lizardman's speed far surpassed yours, and it initiated the attack. Your reflexes were swift, and you retaliated immediately. Both of your strikes landed simultaneously. The lizardman's claws merely grazed your skin, while your wooden staff nearly shattered its bones. Astonished by your terrifying power, the lizardman opted to flee. You pursued, and despite the lizardman's superior attributes, your steel body granted you greater stamina. Before long, you caught up to it, and realizing escape was futile, the lizardman chose to fight to the death. Its eyes turned a deep crimson as its body swelled, and you sensed the imminent danger it posed. Yet, you had no choice but to engage in direct combat. After a fierce struggle, you managed to defeat it, albeit at a great cost to your own health. After slaying the lizard man, you indulged in your hard-won spoils. The battle had deepened your understanding of the importance of skills. Without the steel body ability, it would have been impossible to triumph so easily. Upon consuming the lizardman's flesh and blood, you unexpectedly gained a trace of its lineage and acquired its skill. Agility level 1, significantly enhancing your speed. However, your injuries had not improved much, yet you still successfully escaped the scene. 3 days later, you returned to the valley, choosing to recuperate before continuing your hunting endeavors. In the 4th year, through the relentless consumption of elite creatures' flesh and blood, your body began to evolve, embarking on one of the most formidable evolutionary paths, primordial evolution. This evolution could only be achieved through the consumption of magical beast meat. along with powerful skills and relentless training. The process of evolution was unlike what you had imagined. It was virtually painless and filled with an exhilarating sense of comfort. With each passing second, you felt your body improving. A day later, you completed your evolution. Your height reached 2.5 meters, transforming you into a greater goblin, while the average goblin barely reached your knees. You had finally transcended the limitations of ordinary beings. And your attributes soared significantly. In that moment of evolution, you also unlocked new skills: Rapid Strike Level 1, Slow Regeneration Level 1, and a new talent, Small Stomach. In the 5th year, you diligently trained, achieving a slight increase in your power. By the 6th year, under your guidance, Gobra advanced to an elite being. In the 7th year, a band of human adventurers encroached upon your territory. Without your intervention, Gobra effortlessly dealt with them. In the 8th year, that man returned to your lands, and this time, you were thoroughly prepared to greet him. Your strength far surpassed his, yet he appeared to be an expert in hunting goblins. Despite being at a disadvantage in both numbers and quality, he managed to slay a significant portion of your tribe, including Gobra and Gobri, ultimately resulting in your injuries and heavy losses for your people before you managed to kill the man. After the war concluded, gazing at the fallen bodies of your kin, you were engulfed by a rage unlike any you had ever experienced. You unlocked the skill, Berserk Level 1.3 days later. When you awoke, you felt an intense weakness and discovered that not a single goblin in your tribe had survived. Though you retained no memories of the events, you sensed the reasons behind this devastation, and you were filled with regret. You mourned for several days. While your heart still ached, you understood that you could no longer dwell in despair. You departed from the outskirts of the beast forest. Delving deeper into its heart, by the 16th year, your level had risen to 30, and all your skills reached maximum proficiency. You discovered that level 30 seemed to represent the pinnacle for elite beings, and continuing to hunt elite creatures appeared to yield little benefit. You resolved to shift your focus to hunting beings even more powerful than elite. In pursuit of stronger targets, you ventured further into the beast forest. As you anticipated, you soon encountered a creature exceeding elite status. You opted for a surprise attack. Although you gained the upper hand initially, the opponent's strength far surpassed your expectations. In the end, even with your berserk ability, you merely achieved mutual destruction. You perished. Chapter 11. The Conquest of the Troll. Simulation concluded. Comprehensive score 281. As an ordinary goblin, you could have led your tribe to greatness, yet you ultimately became the tyrant responsible for its destruction. As a transmigrator, you have proven to be a relatively unsuccessful one. Please select one reward from the following options. Option 1. Level up by 1, costing 10 points, repeatable. Option 2. Critical strike level up by 1, costing 10 points, after which spending 50 points can acquire lethal strike. Option 3. Acquire skill rapid strike level 1, costing 80 points. Option 4. Acquire skill slow regeneration level 1, costing 80 points. Option 5. Acquire talent small stomach, costing 50 points. Option 6. Acquire skill berserk, costing 300 points. Upon seeing these 6 options, Gobro felt a wave of disbelief. System, why on earth would you present berserk when I can't afford it? With a total of 281 points, how am I supposed to conjure up the remaining 19? Option 7. Acquire primordial evolution, costing 5,000 points. Note: purchasing this item will automatically unlock evolution at level 20. Upon hearing the system's silence, Gobro fell into a contemplative silence. He truly desired primordial evolution, yet it was far beyond his means. It appeared the system had a semblance of conscience, intentionally concealing that primordial evolution could be purchased, while including berserk merely to motivate him. It seems I have misjudged. System, I should not have scolded you. While contemplating his recent purchases, he acquired the necessary items for this occasion. The system elevated his critical strike to a lethal blow, and he simultaneously procured a swift, small stomach pouch, alongside a slow regeneration ability, culminating in a final 10-point level increase. With 281 points expended, only a mere point remained, just sufficient for his next talent draw. This time, the talent was rather lackluster, so much so that the system couldn't be bothered to display it. Following the reception of this reward, Gobro's body commenced a dramatic transformation. It felt as though insects were scurrying within him, with his surface muscles undulating violently. After a minute of excruciating pain, the sensation gradually subsided. Upon observing Gobro again, he appeared significantly more robust, no longer the three-headed figure he once was, but transformed into a four-headed stature, much more pleasing to the eye. Nevertheless, Gobro still refrained from gazing into a mirror. He vowed never to do so until he became the high-level, handsome goblin. With the reward in hand, Gobro realized that his strength had likely surpassed that of the trolls. After all, his arsenal of skills was immense. He contemplated whether he could substitute the trolls to feed the monsters in the lake, thus ensuring his own safety. This notion lodged itself firmly in his mind, and he resolved to test it during the next simulation. System: how many magic crystals are required for the next simulation? 41st tier magic crystals. 41st tier magic crystals? That's not too many. With my current strength, I should be able to gather them swiftly. However, the density of magical beasts within the valley was not particularly high, making the collection of a sufficient number of magic crystals a daunting task. Thus, he pondered whether he should leave the valley temporarily. Yet, this thought flitted through his mind only briefly before he dismissed it. In the real world, stability was paramount, and it was prudent to conceal one's strength. Moreover, there were indeed many magic crystals in a certain location. Casting a glance at the troll's cave, he noted that although the troll offered tributes to the lake monsters monthly, there appeared to be a considerable number of magic crystals within the troll's cave. All collected by his fellow kin over time, it simply would not do to allow the troll to hoard them. Suddenly, a bold idea struck Gobro. Perhaps he could subdue this troll and claim all its magic crystals for himself. As for the tributes to the lake monsters, he could have the troll hunt them, confident that with the troll's prowess, capturing 4 or 5 magical beasts daily would be a trivial matter. With this thought in mind, Gobro sprang into action. He made his way to the troll's cave, where the troll was soundly asleep. Upon entering the cave, the troll was oblivious to his presence. Witnessing this, Gobro, who initially intended to thrash the troll before seizing the crystals, hesitated momentarily. Instead of merely grabbing the crystals, he approached the troll directly. Since he made no effort to conceal his presence, the noise he created stirred the troll from its slumber. However, as the troll awoke, it was met with a hand suddenly magnifying before its eyes. By the time it comprehended the situation, the hand had already landed heavily against its face. Smack! The troll's large head was sent reeling to the side. Starting the day with such a brutal confrontation, shock quickly overshadowed any pain the troll felt. As it attempted to retaliate, Gobro's foot, empowered by a critical strike, struck its chest, sending a wave of agony through the troll. As it rose to counterattack, Gobro's hand was already gripping its throat. Move again, and I shall snap your neck. The coldness of his words, coupled with Gobro's sinister demeanor, left the troll paralyzed with fear. It recognized that it was no match for Gobro and ceased its resistance, gazing at him with trepidation. Satisfied with the troll's submission, Gobro noted that the creature's strength was only around levels 8 or 9. Standing at approximately 189 centimeters, it was quite diminutive among trolls, leading Gobro to surmise that it was merely a standard template. Given its laziness, its skill level was undoubtedly low. After a considerable pause, Gobro declared, "From today onwards, I shall be the leader of our clan. You will obediently accompany me in hunting magical beasts each day. Understood?" "Understood, understood." Observing the troll's agreeable demeanor, Gobro continued, "You will hunt at least 5 magical beasts daily. You may handle the meat as you wish, but all magic crystals must be given to me. Understood?" Upon finishing, the troll remained silent. "What, are you dissatisfied?" "No, no dissatisfaction. It's just what? Just, how many is 5? The troll inquired cautiously. Upon hearing this, Gobro nearly lost his composure. Chapter 12. The Lizardman Clan. After a painstaking half-hour, Gobro finally educated the troll on the concept of 5. He then approached the Goblins' cave and instructed the troll. "Gather them all, roar." The troll emitted a series of strange calls, awakening the previously slumbering goblins, who quickly emerged from their cave. Upon exiting, they beheld the troll alongside Gobro. Many goblins stared at Gobro with wide, gleaming eyes. Although his appearance was rather disheveled, he was perceived as an exceptionally handsome figure among them. Clearing his throat, Gobro addressed them. I am Gobro. From this day forth, I am the leader of our clan. All of you, including the troll, shall heed my commands. Whatever I instruct, you shall comply. Gobro's announcement left Gobla and Gobly in shock. While they had sensed Gobro's formidable nature, they had not anticipated that even the troll would submit to him. Did you comprehend that? If so, respond, Gobro suddenly bellowed. Yes, came the chorus of voices, lacking any forcefulness. Pleased with their response, Gobro turned to Gobly, instructing, from now on, you will lead half of the goblins in the training I usually assign. Gobla, you will take the other half to hunt. I will distribute the meat from the hunted magical beasts. Yes, Gobla and Gobly replied in unison. Just after claiming leadership of the clan, Gobro issued a series of commands to his subordinates. Under his imposing presence, the still groggy goblins promptly set to work. Once he had organized the goblins, Gobro focused his attention on the troll, who, under Gobro's gaze, felt a wave of unease wash over it. However, Gobro did not impose any further hardships upon the troll. After ensuring it understood the concept of 5, he permitted it to hunt in the vicinity of their territory. Although the troll had previously exhibited its foolishness, there remained a possibility that it might report their existence to the lake monster. Therefore, he could not allow the troll to stray too far. Should it exceed a certain distance, he would not hesitate to eliminate it and lead his clan out of the valley. After assigning the troll's task, he claimed the troll's cave for himself. He'll be honest, the troll's cave was significantly larger and more comfortable than the goblins' dwellings, though the hygiene was lacking, with remnants of bones strewn about. He had no intention of cleaning up this mess himself. Instead, he called over a few goblins from Gobly's training session. You 3, dispose of all this refuse. Once you finish, I have something for you to eat. As he spoke, Gobro produced a giant hare from behind him. Upon sighting the hare, the goblins' eyes sparkled with greed, and they hurried to clear away the troll's leftovers. Meanwhile, Gobro began counting the remaining magic crystals. 2 minutes later, he had tallied them all, discovering a total of 128 magic crystals. This revelation caused Gobro to furrow his brow. How could there be so few crystals left? It appeared the troll had been excessively generous in its tributes to the lake monster. Without a moment's hesitation, he initiated the 4th simulation. As the simulation commenced, consuming 40 magic crystals, the system detected one remaining evaluation point from the previous session, granting a random talent. Long arms. Your arms extend slightly longer than those of an average goblin. In the 4th year, you evolve into an elite big goblin. All skill levels experience a significant boost, and under your leadership, the clan has become remarkably powerful. The current goblin clan possesses a relatively elite military force. And agriculture, animal husbandry, and healthcare have all seen preliminary development. The clan is expanding at an astonishing rate, and you realize that if this continues, the valley will soon be unable to accommodate you. You must seek a new migratory location for the clan. Upon witnessing the unfolding events, Gobro felt a surge of tension within him. Having undergone 3 prior simulations, he had discerned that status was indeed a component in enhancing evaluation points. Had he not succumbed to frenzy in his previous encounter, thereby annihilating all the goblins within the valley, he surmised that his evaluation points would have been significantly higher, potentially affording him the ability to purchase frenzy outright. You did not opt for immediate relocation, as the valley could still accommodate your presence for a while longer. Your singular concern was when the creature residing in the lake would awaken. You sensed that the creature's strength far surpassed that of an elite level, perhaps even exceeding levels beyond that. Its prolonged stay in the valley hinted at some extraordinary reason behind it. In the 5th year, your power escalated considerably, and you identified a suitable migration site, a marshland. While not the most ideal habitat for your kind, goblins exhibited remarkable survival capabilities, thriving in a multitude of environments. Your interest in this locale was not solely based on its survival conditions. More importantly, it offered sufficient concealment, safety, and an abundance of sustenance. Yet, you were not the only one eyeing this territory. A tribe of lizard folk had similarly set their sights upon it, finding the marshland particularly conducive to their survival, and they would not relinquish it easily. During an exploratory venture into the marsh, you encountered 2 ordinary lizard folk and 1 elite lizard folk. A confrontation ensued. Although equally elite, Your opponents felt as though they were mere playthings in your hands. With a single punch, you imparted to the lizard folk the harsh truths of this world. After dispatching the 3 lizard folk, you continued your reconnaissance, soon discovering a sparse population of lizard folk already inhabiting the area. Your tribe would easily vanquish these creatures. Understanding the value of swift action, you promptly returned to rally your goblin forces. Without incurring significant losses, you obliterated the lizard folk present. However, rather than immediately claiming the marshland, you opted to have your army carry the lizard folk corpses back, as you suspected that this was merely an advance party of a larger force. True to your intuition, shortly after eliminating that batch of lizard folk, new ones began to arrive in greater numbers. Your observations indicated that a direct confrontation would likely result in heavy casualties for your tribe. Thus, you resolved to eliminate the lizard folk through stealthy assassinations. Chapter 13. Mutation. The berserk goblin you began to operate solo, clandestinely assassinating the lizard folk. The exquisite quality of their flesh, rich in protein, gradually led you to develop a taste for lizard folk meat. As time passed, the defenses of the marshland intensified, and finding a solitary lizard folk became increasingly rare. Nevertheless, your assassinations significantly diminished their numbers. You recognized that even if a conflict were to erupt now, casualties would be minimal. Moreover, the goblin forces had swelled to 800, nearly tenfold that of the lizard folk. Even without further thinning their ranks, victory was assured. Without hesitation, you led your army into the marshland. Initially, you contemplated overwhelming them with sheer force and then sending a representative to negotiate, perhaps even integrating the lizard folk tribe. However, these reckless individuals launched an attack against you, led by a formidable elite lizard folk. Yet, this leader was no match for you. Like other elite beings, despite being of a higher level, it lacked the skill levels and quantity of abilities that you possessed. The outcome was inevitable. Within 10 strikes, the lizard folk leader was left disoriented. After 30 strikes, it began to make grievous errors, and after 50, you pierced its throat with a claw, sending it crashing to the ground. Your forces triumphed in this battle. That night, you feasted on a grand banquet of lizard folk meat. Following this meal, you noticed peculiar transformations within your body. Delicate scales began to emerge upon your skin. You lay in your cave for 3 days, meticulously attuning to the changes occurring within you. It was a fascinating sensation, as your flesh felt as though it were being compressed, reshaped, and pulled, with your strength incrementally increasing, a paradox of pain and joy. After 3 days, you emerged from your cave. Though your appearance had drastically altered, Gobla and Gobri recognized you immediately. Breathing in the fresh air, you felt an unprecedented sense of vitality, for your body had undergone a beneficial mutation. Evolving into a berserk goblin, you acquired a new skill, Berserk LV1. Unlike Frenzy, this state retained your rationality, albeit with a less exaggerated enhancement. While you had yet to breach the elite level, you sensed that your level cap had risen, along with significant improvements in both strength and agility, rendering you even more formidable. In the 6th year, you dedicated yourself to rigorous training while diligently developing your tribe. Gradually, more elite goblins emerged within your ranks. You discovered that the simplest method of evolution was consuming an elite creature's magic crystal. However, ordinary beings face 2 potential outcomes upon consumption: immediate death or successful absorption of the volatile energy, leading to a successful upgrade, with a success rate of approximately 50%. Many capable goblins perished through this method, causing you considerable sorrow, yet you soon found solace in the realization that they lacked the system that enabled you to evolve into an elite goblin. Throughout their lives, reaching such heights would be exceedingly difficult for them. Thus, you reconciled with the harsh reality that evolution inherently involved risks. A 50% success rate was already quite favorable, yet you remained determined not to abandon the pursuit of alternative, less perilous methods. In the 7th year, you successfully unearthed a new evolutionary technique. By submerging a level 20 goblin in water alongside 3 elite magic crystals and a particular red mushroom, there was an 80% chance of producing an elite goblin. Conversely, there was a 20% chance of yielding a mundane goblin incapable of advancing to elite status. This represented the most effective method you had discovered thus far. However, this method bore 2 significant drawbacks. Firstly, the process inflicted immense pain. The energy released by 3 elite magic crystals was staggering. Although diluted by water and the red mushroom, many goblins could not withstand it, drastically diminishing the success probability. Secondly, the red mushroom was exceedingly rare, only found in the deeper recesses of the monster forest. Attempts to cultivate it had repeatedly ended in failure. By the 8th year, your level had ascended to 35. It was then that you realized the upper limit of beneficial mutations exceeded that of non-mutated beings by 5 levels, a considerable advantage. Previously, you had struggled against creatures above the elite tier. Now, with this newfound 5-level edge, you felt confident in your ability to vanquish foes far more powerful than yourself without succumbing to death. However, rather than immediately hunting elite-level creatures, you opted to quietly hone your skills. You no longer considered yourself weak. Desiring a stable life, you resolved to master all your skills to their fullest extent or elevate one skill beyond its current tier before confronting mightier beings. In the same year, the man reappeared in the valley. You had awaited his return, and this time, you effortlessly eliminated him. In the 9th year, you diligently refined your skills, acquiring a new skill, Focus LV1, which enhanced your concentration and efficiency in all tasks. By the 10th year, your critical strike skill reached LV Max, with other skills nearing their pinnacle. In the 12th year, your critical strike LV Max evolved into Beastly Rage LV1. Unlike critical strike, Beastly Rage is a passive skill, enhancing the power of each of your attacks by 50% compared to a maxed-out critical strike. Following the acquisition of Beastly Rage, you resolved that it was time to further bolster your strength. That same year, you ventured deep into the monster forest. Not long after, you encountered a beast whose strength surpassed that of an elite. As anticipated, you fought valiantly, ultimately emerging victorious despite sustaining grave injuries. Yet, before you could depart with its corpse, a second beast of elite status appeared. In your injured state, escape was impossible, and you chose to battle to the death. Ultimately, you entered a frenzy and defeated it. But as the frenzy subsided, a third elite beast appeared and killed you. Simulation concluded. Overall score, 499 points. Evaluation. You are a commendable goblin and a passionate transmigrator. Chapter 14. Level 20. Please select one reward from the following options. Option 1. Increase Strength LV1 by 1 level, consuming 10 evaluation points. Can be selected repeatedly. Option 2. Increase Agility LV1 by slow regeneration by 1 level, consuming 20 evaluation points. Can be selected repeatedly. Option 3. Increase Combat Instinct LV1 by 1 level for a deadly strike, consuming 30 evaluation points. Can be selected repeatedly. Option 4. Acquire the skill Focus LV1, consuming 50 evaluation points. Option 5. Acquire the skill Frenzy LV1, consuming 300 evaluation points. Option 6. Acquire the skill Rampage LV1, consuming 500 evaluation points. Option 7. Obtain Primordial Evolution, consuming 5,000 evaluation points. Option 8. Obtain Berserk Mutation, consuming 3,000 evaluation points. This mutation enhances strength growth and agility growth by 50%, and raises the level cap by 5. Upon witnessing his demise this time, Gobro felt somewhat speechless. It was indeed unfortunate to encounter 3 such formidable monsters in succession. However, this also attested to his own strength, as he had only perished after facing 3 such powerful foes. Perhaps next time, he could consider spending more time within his clan until all his skills reached their peak. As for the evaluation points he had earned and the 8 reward options presented, he found himself quite satisfied. To be frank, he was not overly enamored with the frenzy skill, as it could indeed be regarded as a trump card. Nevertheless, he could not dismiss the utility of that innate skill, as it seemed beneficial to increase his attack range. System, what about my innate skills? Each simulation presents a maximum of 8 reward options, and options that cost the same evaluation points will appear within a single choice. Some skills from the sims may not show up in the options. However, this does not enhance his normal combat power significantly, so he had no intention of learning this skill this time. After some contemplation, Gobro made what he deemed to be a worthwhile choice, consuming 50 evaluation points to acquire Focus LV1, consuming 140 evaluation points to raise his level to LV20, consuming 90 evaluation points to max out his strength. consuming 180 evaluation points to max out his agility, and consuming 30 evaluation points to elevate his combat instinct to LV.2. In an instant, Gobro expended all the evaluation points he had acquired this time. He let out a long sigh. Evaluation points disappear quite swiftly. Of course, they are also earned rapidly. System, how many magic crystals will the next simulation require? The next simulation will require 100 magic crystals. Gobro was momentarily taken aback. Goodness, the price has surged so drastically. 100 magic crystals. I currently possess only 88 magic crystals and will need to earn more. Meanwhile, 3 goblins, engaged in cleaning the cave, looked on in astonishment at Gobro, whose size had suddenly increased. What on earth has happened? Why has our leader's body suddenly expanded? He seems even more handsome now. This transformation caught the 3 off guard, but after Gobro cast a casual glance at them, they promptly resumed their cleaning duties. Before long, they had thoroughly tidied the cave, and Gobro fulfilled his promise by tossing over the rabbit meat he had prepared. The sight of the beastly meat prompted the 3 to devour it ravenously. After they finished eating, they followed Gobro for training. Gobro stepped out of the cave and glanced at the scattered, awkwardly positioned goblins in the distance. He said nothing. Even if he personally intervened to teach them, it would be challenging to improve their skills in a short time. His plan involved initially teaching a small group, who would then instruct the remaining goblins, about 10 per individual. After observing the goblins training for a while, Gobro attracted considerable attention. Due to the skills he had acquired, his physique was notably taller and more imposing than that of an average goblin. While typical goblins stood at a ratio of 3 heads high, he now stood at 5 heads high. Although it was still not remarkable, the comparison was striking. His limbs were not as spindly as those of ordinary goblins. Rather, they appeared robust and powerful. Noticing the infatuated gazes of the goblins, Gobro felt no delight, as the goblins were indeed not particularly attractive. Humans are undeniably more appealing, but now in this otherworldly realm, beautiful elves or striking beastmen seem rather enticing as well, he mused. A rather absurd grin spreading across his face, which appeared unsettlingly sinister. Yet, from the perspective of the goblins, this disconcerting smile was strikingly handsome, leaving many of them enraptured. Realizing this was not a place to linger, Gobro quickly departed from the training ground and proceeded to observe the current state of the trolls. Soon, he discovered that the trolls were diligently hunting, adhering to his instructions. It seemed that, for the moment, the trolls had not harbored any rebellious thoughts. However, the troll seemed to sense something, and upon turning around, his gaze met Gobro's piercing cerulean eyes fixed intently upon him from a nearby slope. The moment their eyes locked, the troll felt his legs weaken, nearly fainting from the overwhelming fear of making eye contact with his superior. He hurriedly racked his brain, wondering if he had uttered anything contrary to Gobro's commands. Yet, in the next moment, Gobro turned and left. As the sight of Gobro's retreating figure faded from view, the troll finally felt a sense of relief. Still, as Gobro turned, the troll noticed that Gobro's physique had grown even larger than before. He now seemed taller than himself, whereas he had previously appeared considerably shorter. Meanwhile, in the Glory Empire, which lay closest to the Beast Forest, a striking woman clad in silver armor stood within the palace of Glory City, her sharp gaze fixed upon the elderly king seated at the highest point. The king looked upon the valiant woman with satisfaction and remarked, "Brave one, it is a pleasure to have you grace our Glory City. Should you wish to reside here for an extended period, our kingdom is prepared to offer you the utmost support to aid your growth. Whether it be gold, equipment, or exceptional companions, we stand ready to provide." Hearing the king's words, the woman, referred to as the Brave One, merely shook her head and replied, "I apologize, Your Majesty. Our duty as heroes is to traverse various kingdoms, assisting in repelling the tide of beasts. My presence here is solely due to the sage's prophecy regarding the impending beast tide threatening your kingdom. I must extend my help to other nations as well." Although the elderly king felt a tinge of regret at her response, he still supported her decision. "Understood, Brave One. During this time, our kingdom will fully cooperate with you. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to let me know." Indeed. Chapter 15. The Beast Tide, Part 1. Elsewhere. Within the beast forest, Gobro hunted while contemplating his future. He understood that accumulating 3,000 or even 5,000 evaluation points in a single simulation was exceedingly challenging, and it would likely take him a considerable amount of time to reach that threshold. Before that, he would need to focus on enhancing his skill levels. However, he had indeed made progress in his strength, and the upcoming simulations would require him to extend his survival duration. Thus far, he had only managed to survive for a maximum of 10 years. This was unacceptable. He had yet to experience a natural death and was uncertain how many points could be gained from such an end. Additionally, if possible, he needed to find a wife. He had died single in 4 consecutive simulations. Was this how a transmigrator should exist? Clearly, it was not. Lost in thought, the sky gradually darkened. He had slain 12 magical beasts, of which only 2 wild boars were of considerable size. The others were relatively small. Gobro effortlessly dragged their carcasses back home. On his way back, he noticed that Gobra had already returned with the hunting team. Thanks to the teamwork lessons learned from Gobro, their catch today exceeded the usual count, netting 9 beasts. While this was still fewer than Gobro's 12, it was commendable. As for the troll, he had also hunted efficiently, but being just one individual, he had only brought back 4 beasts. After some consideration, Gobro decided to keep 5 smaller beasts for himself, leaving the 4 the troll had caught for him. From this day forward, he would become self-sufficient, providing all remaining food to the goblins, who had never truly eaten their fill. Gobro intended to let them indulge for a day, but this would not be a regular occurrence. Here, you all may feast on this food. Goburo pointed at a mound of food ahead and spoke. Upon hearing his words, the goblins momentarily froze. Then, in a frenzy, they charged toward the pile of food. Initially, Goburo had intended to teach them how to roast meat, but witnessing their excitement, he decided to postpone the lesson until tomorrow. After extracting all 25 magic crystals, he returned to the cave with the 5 corpses he intended to feast upon. In the face of his generous offerings, the goblins showed no sign of gratitude. Goburo was not surprised by this. After all, no one had ever taught them such manners. However, he made no immediate effort to stop them, intending instead to allow them a day of indulgence. Starting tomorrow, he planned to instruct Gobula and Gobleli and select 8 more goblins to teach them how to manage their tribe. Upon returning to the cave, Goburo deftly began skinning the magical beasts, cleansing the blood, and then gathered some twigs to start a fire, intending to enjoy roasted meat that evening. Previously, he lacked the means, but now that he was the king of the tribe, he could no longer deprive himself. He ought to live with some semblance of dignity. The only challenge was the absence of iron tools, leaving him without a knife. He had to use his own claws to skin the beasts. As he listened to the crackling of the burning twigs, Goburo became lost in thought, contemplating his journey since his arrival in this world. He had tirelessly trained to survive, never pausing for a moment. And now, in solitude, he finally felt the reality of his transformation into a goblin. Gazing at his green, scaly skin, he took a deep breath, still lacking the courage to look at his reflection by the lake. It doesn't matter, he mused. As long as I strengthen my abilities, change will come. Evolving into a greater goblin should improve my situation considerably. As he pondered, the roasted meat began to emit a tantalizing aroma. Lacking seasonings, he opted to crush some wild fruits into a jam, which he then brushed onto the meat, hoping to enhance its flavor. Before long, the enticing scent wafted from the cave, and Goburo glanced toward the entrance. Noticing that it was now crowded with goblins, their eager eyes revealing their intentions. Indeed, it seems they are coveting my handsome appearance, he thought, feeling somewhat flattered. To facilitate cooking, Goburo had previously cut the meat into smaller pieces, so it did not take long for him to roast a significant amount. If tomorrow's training and hunting yield satisfactory results, I may consider allowing you to taste this delectable meat, he declared, placing a piece of golden brown roasted meat into his mouth. The crunching sound echoed as he chewed, while the goblins outside drooled in anticipation, yet none dared to rush in and snatch the food. They remembered his words. As long as they fulfilled his commands, they would be rewarded with such appetizing meat. I do not appreciate being watched while I eat, Goburo stated coldly. Yet, none of the goblins moved away. Clearly, they had not grasped his meaning. They were indifferent to his discomfort, even unaware that he was referring to them. "Get back to your dens and sleep," Gaburo suddenly bellowed. This time, the message was understood. All the goblins hastily retreated to their respective caves, quite literally rolling back, as Gaburo occupied the cave. He ordered the ogre to camp outside until he could dig a new den, to prevent any nighttime carnage among the goblins. Once the little rascals were sent away, Gaburo continued roasting the meat. The roasted meat, adorned with wild fruit jam, had a unique flavor that he found quite enjoyable. He considered that once he acquired iron, he could craft a pot and perhaps make a hearty stew. With these thoughts in mind, he finished the remaining meat and promptly began his next simulation. "This time, I must succeed," he repeatedly reminded himself. The simulation commenced, consuming 100 magic crystals. Detected from the previous session were 9 remaining evaluation points, granting him a random talent, Razor Claws, making his claws sharper than those of an ordinary goblin. In the first year, as the leader of the goblin tribe, he was the strongest among them, having reached the peak of ordinary biological strength. To advance further, he needed to hunt elite creatures. Chapter 16. The Tide of Beasts, Part 2, that year. Seeking to further enhance his power, he resolved to hunt elite creatures. However, shortly after leaving the valley, he sensed something amiss. A horde of magical beasts surged from the depths of the beast forest, their eyes glowing red, exhibiting an unnatural state. To avoid being trampled by the enraged creatures, he chose to join their ranks, following their lead out of the forest. Strangely, they did not attack him, perhaps due to his own monstrous nature. Yet his curiosity about their destination deepened. During the day, the previously chaotic tide of beasts became eerily quiet. At night, the frenzied creatures succumbed to sweet slumber. He surmised that someone must be controlling these beasts, thus provoking such a tumultuous gathering. Realizing that remaining within the horde was perilous, he sought to escape. However, he soon spotted a massive raven circling above the tide. He noticed that some creatures, whose red glow had faded, also attempted to flee, but as they broke away from the group, the enormous raven attacked them. A formidable red orc, seemingly far stronger than himself, was torn to shreds by the raven in an instant. Witnessing this, he lay down quietly to regain his strength. As night fell the next day, the tide of beasts resumed its journey, resting at dawn, which aligned with the creature's natural rhythms. Uncertain of the journey's destination, he felt an unsettling anxiety. On the 4th day, they finally reached their destination. A towering city wall loomed before them, unraveling the mystery that had perplexed him for days. The tide of beasts was indeed headed toward a human settlement. Without any time to react, the horde launched an assault on the town. Positioned at the rear, he was not among the first to charge. Observing the frenzied beasts around him, he smirked coldly and retreated to the back of the line. However, he soon realized that due to the dense throng, he had no choice but to push forward. Atop the city wall, a woman clad in shimmering silver armor captured his attention, making it impossible to look away. Though she possessed stunning beauty, it was not merely her looks that mesmerized him. She emanated an aura of danger. As the tide of beasts drew nearer, the woman raised her silver sword, her long hair billowing in the wind. Her expression was icy, her posture regal, reminiscent of a legendary Valkyrie. In the next moment, she swung her sword, and a 100-meter-long scar cleaved the battlefield, resulting in the instantaneous demise of nearly 1,000 beasts. Witnessing this scene filled him with profound terror. This woman was beyond his capacity to confront. Even if he evolved into an elite or higher tier, it would be futile. Desperate to escape the battlefield, he understood that attempting to flee would only lead to being crushed by the tide of beasts. As his mind raced, he glanced at the throng surrounding him and, in a moment of madness, pierced the throat of a nearby beast and began to devour its flesh. The surrounding creatures occasionally collided with him, inflicting further wounds, yet his inner strength surged. Behind the legion of beasts, a sorcerer-like figure began chanting a spell. As the incantation echoed through the night, a strange red mist enveloped the area. In no time, all creatures became shrouded in the fog. Those who had briefly regained their clarity and sought to escape became even more frenzied, their bodies swelling with newfound power. The red mist also consumed him, transforming his ordinary strength into that of an elite being. However, his will was corroded. He became engulfed in rage as the scent of humans wafted from the city, compelling him to charge toward the walls alongside the other beasts. Yet, it was not long before a rain of arrows descended upon them. At that critical moment, he summoned his willpower to pierce through his desires. Resisting the urge for flesh and blood, he took refuge behind a massive bull-like creature, which shielded him from the onslaught. He suffered minimal injuries, but the barrage of arrows seemed unrelenting, continuously raining down on the tide of beasts. These arrows appeared to be imbued with magic, effortlessly slaying elite creatures, and even those of higher tiers easily succumbed to their lethal force. Realizing the formidable strength of humanity in this world, he understood that even ordinary soldiers likely surpassed the elite level. Not long after, the formidable bull demon before you succumbed to the multitude of arrows it had sustained. You wielded the demon's lifeless body as a makeshift shield, occasionally gnawing on its flesh to restore your strength. The power of the bull demon far surpassed your own. Yet, consuming its meat set your body ablaze with heat, and you felt your strength steadily escalate. You were acutely aware that your survival amidst this onslaught of beasts hinged entirely on how far you could enhance your prowess. Thus, you seized every opportunity to augment your abilities. Although you refrained from exerting yourself and subtly undermined your comrades, none suspected your self-serving intentions in the midst of such chaos. 4 days later, by employing cunning tactics, you found yourself on the periphery of the battlefield. Your stamina and energy had reached their limits. Although you had genuinely ascended to the elite tier of beings 3 days prior, the intensity of battle remained a formidable challenge. Fortunately, fortune favored you, and by evading conflict as much as possible, you successfully persevered to this point. However, your position now teetered on the edge of the beastly horde, and you recognized this as your sole opportunity to survive. Desperately, you fled outward, colliding with relentless beasts undeterred by death. Your body was battered and bruised, your strength waning, and your mind nearly ceased to function, save for a singular conviction: to escape the battlefield and live. The scenes before you constantly shifted, the sky oscillating between light and dark, until, at an indeterminate moment, you lost consciousness and collapsed heavily onto the ground. A gentle drizzle began to fall, the frigid droplets striking your body. Groggily, you opened your eyes and instinctively extended your tongue to drink in the rainwater. Yearning for life, having narrowly escaped the horrors of war, you were determined to survive at all costs. Chapter 17. Simulating the 17th year, you comprehended a unique skill: life reversal. When your physical abilities approached their limits and you hovered on the brink of death, if you retained a fervent will to survive, you would regain 30% of your bodily functions. This special skill could not be leveled up. Miraculously, due to your intense desire to live, life reversal activated, and you sensed your condition gradually improving. However, it did not fully heal your wounds. You were nonetheless content. After evolving into an elite being, you gained the capacity for slow regeneration. With proper care, you could soon return to peak form. Upon witnessing this, Gobro, who had been observing the simulation, was astonished. You actually survived such an ordeal, truly impressive. Another version of myself, I in the 2nd year. You struggled to survive on an unknown plane. The war from a year ago had left you with severe aftereffects. Now, exerting yourself in battle would exacerbate your previous injuries. Thus, despite being an elite being, you could only muster strength slightly above that of an ordinary creature. By the 3rd year, you diligently trained your skills. Though progress was slow, in the 6th year, you grasped a special skill: injured assault. When sustaining some damage while fighting an enemy, all attributes would increase by 30%, though this special skill could not be leveled up. In the 9th year, your slow regeneration advanced to full regeneration. Thanks to this newfound ability, your lingering injuries healed significantly, and you could now utilize most of your strength. You understood that with a bit more recuperation, you would fully recover. Thus, you remained cautious, returning to your lair to recuperate after hunting sufficient food while also training your skills. By the 10th year, your injuries had completely healed, and after a decade of refinement, you felt poised to break through to the elite tier at any moment. In the 11th year, you ascended to the rank of leader-level being, a goblin warrior, evolving through the original evolutionary path. Your regeneration skill evolved into High-Speed Regeneration LV1. You acquired the new skills Goblin Guardian LV1 and Wild Roar LV1, as well as the talents Leader's Pressure and Medium Stomach, the latter evolving from a small stomach. Your attributes saw a significant boost, and your physique grew, reaching a height of 3 meters, embodying the standard 7-head proportion, with a well-defined muscular build and considerably improved appearance. You realized your strength was unparalleled. Yet you had no intention of leaving the plane. Instead, you chose to remain and hone your abilities. In the 12th year, you diligently trained to elevate your skill levels. In the 16th year, you fortuitously consumed a fire attribute spiritual herb. The overwhelming surge of fire energy ravaged your body, inducing excruciating pain. A month later, you mutated into a flame goblin warrior, with your attacks now infused with fire attribute damage. Your skin turned red, and your level cap increased by 6 levels. Isn't mutation supposed to consistently raise the level cap by 5? Why did it increase by 6 this time? Is there a hierarchy even among beneficial mutations? In the 17th year, a fledgling adventurer team ventured into the plains. Initially, you planned to remain hidden, ignoring the human adventurers. However, a golden-haired, blue-eyed girl with an angelic visage caught your attention, prompting you to observe the team from the shadows. Before long, the novice adventurers encountered an elite-level beast. Given their average level of around 10, you recognized that while humans possessed equipment, their actual combat power often surpassed that of the monsters. However, new adventurer teams typically lacked experience. Facing such high-level beasts was perilous. Concerned for the girl's safety, you resolved to assess the situation for threats. Seeing this, Gobro fell silent. Another me? What are you doing? This is not the time for romance. Yet the Gobro in the simulation remained oblivious to his own call, continuing to scrutinize the human girl for any signs of danger. Soon, the human adventurers engaged the elite wolf monster in combat. In mere moments, the wolf beast dispatched one of the warriors with a single bite, revealing the team's weakness beyond your expectations. The remaining 2 girls and 1 boy froze in terror at the scene before them. Enamored by the girl's beauty, you decided to intervene, as the wolf prepared to strike its next target. You charged forward and struck it with a metal rod you had scavenged, smashing its skull as if it were a watermelon. Glancing at the remaining survivors, you noticed their eyes filled with despair. Dragging the wolf's corpse toward them, the lone male warrior and a female mage fled in fright. The golden-haired girl, however, sat on the ground in despair. Sensing that you were approaching her, upon reaching her, you did not rush to attack. Instead, you inquired, "Greetings, do you require assistance?" In human language. The girl appeared stunned for a moment. Then, in shock, she rose and said, "You can speak the human language." Human language was the tongue of your past life, so you nodded emphatically, continuing, "Yes, I can speak your language. I witnessed your encounter with the wolf and came to rescue you. My appearance seems to have frightened your friends away. I apologize." Hearing your words, the girl remained in a state of astonishment, unable to believe that you had come to save them. After a brief silence, you asked, "Would you like me to escort you away from the plains?" She hesitated for a moment before nodding earnestly, and together, you began the journey back. Along the way, the girl queried how you had learned the human language. Utilizing your formidable linguistic prowess, you crafted a heartfelt tale of having been rescued by humans in your childhood. The girl was moved by your story and warmed to you, the goblin who sought friendly relations with humanity. Moreover, due to your evolution into a goblin warrior, your appearance was not unappealing, even surpassing that of many humans, allowing her to adapt quickly. Chapter 18. Kana, in the 18th year, your strength saw modest improvement. During this time, the girl occasionally ventured into the plains, and you would meet her each time. You learned her name was Kana, and under your guidance, her abilities flourished rapidly. By the 19th year, Kana's visits became increasingly frequent. Filling you with joy, you began to believe that she was developing feelings for you as well. Observing this, Gobro took a deep breath, realizing he had become enamored. What a fool I am. I shouldn't be so easily swayed. His willpower is usually steadfast. Just how beautiful can this girl be to enchant me so? After taking a moment to compose himself, he continued to watch the unfolding simulation. In the 20th year, Kana's level broke through to the elite tier. Simultaneously, due to her striking beauty, she attracted more admirers, including many handsome humans. Watching these suitors surround her, you gradually came to terms with reality. The tale of Beauty and the Beast existed solely in fairy tales. If you were to confess your feelings, it would likely lead to a most undignified outcome. Summoning your courage, you approached the riverbank and gazed into the water. Where your reflection awaited, to your surprise, your appearance was not as grotesque as you had anticipated. Yet, the crimson skin and fearsome fangs instilled a sense of trepidation within you. Nevertheless, a flicker of hope ignited in your heart. If you were to evolve once more, your visage could rival that of handsome humans. With newfound determination, you resolved to strive harder. The young girl, oblivious to your thoughts, appeared to regard you merely as a paternal figure. In the 21st year of your existence, you learned the name of the plains you inhabited, Kona Plains, as revealed by the humans. Tales of the Red Goblins, who posed no threat to humanity, had begun to circulate. Adventurers frequenting this area had grown familiar with you, often greeting you upon chance encounters. Despite your relentless efforts this year, your progress was sluggish. You understood that this was due to the overwhelming strength you had attained, making it impossible to enhance your abilities as effortlessly as before. That same year, you encountered Kana once more. It seemed that, due to past experiences, Kana had yet to find new companions and struggled to trust other adventurers, believing they would abandon her in her hour of need. You were the only one she confided in. Upon seeing her, you solemnly declared, "Kana, I must leave this place." Her eyes widened in shock, and she became visibly distressed by your words. As if they had struck fear into her heart, "Gobloro, where are you going?" she fervently inquired. Observing her panicked reaction, you reassured her, "Kana, I have reached a bottleneck in my strength. Therefore, I intend to venture into the Beast Forest to confront more formidable foes in order to enhance my abilities. Once I ascend to the next stage, I shall return." When she heard that you would indeed come back, Kana paused, then asked, "When will you return?" "I'm uncertain. It could be 5 years or even 10. My current strength is considerable, and it will be challenging to gain further enhancement in the short term. 5 years or even 10, she murmured, her tone heavy with disappointment. Suddenly, her eyes sparkled with a thought. "May I accompany you?" Doubt crept into your mind, as you questioned whether you had misheard her. After all, Kana was the object of desire for many young men in the town, pursued fervently by countless handsome suitors. Yet she had never accepted any of their advances. A flicker of fantasy ignited within you. Could it be that Kana had developed feelings for you due to your initial encounter? However, before you could dwell on this notion, she continued, "I cannot bear to be apart from Gobloro. You care for me like my late father did, and I do not wish to separate from you." At her heartfelt declaration, you glanced down at her petite frame. Stifling a laugh, you were unsure how to respond to her words. It seemed Kana had long yearned for paternal affection, leading to a slight paternal complex. Yet, in truth, you appeared younger than her. Noticing your smile, Kana grew anxious, fearing you might abandon her. The time spent together had woven her accustomed to your presence. "You may join me, but the dangers of the Beast Forest far exceed those of the Kona Plains. Out there, I may struggle to protect you, and perhaps even to ensure my own survival. I will wait for you here for 3 days. If you come to find me then, I will take you with me into the forest. However, if the sun sets and you have not arrived, I will proceed alone." Upon hearing your words, Kana nodded earnestly, promising to prepare everything within those 3 days and to return promptly to seek you out. The days passed swiftly, and at dawn, you stood at the entrance of your cave, gazing into the distance, eagerly awaiting her arrival, your heart fluttering with anticipation. Not long after, you spotted a graceful figure approaching, a large bundle slung over her back. The sight left Gobloro momentarily dazed, unable to comprehend how he could so easily harbor affection for someone, given his former pride as a solitary wolf. Rushing forward, you offered to take the burden from her. "Have you made up your mind to journey with me?" you asked. Kana glanced at her pack and replied, "Of course, without Gobloro, I would have perished 3 years ago. Once we reach the Beast Forest, I plan to settle in a nearby town and visit you often." "Very well. I shall strive to elevate myself to the rank of a leader-level being, so that we may depart the Beast Forest together." To your astonishment, Kana truly accompanied you into the Beast Forest. Over the past 3 years in the Kona Plains, you had acquired numerous human artifacts, including a map depicting the locations of both the Kona Plains and the Beast Forest. You discovered that the distance between the two was not particularly vast. Even with Kana, it would take no more than half a month to reach the forest. Half a month later, you arrived at the outskirts of the Beast Forest, guiding Kana along a narrow path. You produced a flute from your waist and informed her, "Establish yourself in the nearby town for now. In 3 days, re-enter the forest to find me. I will wait for you at the periphery. When you blow this flute, I will come to you." Chapter 19. The death of Kana after parting ways with the girl. You delved back into the depths of the Beast Forest, making your way towards the valley to witness its transformation. A day later, you reached the valley, observing its desolation and the purple earth. A silence enveloped you, for since entering the valley, you had not encountered a single living creature. It was evident that your kin had likely perished. Feeling a twinge of sadness, you quickly steeled yourself and ventured deeper into the valley, speculating that its current state might be tied to the monstrous entity that had once slumbered beneath the lake. Arriving at the site where the beast had rested, you found the lake's waters had turned completely black and murky, devoid of any signs of life. The creature that once inhabited the depths was no longer present. After searching the area and finding nothing, you departed. 3 days later, you reunited with Kana as promised. You inquired about her settling in, and she excitedly informed you that everything was going smoothly. With her earnings, she had opened an alchemist's shop, selling supplies to adventurers. Kana would occasionally send you alchemical potions as sustenance, significantly enhancing your survival capabilities. In the 22nd year, Kana crafted a suit of armor and a massive sword tailored specifically for you. With the acquisition of this bespoke alchemical equipment, your combat prowess soared. That same year, you garnered a degree of renown within the Beast Forest, with many having heard tales of a red goblin who posed no threat to humanity and even assisted adventurers. By the 23rd year, an exceptionally powerful adventurer arrived in the town near the Beast Forest, captivated by Kana's beauty. He sought to possess her through forceful means, but Kana resolutely refused. After plunging a dagger into her own heart, she finally repelled him. Following this harrowing incident, Kana fell into deep despair and soon succumbed to her grief. Days passed without Kana seeking you out, and sensing something amiss, you stealthily entered the town, making your way to her shop. However, upon arrival, you were met only with the sight of Kana's lifeless body and a letter pinned beneath a water jug on the table. You cradled her corpse, an overwhelming wave of sorrow crashing over you as you struggled to accept this reality. Tears streamed down your cheeks as you opened the letter Kana had left for you. "Dear Gabloro, I am Kana. By the time you read this letter, I fear I will have passed. Do not grieve, dear Gabloro, nor seek vengeance on my behalf. Throughout our time together, there has been something I long to confess. I love you. You may find it peculiar that a human could love a goblin, but I am not entirely human. I am the offspring of a human and an elf, thus a half-elf. I once resided in the forest until I was captured by humans, treated as a mere commodity, beaten, starved, and tormented. Seizing an opportunity during a moment of neglect, I escaped. Though I harbored a deep-seated hatred for humanity, I adapted to their ways in order to survive. I had intended to confess my feelings to you in due time. But alas, it seems that opportunity has slipped away. My belongings are contained within my spatial ring, which you know the location of. This is my final gift to you. In closing, I love you." Upon finishing the letter, you fell into a profound silence, unable to fathom that Kana had harbored such feelings for you. Anguish consumed you, as you cursed yourself for not being there when she needed you most. The weight of your sorrow manifested in unforeseen changes within your being. A week later, intricate black patterns adorned your once crimson skin, marking your transformation into a fury goblin warrior, with a level cap surpassing that of an ordinary goblin by 10 levels. Your prowess had grown immensely stronger than before. You reduced Kana's lifeless body to ashes, carrying her remains with you, a constant reminder of her presence. Upon opening the spatial ring that Kana bequeathed to you, you discovered it filled with healing salves, mana restoration potions, and newly crafted armor and weapons tailored for you. The sight of these items deepened the ache in your heart, igniting a vow for vengeance against the one who had slain Cana. You swore to make her murderer suffer 1,000-fold more than she had endured. Before long, you found Cana's nemesis. Indeed, it felt as though fate had guided you, for the wretch had emerged from the Beastmaster forest and made a beeline for Cana's shop. His intentions glaringly evident. However, upon arrival, he discovered the shop's door firmly shut. In a fit of rage, he forcibly breached the entrance, only to find you calmly seated within, an expression of fury immediately washing over him. Where is Cana? Why does a monster like you dare to appear in this town? Observing the man's frantic demeanor, you refrained from answering, fully aware that he was the very scoundrel responsible for Cana's demise. You launched an attack, but he seemed to have anticipated your move, brandishing a shield that effortlessly deflected your strike. You sensed that his strength far exceeded your own. You were no match for him. In a moment of fury, you exclaimed, "How could Cana have perished at the hands of a nameless wretch like you? You are utterly unworthy of her. How dare you take her life?" Upon hearing your words, the man appeared to contemplate something, stating, "Did she take her own life after I left? What a short-sighted woman. Such a foolish creature does not deserve Lordic." He smirked wickedly. You seem to have had an attachment to her. In the meantime, Gobro, who was observing from a distance, mentally noted the Namek, vowing that should he encounter this fiend again, he would ensure justice was served. A quarter of an hour passed, and the man glared at the wounds on his face, seething with rage, seemingly astonished that you could inflict harm upon him. Yet, at that moment, you had already lost an arm and a leg, your body in a state of grave injury, unable to rise. Witnessing your plight, the man wore a grotesque smile and set fire to the shop. "You loved that foolish woman, did you? Then perish alongside her and express your gratitude for Lordic's benevolence in hell." Filthy insect, with that, it spat at you and departed. Once it left, the power of life regression activated, significantly improving your condition. You then fled desperately, dragging your broken limbs back to the Beastmaster forest. There, you reattached your severed arm and leg. Using Cana's concoctions to treat your wounds, a month later, both limbs had rejoined, though they remained fragile and required further recuperation. You yearned to confront it immediately, yet you had regained your composure, recognizing that you were not yet his equal. Thus, you resolved to hone your skills, waiting for the day when you could exact your revenge. In the 39th year of your existence, your level rose to 50, and with one more advance, evolution awaited you. At this juncture, no opponent could be found in the entirety of the Beastmaster forest perimeter. That same year, you ventured deeper into the forest and encountered a chief-level troll. Though it was a formidable foe, you felt no fear, for your level had reached the threshold of normal chief-level beings, and your skill proficiency far surpassed that of typical opponents. However, during the initial skirmish, you were taken aback by the troll's strength, which slightly exceeded your own despite your high skill level. The troll radiated an immense pressure that hindered your full potential. You found yourself embroiled in a fierce battle. After half an hour, you realized that aside from its strength, the troll's other attributes were inferior to yours, allowing you to gradually gain the upper hand. After 2 grueling hours, you emerged victorious, albeit severely wounded, having slain the first chief-level creature you had ever encountered. In the 51st year, your level surpassed 51, leading to your evolution into a chief-level being, the Fury Goblin Battle Commander. Your attribute soared, and you gained 5 powerful skills. Without hesitation, you began to investigate its whereabouts. As your newfound height of 3.5 meters made you conspicuous in human settlements. That same year, you returned to the Kona Plains and sought out a human whom you had once aided. Upon seeing you, the elderly man, appearing to be in his 50s, was filled with dread, fully aware that he was no match for a creature of your caliber. Nevertheless, he quickly assumed a fighting stance, preparing for confrontation. Sighing, you said, "After all this time, you've changed quite a bit, Adelo, and it's me. Do you not remember?" Upon hearing your voice, Adelo felt a sense of familiarity, recalling moments from the past, and he stammered, You are Gobro. I am glad you remember me. Have you returned? Is Cana back? Your memory serves you well. I have come back to seek your help regarding Cana." Adelo's expression shifted to one of concern as he inquired, "So, you are seeking revenge on the one who harmed Cana?" What do you need me to do? Seeing Adalo's serious demeanor, you knew you had found the right person. I need you to gather information about it. As for the revenge, I will handle that alone to avoid dragging you into danger. After a moment of contemplation, Adalo nodded. I will assist you, but I have a family now. If my involvement jeopardizes their safety, I will withdraw at any time. Can you accept that? Of course, you replied promptly, wary of exposing too many individuals to your plans. Initially, you feared it would take a long time to obtain information about it. Yet, just 3 days later, Adalo returned with news. I have inquired, and the you mentioned is the martial arts instructor of the third son of the Kevin family. His prowess is considerable, granting him significant renown. Their territory is not far from our town. It shouldn't be difficult for you to reach. Here is a map. You did not question how Adalo had acquired this information, merely expressing your gratitude and offering him some magical crystals as a token of appreciation before taking your leave. You did not fully trust Adalo, opting to verify the accuracy of the information before setting off. The Kevin family's territory proved easier to locate than anticipated, but not long after entering, your massive form was spotted by the family's guards. With no other option, you launched an attack, your speed and strength exceeding their expectations. A single punch to a guard's chest caved it in, ending his life instantly. Along your path, you encountered several obstacles, all of which you overcame, ultimately infiltrating the Kevin family's estate successfully. When Adalo provided you with the information, he also disclosed its residence, and you soon found it without much delay. As you suspected, it held a respectable position within the Kevin family, residing in a decent dwelling alongside the family's third son. This particular compound was unique. Aside from the guards patrolling the grounds, you found no additional sentinels, surmising that its presence accounted for the lack of other guards. You circled the building, peering through a window to confirm that the first room on the second floor was indeed its quarters. With a mighty leap, you shattered the window and stealthily entered his chamber. The sudden noise startled Ick awake, but as he sprang to retrieve his weapon, you swiftly severed his right arm. Blood gushed from the wound. Yet Ick, seasoned in combat, managed to pivot and grasp his longsword with his left hand. To prevent his escape, you aimed for Ick's left leg, which he hastily attempted to defend against. However, age had diminished his strength. Despite an increase in skill, he could not withstand the full force of your assault. Your colossal sword deflected Ick's long sword, slicing through his thigh, severing the leg entirely. Just as he opened his mouth to cry for help, your massive blade struck his jaw, shattering it and rendering him unconscious from the excruciating pain. You bore his body as you dashed towards the outside. Just as you stepped out, you encountered a squad of patrolling soldiers. Without hesitation, you charged towards them. Empowered by your formidable strength, they were unable to impede your progress even for a fraction of a second, and you broke through their encirclement. You sprinted back to the beast forest with Ick, who was left with but half of his life. You uttered not a word, inflicting upon him every conceivable form of punishment that your imagination could conjure. 4 days later, amidst excruciating agony, Ick perished. Repeatedly asking you why you tormented him so, yet you offered him no response, determined to allow him to die without understanding the reasons behind his demise. After successfully ending Ick's life, you plunged into the depths of the beast forest, relentlessly hunting powerful beasts to enhance your own strength. In the 131st year, you reached the pinnacle of a leader-level being, yet your body had grown frail, rendering further evolution through primal transformation nearly impossible. You could only evolve through conventional means. In the 153rd year, you successfully ascended to the rank of a lord-level being, extending your lifespan to 500 years. That same year, the woman clad in shimmering silver armor, whom you had encountered long ago, entered the beast forest. You were astonished by her unchanged appearance over the century, only for her to launch an attack against you. Unexpectedly, with a single stroke, she obliterated you entirely, and you died. Simulation concluded. Overall score, 87-26. From the perspective of a goblin, you had achieved legendary status. From the viewpoint of a transmigrator, you were also a remarkably successful one, having journeyed from a cataclysmic beginning to a lord-level being. With a stroke of luck, you might have reached the zenith of your potential. You could utilize your evaluation points to exchange for the following items. Option 1. Primal Evolution, costing 5,000 points. Option 2. Acquire the complete memories of this life, costing 1,000 points. Option 3. Obtain the special skill of life reversal, costing 1,500 points. Option 4. Level up combat instinct to level 2 and lethal strike to level 1. Costing 30 points, repeatable. Option 5. Spend 200 evaluation points to evolve the skill strong to steel body level 1. Option 6. Spend 400 evaluation points to evolve the skill swift to gale level 1. Option 7. Upgrade slow regeneration by 1 level for 20 points, then spend 400 evaluation points to evolve into regeneration. Option 8. Acquire Fury mutation, costing 10,000 evaluation points. Upon seeing these options, Gobro was somewhat taken aback. Astonished that he could purchase the complete memories of this life. Among these options, primal evolution and the memories were undoubtedly essential. After all, an additional 153 years of life experience was no trifling matter and would greatly benefit his subsequent simulations. However, after acquiring these items, he would only have 2,000 points remaining. To be honest, he desired both special skills, one for survival and the other for miraculous recovery. After some contemplation, he swiftly made his choices. System, I choose primal evolution, along with the complete memories of this life. Additionally, I will purchase life reversal, upgrade combat instinct and lethal strike to maximum level, and obtain steel body and gale. The remaining points will all go towards upgrading slow regeneration. The system confirmed, rewards are being distributed. Please check your attributes. You have 16 remaining evaluation points, which will be used for the next simulation to draw talents. As primal evolution commenced, the attribute points would be 1.5 times that of a normal evolution, and he would gain 35 new skills. Evolution concluded. Please check your attributes. Memory infusion began. Accompanied by the system's prompt, Gobro felt a wave of dizziness before succumbing to a deep slumber, during which he experienced an extensive dream, his memories within the simulation. When Gobro awakened once more, he found that the external environment remained unchanged. Relieved, he realized that the passage of time granted by the system differed from the outside world. Though it felt like an eternity had passed, it was merely a fleeting moment. Kaina, what a remarkable individual. Perhaps I can help alter the course of her fate. In this dream, he genuinely felt the affection he harbored for Kaina, vowing that in this life, he would not allow her to suffer such a fate. Yet, beyond that, his longing for romance had diminished considerably. Simultaneously, Gobro felt a flicker of trepidation towards the woman in silver armor. The dream had been too vivid. In that final moment of being slain, he acutely sensed that even a being as powerful as a lord-level creature stood no chance of resistance against her. His form had undergone a remarkable transformation. The ground appeared significantly distant, as his height had now reached 2.5 meters. Though his proportions remained that of a 6-headed figure, he was far more harmonious compared to an ordinary goblin. Unlike typical large goblins, who were merely larger in size yet retained a rotund appearance, Gobro's physique was sculpted, devoid of any excess fat. Gobro then surveyed his new attributes. Name: Gobro race. Large goblin template. Elite, primal evolution. Attributes post-evolution are 1.5 times that of normal evolution, and he gains 35 new skills. Level: 2130, 0, stamina, 63 strength, 83 agility, 63 spirit, 65 charisma, 5 skills, lethal strike LV. Max, combat instinct LV max, steel body LV1, gale LV1, regeneration LV3, focus LV5, tough skin LV1, impact absorption LV1, counterattack LV1, block LV1, frenzy LV1, life reversal, special skill, talent, devour, azure eyes, monster lore, medium stomach, great strength. After reviewing his attributes, Gobro felt quite pleased, particularly with the charisma section. When he first transmigrated, his charisma was a mere 0. Before his crossing, he had been quite the handsome figure, and now his charisma was slowly returning, which he found gratifying. Chapter 22. 500 First-Order Magic Crystals. Surprisingly, this evolution had granted him 5 new skills. Typically, primal evolution would yield a maximum of 5 new skills. His luck seemed rather favorable, and some skills had also seen an elevation in level, which was quite commendable. System, how many magic crystals do I require for the next simulation? For the next simulation, you will need 10 second-order magic crystals or 500 first-order magic crystals. Since this is your first simulation post-evolution, it is offered at a discounted price. Discounted price. If we consider the original price, would 500 first-order magic crystals even suffice for a single simulation? I hadn't anticipated the vast disparity between first and second-order magic crystals. One is worth 50 of the other. If I venture out to the valley, I could swiftly obtain second-order magic crystals and commence the next simulation. However, venturing out now might embroil me in the impending beast tide. It is wiser to remain in the valley. Surviving is not shameful. Yet, staying in the valley necessitated 500 first-order magic crystals for the next simulation. Although his current strength should allow him to quickly hunt first-order beasts, 500 is not an insignificant sum and would require some time. He was not concerned about upsetting the ecological balance within the valley, as the gestation period for magical beasts is quite brief. Most complete their cycle in about 3 months, often birthing multiple offspring at once. Some magical beasts can produce a litter within just a month, which is one reason why large-scale beast tides frequently assault human cities. The prolific nature of magical beasts necessitates that the overseer of the beast forest manage their population diligently. Otherwise, it would not be long before the forest could not accommodate such numbers, resulting in devastation. The hidden powers behind the beast forest are not overly concerned about the potential extinction of humans due to the frequent beast tides. After all, the heroes born among humans possess formidable strength. Even he sometimes feels a shiver at the might they wield. However, he does not aim to eradicate these heroes, but rather to utilize them to eliminate the surplus magical beasts within the forest. While these heroes boast immense power and remarkable recovery abilities, they are not gods. Their stamina ultimately has its limits. To date, no hero has managed to endure against the seemingly endless waves of magical beasts for over 200 years. Meanwhile, deep within the beast forest, a man with enormous horns, crimson eyes, standing at 5 meters tall, adorned with muscular bulk and black bat tattoos, sat upon a throne, surveying the heads of various domains within the beast forest. "How are the preparations?" the man suddenly inquired. As soon as he finished speaking, a raven man beside him responded, "My lord, the beast tide is now fully prepared and can launch an attack on human cities at any moment. Additionally, we have received word that heroes are en route to the target city we plan to assault. Ready? Then let us attack. Indeed, my lord of darkness, let us proceed to manage the impending assault from our underlings." The monstrous creatures, having spoken, the group dispersed, and it was not long before a heart-stopping tide of beasts surged towards the human city. Meanwhile, Gobro was currently hunting monsters in the valley. Within a single day, he had single-handedly slain over 40 first-tier beasts, primarily because most of the creatures he hunted were solitary. Had he encountered a pack of monsters, his efficiency would have soared even higher. As for fatigue, he felt none at all. Although he had just advanced to elite rank, his actual combat prowess had already surpassed that of top-tier elite beings. Observing the corpses of the beasts behind him, Gobro chose not to continue hunting but instead dragged the carcasses back to the camp. On his way, he fortuitously met Gobra, who was leading a hunting team. Upon seeing the monstrous remains Gobra was hauling, Gobra and the group of goblins behind him were left speechless in shock. Gobra exclaimed, "Brother, did you hunt all of these?" Gobro merely nodded gently, choosing not to elaborate further. Upon witnessing this scene, admiration filled Gobra's eyes. This was the true demeanor of a formidable warrior, silent yet deadly. Sensing Gobra's reverence, Gobro felt quite pleased and remarked, "You all should hasten your hunts. We shall hold a bonfire feast tonight." "Brother, what is a bonfire feast?" Gobra asked, to which Gobro pondered for a moment before replying, "You will find out this evening." With that, Gobra turned away and departed with his fellow goblins. Watching their retreating figures, Gobro resolved to expedite the cultural lessons he had planned for the goblins. Otherwise, every conversation with them was far too blunt. They struggled to comprehend even the simplest idioms. Upon returning to the camp, Gobro immediately captured the attention of a throng of goblins. In their eyes, he resembled a paragon among humans, akin to a handsome prince, and merely gazing at him ignited the budding affections of many young goblin maidens. However, Gobro held little interest in his kin, primarily due to their lack of appeal. Should they evolve to resemble the charming goblin maidens from his fantasies, he might reconsider, but for now, that was out of the question. He then called out towards the training grounds, "Gobbler, come here," upon hearing her name. Gobbler eagerly rushed over, brimming with excitement, hoping to discover what he wanted. "Do you know why I summoned you?" "No." Gobbler shook her head earnestly, her eyes gleaming with anticipation. "Do you remember the roasted meat from yesterday?" At the mention of this, Gobbler perked up. "You mean the delicious meat that smelled so wonderful?" "Indeed, I am going to teach you how to prepare it, and we shall feast together tonight." "Really?" Gobbler nearly leaped with joy upon receiving this news. "Of course, it is true." With that, Gobro began to instruct Gobbler step by step on how to skin, wash, and roast the meat. He aspired to become the king of the goblins, and attending to such rudimentary tasks himself would waste precious time. Thus, he aimed to cultivate talent in various areas from this moment onward. Though Gobbler was quite taken with Gobro's physique, her greater desire lay in his roasted meat, so she approached her lessons with remarkable diligence. Surprisingly, on her very first attempt, Gobbler produced a commendable roast. Witnessing this, Gobro felt immense satisfaction. These goblins were pure-hearted and akin to blank slates, learning swiftly. After practicing 4 or 5 times, Gobbler was able to produce roasts that were somewhat presentable. Although there remained a significant gap between her creations and Gobro's, they were still quite acceptable. Before long, the enticing aroma wafted through the surroundings, causing the goblins training outside to drool profusely. However, under Gobro's stern gaze, only 4 audacious souls dared to abandon their training to rush over, while the others remained diligently engaged in their exercises. Upon spotting the 4 goblins who had strayed, Gobro's expression darkened, committing their faces to memory. These disobedient goblins would serve as an example for the others, though he would not impose overly harsh punitive measures. Locking eyes with Gobro, the 4 goblins were startled, 3 of them fleeing immediately, leaving only one, who remained transfixed on the roasted meat over the fire. Noticing this goblin's gaze, Gobro felt intrigued. This little goblin certainly possessed a degree of courage. "Come here," Gobro commanded coldly. The goblin hesitated momentarily, glancing around to confirm he was indeed being addressed, and then cautiously approached Gobro. Observing this, Gobro was somewhat taken aback. He usually exerted a bloodline pressure over ordinary goblins, and under such a chilling tone, they would typically be too frightened to move. Yet, this little one displayed a commendable spirit. Gobro appreciated this boldness and decided to nurture this particular goblin. He then presented a roasted pig leg before the goblin. The goblin's mouth watered profusely at the sight, yet he refrained from snatching it away in Gobro's presence. "Do you wish to eat?" Gobro inquired. "Yes, I do." The goblin nodded earnestly. "What is your name?" "I am Gobmo." Gobmo, understood. "If you wish to eat, it is permissible, but have you completed today's training tasks?" "I have completed them," Gobmo answered straightforwardly. Gobro raised an eyebrow in surprise. According to his assessment, the training tasks he had assigned should have taken until nightfall to complete. "I will give you one more chance to speak the truth. Have you truly finished your training?" "I have completed it," Gobmo replied, maintaining his composure. Gobro was astonished, regardless of whether the goblin had indeed finished. He admired his audacity. He handed the roasted pig leg to Gobmo, saying, "If you have completed your tasks, then you may eat." Receiving Gobro's permission, Gobmo blinked in surprise before seizing the pig leg and devouring it greedily, finishing it in no time at all. "Are you full now?" "I am not full," Gobmo answered candidly. "Complete all that we have practiced today once more, and you shall receive another pig leg just like that." Gobmo's eyes sparkled at this prospect. He promptly dashed back to the training grounds, and Gobro felt no concern about the possibility of overtraining, for in his recollections, regardless of how intense the first day's training was, as long as adequate nutrition was provided, recovery would occur in due time. Occasionally, there might be lingering minor injuries, but upon evolution, the body would be rejuvenated, thoroughly purified, and those injuries would largely vanish before long. Night fell. Gobro had processed the majority of the game he had caught, and both the hunting and training teams had returned. A group of goblins gathered together, chattering excitedly about the bonfire feast. "What do you think the bonfire feast that Brother Gobro mentioned is all about?" One goblin inquired with uncertainty. "I heard from Brother Gobra that it is a gathering with plenty of food." where everyone dances around the fire. What is dancing? Dancing is dancing. After evolving, Gobro's hearing had become exceptionally acute. Despite being somewhat distant, he could still discern their conversation. Before long, he arrived at the bonfire gathering, pushing a cart laden with a plethora of roasted meats. As the cart was wheeled into view, the eyes of all the goblins present widened in astonishment. Gobro, observing their expressions, allowed a slight smile to grace his lips before declaring, "These are for you to enjoy. In the future, we will provide food corresponding to your training output. However, tonight, there are a few individuals who do not deserve to partake in this bonfire feast." As he spoke, Gobro's gaze fell upon the 4 goblins who had previously abandoned their training. "Step forward, you four," and upon hearing Gobro's voice, the goblins trembled as they approached, with only Gobmo, who had conversed with Gobro, appearing comparatively unafraid. "You 4 left training midway today. If you wish to partake in this feast, return to your training and complete it. Each of you will receive a pig leg." Gobmo has already completed his training, so he may join without further exercises. Upon hearing the words of Gobro, the other 3 goblins were filled with immense regret for having ventured forth, now faced with the necessity of undergoing the training anew. Only Gobmo remained unperturbed, for he was poised to receive a bounty of food, double that of his peers. Soon, the fervent desire for sustenance overcame their fatigue, and the trio of goblins, despite their exhaustion, resolved to participate in the training. Subsequently, the bonfire feast commenced smoothly. Due to the limited provisions, each goblin received a piece of meat equivalent to a pig's leg. Though meager, it was more than sufficient for a goblin's appetite, as typically, one piece would be too much for a single goblin to consume. Gobro seized this opportunity to assess the talents among his subordinates. As the feast unfolded, he observed while indulging in a voracious meal, having ascended to the elite tier of beings, his small stomach having evolved into a medium-sized one, allowing him to consume an astonishing quantity. Ultimately, he managed to devour 10 magical beasts before feeling satiated. Aware of his expanding appetite, Gobro felt immense satisfaction, as it signified a swifter enhancement of his abilities. Meanwhile, the goblins, confronted with the delectable roasted meat, left a substantial portion uneaten. Only 15 goblins managed to finish their share. Gobro scrutinized this group closely and noted that both Gobla and Gobmo were among them. Given the current circumstances, it appeared that those who could eat well were indeed gifted, prompting Gobro to prioritize their training before having them instruct others. Chapter 24. If you wish to learn, I shall teach you the following day. After a day of hunting, Gobro commenced his lessons for the 15 goblins. He began by imparting basic knowledge, avoiding overly complex concepts at the outset, yet the volume of information was considerable. Moreover, he provided these goblins with additional resources, ensuring they received far more than their counterparts. Over the course of a week, no signs of rebellion emerged among the 15 goblins, which astonished Gobro, who had anticipated some resistance in such a high-pressure environment. However, upon returning home one day to find the other goblins held the 15 in high regard, he quickly grasped the situation. A sense of superiority had emerged, now that only a select few could partake in his lessons. A gap had formed between them and the others, who envied their status. Aware of this, the 15 endured the rigorous training without complaint. 18 night. The ogre perched on a nearby hill, observing Gobro as he taught the goblins. Lost in contemplation, he could not fathom how Gobro had become so powerful and astute in such a short span. The ogre felt a twinge of desire to join the little classroom. Yet memories of Gobro's previous aggression kept him from voicing his wish. Gobro, noticing the ogre's subtle movements, resolved to invite him over in due time, considering that with such a large head, the ogre's brain might also be considerable. Even if it lacked the usual folds, he presumed it would still be more intelligent than the average goblin and capable of learning swiftly. As he pondered, their eyes met and Gobro beckoned with a gesture, indicating for the ogre to approach. Understanding Gobro's intent, the ogre hurried over. "You've been watching from a distance. Do you wish to learn?" Gobro inquired. The ogre nodded vigorously. "If you wish to learn, I shall teach you. Please, take a seat over there," Gobro instructed, gesturing to the nearby clearing. Given the rudimentary teaching conditions, they all sat on the ground. Following Gobro's words, the ogre promptly settled down, attentively listening to the lesson. The addition of a new student brought Gobro much satisfaction. However, these creatures, having only mastered the most fundamental aspects of the monster tongue upon birth, possessed no written abilities, thus limiting Gobro to oral instruction. This routine persisted for 10 days before any changes emerged. Gobro found himself increasingly dissatisfied with the simplicity of tribal life. He desired to not only teach them verbally but also to impart practical skills, such as crafting weapons. Previously, the goblins had relied on wooden sticks for weaponry, but now Gobro was instructing them in the creation of stone spears. He had contemplated crafting iron spears, having viewed relevant videos online in a past life. Yet lamentably, there appeared to be no iron or resources within the valley, rendering experimentation impossible. Standing before the assembly of goblins, he opted not to include the ogre in this lesson. After all, given the ogre's combat prowess, a stone spear would hardly do him justice. His fists would serve him better. Observe, the method for crafting a stone spear is not difficult. Like this, you sharpen the stone, then bind the sharpened tip to a sturdy wooden shaft using grass rope. Just as I demonstrated, now it is your turn to try, Gobro encouraged. Upon hearing his words, the goblins began attempting to create their own stone spears. Unlike their previous learning experiences, their initial attempts were largely unsuccessful. Most goblins exerted too much force while striking the stones, shattering them in two, or produced oddly shaped implements that failed to meet the requirements of a weapon. However, such failures were to be expected. Achieving success on the first attempt would have been surprising. Fortunately, it was not a daunting task, and before long, the first spear was completed, marking a positive turn of events. The next day, the goblins set forth armed with their stone spears for hunting. Upon their return at night, their efficiency had significantly improved, yielding nearly double the usual catch. Witnessing this, Gobro felt immense satisfaction, recognizing that the tribe was progressing favorably. Concurrently, he had amassed 500 first-tier magic crystals, enabling him to conduct the next simulation. As the simulation commenced, consuming 500 magic crystals, it detected a remaining 16 evaluation points from the previous session, granting him a random talent, Magic Expansion, which would provide him with greater magical power than that of similarly ranked magical beasts. Enlightened by this newfound talent, Gobro was eager to secure it, astonished that 16 points could yield such a remarkable boon. He hoped it would appear in his purchasing options in due course. In the first year, you emerged as the leader of the tribe, commanding the unwavering loyalty of all goblins, with the ogre serving as your most devoted subordinate. You dedicated yourself to the tribe's development while utilizing every spare moment for training, witnessing astonishing growth day by day. In the second year, through your wisdom, you cultivated advancements in livestock, agriculture, healthcare, and even industry within just 1 year. Your territory began to exhibit mature evolutionary methods, and exceptional goblins like Gobmo and Gobla evolved into elite beings within a year, revealing a special bloodline talent that facilitated their rapid advancement. However, you were unconcerned about their potential to surpass you, as they evolved through ordinary means, while you underwent a primordial evolution. In this brief span, thanks to your medium-sized stomach and extensive training, you reached level 28. And it would not be long before you ascended to the leader tier of beings, feeling only pride in your subordinates' swift progress. By the third year, the tribe's numbers exceeded 300, and every goblin was a soldier. With nearly all, save for the newborns, boasting levels above 10, that same year, you discovered iron ore, producing a wealth of iron equipment, significantly enhancing the tribe's combat capabilities and improving living standards. Chapter 25. The Ghost Clan. That year, you located the marshland from your memories, which had yet to be seized by the Lizardman clan, inhabited only by wild crocodiles. After observing several times, you noted the presence of a single elite crocodilian magical beast. Confirming the absence of other threats, you charged forward. Your combat prowess was formidable. Although the elite crocodilian beast possessed superior defenses compared to its peers, you shattered its jaws with 2 punches and reduced it to a bloody pulp after 5 strikes. The surrounding crocodiles were intimidated by your overwhelming strength. You commanded the goblins to capture all the crocodiles, intending to train them as mounts. With the assistance of several elite goblins, you successfully captured 30 crocodilian beasts without sustaining any injuries. That same year, you discovered the current lair of the Lizardmen. Seizing the opportunity while they were unprepared, you launched an assault on their stronghold. Under the relentless attack of the Goblin tribe, the Lizardmen's already weak defenses crumbled almost instantaneously. The Lizardmen's chieftain, in a bid to protect his kin, offered his daughter to you as a peace offering. Unfazed by the allure of the charming lizard girl, you nonetheless spared the Lizardmen, allowing them to join your tribe, thereby augmenting your growing power. In the 4th year, you tirelessly recruited various tribes within the Beastman Forest to bolster your own faction, and in the same year, you ascended to the rank of a leader-level being. Your power steadily expanding. However, soon you encountered a new dilemma. As your tribe continued to grow, you gradually attracted the attention of some formidable figures. Deep within the Beastman Forest, a pair of crimson eyes had already locked onto you. Unbeknownst to you, a crisis was looming. One fateful night, after completing your usual training and preparing for rest, a tall, shadowy figure materialized behind you. Before you could react, the massive silhouette seized you, its overwhelming aura rendering you nearly motionless. Struggling to turn, you looked up to behold the face of a colossal specter of the ghost tribe. Upon seeing you turn, the specter appeared quite astonished. A mere leader-level being can move under my presence. Indeed, you are extraordinary. No wonder you can command so many demonkind. Hearing these words, you sensed the unfathomable strength of your captor, who was at least a lord-level being, a force against which you could not resist. You managed to utter, "Who are you? Fascinating that you can still speak, little creature. Come, return with me." You were rendered unconscious by the shadow, and when you awoke days later, you found yourself in an entirely unfamiliar environment. Shrouded in darkness, reminiscent of a dungeon, a glance at the prison bars made it clear that escape was beyond your capability, so you resolved to remain there, awaiting the unfolding of events. Not long after, an elite boarman passed by your cell and, upon noticing you were awake, said, "Come, follow me to meet the Lord." Do not entertain thoughts of escape. Outside lurk powerful beings, and should you attempt to flee, the consequences will be dire. The boarman's words, you peered outside and confirmed his claims. Indeed, formidable beasts roamed beyond. However, initially, the thought of escape did not cross your mind. You were acutely aware of the might of lord-level beasts and understood that evading them was nearly impossible. Thus, you chose to obediently follow the boarman, curious about where he intended to take you. Soon, you arrived at the entrance of a dark castle, and as you gazed upon the ominous structure, a plan began to form in your mind to one day have a castle of your own. Following the boarman inside, you quickly found yourself in a crimson chamber. Looking up, you recognized the specter that had abducted you, now standing respectfully beside the throne, upon which sat a ghostly figure whose power was indiscernible to you. Although you could not gauge this noble strength, it was clear that he surpassed the lord level. This noble, too, fixed his gaze upon you, and after a lengthy silence, the specter remarked, "What a peculiar goblin. Merely an ordinary goblin, yet you have undergone the arduous process of primordial evolution to reach this level and amassed such a multitude of beasts in a short time, even crafting numerous human tools. Are you truly just a goblin?" Under the specter's scrutinizing gaze, you felt as if everything about you had been laid bare, and he even questioned your identity as a goblin. Having become accustomed to grand spectacles, you experienced only a slight internal turbulence, yet outwardly, you feigned great trepidation, and the formidable specter appeared oblivious to your act. The powerful specter turned to a female ghost beside him and said, "Is he too frightened to speak? Well, he is merely a leader-level beast after all. He shall be under your charge from now on. Educate this fellow well." "Yes, my lord." Understanding the title of the female ghost, you realized the true source of the specter's strength. He was the king of the ghost tribe. Subsequently, you were taken to her domain. Upon being brought back by you felt a surge of anxiety. After all, you had transformed into quite the handsome goblin, and you feared that this female ghost might harbor inappropriate intentions. However, gazing upon Ying's graceful figure and captivating visage, your fearful thoughts gradually dissipated, replaced instead with anticipation. Initially, Ying did not regard you with much significance, treating you as an ordinary leader-level being and assigning you to manage a squad composed entirely of elite beasts. in light of this situation. Although you worried for your tribe, you had no choice but to comply, trusting that Gobra and the others would manage the tribe well. As you led this combat team, you encountered some difficulties. The members were rebellious and resistant to discipline, and other squads would deliberately seek to trouble you. Realizing that such behavior could not be tolerated, you decisively dealt with all who challenged you, including your own team members. Ultimately, you succeeded in managing your squad effectively. Chapter 26. The Secret Realm of the Ghost Tribe. In the 5th year, you had spent a full year within the Ghost Tribe's territory. During this time, you demonstrated exceptional administrative prowess and experienced rapid growth in strength, becoming the most formidable leader-level being in the Ghost Tribe's domain, even capable of matching the weakest Lord-level beings. Ing finally recognized your value, beginning to nurture you more intensively, and she frequently provided you with rare resources to enhance your strength. That same year, you learned that your tribe, under the leadership of Gobra and the others, was developing quite well, allowing you to relax your concerns. In the 6th year, with Ying's unwavering support, you underwent a mutation, evolving into an evil goblin warrior, your level cap raised by 11, surpassing most Lord-level beings in strength. Following the mutation, your appearance changed drastically. Your skin darkened to a deep hue, your eyes glowed red, fangs protruded outward, and a massive demonic visage adorned your back, resembling something straight from the depths of hell. Most beasts dared not approach you, let alone engage in battle. However, following these changes, your interactions with Ing became more frequent. Unbeknownst to you, your new appearance greatly aligned with the Ghost Tribe's aesthetic, and aside from your fangs, you were quite handsome. Your fangs, akin to a vampire's, could retract, yet you kept them bared to intimidate other beasts, rarely retracting them for 24 hours. By the 12th year, your level had reached its limit. Poised to break through to Lord-level status at any moment, at this point, you had garnered considerable fame within the Ghost Tribe, for although you were still a leader-level being, nearly all Lord-level beings were no longer your match. One night, Ing summoned you to her chamber. Upon entering, you directly inquired, "My lord, what is it you wish to discuss? You should be on the verge of breaking through to Lord-level, correct?" "Yes, as I suspected. I have an opportunity that I wish to present to you." "What opportunity is it?" "To venture into the Ghost Tribe's secret realm, I must explicitly inform you that entering the secret realm is exceedingly perilous. In years past, the mortality rate for beings other than the Ghost Tribe entering was over 70%. However, those who emerge typically experience significant enhancement in strength. I have observed your progress over the years. Should you enter, I will ensure that the accompanying Ghost Tribe members look after you. Consider whether you desire this opportunity." With that, Ing regarded Gobra with a playful expression. "Of course, I want it," Gobra replied without hesitation. Having entered such secret realms a few times before, you understood their immense benefits, and thus, you would not let this opportunity slip by. Seeing your agreement, Ing beamed with satisfaction, fully aware that you would seize this chance. Upon your return, your strength should surpass that of Moro, and at that point, I will introduce you to the king. Hearing Ying's words, you were astonished, for you knew that only Lord-level beings could meet the king of the Ghost Tribe. To be introduced to the king just as you were about to break through to Lord-level was unexpected. "Yes, my lord. Is there anything else?" "Not for now. You may return and rest." "Understood." After returning, you continued your diligent training. Within a few days, someone escorted you to the so-called secret realm of the Ghost Tribe. Upon arrival, numerous nobles greeted you warmly, and you recognized them as the Ghost Tribe members Ing had assigned to protect you. You did not adopt an air of superiority. Instead, you responded to their greetings with enthusiasm. Other leader-level beasts gazed at you with admiration, for you were now the foremost leader-level beast within the Ghost Tribe. Many beasts sought to befriend you, knowing that your return from this secret realm was nearly guaranteed, and any association with you would signify safety. However, you did not reciprocate their friendliness, opting to mostly ignore their advances. Soon, you followed the leading Ghost Tribe members to a dilapidated ruin. From a distance, the eerie aura emanating from the crumbling structure was palpable, heightening your vigilance. Casting a glance around, you noted that the other beasts were equally cautious, all of them eyeing the ruin with trepidation. You comprehend their caution. After all, this is the second most perilous secret realm among the entire Ghost Clan, and naturally, Everyone dares not to be careless, including yourself. Subsequently, the leading member of the Ghost Clan addressed the multitude behind him. I trust your lord has already briefed you on the conditions within. I shall not reiterate. Once inside, you will be randomly assigned to a location. Should you encounter one another en route, collaboration is permitted. Now, let us commence. Enter one by one. Upon hearing the leader's words, you remained unperturbed. For you were aware that the Ghost Clan had devised a unique secret technique to enhance survival rates, enabling them to locate the positions of their kin within a certain range. This technique could also be employed within the secret realm, and prior to your entrance, it had infused you with a trace of Ghost Clan bloodline. Feeling the tumultuous bloodline within you, you understood that if you could fully merge this Ghost Clan bloodline, your combat prowess would surely experience a significant enhancement. Before long, you stepped into the secret realm, but as darkness enveloped you, upon regaining consciousness, the scenery before you had undergone a transformation. The secret realm was desolate, with parched earth and withered trees. A faint, unpleasant stench lingered in the air. Fortunately, you had long acclimatized to such an environment, and you began to cautiously explore your surroundings. Not long after, your pace slowed as you sensed a dangerous presence lurking in the shadows. Observing you, suddenly, a chill ran down your spine, prompting you to swiftly turn around and strike behind you with a claw. A massive pitch-black wolf was struck by your blow, and as you observed the faint black mist emanating from its body, you recognized it as a unique creature of the secret realm, the Ghost Beast, a being infected by the Ghost Clan's aura. Slaying them would allow you to extract the ghostly essence within. With a slight exertion of your arm, you snapped the neck of the ghost wolf, and the black mist flowed from its body into yours. Chapter 27. You wouldn't wish to remain trapped in the Ghost Clan's secret realm forever, would you? As the black mist coursed into your body, you sensed that the trace of Ghost Clan bloodline infused by Nightingale had grown more ferocious, and your physical strength seemed to have received a slight boost. The Ghost Wolf's power was merely that of a peak ordinary level, yet it had already provided you with such an enhancement, igniting your anticipation for the potential gains from other ghost beasts. Continuing deeper into the secret realm, you soon encountered new ghost beasts, again, ghost wolves, whose strength was comparable to the one you had previously faced. But this time, there were 3 of them. You effortlessly dispatched them, extracting 3 wisps of ghostly essence. Feeling the surge in your power, you suddenly considered that perhaps not following the Ghost Clan's group and opting for solitary action might yield higher efficiency. However, recalling Nightingale's prior instructions that the most precious treasures within the Ghost Clan's secret realm were not the ghost beasts, but rather treasures known as ghost orbs, which contained quantities and qualities of ghostly essence far beyond those of ghost beasts. You remembered her urging to acquire as many ghost orbs as possible. The Ghost Clan, possessing a keen sensitivity to ghostly essence, could swiftly locate these orbs, yet they might struggle against the guardian beasts surrounding them. Thus, by remaining near the Ghost Clan, you were assured a significant share of ghost orbs. You began to hunt ghost beasts while seeking the Ghost Clan, yet after a considerable time, you had not encountered a single member of the clan. Realizing something was amiss, you understood that the Ghost Clan's secret technique should be highly sensitive to their bloodline, and they must have known your location all along but had not approached you. You surmised that the Ghost Clan might be facing some predicament, preventing them from seeking you out. However, you felt it more likely that they simply did not wish to accompany you, given your recent prominence. Outshining even some of their own prodigies, which could explain their reluctance to assist you in the blink of an eye. A day passed without encountering any Ghost Clansmen. Why now? You had concluded that these specters were intent on isolating you. Nevertheless, you felt no anger, for not far ahead of you, a pitch-black orb hovered in midair, surrounded by 3 ghost tigers. You could discern that these 3 ghost tigers were of leader-level strength, and their power surpassed that of ordinary magical beasts by approximately 30%. Yet, you merely felt a slight challenge, even a tinge of excitement, for leader-level creatures would undoubtedly provide greater ghostly essence than ordinary beings. As the 3 ghost tigers charged towards you like phantoms, the cursed tattoos on your back suddenly opened their eyes, and layers of crimson patterns emerged upon your body. Amazingly, an extra head and 2 arms sprouted from you, transforming you into a 4-armed, 2-headed entity, significantly enhancing your attributes. This was a skill acquired after showcasing your transformation into the Cursed Goblin. While in use, the damage you sustained would double, but correspondingly, all other attributes would also double. The 3 ghost tigers rushed at you from 3 different directions, each an elite among leader-level creatures. However, you were an elite among elites. Your left and right hands blocked 2 of the ghost tigers, while the newly sprouted arms grasped the last one. Engaging 1 against 3, you showed no signs of inferiority in strength. With sheer power, you tore a sizable chunk of flesh from the ghost tiger you held, and the grievously injured creature let out a piercing shriek. You then pinned it to the ground with 1 hand, while the other relentlessly hammered its head, soon reducing the leader-level beast to a bloody pulp. The ghostly essence from the tiger surged into your body, leading to a modest enhancement of your attributes. Subsequently, you unleashed a flurry of punches on the remaining 2 ghost tigers, killing them without the aid of any weapon. The 2 additional wisps of ghostly essence entered your body, and this spectacle was witnessed by the ghost clansmen drawn in by the orb. They gazed in disbelief as you effortlessly slaughtered the 3 ghost tigers. Having previously battled ghost beasts, they understood the formidable strength of the ghost tigers. Even a trio of them struggled to defeat a single one. Yet, you had dispatched 3 with ease, leaving the young members of the ghost clan in awe of your prowess. Casting a cold glance at them, you approached and seized the ghost orb. Upon grasping it, you immediately felt the rich ghostly essence contained within. Just this single orb could elevate you from leader level to chief level. But you were determined to acquire more orbs and absorb them simultaneously to maximize your potential during the breakthrough. Seeing you secure the ghost orb, the surrounding ghost clan members hurriedly approached, eager to invite you into their ranks. You declined their overtures. For the moment you obtained the ghost orb, you sensed a significant enhancement in your perception of ghostly essence. The orbs seemed to attract one another, allowing you to locate more even without the ghost clan's assistance. As for their opinions of you, you no longer cared. These individuals had previously shunned your inclusion, and now sought your aid to boost their efficiency upon witnessing your strength. Are you truly not considering joining us, Gobro? I must inform you that this is Lady Ying's command. Will you defy her wishes? With a chuckle, you retorted, now you think to invoke Lady Ying's name? What gives you the right to mention her? Where were you all this time? Now that you see my prowess, you come seeking my assistance. Such a pack of filthy hyenas, Gobro, the leading ghost clan member continued. I must remind you that this is the ghost clan's secret realm. Within, many magical beasts meet their demise. Even some talented magical beasts have perished here. You surely wouldn't want to remain trapped in this realm indefinitely, would you? As the foremost ghost clan member spoke, the surrounding clansmen drew nearer. You regarded them with a frosty gaze, feeling a sense of caution. It was not that you couldn't defeat them. Throughout the years of assessments in the secret realm, even with casualties among the ghost clan, only a few would fall. Yet, with 11 ghost clan members present, should you slay them all, the higher-ups would undoubtedly investigate the matter thoroughly. Chapter 28. Leader-level Earth Dragon. As the ghost clan members closed in around you, you swiftly resolved to act. If you did not decide now, you might perish here. You reactivated the cursed transformation, and a terrifying aura enveloped you. Casting a glance at the surrounding ghost clan members, some of the weaker ones were instantly intimidated by your gaze. They had heard of your notorious reputation, and witnessing your effortless slaughter of the 3 ghost tigers only deepened their fear. The leading ghost clan member regarded you with a mix of trepidation. He had anticipated your capitulation but was taken aback by your defiance. It was evident that he could no longer seek a way out. You recognized his predicament. Yet in a realm where survival was already perilous, your notoriety became your means of existence. Thus, even if you were to annihilate every ghost clan member present, you would not retreat an inch. Knowing that as long as you displayed sufficient strength, Ing would go to great lengths to safeguard you. Upon witnessing your readiness to strike, a glint of malevolence flickered in the eyes of the leading demon. Yet before he could issue a command, you surged forward with unrestrained determination. The surrounding demons immediately lunged to thwart your advance, but the demon leader you had targeted instinctively retaliated. Each demon possesses a unique talent, and this one exhibited the formidable prowess of the diamond demon, remarkably potent ability. Upon unleashing this skill, All attributes would increase by 30%, defense would double, and the power of all abilities would receive an additional 50% boost. An exceptionally formidable technique. Realizing the gravity of the situation upon witnessing the Diamond Demon in action, you understood why this individual had ascended to leadership among the demon ranks. Such a rare talent certainly warranted their position. However, in your presence, it mattered little. Compared to the enhancements granted by your own curse of the demon, the Diamond Demon paled in significance, as the attributes of both parties were not even remotely comparable. Simultaneously, due to the half defense, you were susceptible to the attacks of the surrounding demons, yet your maximum level rapid regeneration, particularly enhanced under the curse of the demon, enabled you to recover at an accelerated pace. Consequently, their assaults failed to keep pace with your recovery, and under the weight of your terrifying power, these demons could not impede you for even half a second. In short order, you found yourself face to face with the demon leader. Your fists collided with a resounding impact, and the sound of cracking bones emanated from his fist. In that moment, the demon fully grasped the severity of his predicament. However, it was already too late. He turned to flee, and you pursued him relentlessly, disregarding the attempts of the surrounding demons to block your path. Within less than a minute, the demon leader collapsed heavily to the ground, his breaths shallow and labored. Completely devoid of combat capability, you felt no sympathy for him. With a swift motion, your claws pierced through his chest, extracting his heart and consuming it before the eyes of all the demons. A torrent of demonic energy enveloped you instantly, and as you felt the potent energy surging within, you gazed at the remaining demons, their eyes filled with trepidation. Your gaze instilled fear in the hearts of the remaining demons. Upon recognizing the gravity of the situation, they began to flee in all directions. "Stop!" you bellowed, and all the demons came to an immediate halt, slowly turning to face you, their expressions rife with dread. You fixed your cold stare on the nearest demon and inquired, "Do you know how Amo met his demise?" Observing your icy demeanor, the demon swallowed hard, then recalled something, hastily responding, "Amo was slain by the demon tiger." Seeing the demon's compliance, you nodded in satisfaction and continued, "Have you all heard how Amo perished? Speak. How did Amo die?" "He was killed by the demon tiger. He was bitten to death by the demon tiger." As the demons voiced their agreement, you nodded approvingly and declared, "Remember well how Amo met his end. Now, disperse. I shall take care of Amo's affairs." At the sound of your voice, the demons felt as though a great weight had been lifted, and they hastily fled. Watching their retreating figures, you were acutely aware that some demons would surely spread the news of how you had slain Amo. However, you understood that even if you exterminated an entire clan of demons, Ing would still ensure her own survival. For now, taking down just one demon was sufficient to secure her safety. You inspected Amo's body and ultimately discovered a demon orb, which contained significantly less demonic energy than your own. This further affirmed your belief that, without your assistance, these demons would struggle to acquire the orbs efficiently. Raising your gaze, you noticed a relatively diminutive female demon observing you timidly. "Approach," you commanded coldly, upon hearing your words. The female demon hurried over. "What is your name?" "Lord Gaburo. I am called Huawu," she replied with utmost reverence. "Huawu, you should be aware of the locations of the demon orbs." "Yes, yes, indeed. I know the locations of all the demon orbs." "All of them?" "Yes, our demon can possess an acute sensitivity to the demon orbs. Upon entering the secret realm, we sense their presence, but the guardian beasts of those orbs are exceedingly powerful, which is why we could not obtain many." Your astonishment at Huawu's explanation was palpable. While you had anticipated that the demons would have a heightened sensitivity to the orbs, you had not expected it to be this pronounced. You instructed Huawu, "Lead me to the locations of those orbs, and I shall reward you with some as compensation." "Very well," Huawu readily agreed. Following her lead, you set out in search of the demon orbs, effortlessly dispatching the demon beasts you encountered along the way. Huawu experienced a taste of what it felt like to ride the coattails of greatness. Soon, you arrived at a demon orb, but upon seeing its guardian beast, you finally understood why Huawu had claimed they could not defeat the guardians. The creature guarding this orb was a leader-class earth dragon, thoroughly tainted by demonic energy. You recalled Ing mentioning that dragon species are distinct from others, Only those with the purest bloodlines possess the utmost strength. Typically, when magical beasts are tainted by demonic energy, their power may increase to some degree. Yet dragons are different. Mixing with inferior blood only serves to weaken them, as you assess the earth dragon before you. It appeared to have recently transitioned to the leader class and was indeed beyond the capability of the demons to confront. An outright assault would likely result in casualties. Huawu gazed at you with eager anticipation. Having heard of your ability to conquer leader-class creatures, her admiration for you had only intensified following the recent events. Stay here. I shall return shortly, you advised Huawu earnestly. Understood, Lord Gaburo. With that, you stealthily maneuvered behind the demonized earth dragon, cautiously approaching it. Although your strength far surpassed that of the dragon, you had no intention of engaging in a direct confrontation. If a sneak attack were feasible, you would certainly avoid an open fight. Huawu harbored no discontent regarding your approach. She understood that ambushes were a conventional strategy, and your cautiousness only deepened her admiration for you. Your focus remained solely on the demonized earth dragon. Curiosity piqued by how much a leader-class demonized creature could enhance your attributes. As you closed the distance to within 15 steps, you halted, aware that this was the threshold between you and the earth dragon. Any closer, and you would surely be detected. The demonized earth dragon remained in a slumber, but it sensed something amiss. As it opened its eyes, an intense pain erupted from its back. You seized the opportunity to rake your claws across several of its scales, revealing a vulnerability in its otherwise impenetrable hide. The earth dragon, filled with fury, turned to retaliate, but you had already positioned yourself atop its back, raining down blows upon it. Your deadly strikes had long since evolved into the savage beast fist. Now at level 5, with each punch delivering considerable force, in mere moments, you had reduced the dragon's back to a bloody pulp. Huawu, witnessing this spectacle, was overwhelmed with astonishment. She had heard tales of the earth dragoness scales being as tough as fine steel, impervious to most weapons, and even other leader-class creatures struggled to penetrate its defenses. The demonized earth dragon thrashed about violently, attempting to dislodge you from its back. Why now? You had inflicted 6 wounds. Securing yourself firmly in place, while your 2 heads voraciously feasted upon the dragon's flesh, eliciting pained howls from the creature. As the dragoness injuries deepened, a quarter of an hour later, a dreadful surge of demonic energy erupted from it, its strength suddenly escalating. Holding on to its back consumed considerable energy, yet you noted that, despite its increasing power, its life force appeared to be waning. If this continued, victory would surely be yours. However, you had no intention of prolonging the confrontation. Even with its power surging, the demonized earth dragon remained beneath your capabilities. You needed to hasten your efforts to collect more demon orbs, unwilling to waste time. Minutes later, the demonized earth dragon collapsed heavily to the ground, having lost a third of its body to your relentless assault. You observed that its bones had been corroded by the demonic energy. Now a deep, black, rich demonic energy flowed from the dragon, coursing into your body, and you sensed a slight loosening of the threshold between leader and higher-tier leaders. You suppressed this newfound sensation and approached to collect the demon orb, which contained several times more demonic energy than the previous one. Returning to Huawu, you proclaimed, "Let us go in search of more demon orbs." "Will you not take a moment to rest?" she inquired. "There is no time to waste," you replied curtly. "Indeed." Thus, you and Huawu moved with astonishing speed, efficiently gathering demon orbs. After a fortnight, you had amassed a remarkable total of 96 orbs. Ing had informed you that approximately 150 demon orbs are born within the demon clan's secret realm each year. And now you had collected 96 on your own. Huawu also mentioned that she could no longer sense any other orbs within the secret realm, confirming that the demon orbs had indeed been thoroughly scavenged. Subsequently, from the 96 ghost orbs, 4 were selected and handed to Huawu. This is your reward. Your current body can only endure a maximum of 4 ghost orbs. Any more would be beyond your capacity. This is for me? No, 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 Lord Gaburo. I cannot accept so many. 2 would suffice. Huawu understood well that even among the ghost clan, many emerged empty-handed, and her strength was merely average within their ranks. making it entirely normal for her to leave without a single orb. Once given, I shall not take it back, you stated coldly. Upon hearing your words, Huawu swallowed her retort, a flicker of unusual emotion stirring within her. This moment. Outside the Ghost Clan's secret realm, only two individuals of leader rank stood guard. Engaged in conversation. Old Luo, how long do you think it will take for them to scour the ghost orbs inside? I am not certain, but it should be much quicker than usual. After all, Lord Gaburo has entered. You have fought him and know how terrifying his strength is indeed. Aside from Moro, who was slightly stronger than Gaburo, no other leader-level beings could match him. It was truly frightening. Just a mere goblin possessed such formidable power. After emerging from the secret realm, Moro would likely no longer be his opponent. As they chatted, the ruins ahead suddenly stirred, and a circular portal materialized before them. The two stared, disbelief etched on their faces. They understood well when this portal would manifest. Either 3 months had elapsed, and the portal would automatically summon everyone out, or all the ghost orbs had been completely scavenged, prompting the exit of those inside. Although there had been instances of the orbs being cleared ahead of time, it typically took at least 2 months. Yet now, only half a month had passed, and they recognized the gravity of the situation. One of the Ghost Clan members hurried back to inform the various elders within. Soon, the first ghost emerged from the portal, followed by others, and gradually, elders from various clans, including Ying, arrived at the scene. However, as days passed, Gaburo still had not stepped out from the portal. This portal could only remain open for 3 days at most. If he did not emerge by then, he would be sealed inside forever. Chapter 30. Ascension to leader rank. At this moment, one ghost, upon emerging, swiftly approached a leader-level ghost and relayed the events that transpired inside. Upon hearing this, the leader-level ghost gaze fixated intensely on Ying. Ying, sensing the hostility, was bewildered by the sudden anger directed at her. Just then, another ghost approached Ying, recounting the happenings within. Upon learning of your slaying of a ghost, Ying confirmed repeatedly that you had only killed one, and she finally breathed a sigh of relief. On the 3rd day, the portal remained open, indicating that there were still individuals trapped inside. Everyone understood that you were undoubtedly alive, and those yet to emerge were likely you. In the afternoon, you finally stepped out of the portal. Unlike before, your height had now reached an impressive 3.5 meters. Over these 3 days, you had successfully ascended to leader rank. And due to the influence of ghost energy, you had undergone a beneficial mutation, continuing your evolution towards the Ghost Clan. You transformed into an extreme evil ghost goblin berserker, with a level cap 13 ranks higher than the average leader-level being, and you had comprehended 5 leader-level skills. Huawu accompanied you out, having vigilantly guarded your side to prevent ambushes from other ghost beasts. However, the moment you emerged, a leader-level ghost charged at you in a frenzy. Ying reacted instantly, attempting to intervene, but it was all too sudden. The attack landed on you first. Beast, prepare to accompany my son in death. You recognized the ghost before you as the father of Amo and understood his intent to kill you. As you watched the ghostly claws loom larger, a massive hand appeared, seemingly poised to unleash a tragedy. Despite your ascension to leader rank, no one believed you could defeat a leader-level being. In the next moment, you caught the ghostly hand with both hands, propelling yourself backward. Although your strength surpassed that of an ordinary leader-level being, there remained a considerable gap compared to genuine leader-level entities. Nonetheless, the attack, capable of killing even top-tier leader-level beings, only left you with minor injuries. Immediately after, Ying's claws pierced through the chest of the leader-level ghost. Her expression was one of immense fury. After nurturing you for so long, just as the moment of harvest approached, she witnessed someone else thwart it. Although the leader-level ghost was wounded by Ying's ambush, he still managed to withstand her attack. Just as the confrontation was about to escalate, you slowly rose from the ground, dusting yourself off as if nothing had transpired. All eyes were fixed upon you in astonishment. They could hardly believe you had survived such a terrifying assault. You smiled at Ying, saying, "Lady Ying, I am unharmed." "Weren't you going to introduce me to the king? You're unharmed?" Ying replied, her face a mask of disbelief. Hearing her words, you meticulously examined your body and discovered a nearly healed wound on your chest. With a pitiful expression, you said, "I am injured. I bled." Gazing at the wound that was on the verge of healing, Ying's eyes twitched uncontrollably. Even more numb was the leader-level ghost who had ambushed you. Blood dripped continuously from the gaping hole in his chest created by Ying. Witnessing your minor injury nearing complete healing, he felt a wave of frustration wash over him, nearly choking on his own blood. However, he refrained from attacking you again, as Ying was now on guard. Another strike would not enable him to eliminate you here, he coldly declared. "I will seek justice for my son from the king." With that, the leader-level ghost departed the scene. Ying approached you, stating, "Do not worry. I have grasped the situation. Given your current talent and strength, the king would not dare to truly harm you." "Yes, Lady Ying." Satisfied by your composed demeanor, Ying inquired, "What is your current strength? How much progress have you made since your ascension?" As she spoke, her gaze fixated on you, now more handsome after your evolution, if judged solely by your features. You could almost rival an elf. Coupled with your robust physique, your male allure had reached new heights. It seemed Ying wished to exploit her authority to coerce you into actions that crossed ethical boundaries. "As for my strength, I believe I have no rivals of the same rank. However, I am still uncertain about the gap between leader and lord ranks. I might need your assistance for testing." "If that wouldn't be too much trouble, Lady Ying, if it were anyone else requesting a test, I would find it cumbersome. But for you, I wouldn't mind the duration." As she spoke, Ying's gaze grew increasingly audacious, as if attempting to see through your very being. Unfazed by her scrutiny, you acknowledged that Ying had always regarded you in such a manner. Now, her intentions were merely more blatant, unbeknownst to you. A short distance behind, Hua Wu harbored a hint of hostility in her gaze towards Ying. "Then I shall trouble you, Lady Ying. Follow me." You accompanied Ying back to your clan's territory, where she conducted an assessment of your strength. You intentionally withheld a portion of your power, not revealing your true capabilities. Nevertheless, the strength you did display astonished Ying. Subsequently, Ying brought you before the king. Amo's father was also present, seemingly preparing to lodge a complaint against you. Initially intending to punish you, the king rescinded the penalty after witnessing your formidable strength and granted you a new position, bestowing upon you equal rights with other leader-level ghosts. The Ghost King's fondness for you exceeded your expectations. You understood that with leader-level authority, you could essentially do as you pleased within the Ghost Clan's territory. Thus, you could revisit your former clan's progress while simultaneously searching for Kana's whereabouts. However, you did not neglect Ying's feelings. She had treated you well over the years, and you had no intention of abandoning her. Upon acquiring your own territory, your first action was to seek out Ying. Chapter 31. The 19th year simulation in the dead of night. You arrived at Ying's chamber, presenting her with the long-desired gift. The following day, Ying emerged from her room, tenderly linking her arm with yours, her expression soft. Her subordinates gazed at you in disbelief, astonished that someone could win over Ying's heart. In the same year, you briefly departed from the Ghost Clan, seeking out your former kin, only to discover that the clan leader was Jebula. Upon seeing you after such a long absence, Jebula exhibited immense excitement. Subsequently, through your persuasion, you successfully integrated them into your territory, by the 13th year. Your power had grown significantly stronger, yet you encountered certain troubles. Despite your leadership status, you had unexpectedly acquired your own exclusive domain. Consequently, many within the Ghost Clan harbored resentment towards you, frequently undermining your subordinates, which hindered the development of your territory. You were acutely aware of this and chose to endure in silence, waiting for the opportune moment to strike back decisively. By the 18th year, your prowess advanced at an astonishing pace, allowing you to contend evenly with some of the weaker lord-level beings. However, this was merely the strength you displayed outwardly. In truth, your actual power had reached the mid-level of lord beings. Your formidable combat capability was largely attributable to your skills, which were remarkably honed, far surpassing that of the average Ghost Clan member. Most lord-level beings lacked your proficiency. That same year, due to your rapid growth, those who had previously troubled you gradually faded into obscurity, some even coming to curry favor with you. Although you had acquired the ability to retaliate, you opted to continue exercising patience in that same year. You departed from the Beast Forest, journeying to the Kono Plain, where you successfully rescued Kana. However, Your fearsome appearance frightened off everyone except Kana. Gazing at her with a face full of trepidation, you softly remarked, "You are a half-elf? Are you not? You are not of pure human descent." Kana looked at you in disbelief. Although she possessed elven blood, she had always disguised her heritage, believing no one could discern it. Though her astonishment. You saw through her facade effortlessly. It seems my guess was not amiss. You are indeed a half-elf. Come with me. I shall take you to a place where you can thrive. Your life in the human world must not be a pleasant one. Upon hearing your words, Kana paused momentarily, then nodded in agreement to accompany you back to the beast forest. I understand. You saved my life, so I shall naturally heed your wishes, she replied, a hint of trepidation in her voice. Subsequently, you escorted Kana back to your territory within the beast forest. After bringing her to your domain, you found yourself grappling with how to informing about this matter, as you intended to marry Kana in the future. However, it wasn't long before Ing discovered Kana's presence. Surprisingly, Ing did not react with fury. Instead, she pulled you into a room and calmly stated, "If you desire another partner, that is acceptable, but you must guarantee that I shall always remain your top priority." Without a moment's hesitation, you acquiesced to Ying's request, then positioned Kana by your side as your personal aide. As Kana shared the same space with you, she nervously surveyed her surroundings, astonished by the opulence of the architecture within the beast forest. The journey had revealed that the Ghost clan members and several high-ranking magical beasts treated you with great respect, deepening Kana's caution. She could not comprehend why such a powerful magical being would appear in a place like the Kona Plain and save someone as insignificant as herself. At that moment, you were engrossed in reading at your desk, having already noticed Kana's anxiety. However, you chose not to explicitly reassure her, allowing her to consider this place as her home. You simply continued with your tasks. Now, with the assistance of a diligent little secretary, Kana, please fetch me the 7th book from the left on the 3rd row of the 2nd bookshelf, you instructed. Upon hearing your command, Kana quickly rose to retrieve the book, only to discover that it was inscribed in the language of humans. She was taken aback that a creature of your kind would endeavor to learn human knowledge, yet she dared not inquire further. Naturally, you had no intention of explaining, for within this simulation, you understood that your memories might be entirely inherited by your external self. Thus, you endeavored to absorb the knowledge of this world, expanding your intellectual repertoire. By the 19th year, Kana had fully acclimated to life in your domain and frequently stole glances at you. You were aware that Kana had developed feelings for you, and you decided to find an opportunity to address the nature of your relationship. One evening, observing Kana sitting obediently at a distance, you remarked, "Kana, I hear you have been studying alchemy lately. Do you aspire to become an alchemist?" "Yes, Lord Gobro, becoming an alchemist has been my dream since childhood," she replied. "Then during your idle moments, feel free to peruse alchemical texts here and learn. If you have any questions, do not hesitate to ask. I possess some insights into alchemy. By the way, have you brought any of the alchemical books you were reading with you? I would like to see them." Upon hearing your words, Kana hesitated momentarily, then eagerly nodded. "Oh, yes, I will fetch them right away." Kana's heart raced wildly. Although she had been in your presence for a year, they had never shared any intimate interactions. She had only observed you from afar, sensing that you were unlike other magical beings, who were often crude and savage, while you exuded elegance and a passion for learning. Spending most of your time reading or cultivating, upholding a clear distinction between reward and punishment, and valuing the worthy. She had never encountered a magical being like you. Nervously approaching your side, you pulled out a chair. "Sit." Kana, glancing at the chair almost touching yours, trembled slightly as she took her seat beside you. Yet you remained focused, diligently explaining the intricacies of alchemical knowledge. Kana quickly became immersed in the sea of knowledge. As the session concluded, you remarked, "If you master this book within a week, I can grant you a reward. Is there anything you desire?" Initially calm due to the study, Kana's heart began to race once more at your words. "A reward? Anything is permissible? Indeed, I can accommodate some of your requests, even if they are somewhat extravagant," you replied with a hint of enticement. "Then, Lord Gobro, may I ask you to take me for a stroll in the beast forest? I have yet to explore anywhere beyond the Ghost Clan's territory. The stroll. I am quite busy every day," you responded. Kana's face fell at your words, You are busy, of course. After all, you are a lord. How could you concern yourself with the thoughts of someone as trivial as I? If Kana truly accomplishes this, I would have no choice but to delegate my responsibilities to Gobro and the others so I could accompany you. You mused. Kana paused for a moment before realizing that you had indeed acquiesced. I will not go unless you have mastered this book. You reminded her with that. Kana promptly began to delve into the book in her hands. A week later, you took Kana to explore some safer and more scenic areas within the Beast Forest. Along the way, you held her hand under the pretense of ensuring she did not get lost. Once Kana was grasped by your hand, she seemed entranced, following you wherever you led. Thanks to your presence, the path was devoid of any dangers. A few months later, Kana became one of your concubines. While a significant event unfolded within the Ghost Clan, the birth of the Ghost King's child, who possessed royal-level potential. Once they reached adulthood, they would undoubtedly become a powerful being surpassing even the Ghost King. A month later, you had the fortune of witnessing the Ghost King's child. The Ghost Clan members were inherently strong. Even the most ordinary among them was at least an elite-level being upon birth. However, the Ghost King's child was different. At merely 1 month old, they had already attained the rank of a leader, prompting you to reflect on the inequities of the world. You had toiled tirelessly for 20 years to reach the leader level. While some were born into such status in the 20th year, the Ghost King summoned you personally. You were puzzled by this summons, uncertain why the Ghost King would wish to meet you at this juncture. Following the agreed-upon time, you presented yourself before the Ghost King, who regarded you with an expression of satisfaction upon your arrival. He then spoke. I have heard that you have managed your territory exceptionally well. In less than a decade, you have gradually caught up to other lords' domains. Not at all, my king, that I owe much to the assistance of other lords, which has enabled the rapid development of my territory. It is not solely my accomplishment, and I must also express gratitude for the prime land you bestowed upon me, which has facilitated such swift growth. I owe this opportunity to you, my king. The Ghost King appeared pleased by your modesty, his face reflecting a sense of pride. Since you are so eager to express your gratitude, a chance has arisen for you to do so. I have a task for you. Would you be willing to accept it? Please, my king, become my son's tutor. Upon hearing the Ghost King's words, your head jerked up in disbelief. How could he entrust the education of his treasured child to you? Surely there were many other Lord-level Ghost Clan members who could fulfill this role. Subsequently, the Demon King continued, do not overthink this matter. The fact that I entrust my son to your tutelage is a testament to my trust in you and an affirmation of your capabilities. Simply focus on educating my son, for I shall be conducting an assessment in due course. Indeed, my lord. However, you did not fully believe the words of the Demon King. It felt to you that there must be some underlying issue within the Demon Clan, likely stemming from its internal affairs. Otherwise, the Demon King would not have entrusted his beloved son to someone who is not even a member of the demon race. Come with me. I shall take you to meet my son. Very well. Before long, you found yourself once again in the presence of the Demon King's offspring. Observing the young prince, who was still shorter than your own calves, surrounded by a group of higher-ranking demons doting upon him, you fell into deep contemplation. Upon noticing your arrival, the demon prince rushed towards you exclaiming, Father! Yes, this is your new teacher whom I have appointed. You will go to his domain and train diligently under him. Upon hearing the Demon King's words, the young prince cast a fleeting glance in your direction before promptly losing interest. Although your appearance bore a striking resemblance to that of the demon race, and you exuded a strong aura of demonic energy, you were ultimately not one of them. Realizing that this young lad looked down upon goblins, you resolved to impart a lesson to this arrogant youth. Father, I do not fancy this teacher. Please assign me a lord-level demon as my instructor. In response to the prince's demands, the Demon King merely replied, although he shares your current rank as a leader-level being, he possesses the strength to vanquish lord-level demons. After the Demon King spoke, the Demon Prince regarded you with surprise, then declared, let us engage in a duel. If you can defeat me, I shall accept you as my teacher. However, should you prove to be like those incompetent fools over there, you will become my subordinate and call me Big Brother. Upon hearing the young prince's words, you glanced into the distance and recognized those higher-ranking demons as former subordinates you had bested in the past. Although they were your defeated foes, they should not be capable of being outmatched by the Demon Prince, especially considering that he was still a mere leader-level being, likely not even half a year old. Even with rapid advancements, he could hardly surpass level 20, while a typical leader-level monster would range from a minimum of level 41 to a maximum of 50, barring any mutations. Given such a significant level disparity, if these leader-level demons did not intentionally go easy, the prince before you might indeed possess exceptional talent. With this thought in mind, you nodded earnestly. Very well, if I lose, I shall serve as your subordinate. If you lose, you will acknowledge me as your teacher, correct? Not entirely foolish, he retorted. With that, a towering 5-meter-tall magic golem manifested behind him, resembling an enlarged version of the Demon Prince. Recognizing this skill, you understood it to be the Demon Path Golem, a technique that could only be grasped by Lord-level demons. The fact that the prince, still only at the leader level, had already mastered such a skill spoke volumes of his remarkable aptitude. Realizing that he indeed possessed considerable prowess, you felt no anxiety, as you were not without your own strengths. Soon, the Demon Prince charged towards you. 1 minute later, the golem vanished, and the Demon Prince stood before you and the Demon King. His face swollen and resembling that of a pig, yet he maintained an obedient posture. Chapter 33. A born villain, my lord, rest assured, I shall take excellent care of Magli. Indeed, Xiao Luo, I have complete confidence in your abilities. With Magli entrusted to you, I shall not inquire further. As the Demon King departed, you pondered thoughtfully. Since your acquaintance with him, the Demon King had always been amicable, which struck you as peculiar, starkly contrasting with other demons you had encountered, who were typically brimming with malice and volatile tempers. Moreover, it was clear that high-ranking demons did not necessarily exhibit greater restraint. On the contrary, the more powerful the demon, the more erratic their temperament. Unless one possessed absolute strength to dominate them, it also dawned upon you that the demon clan was not limited to just this singular Demon King. The others were exceptionally wrathful, thus, you found yourself questioning whether the Demon King was indeed a true demon. With the Demon King gone, you turned to Magli, who was gazing at you with an expression of fervent enthusiasm. Despite having been soundly beaten, he bore no ill will, as you were the first individual to best him at the leader level. You are impressive. Having defeated me, I can now call you teacher, but this title is only temporary. I am still far too young. Give me 10 years, and by then, you shall certainly not be my match. At that point, you will have to call me Big Brother. Upon hearing the words of this young demon, you couldn't help but chuckle, replying, I recall that demons only come of age at 60, by then. You may only ascend to royal rank in 10 years' time. It may even be challenging for you to reach lord level. What, is a lord level not sufficient to deal with you? You remained unfazed by Magli's audacious tone. After all, he was still just a child. You had no intention of engaging in a battle of wits with him, yet you resolved to ensure he had a complete childhood. With your innate talent, perhaps you may indeed manage it. Now, come along to my territory. All right, as you spoke, you led Magli towards your domain. The further you strayed from the central clan territory, the more you sensed that something significant must be afoot within the demon race. For your territory was the most remote area among them. It was perplexing that the Demon King would send his own son to such a desolate location. While contemplating, you were suddenly drawn to Magli's subtle movements as he deftly caught a wild rabbit hiding in a bush, skillfully plucking the creature's fur one by one. Listening to the rabbit's cries of anguish, Magli's eyes sparkled with delight. Witnessing this scene, you were not particularly shocked. The demon race's nature was inherently cruel, and Magli, being a newly born child, possessed the most untainted malice, devoid of any concealment. You took the rabbit from his grasp and swiftly broke its neck, granting it a swift end. This was not an attempt to correct Magli, for you understood that demons were born as villains. Attempting to reform them would be a futile endeavor. Seeing your actions, Magli looked at you in confusion, to which you replied nonchalantly, when you must take a life. Do not dawdle. Developing such habits will only hinder you in future battles. Upon receiving your counsel, Magli shrugged dismissively, stating, for now, you are my teacher and stronger than I. I will heed your words. However, once I surpass you, I shall disregard such notions. As he spoke, Magli regarded you with fervent eyes, and in that moment, you comprehended his intentions. He viewed you as his prey, determined to take your life with his own hands. You refrained from pondering what had provoked such animosity from Magli, for you understood that the demon race's hatred was often baseless. More often than not, they simply wished to eliminate you without reason. Realizing this, you resolved to intensify your training, striving to remain a step ahead of Magli. Before long, you returned to your territory with Magli in tow. He surveyed your domain, which radiated harmony, a stark contrast to the realm of the Demon King. Leaving him utterly astonished, as he had never encountered such a peaceful place before, however, he was quickly overcome by a strong sense of revulsion. He could not bear to witness such tranquility and felt an urge to obliterate it. "My lord, follow me, I shall take you to the place you are destined to inhabit." Noticing Magli in a daze, you initially failed to perceive his peculiar behavior, assuming he was merely taken aback by the novelty of this location. "Oh," he replied coldly. Subsequently, you guided Magli to the military camp, intending for him to learn the ropes of managing troops while gaining insight into the lives of the lower-ranking soldiers, so that he might better govern the demon clan in the future. As he observed the remarkably orderly military ranks before him, Magli appeared perplexed by your intentions. You explained your rationale to him. "My lord, you already possess great power. Now, you must learn how to be an emperor. Managing the military is but one of the many skills you must master. Rather than merely telling you, I believe it is best for you to experience this life firsthand, of course, given your exceptional strength. Your training regimen will differ from that of the average soldier." Upon hearing your words, excitement gleamed in Magli's eyes, for he could sense the murderous intent emanating from each soldier, which was several times that of ordinary demons. This was a truly formidable army, and he relished the atmosphere. 6 days later, Magli was drenched in sweat from rigorous training. After observing him over the past few days, you discerned that his stamina was not particularly impressive. He struggled to endure the training regimen set for the average soldier multiplied by 4. It appeared that Magli's strength was not derived from his attributes, but rather from the remarkable skills he was innately endowed with. During these 6 days, you also witnessed the terrifying potential of a demon possessing royal-level capabilities. Through your grueling training methods, Magli's level had directly increased by 1, a feat that, in your eyes, seemed nearly impossible. Moreover, the soldiers in your camp, inspired by the fact that even a young child like Magli could accomplish training tasks far beyond their own capabilities, became even more diligent in their efforts. A month later, you reduced the training intensity for Imoli, who expressed great dissatisfaction and angrily confronted you. "Why have you diminished my training? Are you afraid my strength will surpass yours?" You calmly replied, "That is not the case. You are still but a child. For your kind, high-ranking demons, appropriate training during childhood suffices. Excessively rigorous training may deplete your potential, while your progress is swift now. If the foundation is compromised, future advancement will be as daunting as ascending to the heavens, perhaps even preventing you from reaching your rightful potential." Chapter 34. Ascending to Lord level, you earnestly explained to Imoli the drawbacks of prolonged high-intensity training for a child. Yet he seemed unable to grasp your point and argued against you. "What you spoke of pertains only to ordinary demon children. How can they be compared to me, your majesty? Teacher, I believe I can still handle a greater training load. What I am currently enduring is merely trivial." Hearing Imoli's defiance, you remained unfazed and gently elucidated. "Imoli, true top-tier powerhouses are seldom mere brutes relying solely on raw strength. The reason for your reduced training is that there are far more significant matters awaiting your attention, which will empower you further." Your words successfully diverted Imoli's focus. He acquiesced to a reasonable reduction in his training regimen and followed you to learn other essential skills. You utilized this newfound time to impart knowledge that a competent manager should possess and to instruct him on how to become an upper echelon figure. Fortunately, Imoli quickly became engrossed in your teachings and made rapid progress. You felt a sense of satisfaction regarding his advancement and began to entertain the notion of winning Imoli over. Should your strength ascend to king or even emperor level in the future, perhaps Imoli could serve as your aid. Although he was indeed perilous in the right hands, he could become a formidable weapon. In the 21st year, Imoli had been learning under your guidance for 7 months. During this time, his growth was remarkable. Compared to 7 months ago, he now exhibited a more restrained demeanor and acted with far greater composure, showing no traces of childhood. Simultaneously, he held you in high regard. The more he learned, the more he recognized the vast chasm between you, understanding why his father had urged him to study under you. In the 22nd year, the Demon King departed from the territory, instructing you to assist Imoli diligently, as he would be away for an extended period. As the Demon King left, an ominous premonition settled within you. You sensed that a monumental upheaval loomed within the demon clan, and you prepared to escape with core members at any moment. Though your army had grown significantly in strength, you understood that, in the face of true power, a force comprised predominantly of elites was far from formidable. That same year, internal conflicts erupted among the demon clans, with skirmishes breaking out between various chieftains' territories. Yours included. Amu's father, Anala, seized this rare opportunity to incessantly harass your domain. Rather than feeling daunted by Anala's aggression, you regarded it as an opportunity to hone Imoli's abilities. Currently, Anala's forces were divided into three, launching a simultaneous assault on your territory. You intended to send Imoli to confront one of the armies, of course, with Goblin aiding him. Though Goblin was merely at the pinnacle of the leader level, he possessed a wealth of experience and a calm demeanor. Having him by Imoli's side would undoubtedly prove beneficial, and he could assist with any insurmountable challenges. Understood, teacher. You pointed out the map to Imoli. Anala's forces were brutishly organized, launching a straightforward assault via land, sea, and air, showing no inclination for tactical cooperation among the three divisions. After careful consideration, Imoli ultimately chose to lead an army against the aerial division. Observing his selection and the preparations he had made, you mentally acknowledged his thoroughness. Despite it being his first time commanding troops in battle, he was well prepared, theoretically speaking. You had resolved that if Imoli were to falter, you would reprimand him sternly, for while the demon clan was undeniably formidable, they were predominantly arrogant fools, and given their outdated mindset, it was nearly impossible for Imoli to lose if he performed normally. Nevertheless, you remained prepared for the possibility of his defeat. After all, in this world, the only person one could truly rely on was oneself. Soon after, you officially engaged in full-scale warfare with Anala. Utilizing your extensive experience and advanced tactics, you routed Anala's forces, forcing them to retreat in disarray. Your personal confrontation with Anala resulted in a stalemate. You sensed a slight disparity in strength between you, which did not surprise you, as he was a top-tier lord while you had yet to reach the pinnacle of leader level. However, this difference was marginal, and he could not vanquish you, so you remained unperturbed. Before long, news of Imoli's success reached you. Faced with the utter collapse of his forces, Anala dispatched a letter urging your surrender, offering you a chance at survival before the decisive battle commenced. Amused by Anala's proposition, you had no intention of slaying him. Firstly, you were uncertain when the Demon King would return, and secondly, with your current strength, you were indeed incapable of eliminating Anala. You sought out Ing, hoping she might ally with you, assuming that, given your marital ties, she would be inclined to cooperate. However, to your surprise, she declined your request. After being rebuffed by Ing, you felt a twinge of disappointment, yet you quickly rallied your spirits. Without her assistance, you would merely be unable to eliminate Anala. But you could still take him down after breaking through to the leader level. Half a year later, you completely decimated Anala's army. Unable to accept his defeat, Anala chose not to flee but instead challenged your entire force single-handedly. Ultimately, after 7 days and nights of relentless combat, Anala perished from exhaustion, though your own forces suffered significant casualties. Nevertheless, you acquired all of Anala's territories and a wealth of precious treasures, in the 23rd year. Your strength surged significantly due to the treasures from Anala's domain. By the 24th year, you had reached the pinnacle of the leader level, empowered by the spoils of Anala's territory. By the 33rd year, your strength transcended to the lord level, evolving into the extreme evil goblin hero, standing at an imposing 5 meters tall, with a substantial increase in power and an upper limit on your levels 10 levels higher than the average lord-level beings, with beneficial mutations. Each evolution consumes 3 levels of mutation cap. Chapter 35. Such humiliation is unbearable in the same year. Upon hearing of your breakthrough, Ing did not personally come to congratulate you. Instead, she allied with other demons, planning to conspire against you. You felt no surprise at Ing's betrayal. Your relationship had fractured years ago, and the cause lay not with you but with her. She was a domineering woman, unable to accept that her partner had surpassed her in strength. Yet, she still harbored a twisted affection for you, intending to incapacitate you and then keep you for herself. However, you and Ing shared similar motives. Despite the terrifying coalition of 6 demon lords, you understood that, given their capabilities, they would struggle to pose a genuine threat to your life in one-on-one combat. You were confident you could eliminate them swiftly. You planned to capture Ing after defeating them, intending to teach her a lesson. Although facing 6 lords was daunting, their forces were roughly on par with yours, and during the past decade, Emoli had also ascended to the lord level. Even after reaching this level, he remained no match for you, continuing to respectfully address you as teacher and obeying your commands. In the ensuing battles, the two of you faced 6 opponents, more precisely, Emoli against 1 while you confronted 5. Despite having only just reached the lord level, your strength significantly exceeded that of a typical lord. Ing and the other 4 demon lords found themselves questioning their existence as you effortlessly dominated them. Your skill proficiency allowing you to strike with the force of 10 punches with a single blow. Before long, the 6 demon lords were driven into retreat. However, just as you were about to deliver a fatal blow to one of them, a powerful aura emerged from the distance, compelling you to cease combat. You turned your gaze toward the source, where a familiar figure appeared in the center of the battlefield. What is the meaning of this? I leave for merely over a decade, and you have descended into chaos? Staring at the seemingly benevolent smile of the Demon King, now perhaps referred to as the Demon Emperor, you were taken aback. Over the past decade, you had come to understand his true intentions. Every century, a battle among the 7 demon kings determined which one would survive, with the victor absorbing the other's magic to ascend to the rank of Demon Emperor. You had not anticipated that the Demon King of your territory would emerge victorious from such a conflict. Though you feigned respect outwardly, internally, you silently derided this old fool for not yet meeting his demise. Had he not appeared, you would have been on the verge of seizing control over the entire demon clan. The Ghost Emperor remained oblivious to your inner curses, merely stating with a hint of indifference, "You all ought to be aware of my whereabouts over the past years. I have now returned triumphantly. During my absence, I chose not to interfere with the unruly antics that transpired within my domain. However, from this point forward, I expect you to refrain from any further conflicts. Just as you did before, the fear of disobeying the Ghost Emperor loomed over you. Subsequently, his gaze settled upon Emoli, appraising her with evident satisfaction. He then turned to you, saying, "Gaburo, you have done remarkably well in teaching this child. Li, entrusting her to you was indeed a wise decision. Here is your reward." As he spoke, the Ghost Emperor tossed a single eye toward you. This was the eye of the Ghost King, the most formidable among the 7 Ghost Kings in terms of ocular techniques. By exchanging this eye with your own, your ocular abilities would be significantly enhanced. "Thank you, Your Majesty." The Ghost Emperor effortlessly resolved the tensions between you, intensifying your desire to elevate your own strength. Thereafter, he took Emoli under his wing for personal nurturing, while you continued to oversee your territory. Your domain had become the largest among the remaining 6 powerful lords, granting you the richest resources, instilling confidence that you would not be overtaken in the days to come. In the same year, you replaced your eye with that of the Ghost King, acquiring the eye of the Ghost King, enabling you to unleash potent mental assaults and rendering you immune to illusions below the royal level. By the 34th year, Hua Wu and Ka Ina each bore you a child. And upon their birth, both were elite beings, especially your daughter with Hua Wu, who emerged as a peak elite being, destined for extraordinary achievements with her high goblin and ghost lineage. You named your daughter with Hua Wu Huai Heir and your daughter with Ka Ina Kalan Heir, choosing not to bestow upon them the common goblin surname, as you felt it did not align with the grace of your beautiful daughters. After having daughters, your perspective shifted. You began to cherish the thought of living together with your family, now solely focused on protecting them. As your mindset evolved, you took a well-deserved rest, no longer dedicating every moment to enhancing your power, but rather pursuing a transformation of spirit. By the 51st year, your daughters had matured into renowned beauties within your territory, while you had ascended to level 60. Reaching the upper limit point one more step would elevate you to a royal being. Yet the difficulty of achieving that was far greater than ascending to the leader level, making such an advancement nearly impossible in the short term. In the same year, Ing achieved royal status. Upon her elevation, she immediately arrived within your territory and, using her formidable powers, forcibly took you away. In your captivity, apart from daily training and intimate moments with Ing, you found yourself stripped of nearly all rights, enduring a humiliating existence that you could bear no longer. You trained relentlessly, yearning to escape Ying's grasp. By the 55th year, you learned from Ing that the more powerful a mutated creature becomes, the greater the difficulty of breaking through. Thus, some creatures would forego mutation altogether in pursuit of higher levels. By the 60th year, despite having reached 60 years of age, your appearance remained strikingly youthful. At this point, you had been imprisoned by Ing for a full 9 years. Suddenly, you heard commotion outside, and upon glancing out the window, you beheld two beautiful girls battling against Ing. Instantly recognizing them as your daughters, you noted how they had grown even more enchanting in your absence. However, your daughters, being merely leader-level beings, were swiftly subdued by Ing. Yet, upon discovering their identity, Ing chose not to execute them, allowing them to leave unharmed. That night, as usual, Ing entered your chamber, intent on bestowing her affections upon you. Ing, did my daughters come by today? You inquired. Hearing your question, Ing nodded lightly before pushing you to the ground, using her formidable strength to restrain you, preventing any further words from escaping your lips. By the 75th year, your wild beast fury reached its maximum and evolved into Ghost Beast Aura at level 1. The powerful aura coursed through every corner of your being, amplifying your attacks to at least 12 times their former strength. Furthermore, any contact with your body would allow the Ghost Beast Aura to infiltrate the enemy, wreaking havoc on their bodily functions and proving exceedingly difficult to escape once it latched on. Regardless of the immense power of the Ghost Beast Aura, you still found yourself unable to contend with Ing, primarily because you could not bear to harm her. By the 76th year, Ing became pregnant, and she ceased to confine your freedom. In that moment, you realized that Ing merely desired to have a child with you. Yet leaving her side was still out of the question. By the 77th year, your child with Ing was born, a daughter. Thankfully, you harbored no preference for sons over daughters, and in fact, you cherished daughters even more. Ultimately, you named her Ming, following the pattern of single-character names like her mother. After her birth, Ying's temperament appeared to soften considerably, a transformation you greatly appreciated. However, once Ying's body recovered, she reverted to her former regal self. By the 83rd year, you broke through to the royal level and evolved into the extreme evil ghost Goblin King. You could hardly believe your rapid ascension to royal status. Ing was equally astonished, for she was 200 years your senior, having reached royal status only as she approached 300. Despite her own swift breakthrough, she could hardly fathom how you managed it before reaching 100. Following your ascension, you could suppress Ing without inflicting harm upon her, finally regaining your freedom and successfully arranging for Ing, Hua Wu, and Ka-e-na to cohabit, leading a life befitting a king. Apart from Ing, you kept your royal breakthrough a secret, fearing that your extraordinary talent might incite the Ghost Emperor's jealousy. By the 97th year, your progress had stagnated. Advancing further after becoming a royal being proved to be a formidable challenge. Nevertheless, your skill levels had significantly improved over the years, contributing to an overall enhancement of your abilities, though still insignificant when compared to royal peers. On your 100th birthday, you celebrated quietly without grand festivities, merely gathering family and friends for a simple meal. Though you had reached a century, your appearance remained youthful and handsome, defying the typical visage of a creature of darkness. In the same year, you entrusted most of your territorial authority to Ming, stepping back from governance, only intervening in significant decisions. You then embraced a peaceful retirement, immersing yourself in personal pursuits. By the 102nd year, you learned of the whereabouts of the Elven tribe and resolved to explore their legendary territory. You had read of a mystical spring known as the Fountain of Life within the Elven lands. which significantly enhanced vitality for both humans and magical beasts. Thus, you began your search for the Elven realm. By the 105th year, you found the Elven territory. However, the elves were not welcoming to a creature like you. Sensing the presence of at least a royal being among them, you refrained from using forceful means, opting instead to linger around the outskirts of their domain. A few elven maidens, driven by curiosity rather than your striking appearance, approached you to discuss the potential offspring of elves and other races. You, however, were not enamored by their beauty and declined to engage in such discussions. After some time, you noticed a young elven girl surrounded by 4 leader-level magical wolves on the periphery of the elven territory. Recognizing her youth and elite-level strength, you could not ignore the situation if you wished to foster a positive relationship with the elves. You immediately intervened, unleashing a fearsome aura that stunned the 4 wolves. Before they could react, your fists struck them down simultaneously, while your hand shielded the elven girl's eyes to spare her the gruesome sight of their demise. However, your fearsome presence attracted the attention of patrolling elves, who, upon seeing a 5-meter-tall creature shielding an elven maiden, assumed you intended to abduct her. They swiftly retaliated with arrows aimed at you. Fearing for the elven girl's safety, you raised your arm to deflect the projectiles. Due to your immense power, the arrows merely grazed your flesh, and as the girl regained her senses, she exclaimed, "Tala Gidge, please don't misunderstand. He just saved me. Do not attack him." Upon hearing the words of the elven maiden, the elven patrollers immediately ceased their assault and hurried over to assess the maiden's condition as well as your injuries. Once they confirmed the veracity of her words, the patrol captain, named Tara, sincerely apologized to you and used natural magic to heal your wounds, simultaneously extending an invitation for you to visit the Elven realm. Faced with this invitation, you feigned hesitation before inquiring, "Will my appearance frighten the elves within their realm?" Upon hearing your words, Tara quickly reassured you, "Fear not, my friend. The elves do not judge based on outward appearances, and truth be told, you are quite handsome." Gazing at your face with utmost seriousness, she uttered these words. After contemplating her response, you nodded and replied, "I understand. Then I shall accompany you." Witnessing your agreement to visit the Elven domain, Tara and her companions were filled with joy. Along the path to the Elven territory, the young maiden you had rescued occasionally engaged you in conversation. When they learned you were a goblin, they were astounded, for they had never encountered such a formidable creature of your kind. Chapter 37. The Spring of Life, the Mutated Goblin King. Before long, you followed Tara and her companions and successfully arrived at the Elven territory. The moment you set foot in this enchanting realm, you were captivated by the breathtaking scenery that lay before you. The Elven domain was adorned with towering trees, each over a century old, with many reaching a millennium in age. The elves resided within the natural hollows formed in these magnificent trees, which bore luminous, peculiar fruits that illuminated the forest shrouded by the great trunks. In the heart of this woodland stood a pristine lake, devoid of any impurities, where one could clearly see the bottom. Gazing upon this dreamlike landscape, you felt an overwhelming sense of yearning. Soon, many elves regarded you with a mix of trepidation and curiosity. However, upon noticing Tara and her companions beside you, their apprehension seemed to dissipate considerably. Although they had encountered magical beasts before, they had seldom seen one as powerful as yourself. Under the scrutiny of so many elven eyes, you felt no anxiety. Rather, you reveled in the experience. True to the whispers that had reached your ears, the elves indeed embodied beauty and grace, making you feel as though you had stepped into paradise. Suddenly, Tara addressed you, "Gobro, our customs dictate that all foreign magical creatures must first meet with an elder of our kind to ensure there is no danger." "Very well, please, lead the way," you replied. Thus, Tara guided you toward the chamber of the elven elder, with the rescued maiden, Nolan, trailing closely behind. Before long, you encountered the elder Tara had mentioned. Although referred to as an elder, she was, in truth, a stunningly graceful figure, her skin as smooth as fine porcelain and her features radiating purity. Even you, with a steadfast resolve, found yourself momentarily entranced by her presence. "Aunt Misha, we have come to see you," Nolan whispered. Upon hearing Nolan's words, Misha glanced up at you, then fixed her gaze upon you. Utilizing your Demon King's eye, you discerned Nolan's rank. She was at the pinnacle of the Lord level, merely a step away from becoming a king. Such beings were not uncommon within the Elven territory, as you had previously encountered several royal elves nearby. You surmised that the overall strength of the Elven race was likely comparable to that of the Demon clan. Perhaps even slightly superior. Is this our guest? Misha inquired, her tone laced with curiosity. Yes, Aunt Misha, that I ventured outside today and encountered danger, but fortunately, this big brother saved me, Nolan explained. Instantly, Misha's demeanor shifted to one of concern. Are you hurt? No, I'm perfectly fine, Nolan reassured her. Misha then learned the full account of the events from Nolan. Once Misha confirmed that Nolan was unharmed, she sighed in relief and solemnly expressed her gratitude. Thank you, esteemed guest. If not for your intervention, we would have lost a precious little elf. Allow me to host you with a banquet in the Flower Grove. While you were unfamiliar with the term Flower Grove banquet, you nodded in agreement, assuming it to be a simple feast. However, as night fell and you beheld the graceful dancing of the elves, the array of fruits, and the bowl of pure, spiritually infused water before you, astonishment washed over you. You surmised that this must be the legendary water from the Spring of Life, which you had unexpectedly acquired so easily. Misha encouraged you to relax and enjoy the banquet at your leisure. As you did so, savoring the meal prepared especially for you, you felt an invigorating sensation wash over you after sipping the water from the Spring of Life. It felt as though every fiber of your being was being purified, and your magical energy surged dramatically. Moreover, the fruits of the Elven realm seemed markedly different from the ordinary. Each bite you took filled you with a refreshing and exhilarating essence, a sensation that rendered you almost euphoric. The Flower Grove banquet lasted throughout the night, and you found immense enjoyment in the festivities. Remarkably, this single banquet had elevated your rank by one level. Following the conclusion of the feast, the Elven monarch summoned you. As you beheld the woman before you, you could scarcely fathom that such exquisite beauty could exist in this world. You took great care to steady your composure, lest you betray any sense of disarray in the presence of the Elven Queen. Noticing your discomfort, the Elven Queen smiled and said, So, this esteemed goblin gentleman who has attained king level, what brings you to linger near our Elven territory? Yesterday, you even rescued our beloved little elf. Her voice was not as solemn as you had anticipated. Rather, it held a playful tone, seemingly intended to ease your tension. You spoke truthfully, in accordance with your thoughts. Your Majesty, I harbor no ill will towards the Elven race. As always, I was hunting in the forest when I chanced upon a few elves and was captivated by their presence. It was my first encounter with such beauty, and since then, I have wandered nearby, hoping to catch a glimpse of the elves again. Fortunately, they often appear in that vicinity, allowing me to see them a few times. I even managed to converse with some of them, which brought me great joy. It was only last night that I fortuitously rescued Nolan and subsequently received the invitation to the Flower Grove banquet. The Elven Queen gazed at you with her vibrant green eyes. Her gaze piercing through you. In that moment, it felt as though your breath had ceased. After a considerable pause, she smiled and said, Very well. I believe you. If you wish, you may continue to reside near our territory. But you cannot dwell within, as the aura of your demonic essence is rather potent. Long-term residence here could taint the Spring of Life, which is unacceptable. However, you are welcome to join us for our banquets from time to time. Understood. Thank you, you replied. No need for thanks. With that, you departed from the Elven Queen's abode and chose to settle in a cave near the Elven territory. Although you desired to reside within the tree hollows, none were large enough to accommodate your form. Meanwhile, individuals from the Demon clan had sent inquiries regarding your return, but you had no intention of going back. Your aim was to remain near the elves to partake in the Spring of Life. A century and 20 years later, you had established residence near the Elven territory for over a decade. During this time, Flower Dance and others frequently visited you, while Kaina, being half-elf, now lived among the elves and saw you daily. Thanks to your consistent consumption of the Spring of Life, your level had risen to 77, with an astonishing rate of growth, and you had successfully mutated into the Life Goblin King, with a level cap surpassing that of ordinary king-level beings by 14 levels. Chapter 38. Simulation concludes. Attribute surge. Moreover, after vanquishing a Lord-level slime, you acquired a transformation skill called All Forms, enabling you to assume the guise of any other race. However, this transformation did not significantly enhance your combat prowess. In some forms, it even diminished your strength. Now, whenever you encountered elves or attended their banquets, you would adopt the appearance of an ELF. To your surprise, your elven form was exceptionally handsome. In fact, among all the male elves in the territory, none could rival your transformed beauty. You took great satisfaction in your current appearance, while Nolan clung to you almost daily, though you regarded her merely as a daughter, harboring no other intentions. Your sole desire was to partake in more of the spring of life to further augment your strength. A century and 40 years later, due to your prolonged use of the spring of life, your level reached 81, merely 3 levels shy of the cap. Just as everything seemed to be progressing favorably, an unexpected figure appeared before you, Mori, gazing at the tall, alluring young man before you. Your thoughts drifted back a century. Mori's expression mirrored that of the first time you had encountered him, filled with rage and cruelty. Though he had feigned obedience and compliance beside you, his true nature had remained unchanged. His singular goal had always been to bring about your demise. Soon, you found yourself engaged in a fierce battle with Imoli. Although Imoli had ascended to the rank of a royal-level warrior, you were no pushover. However, the proximity to the territory of the elven race made you apprehensive about inadvertently harming them. Thus you maneuvered away while fighting. The might of a royal-level warrior surpassed your imagination. Despite being 11 levels above Imoli and possessing significantly greater proficiency, you were still at a disadvantage. This confrontation endured for 10 relentless days and nights, pushing you to your limits. Imoli, now utterly serious, had initially believed that his newfound royal status would allow him to easily crush you, only to realize he was mistaken. His strength surpassed yours, yet defeating you was not a trivial matter. Imoli recalled your teaching. A lion, when hunting a rabbit, uses all its strength. Once he gained the upper hand, he relentlessly deprived you of any chance to breathe. You found it impossible to turn the tide, having taught him too well. In terms of combat, he was in no way inferior to you. Ultimately, Imoli severed your head. You did not perish immediately. As he gazed upon your fallen form and severed head, his expression shifted. He realized that upon killing you, he did not experience the exhilaration he had anticipated. Instead, he was engulfed by an overwhelming sense of emptiness. Observing Imoli's despondent demeanor, you felt a profound astonishment. You had imagined he would be elated after your demise, yet he was not. However, you were on the brink of death and could not afford to ponder further. A quarter of an hour later, you passed away. Simulation concluded. Overall score, 15,400. This was a relatively successful life simulation. You may utilize your evaluation points to exchange for the following items. Option 1. Level up by 1. Consuming 1,000 evaluation points. Option 2. Acquire the complete memories of this life, consuming 1,500 points. Option 3. Max out Combat Instinct and Deadly Strike, evolving into Super Sensory Beast Fury, consuming 1,500 evaluation points. Option 4. Steel Body Level 1 level up by 1, consuming 100 evaluation points, repeatable. Option 5. Swift Wind Level 1 level up by 1, consuming 200 evaluation points, repeatable. Option 6. Regeneration Level 3, Focus Level 5. Tough Skin Level 1, Impact Absorption Level 1, Counterattack Level 1, Block Level 1. Level up one of these, consuming 40 points, repeatable. Option 7. Obtain Demon Mutation, consuming 13,000 evaluation points. Option 8. Gain Magical Expansion, consuming 800 evaluation points. After contemplating the 8 options presented and assessing his remaining balance, Gobro found himself in a dilemma, his gaze lingering on the Demon Mutation. He understood the immense benefits that the Demon Mutation could offer. However, purchasing it would leave him with just enough points for the memories of this life and a few skills. After much deliberation, he decided against acquiring the Demon Evolution. It seems that with each simulation I enter, I gain different avenues for evolution. The Demon Evolution does not appear to be a particularly powerful path. Be why foregoing it, I can purchase all the skills below and enhance my levels by 6. In that case, it would be wiser to increase my overall power. Having made his decision, Gobro elevated all skills, excluding the Demon Mutation, to their maximum level. After completing his purchases, he had 480 points remaining for the next talent draw. Name: Gobro. Race: Great Goblin. Template: Elite. Level: 2639. Stamina: 78. Strength: 116. Agility: 78. Spirit: 80. Charm: 7. Skills: Super Sensory Level 1, Beast Fury Level 1, Steel Body Level Max, Swift Wind Level Max, Regeneration Level Max, Focus Level Max, Tough Skin Level Max, Impact Absorption Level Max, Counterattack Level Max, Block Level Max, Frenzy Level 1, Life Reversal, Special Skill. Talents: Devour, Blue Eyes, Monster Language, Medium Stomach, Great Strength, Magical Expansion. Upon reviewing his new attributes, Gobro exhaled a long sigh of relief. However, evolving to the king level only cost him over 15,000 evaluation points, which was significantly less than he had anticipated. Nonetheless, it still represented a substantial boost to his power. System: how many magic crystals will I need for the next simulation? The next simulation requires 125 second-tier magic crystals or 250 first-tier magic crystals. Upon hearing this figure, Gobro hesitated. That's an excessive amount of magic crystals. I feel it may take me quite a while to gather such a sum. Exiting the system, a torrent of memories flooded into Gobro's mind, and simultaneously, his body began to expand. When he awoke again, the external light remained unchanged, indicating that little time had passed. Chapter 39. The Human Team. Gazing at the goblins training outside, Gobro felt as if he had emerged from a different era. With hundreds of years' worth of memories flooding back, his head throbbed. The sheer volume of knowledge acquired over the past 140 years was overwhelming, and he struggled to process it all at once. After taking a moment to recover, Gobro slowly exited the cave. Observing the rudimentary equipment surrounding him, he suddenly felt a deep discontent in his memories. He had grown accustomed to the opulent architecture of the demon race and the breathtaking landscapes of the elves. Although the camp had been tidied up under Gobro's guidance, the overall environment still remained dirty and chaotic. Yet, he understood that it would be impossible to change this situation in the short term. After a brief respite, Gobro cast a glance into the depths of the valley. A month had nearly passed, and the day for offering sacrifices to the lake monsters was approaching. Perhaps it was time to leave the valley. Just as he stepped out, Gobbly rushed over. "Boss, how about trying my new roasted meat?" As she spoke, she presented a golden-brown rabbit leg. Gobbly's gaze fell upon Gobro, and she couldn't shake the feeling that he seemed to have grown larger and even more handsome. Noticing Gobbly's attention, Gobro accepted the rabbit leg and took a hearty bite, devouring it in one go. The rabbit leg was perfectly roasted, crispy on the outside and tender within, with succulent meat complemented by a special jam. A delightful treat. "Not bad, you're making progress. You'll soon catch up to me," he praised. Hearing his compliment, Gobbly blushed. "I have something to attend to. You can continue with your work. Okay, boss." With that, Gobro departed the camp, following the memories to leave the valley. As he walked toward the marshy area from his recollections, the familiar scenery made him feel as though he had truly been there before. Before long, he arrived at his destination. Soon, Gobro spotted crocodiles camouflaged as wood in the marsh. However, alongside these crocodiles, he also noticed 4 humans. From their attire, it was evident they were a novice adventurer team. Among them was an adorably cute female priest, who stirred something within Gobro's heart. Nonetheless, he refrained from taking any action, hoping to remain undetected. Moreover, the crocodiles in the water might not even pose a threat to this human team. As the 4 traversed the marsh, one crocodile suddenly lunged from the water, aiming for one of them. Although the ambush was unexpected, the crocodile's low intelligence led it to target the wrong individual. Its intended victim was a warrior clad in ordinary leather armor, which was not easily dispatched by a single sneak attack. The crocodile's massive jaws clamped down on the thigh of the rookie warrior, yet the leather armor provided some cushioning, preventing his leg from being severed immediately. Reacting in panic, the rookie flailed his sword wildly, inadvertently stabbing the crocodile in its in pain. The crocodile instinctively released its grip. The others quickly surrounded the crocodile, swiftly dispatching it, while the priest rushed to heal the warrior's wounds. Meanwhile, The others began to carve up the valuable parts of the crocodile. Witnessing this scene from the shadows, Gobro nodded in approval, then effortlessly seized a crocodile that had attempted to ambush him by the neck. The crocodile thrashed wildly, its small claws flailing in vain. Unable to produce a sound in mere moments, its thick neck was crushed. However, the human team now faced a crisis. Drawn by the scent of blood, crocodiles began to surround them. Observing this, Gobro shook his head. Too slow. These humans are still inexperienced, and their actions are sluggish. The surrounding crocodiles have already caught on. The injured warrior from the human team despaired, saying, "Why are there so many crocodiles? Stop whining. The crocodiles aren't particularly strong. They are all ordinary level ones. We have a chance to break through." Another female warrior spoke, and as she did, she struck her sword down upon the back of a water crocodile, driving it back. Meanwhile, the other priests and mages systematically launched their attacks against the encroaching crocodiles. This rookie squad surprisingly seemed to be holding their own. Gobro shook his head in the shadows. Indeed, this team was competent. But their luck was lacking. It was highly probable they would suffer casualties today. I should return and bring the goblins over to settle here. With this thought, he was about to turn away when a sudden realization struck him. The goblins were indeed good at teaching, but their knowledge was far too limited. Even if he focused on training a few of them, it would consume a considerable amount of time. However, if these humans were to instruct the goblins, the efficiency would undoubtedly increase, and among these humans, there were various professions, unlike himself, who could only teach them to be warriors. With this in mind, Gobro glanced back at the humans. They were already battered and exhausted, barely holding on, and casualties could occur at any moment. Seeing this dire situation, Gobro rushed out. This simply would not do. These individuals would become instructors within his territory, precious assets. The water crocodiles were not merely attacking a human squad. They were assaulting his treasures. What was the difference between attacking his treasures and slapping him in the face? This could not be tolerated. The instant Gobro charged forward, all the water crocodiles froze in place, no longer daring to move. Not understanding what had transpired, the others were puzzled by the crocodile's sudden stillness. Suddenly, the priest collapsed onto the ground. A look of terror etched across her face as she gazed ahead. "Vivi, what's wrong?" the concerned mage inquired. However, the priest remained silent, her eyes wide with fear as she stared forward. Following her gaze, the others beheld a nearly 3-meter-tall green behemoth, and their reactions were unanimous. They all felt as though they were destined to die here today. Yet, the subsequent actions of the green giant were entirely unlike what they had imagined. The creature, bare-handed, swiftly crushed a water crocodile without making a move against them. Chapter 40. Let us flee. Gobro almost effortlessly dispatched the crocodiles, then lifted his gaze to the 4 humans. "Are you all unharmed?" he asked in somewhat clumsy human language. Hearing the deep voice above, the 4 looked up to find the massive green beast simply observing them, not advancing recklessly. "We're fine." The female warrior mustered the courage to reply, "If you are indeed fine, then do me a favor." As a way to repay my saving grace, Gobro said without preamble. The 4 exchanged strange glances at his words. It was evident they were reluctant to assist Gobro. Ultimately, it was the female warrior who bravely spoke up. "I am sorry, sir. We are quite weak and may not be of help to you. Whether you can help is not for you to decide, but for me." "Follow me," Gobro stated, and they realized there was no room for refusal. After all, angering the terrifying beast before them could very well lead to their demise. "Understood," they replied. Thus, the 4 supported one another and trailed behind Gobro, who carried the carcasses of the crocodiles with one hand, leading them into the valley. They arrived at a camp where a few small wooden houses had already been constructed, and the sight surprised them. They had not anticipated that monsters would build houses. "Sir, is this the place you brought us to?" Upon hearing the female warrior's question, Gobro was suddenly struck by a thought. Goblins, unlike himself, spoke the monster tongue, while humans spoke their own language, creating a barrier between them. It seemed impractical for humans to teach goblins various skills. With this realization, Gobro halted. Seeing Gobro lost in thought, the others dared not speak, patiently awaiting his return to reality. "What I need you to do is simple. Help me train these goblins so they may learn magic and combat techniques." The four were taken aback. They had not expected Gobro's request to be such a peculiar one. A monster hiring humans to train other monsters was simply unheard of. Noticing their hesitation, Gobro's tone turned icy as he lowered his voice. "What, are you unwilling?" The four turned pale at the change in his demeanor. The female warrior quickly responded, No, sir, we are not unwilling. We are just curious. How long will the training take?" There was no escaping now. Given their meager skills, even handling a few water crocodiles proved arduous, let alone confronting a formidable being like Gobro. "The duration of your training depends on the quality of your instruction. You may leave whenever you have imparted all your knowledge. By the way, my kin do not comprehend human language, so during this period, I will teach them some human phrases, which may affect your training speed. I trust you, won't you mind?" Not at all, they replied, realizing they had no grounds to object. "Good, for if you did, this arrangement would become quite troublesome." As he spoke, Gobro relaxed his clenched fists, and the four breathed a sigh of relief. "You are still injured, so please rest in the houses. I can allocate 2 houses for you, 2 males in one, and 2 females in another." He gestured towards the nearby wooden structures. The fact that Gobro did not demand immediate labor relieved them, and then he called over 2 goblins. "You two, take them to their quarters and have Goblita prepare some food for them." The humans could not comprehend Gobro's words, yet his occasional glances sent shivers down their spines. The 2 goblins then approached and began leading them towards the wooden houses. Though anxious, they followed the goblins nonetheless. Once inside the small wooden house, the goblins departed, leaving Vivi and Rosetta feeling quite uneasy as they stared at the doorway. "What should we do? Are we really going to teach those goblins magic and combat skills as that goblin suggested?" Vivi asked. "What other choice do we have? We must follow what the big goblin said. Besides, he did save us. We owe him a debt of gratitude. It's not a loss for us," Rosetta replied. "That is true." The 2 girls maintained a degree of calm, unlike the boys, who were more agitated. Perhaps due to their injuries, the warrior was in a state of emotional turmoil, frequently expressing fears and anxieties. "Croy, what are we going to do? We going to die here. That monster will kill us. Enough with the shouting. Right now, we are valuable to him. He won't harm us." "How do you know he won't kill us? Doesn't he look like a good person? If he wanted us dead, he would have done it already. Can you please stop yelling and focus on healing?" "No, they are monsters. Don't underestimate them. Even if he spares us now, what happens when we no longer serve a purpose? He could very well kill us then." Lieutenant's words silenced Croy for a moment. He did not counter them, and unease began to creep into his heart. "You've gone quiet. You think I'm right? Don't you? We should escape, Croy." "How?" "You're seriously injured, and Vivi and the others are in another room." "How do you plan to alert them?" "The fewer people, the better. Vivi and the others are smart. They'll find a way to escape. We just need to get out." "Are you abandoning them?" Croy exclaimed in disbelief. Lieutenant turned his head away, stating, "Right now, it's enough if we can look after ourselves. Worrying about others will only weigh us down." After a moment of silence, Croy replied, "Just give me some time to think. I need to reflect." "Fine, but you'd better make a decision before tomorrow." "We don't have much time. I understand." Unbeknownst to them, outside the wooden house, a nearly 3-meter-tall goblin was eavesdropping on their conversation, its azure eyes gleaming with a hint of malice. Chapter 41. I have an announcement. This warrior cannot be left alive. After all, there is a female warrior. As for the mage, let us give him another chance. Contemplating, Gobro returned to his cave, clutching the healing salves he had prepared for them. He then paced back and forth within the cave. And after a moment's reflection, he meticulously processed the several water crocodiles he had just hunted, roasting them to perfection and drizzling them with a secret sauce before making his way towards the 2 girls' quarters. Knock, knock, knock. The door was suddenly rapped upon, startling Vivi and Rosetta, who were resting inside. Rosetta approached the door to open it, and immediately, a towering green figure appeared before them. Gazing at Gobro's robust physique, Rosetta swallowed nervously and inquired, "Sir, what brings you to us? Are you here to commence the lessons?" "No, you must still be hungry. This is your dinner. Succulent roasted crocodile meat, I trust you can partake in it, Gobro replied, extending the golden, crispy morsels towards them. As Rosetta beheld the vibrant meat, her stomach betrayed her with a rumble, and she gratefully said, "Thank you, sir." "Not at all. Should you require anything further, do not hesitate to ask. Later, I will bring you some furs. I have heard that humans need a covering called a blanket while they sleep at night. Is that correct?" "Indeed," Rosetta nodded, somewhat numbly. She had not anticipated that this large goblin would exhibit such thoughtfulness. "All right, the other two have yet to dine as well. I shall deliver nourishment to them," Gobro stated. Very well. With that, Rosetta closed the door and turned to find Vivi sitting nearby, regarding her with a complex expression. Truth be told, during their time in the wooden cabin, they had indulged in many anxious thoughts, given that they had previously heard tales of female adventurers who had been captured by goblins and, subsequently, subjected to unspeakable treatment. They had assumed that although their outward demeanor was calm, their inner turmoil was far from tranquil. Fortunately, this goblin had thus far treated them with civility and had not acted inappropriately. Meanwhile, Gobro had arrived at the other two boys' room, delivering both the salves and food. The opportunity had been presented. What they chose to do with it was entirely up to them. Upon receiving the healing salves and food from Gobro, the expressions of the two boys became somewhat complicated. After expressing their gratitude, Gobro departed. Rudinin exclaimed, "This is fantastic. With the salves, my injuries will heal more swiftly, allowing for a quicker escape." Hearing Rudinin's words, Croy hesitated but chose not to respond. Soon enough, Rudinin had tended to his wounds. The following day, the group awoke early, or rather, they had hardly slept at all, as residing in a place inhabited by monsters made slumber nearly impossible. Gobro also rose at dawn, glancing at the wooden cabin not far off, curious as to why they had yet to emerge. Did they not need to relieve themselves? Inside the cabin, Vivi and Rosatta's faces flushed with embarrassment. "Why is there no toilet in this house? Must we truly seek a place within these walls to attend to our needs?" Vivi questioned. "At this point, it seems that is our only option," Rosetta replied. Knock, knock, knock. The familiar sound of knocking echoed, and Rosetta, using her hands to brace against the wall, struggled to rise and walked awkwardly to the door. "What took so long? Are you still half asleep?" Gobro remarked, noticing Rosatta's awkward posture and crimson cheeks. "Sir, is there something you need? Please, speak quickly. I simply wish to understand why you have not left the cabin since your arrival. Do you not need to use the restroom? If only we could leave the cabin." "You should have mentioned it earlier," Rosetta exclaimed as she hurriedly made her way outside towards the nearby bushes, with Vivi following suit, equally strained. "Actually, we do have a restroom in our territory." Gobro hesitated before withholding his thoughts. Observing their predicament, he concluded that it would be best for them to resolve their needs nearby. He then conveyed the same message to the boys, but they had already managed to take care of themselves inside the cabin. Upon learning that Gobro permitted them to move freely within the camp, their faces flushed with surprise. Upon returning to Vivi and Rosetta, Gobro intended for Rosetta to instruct the goblins in some basic warrior techniques. Mastering magic would require communication, which the goblins would not grasp in a short time, yet simple imitation of martial skills was certainly achievable. When he arrived back at the cabin, he found the two had resolved their physiological issues. "The restroom is indeed in the wooden cabin. However, I understand you may not be accustomed to sharing such a space with monsters. You may construct your own restroom or relieve yourselves outside if you prefer," Gobro stated casually. Upon hearing Gobro's words, the two felt a wave of embarrassment wash over them, followed by astonishment that a monster's camp would even possess a restroom. "What is your name?" "I am Rosetta." "Sir?" "Very well, Rosetta. I would like you to teach the goblins some basic combat techniques before they learn the human language. I will assist with translation. Is that acceptable?" "Certainly, sir." "Excellent. Follow me. As for you, Vivi, you may rest for the time being." Understood. As Gobro led Rosetta to the training grounds, they encountered a troll that had been out all night, which left Rosetta utterly astonished. She had not anticipated encountering such a formidable creature within Gobro's territory. Even though this particular troll appeared quite frail, upon arriving at the training camp, they observed numerous goblins training vigorously. After all, the volume of their training would determine the quantity of food they were allotted. These creatures had no choice but to exert themselves. Gobro. Everyone, halt. All eyes on me. I have an announcement. Upon hearing Gobro's voice, all goblins ceased their training and turned to face him. Seeing their attention focused on him, Gobro continued, "From this moment forth, this woman shall be your new instructor. For the time being, follow her movements during your training. You will learn from her henceforth." Yes, Chapter 42. Crafting wooden swords as Gobro spoke in the monster tongue. Rosetta could not comprehend their words, only aware that after a few sentences from Gobro, the goblins erupted into a strange chorus of cries. Subsequently, all the goblins turned their gaze toward her. Being scrutinized by so many monsters made Rosetta feel quite uncomfortable. However, she steeled herself to teach them some basic techniques. Due to the lack of resources, the goblins had no choice but to wield sticks as swords. While the motion seemed somewhat similar, Gobro observed the scene with dissatisfaction. The difference in feel between a stick and a sword was significant. Although iron was scarce in the territory, he could certainly have the goblins craft a batch of wooden swords. Wooden swords would suffice for training purposes without question. With this thought in mind, Gobro made his way toward the boys' quarters. The lad was still nursing his wounds and could not be of much assistance, so borrowing his sword to create wooden swords was a perfect solution. Arriving at the cabin, Gobro found that due to having granted them exit permissions the previous day, the southern mage was not present. Rudinin stared at Gobro in alarm as he entered abruptly. "What brings you here, sir? May I borrow your longsword?" "I have a purpose for it, of course." Rudinin quickly unsheathed his longsword and handed it over with both hands, visibly anxious. Gobro assured him, "I may need it for an extended period." "You likely won't require it during this time." "Yes, that's correct." With that, Gobro departed the cabin, spotting a goblin engaged in cleaning. "Come here." "Boss, what do you need?" "What is your name?" "Boss, I am Gobu." "Gobu, I am assigning you a task." "Now, watch my hands." "Yes." Gobro then demonstrated before Gobu how he transformed a stick into a wooden sword using the long sword, carefully whittling it down, and subsequently wrapped the hilt with a piece of rope. "Do you see? Your task is to create wooden swords like this one. Make 3, and I will reward you with a piece of roasted meat." Upon hearing Gobro's promise, Gobu's eyes lit up. Normally, he toiled daily for only 2 pieces of roasted meat, but now, he merely needed to craft 3 of these simple items to earn a reward. Noticing Gobu's excitement, Gobro cautioned, "Only swords that meet my quality standards will be accepted as proper wooden swords. Show me one that you create first." "Understood." Upon hearing Gaburo's words, Gabumu grasped his longsword and began to whittle away, emulating Gaburo's technique. However, it was evident that Gabumu lacked Gaburo's strength before he could finish. His hand trembled under the weight of the sword. Nevertheless, he persevered and completed the task, occasionally comparing his work to Gaburo's wooden sword. In the end, he indeed fashioned a rather respectable wooden sword. "Excellent. Let this be the standard. Aim to produce at least 6 each day." "Understood." "You may take breaks as needed." "Yes, boss," Gabumu replied excitedly, gazing at the wooden sword in Gaburo's hand, as if the prospect of roasting meat beckoned him. Having resolved the issue of weaponry, Gaburo contemplated other matters. However, the number of goblins in his territory was still too few, and their knowledge was limited. After some deliberation, he decided to subjugate the lizardmen tribe to bolster his ranks. With this thought, Gaburo swiftly departed from the valley. Chapter 43. Subjugating the lizardmen tribe. Guided by his memory, he made his way toward the lizardmen's territory, encountering no further humans along the route. Soon after arriving, he spotted 2 lizardmen approaching him. They were both ordinary specimens, not particularly large. Upon seeing Gaburo, they fled in terror back to their territory. Observing this, Gaburo refrained from pursuing them, realizing that these lizardmen could potentially become his subjects in the future, rendering their elimination unnecessary. With this in mind, he leisurely walked in the direction the 2 lizardmen had taken. Before long, the 2 lizardmen had reached their leader. "What? You say a formidable being has entered our territory?" the lizardman chief inquired, perplexed by their words. "Indeed, great one. He is taller and larger than you, and appears exceedingly fearsome." "What? Taller and larger than me?" The chief's demeanor shifted as he understood the implications. In their hierarchy of low-level monsters, size often dictated strength. The news of Gaburo's greater stature filled him with dread. By the way, is he alone? Yes, great one. He is but one. This revelation eased the chief's anxiety, even if the being was stronger. Facing one adversary was far more manageable than confronting a multitude. Come with me. Yes, boss. The surrounding lizardmen, encouraged by their chief's command, followed closely behind, with the two who had spotted Gaburo leading the way. Meanwhile, Gaburo wandered through the lizardmen's territory, encountering numerous fleeing lizardmen. Only a handful of reckless individuals dared to confront him, but Gaburo swiftly dispatched them with ease, often without requiring more than a single blow. Subsequently, he casually carried a lizardman's corpse in one hand, gnawing on it as though it were a snack. When he encountered the lizardman chief and his followers, he happened to have an uneaten lizard tail in his mouth. While this might have seemed trivial to other creatures, to the lizardmen, it was akin to cannibalism. Upon laying eyes on Gaburo, the chief felt a chilling dread. Standing at 2.5 meters, he was a standard elite creature. Albeit somewhat gaunt in contrast, Gaburo's towering height of 2.9 meters, a result of his superior skill levels, made him an imposing figure, with muscles rippling across his physique. The chief realized that he was no match for such a formidable opponent. Yet, glancing at his fellow kin, he regained a flicker of courage. After all, their tribe boasted over 100 lizardmen. If he couldn't defeat Gaburo alone, surely they could handle one. Charge. Kill him. The chief promptly issued the command to attack. Bolstered by their numbers, the lizardmen cast aside their fear and surged toward Gaburo. However, he remained unfazed, allowing them to strike him. The first lizardman to reach him lashed out with a claw. Bang! The claw shattered upon contact with Gaburo. Akin to a toothpick striking a steel plate, present, Gaburo possessed an LV max iron body and toughened skin, rendering him far more resilient than ordinary steel. Even the claws of the lizardmen, let alone low-tier human equipment, failed to inflict any harm upon him. Soon, the lizardmen's futile attacks rained down upon him, yet it was they who sustained injuries, while Gaburo remained unscathed. Witnessing this, the lizardman chief felt a surge of terror. It seemed Gaburo had yet to unleash his true power, and his kin were falling one by one. Then, Gaburo's gaze fell upon the lizardman chief, locking eyes with him, and the chief felt as though he were being targeted by a predatory force. Flee! I must escape. I cannot contend with him. Just as he turned to make his escape, he heard the sound of heavy breathing behind him. With the swiftness of LV Max Gale, Gaburo vanished from sight, leaving the lizardmen bewildered by the sudden gust of wind that accompanied him, crackling with residual electricity. At that moment, the lizardman chief slowly turned, his expression filled with dread as he beheld Gaburo. Greetings, Gaburo said courteously. Then, with a slight exertion of his arm, he pinned the lizardman chief to the ground, rendering him immobile. How about we have a calm discussion? Tell your subordinates to cease their attacks. Gaburo suggested with a smile. Feeling the pressure of Gaburo's grip, the lizardman chief hastily replied, I am willing to converse. I am willing to converse. Excellent. The lizardman demonstrates a commendable sense of reason. With that, Gaburo released his hold, allowing the chief to stand once more. Trembling, the chief commanded, Everyone, halt your assault. Upon hearing their leader's directive, the other lizardmen ceased their attacks, as they too had no desire to engage further. Recognizing the futility of overcoming Gaburo's defenses, splendid. Now we may sit down and discuss matters, Gaburo stated. The lizardman chief, eager to appease, inquired, Respected sir, what information do you wish to ascertain? Surprised by the chief's sycophantic demeanor, Gaburo noted the lizardman's unexpected intelligence. I have come to offer you the opportunity to join my tribe. I hope you will not reject such a favorable proposition, Gaburo declared with an air of authority. The lizardman chief hesitated momentarily before summoning courage to respond. My lord, what must we offer to join your tribe? I observe that your tribe comprises around 100 members. Indeed, my lord, in that case, your tribe shall remit 1,000 first-tier magic crystals to me each month, and you will also provide 50 first-tier magic crystals as tribute. In return, I shall ensure your safety. Chapter 44. Slaying the Water Crocodile. Upon hearing Gaburo's demands, the lizardman chief's expression remained unchanged. for he was utterly bewildered by the concept of 1,000. Despite being an elite creature, his intelligence was rather limited. He could manage basic arithmetic, but struggled with anything beyond 10. Soon, Gaburo recognized this limitation and spent approximately an hour explaining the gravity of 1,000 to the Lizardman chief. Finally, the chief's countenance fell as comprehension dawned upon him. "My lord, is not 1,000 a rather excessive sum for a month? What, are you dissatisfied?" Gaburo retorted, casually crushing a stone he had picked up from the ground. No. I am quite satisfied as long as you are content. Rest assured, you shall not suffer under my leadership. Yes, my lord would never allow us to come to harm. Now, summon your kin. I have recently identified a new territory that should be well suited for your kind." As Gaburo surveyed the damp forest around them, he recognized its suitability for the lizardmen, though the land was limited, and the food supply was scarce. Prolonged habitation would inevitably lead to shortages as their population grew, which explained why, in simulations, the lizardmen sought to contest the marshlands with him. "Yes, my lord." Although feeling quite uneasy about Gobro's proposal to change territories, he realized that he had no choice but to comply, given his lack of strength. Subsequently, Gobro led a grand procession of lizardmen towards the marshlands, which were situated a considerable distance from their current domain and were well concealed. Thus, it took them a full 9 hours to arrive at the marsh. Upon reaching this wetland, the lizardman chief's eyes sparkled with excitement, and the other lizardmen felt an overwhelming sense of comfort. The environment was indeed highly suitable for their survival, with an abundance of food, allowing them to sustain themselves primarily on fish. "And why, lord, is this truly our new home?" one asked, and of course, why would I go back on my word? "Follow me," Gobro replied. Yes, with that, Gobro led the lizardmen into a vast, damp cave. One of the reasons he had chosen this territory was the enormous natural cave, which could provide immediate shelter for everyone. Along the way, the water crocodiles dared not provoke them, and upon entering the cave, Gobro spotted a massive water crocodile, measuring 4 meters in length, lying deep within. The size difference between this elite beast and the goblin species was stark, with the former being physically stronger but lacking in intelligence. Their large group inevitably caught the attention of the water crocodile, which, upon opening its eyes, was startled to find itself surrounded by hundreds of lizardmen. After all, it was merely an elite creature, incapable of facing 100 foes like Gobro. Observing the crocodile's fearful expression, Gobro approached it leisurely. The crocodile, already terrified, grew even more so as the imposing goblin drew near. As Gobro closed the distance, the water crocodile, in a panic, launched an attack. Initially, Gobro had contemplated taming the beast as a mount, but that thought quickly faded. He suddenly wished to showcase his formidable strength to the lizardmen. As for a mount, he could seek a more impressive and striking creature later. With a resounding thud, as the crocodile lunged at him, Gobro struck its head with incredible speed, delivering 2 powerful blows that shattered its hardened jaw. He then kicked the crocodile, sending its body sprawling sideways before seizing its tail and, akin to the Hulk smashing Loki, pounded it against the ground repeatedly, witnessing the massive creature being mercilessly battered. The lizardmen were filled with dread. The scene before them was truly horrifying. Before long, the elite crocodile lay bloodied and broken, its demise imminent. Gobro then reached into the creature's skull and, with a squelching sound, extracted a second-tier crystal core. He approached the lizardman chief and said, "Do you see this? Surrendering one of these cores is equivalent to submitting 30 first-tier cores." Upon hearing Gobro's words, the lizardman chief nodded vigorously. "I will return shortly. Tomorrow, I shall come to visit you," Gobro stated. "Yes, my lord." With that, Gobro dragged the massive crocodile's carcass back towards the camp, intending to host a feast. The distance between the marsh and the valley was not too great, and with Gobro's incredible speed, he quickly returned to the camp to at this moment. The 4 humans had left the wooden hut. Aside from Rosetta, who was still training the goblins, the other 3 had nothing to do and were hesitant to act recklessly. Soon, they sensed something amiss and saw a gigantic figure rushing towards them. "What is that?" Vivi asked, puzzled. "I don't know. It's hard to see." Another replied, "It looks like a massive crocodile." As the shadow drew nearer, they realized it was Gobro, sprinting with the giant crocodile in tow. That crocodile must be an elite-level magical beast, which means that Goblin's strength exceeds that of an elite, Vivi exclaimed. No, he shouldn't be over 3 meters tall. He is likely still an elite beast, perhaps a mutated one, Chloe suggested. Vivi gasped, a mutated beast? The legendary mutated beast. Indeed, and it is likely a very formidable mutation. That goblin is not only powerful but also exceedingly clever. We should abandon any thoughts of escaping from him, Chloe warned, glancing at the injured Ludinen nearby, clearly indicating that he should not attempt to flee. Noticing Chloe's gaze, Ludinen averted his eyes, clearly shaken. Gobro soon approached the group, ordering Gobri to take care of the crocodile's carcass for dinner that evening and the following days. Gobro busied himself traveling between the marshlands and the valley, utilizing his spare time to hunt various magical beasts. Chapter 45. The Lizardmen's Tribute. Shortly after conquering the Lizardmen tribe, emissaries arrived bearing the magical crystals they had collected over the years. Gazing at the mound of crystals before him, Gobro was filled with astonishment. He had not anticipated such a benefit from subduing the Lizardmen tribe. He suddenly realized that tribes like these often hoarded resources, and by subjugating more tribes, he would be able to obtain even greater quantities of magical crystals. Before the 2 young lizardmen who delivered the crystals, he counted them meticulously. In total, there were 3,120 magical crystals. Tell your chief that for the next 3 months. There is no need to submit any magical crystals in the 4th month. Just submit 880, he instructed. Yes. The 2 young lizardmen nodded and began to turn to leave, only to be halted by Gobro, who noticed their anxiety. He then produced 2 sizable roasted fish from behind his back. Thank you for delivering the crystals. These are for you. As the aroma wafted from the roasted fish, the 2 lizardmen eagerly accepted them, exclaiming, "Thank you, Chief." The title of Chief was one Gobro had settled on, as referring to himself as a boss or a king felt rather odd. Thus, he unified their address to call him Chief for the time being. After the 2 lizardmen departed, Gobro began calculating how many magical crystals he would need for the next simulation. He had also gathered some crystals over the past few days, and combined with the contributions from the goblins, he now possessed 3,410 first-tier magical crystals and 6 second-tier ones. The time for the next simulation was drawing near, and he realized that he could conduct a free simulation at any point during this 2nd month. However, he was not yet inclined to do so, as he anticipated that the cost of the next simulation would rise. If he could complete a simulation before the end of this month, he could maximize the benefits of a free simulation soon after. As he pondered this, Gobro suppressed his heartache, watching as a troll carried the 100 magical crystals he had gathered this month towards the lake monster. His curiosity about the monster's strength grew, and if possible, he hoped to enhance his abilities sufficiently after the next simulation to deal with it, as it posed a persistent threat by consuming magical crystals. After counting the crystals, he transported them back to his territory. Along the way, he glanced at the goblins constructing wooden huts nearby. With time passing, the number of small wooden houses in the camp had increased significantly, resembling a burgeoning village. Upon exiting, Gobro encountered Rosetta. "How are you finding life among the tribe? Is there anything you lack?" he inquired. "Quite well, my chief. The goblins are earnest in their learning, though recently I've sensed some peculiar glances directed at me, which is somewhat unsettling," she replied. "Peculiar glances? Indeed." Upon hearing this, Gaburo let out a sigh within himself. It could be said that goblins are a race inherently opposed to humans, making it exceedingly difficult for them to coexist harmoniously. After all, in normal circumstances, goblins survive through plunder, and not merely the theft of sustenance, but also the abduction of human or elven females for reproduction and to satiate their repugnant desires. Truth be told, Rosetta is exceedingly beautiful. Although her profession is that of a warrior, her visage is one of delightful sweetness, and her figure is elegantly curvaceous. Due to her years of combat, she bears hardly an ounce of excess flesh. Tasking her with instructing the goblins in combat techniques poses quite a challenge for them. Fortunately, Gaburo had previously issued a decree that unless they were to leave the valley, none were permitted to lay a hand on her. That evening, Gaburo gathered all the goblins and repeatedly emphasized that they should harbor no inappropriate thoughts towards the human female, nor should they engage in any misconduct. His intimidation tactics proved effective. Following Gaburo's warning, all the goblins displayed a serious demeanor. The following day, early in the morning, the trolls returned, and upon seeing their safe return, Gaburo felt a sense of relief. Simultaneously, he discovered that the enclosure for the tamed magical beasts had been breached, resulting in the escape of numerous creatures the previous night. Observing the rudimentary wooden barriers, Gaburo sighed. Although the beasts he had raised were not particularly aggressive, they were indeed magical creatures, and such ordinary wooden planks could hardly restrain them. Gazing at the remaining young goats in the pasture, Gaburo resolved to make some improvements to the enclosure. Boom, boom! The sound of thunderous crashes echoed through the valley's woods. With each resounding thud, a massive tree toppled to the ground. This was the material Gaburo intended to use for constructing the new pasture. If wooden planks were inadequate, he would resort to using entire trees as barriers, by simply stripping the bark from the trees and embedding them directly into the earth. He could create a sturdy fence. Although this approach would waste a significant amount of timber, the trees in this world grew at an exceptionally rapid pace. The forest within the valley was overly dense and required selective thinning to provide the remaining trees with better living conditions. In the blink of an eye, the morning passed. After smashing a tree in half with a single punch, Gaburo paused. He selected trees with a diameter of approximately 50 cm. Though larger trees existed, he was unable to fell them with a single blow, as he lacked an axe. Now, with his bare hands, his palms began to throb slightly from the exertion. Fortunately, having mastered the berserker's strength, he could infuse his blows with power that penetrated deep into the trees, making the task considerably easier. Upon counting, he realized that in the span of a morning, he had felled 224 trees, a feat that would make even a lumberjack gasp in astonishment. Subsequently, he carried 5 logs back at once to by nightfall. He had finally transported all the timber back to his territory. After resting for a night, he arose the next day to commence further processing. The trees were excessively tall, standing around 4 meters high, and Gaburo had no need for such height, so he simply split them in half with a swift strike. Through a morning's labor, 224 trees successfully transformed into 450 logs. The surplus arose from the taller trees, which conveniently provided a perfect count. Gaburo then set to work, driving each log into the soil, leaving approximately a 30 centimeters gap in between, which he planned to fill with stones. Throughout the entire process of constructing the fence, for humans gathered to observe, Vivi remarked, "If I did not just see that correctly, did he not just cleave a large tree in two with a single blow? And continue to fell over 200 trees?" Croy replied, "Yes, you saw correctly. I witnessed it as well." Rudinan remained silent, but his desire to escape began to waver. Perhaps remaining here to instruct the goblins was not such a poor idea after all. Such thoughts surfaced in Rudinan's mind as he contemplated the consequences of Gaburo's blow landing upon him. "I would likely lose my head," he thought, and with each glance at Gaburo, his fear intensified. Gaburo was oblivious to the profound impact his seemingly simple task of reconstructing the fence had on the 4 humans he had summoned. As the day passed, Gaburo merely installed the logs into the soil and filled some gaps with stones. Thankfully, the goblins' hunting efficiency had significantly improved. In just one day, they managed to secure 25 first-tier magical beasts. Once the goblin strength increased, Gaburo anticipated that even if he were to recline at home daily, he would still see a steady influx of magical crystals. It wasn't until the 3rd day that Gaburo finally completed the pasture, which now boasted a much larger area than before. Consequently, they captured additional young goats, raising their numbers to 97, having cleared the vicinity of small goats. The reason for selecting these gentle magical creatures was their docility, as they produced milk daily and their wool could be utilized for clothing, with a gestation period of merely 2 months. Furthermore, these small goats were the most abundant creatures near the camp. Having established the pasture, Gaburo's next plan was to capture some wild cattle to introduce as the second type of livestock within his territory. Time flew swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, another week had passed. Through the collective efforts of Gaburo and his clan, they had erected over a dozen small wooden houses, and the majority of the goblins were now equipped with wooden swords. In addition, the territory now boasted 3 types of livestock: young goats, white cattle, and wild chickens. The goblins' diet had improved considerably. Fresh milk, goat's milk, eggs, and meat, along with some wild fruits, became part of their daily fare. And each individual visibly gained strength. Although life had grown busier than before, the goblins expressed no complaints. However, circumstances were not as smooth as they appeared. Gaburo noticed that while the pasture's fence had become considerably sturdier, the lack of a roof allowed the black eagles overhead to swoop down unexpectedly to snatch away a young goat or a wild chicken, which greatly vexed him. Additionally, due to their newfound abundance, some goblins began to develop unsavory thoughts. Despite Gaburo's previous warnings, the goblins' gazes towards Vivi and Rosata had grown increasingly brazen, as though they might pounce at any moment. There were indeed a few instances where goblins lunged at Rosata, but Gaburo intervened promptly, delivering a harsh lesson to those few offenders. To this day, they remained in the cave nursing their wounds, unable to engage in any other activities. Following this incident, Gaburo recognized that goblins were creatures driven by strong desires and could not be excessively repressed. Thus, a few days prior, he had decreed that goblins could freely pursue romantic relationships, but this must occur only after training sessions. However, due to the actions of the lower-tier goblins, the 4 humans within the clan had begun to feel increasingly uneasy. Although Rosata was the one attacked, her inner strength allowed her to conceal her apprehension, even managing to comfort Vivi, who gradually calmed down under Rosata's soothing presence. Outside the wooden house, Gaburo overheard their conversation and nodded in satisfaction. The emotional stability of these 2 girls meant they could be spared. Gaburo then glanced in the direction of the 2 male humans' quarters. He was uncertain of Croy's thoughts, but it was clear that Rudinan could no longer remain. Recently, Gaburo had observed that Rudinan had been familiarizing himself with the territory, seemingly preparing to escape at any moment. If he were to flee a year from now, Gaburo would not mind. Given the current pace of strength enhancement, he would likely reach the leader level by then, capable of easily dealing with a chief-level opponent, thus ensuring his self-preservation. However, at this moment, exposure posed too great a danger. I must find an opportunity to eliminate this individual, Gaburo silently resolved. Meanwhile, within the wooden house, much like Gaburo's thoughts, Rudinan was watching as his leg healed, already plotting how to escape. Croy, my injury is nearly healed. Shall we discuss our escape plan? Are you mad? Do you not comprehend the chief's strength? He could easily turn us into pulp with a single blow, I understand. But have you forgotten the way those goblins look at us? Those repugnant green creatures, they wish to. At this juncture, Ludenin paused, and Cloy comprehended his implication. Recently, those female goblins had gazes brimming with desire, and being watched by such grotesque green monsters was indeed a profoundly distasteful experience. Observing Cloy's hesitation, Ludenin promptly continued. I have recently discovered that although the valley ostensibly has but a single exit, guarded by goblins, there is a complete absence of goblin activity deep within the valley. There may lie a potential escape route. Upon hearing Ludenin's words, Cloy cast a disbelieving glance, only to find madness reflected in Ludenin's eyes. In that moment, he finally grasped the truth. Though their stay in the valley had not been prolonged, the cumulative toll of his injuries, coupled with the incessant presence of monsters, weighed heavily on Ludenin. A fervent devotee of the church who could not endure cohabiting with these abominations. His heart was in torment, and under the dual assaults of physical and psychological strain, Ludenin had succumbed to madness. Survival was no longer his desire, only escape. Contemplating this, Ludenin withdrew a crucifix and began to pray in the corner of the room. Observing Ludenin's demeanor, Cloy refrained from dissuading him. Rather, he aligned himself with the unfolding situation. Recognizing that survival was paramount, as long as they lived, there remained hope for escape, and besides, Gobro had indeed treated them fairly, providing for their basic needs. Tio flee deeper into the valley? Truly mad, Gobro mused. Listening to their conversation, having expected the pair to devise a more prudent escape plan. Chapter 47. Ludenin's path to escape. A week later, a somewhat alluring lizardfolk, accompanied by 2 towering lizardfolk, ventured into the goblin territory. Upon seeing the female lizardfolk, Gobro instantly recognized her. She was the lizardfolk princess, here to inform Gobro that her tribe had discovered a new clan, urging him to attack while simultaneously seeking to curry favor. After the princess relayed her message, Gobro learned that the new clan comprised boarfolk. Realizing this was an opportunity, he resolved to use it as an excuse to depart, saying to Gobri, "I shall be away for a brief period. Please ensure the others are well cared for in my absence." Very well that Gobro's words were not veiled. He had merely timed them perfectly as Chloe and Ludinen happened to pass by having spoken. Gobro exited the cave, fortuitously encountering the two. "What is it? Do you have something to discuss?" Hearing Gobro's inquiry, Chloe promptly responded, "Yes, Chief. The weather has turned colder recently, and we seek a hearth. We can also gather materials to construct one ourselves." "A hearth, you say? That is somewhat challenging to procure. What materials do you require? I shall check if we have them in the territory. If not, I will bring them upon my return. However, I may be gone for 2 to 3 days." "Can you wait that long?" Upon hearing that Gobro would be away for 2 to 3 days, Ludinen and Chloe exchanged glances, recognizing this as a rare opportunity. Particularly for Ludinen, his heart raced with excitement upon receiving this news. "Well then, Chief, here are the materials we require. Please take a look, and we shall return now." Chloe forced himself to suppress his excitement as he spoke. "Very well, return now. Should no one deliver the materials before I return? You may await my arrival in 3 days' time." "Thank you, Chief." With that, the two left, their spirits buoyed, while Gobro observed Ludinen's back. Noting how his demeanor had brightened, it would be quite simple for Gobro to eliminate Ludinen. However, he contemplated that it would be best for everyone else to be aware of this individual's intent to flee, ensuring that his demise bore no connection to him. With that thought, Gobro proceeded toward the valley's exit, where he encountered Vivi and Rosada. "Chief, are you departing the valley?" Rosada inquired curiously regarding Gobro's trajectory. "Indeed, I shall be gone for 2 to 3 days. Do you require anything I might bring back with me?" After contemplating Gobro's offer, the two shook their heads, replying, "No, we don't seem to need anything at the moment." "Very well, I shall take my leave then." With that, Gobro exited the valley. It was not that he distrusted these humans, but rather, he felt the need to test each one. Primarily, he was no longer human but a goblin, enriched by over 2 centuries of memories, fostering a strong sense of belonging to his goblin kin. He must take responsibility for his people. With these thoughts, Gobro wandered outside the valley, lingering nearby, awaiting the inevitable folly of his adversaries. Meanwhile, once it was confirmed that Gobro had vacated the valley, Ludinen's mind began to race. His leg injury had nearly healed, and his strength was significantly greater than that of the goblins. The only threat he needed to be wary of within the territory was the troll. Nightfall, when all would rest, would present the optimal opportunity for his escape. He shared his escape plan with Chloe, who hesitated before ultimately rejecting the proposal. "Why? Chloe, do you truly intend to serve that monster?" "Ludinen, watch your words. Regardless of the circumstances, the chief did indeed save us. It is only right that we repay him through our efforts. Besides, he has yet to wrong us and is striving to keep the goblins in check." Ludinen could scarcely believe what Chloe had uttered. "Chloe, what pretense is this? I have known you for years. When did you become such a paragon of gratitude? He is a monster. Can we truly place our trust in such beings?" "I have no desire to debate with you. If you wish to flee, do so on your own accord. Do not involve me. I shall neither accompany you nor report you. How far you go depends solely on your own resolve." Seeing Chloe's obstinate demeanor, Ludinen recognized he could not sway him. "If you choose not to go, then I shall escape alone. It is far more convenient that way." After speaking, he closed his eyes and began to rest in the corner of the room. Time seemed to drag on infinitely, and every minute and second felt like an agonizing eternity to Ludinen. Finally, as night fell, the goblins concluded their day of arduous training and returned to their caves and wooden huts after dinner. With only a few remaining on duty for the night, Ludinen took the opportunity to step outside under the pretense of using the restroom, surveying the situation within the territory. He felt immense satisfaction, for everything unfolded just as he had envisioned. Glancing towards the direction of the troll, he discovered it was already fast asleep, further confirming that this was indeed the opportune moment for escape. Without hesitation, he made his way towards the valley's exit, opting not to venture deeper into the valley. The plan to search for an exit deeper within the valley had been devised by Gobro. And with Gobro absent from the valley, heading towards the exit was undoubtedly more expedient. Outside the valley, Gobro had effortlessly crushed the seventh beast that had passed by that day at this juncture. Ludinen found himself very close to the valley entrance, and the situation was proceeding even more smoothly than he had anticipated. The goblins were indeed patrolling with great diligence, yet their inexperience proved to be their downfall. Although he was no master, he easily evaded their scrutiny. Observing the two goblins stationed at the entrance, Ludinen's heart raced with anxiety. He had but one chance. If he could not swiftly eliminate these two goblins without alerting the others within the territory, he would find himself in grave danger. Fortunately, their levels were not particularly high, and he stood a good chance of dispatching them in a single strike. With this thought in mind, he drew his longsword and dagger. Crouching carefully to the side, biding his time as evening approached, the two goblins on guard began to show signs of drowsiness, yet Ludinen refrained from making a move. He understood that the shift change was imminent. The newly awakened goblins would be somewhat sluggish, and he planned to strike then. Should he act prematurely, the incoming goblins would surely discover their lifeless bodies. Not long after, the guard at the valley entrance completed their shift change. And as Ludinen had anticipated, the newly relieved goblins appeared groggy and still half asleep. Witnessing this, Ludinen felt immense satisfaction. Things were transpiring even more favorably than he had imagined. Realizing he was on the brink of regaining his freedom, he could hardly contain his excitement. He stealthily approached the entrance, halting approximately 10 meters away, as there were no obstructions in that space. Taking a deep breath, he seized the moment when one goblin yawned and charged forward. Thrusting his long sword and dagger towards the abdomen and throat of the two goblins, respectively. Just as his long sword was about to pierce one goblin's abdomen, a massive arm intercepted it. Ludinen recognized the owner of the hand immediately and looked on in despair. Was it not agreed that he would return in 2 or 3 days? Why had he appeared here now? Why are you here? You shouldn't be here, Ludinen stammered, trembling. In response to his words, Gobro merely gazed at him with bloodshot eyes. He had just come to a realization outside. Every goblin was his kin, and there was no need to sacrifice 2 of his brethren for the sake of this human. Without answering Ludinen, Gobro seized him by the head, and before Ludinen could emit a single cry of terror, he was dragged away. Gobro had initially believed he would remain calm, but upon witnessing Ludinen's assault on his kin, a surge of fury welled up within him, and he could not tolerate such an occurrence. Once in a secluded area, Gobro unceremoniously tossed Ludinen onto an open patch of ground. At that moment, Ludinen, his skull partially crushed by Gobro's grip, lay there like a dying dog, gasping for breath. I saved your life. Now I shall take it. I trust you have no objections, Gobro stated coldly. Hearing Gobro's words, Ludinen's body began to convulse violently. Gobro offered him no chance for reprieve, striking him with a single blow that reduced him to a pulp. He then confiscated all of Ludinen's weapons, a long sword, a dagger, a set of leather armor, and a shield. Subsequently, he exchanged a few words with the two goblins on guard and continued to wait in the valley. The 3-day assessment period was not yet over, and he was curious to see how many of these humans would endure the trial and willingly remain in the camp. However, before the second night arrived, and not long after, 2 stealthy shadows emerged from the camp, Croy and Vivi. Croy, do you think Ludinen has managed to escape? Vivi inquired. He likely slipped away without causing a stir, and he hasn't alerted the goblins. If we follow closely, our chances of escaping are quite high. But what about Rosada? If we leave her behind, she will surely be doomed, Vivi exclaimed. You know Rosada's character. She is always one to repay kindness. Even if it means dealing with monsters, she will adhere to her promises. If we inform her of our plans, she will most likely refuse to accompany us and may even try to stop us. After Croy's remark, Vivi intended to respond further, but he interrupted her. Now that we've already acted, returning to the wooden hut is equally perilous. It is better to take a gamble. Your hesitation will only lead to our demise. Upon hearing Croy's words, Vivi paused, realizing the truth in his statement. If she continued to waver, it would yield no benefit for either of them. Noticing Vivi's silence, Croy suppressed his internal frustration. ASN mage, he preferred to have the agile warrior Rosada by his side rather than the seemingly burdensome Vivi. Yet, given Rosada's nature and his own lack of self-defense capabilities, he had no choice but to bring along a teammate, and that teammate had to be the somewhat less capable Rosada. Before long, the two stumbled upon the two fallen goblins at the entrance. Their eyes brightened at the sight, and they rushed towards the entrance. However, as they emerged, they encountered a colossal figure blocking their path. "Chieftain," Vivi exclaimed in terror, while Croy gazed at Gobro in disbelief. Suddenly, realization dawned upon him. "You deliberately set this up as a test for us, correct? Well done. You are indeed astute. Yes, I engineered this test for you. And now, as you can see, just like Ludinen, you have failed. Thus, you must now face your punishment. Wait, Chieftain, please give me another chance." Before he could finish his plea, both Croy and Vivi's heads were severed simultaneously. Time swiftly passed to the following day, then the third. Gobro remained at the entrance, yet Rosada had still not appeared. On the afternoon of the third day, Gobro returned to the valley and spotted Rosada instructing the goblins in their training. He was somewhat astonished that, under such circumstances, Rosada had chosen not to flee. Shortly thereafter, Gobri approached Gobro, saying, "Chieftain, I apologize. I failed to keep an eye on those 3 humans and allowed them to escape." In response to Gobri's words, Gobro reassured her, "It is of no consequence. It is not your fault, but rather theirs." At that moment, Rosada noticed Gobro's expression of disappointment, especially upon seeing the materials in his hands, which were intended for constructing a furnace. The chieftain had saved their lives and had always been there to fulfill their requests, yet all 3 of her companions had chosen to escape during the time Gobro was away. Even going so far as to kill 2 goblins, she was at a loss for how to face Gobro now. After a moment of hesitation, she approached Gobro and solemnly declared, "I am sorry. Noble chieftain, my companions have failed to meet your expectations." Upon hearing Rosada's words, Gobro could hardly believe his ears. He had never anticipated that by merely saving 4 individuals, he would encounter such a loyal and honorable human being. "Noble chieftain, I am truly sorry. My companions have harmed your kin. I assure you, I will dedicate myself to training your people from now on. Of course, if you cannot forgive us, even if you choose to end my life, I will bear no resentment." Upon hearing Rosada's words, Goburo fell silent for a moment and replied, "Focus on your own affairs. I shall no longer intervene to save humanity at whim." With that, Goburo turned and departed. Observing Goburo's retreating figure, guilt flooded Rosada's eyes. As time passed, the last day of the 2nd lunar month since Goburo's reincarnation in this world arrived. To this point, Goburo had yet to amass the necessary 251st tier magic crystals for the next simulation, having only gathered a total of 352, a portion of which was contributed by the Lizardmen tribe. Fortunately, his simulation attempts could automatically refresh once each lunar month, usable on any given day. Today marked the final day of the month. If he did not utilize it, he would forfeit this month's simulation opportunity. Should he use it today, he would instantly acquire the chance to simulate for the 3rd lunar month the following day. System: activate the free simulation opportunity. As the simulation commenced, it detected that 480 evaluation points remained from the last simulation, allowing for the random selection of a talent. The magic crystal devouring ability enables the host to enhance their strength through the consumption of magic crystals, devoid of any adverse effects. Upon witnessing the talent acquired this time, Goburo's eyes sparkled with excitement. He had initially thought the previous power amplification was already extraordinary, but this new talent was even more remarkable. Goburo suddenly felt that even if he could only afford to purchase such talents in the future, his strength would escalate to an astonishing level. The reason Goburo deemed this talent powerful was that, in reality, he might not utilize it extensively. After all, accumulating magic crystals for simulations was necessary. However, within the simulation, this talent was nothing short of a divine technique. For him, magic crystals could primarily serve to enhance his kin's strength or craft weapons, offering little aid to his foundational capabilities. Yet, if he could enhance his strength by consuming magic crystals, his growth rate would significantly accelerate. The previous simulation had ended in his demise due to his inadequate hard power. This time, it was likely he would swiftly reach the king level. and the pace to attain the emperor level would be no slower than that of the detestable Moliri, at that juncture. He would ensure that the latter understood who the true master was, and proceed with the simulation. In the first year, you became the chief of the goblins, and your tribe had developed to a considerable extent, comprising not only goblins but also humans, lizardmen, and trolls, showcasing a remarkable inclusivity. That same year, after extensive training, the overall strength of your tribe saw a substantial enhancement, and due to your consumption of vast amounts of magic crystals, you elevated your level to the 30-level cap within 6 months. During this period, you subjected the last remaining human to numerous trials, yet surprisingly, each time the human passed the tests without opting to flee. In the second year, your rate of improvement was astonishing, and your low profile ensured that the higher-ups of the beast forest did not take notice of you. By the third year, you advanced to a leader-level being, evolving into a goblin warrior, with skill proficiency significantly enhanced, and you had become the chief of a tribe comprising 10,000 members, including 3,000 goblins and an additional 7,000 from tribes you had subdued. In the fourth year, relying on your memories, you approached the vicinity of the elven territory and settled there. However, due to your relatively weak strength, you refrained from disturbing the elves living in the area. By the 7th year, your strength had surged to level 40, poised to break through to the chief level at any moment. That same year, you rescued a young elf, becoming a guest of the elven tribe and receiving an invitation to their banquet, where you partook of the spring of life. A few days later, you evolved into a chief-level being, transforming into a life-giving goblin berserker, with the level cap raised by an additional 20 levels. As the simulation progressed, Gaburo took a deep breath, realizing that this advancement was remarkably swift. If this continued, it would not be long before he evolved into a king-level being. In the 8th year, you had become a frequent visitor to the elven tribe, regularly interacting with the elves. Due to your evolution into a chief-level being, your appearance was notably more appealing than that of an average goblin, complemented by the potent life aura emanating from you, which made the elves feel quite at ease, leading many elven females to develop feelings for you. In the 9th year, Misha confessed her affections for you. And now both you and Misha were chief-level beings, neither having reached the lord level. Under Misha's gentle advances, you quickly succumbed. That same year, the entire elven tribe celebrated your union. By the 18th year, you successfully rescued Kaina and brought her back to live within the elven territory. In the 27th year, your strength advanced rapidly, reaching level 70, marking your current peak. You had now surpassed the majority of lord-level beings within the elven tribe, garnering significant attention from the elven queen. In the 30th year, under your astute guidance, your tribe had evidently become a formidable force within the beast forest, rivaling the powers of any lord under the Ghost King, and you yourself stood on the precipice of lord-level evolution. By the 32nd year, you broke through to become a lord-level being. However, you chose not to disclose this to anyone, even distancing yourself from the elven tribe, informing them that you had pressing matters to attend to and would not return for the foreseeable future. Although the elves were exceedingly friendly, you were concerned that your rapid advancement might instill a sense of danger within them, prompting your decision to delay your return. That same year, you entrusted all affairs within your territory to Gabumo, instructing him that you would not return for 5 years, ensuring him to manage the tribe during your absence. After Gabumo's agreement, you departed with satisfaction. In the 33rd year, you ventured to the icy plains of the far north, managing to survive there. In the same year, your life in the extreme north proved challenging due to the harsh climate, yet your formidable strength allowed you to endure. By the 36th year, you comprehended the essence of extreme cold, significantly enhancing your resistance to frigid conditions, and your level rose to 74. Once you had acquired a certain degree of capability, you resolved to delve deeper into the realm of extreme cold. A few days later, you ventured into the depths of the extreme north, discovering several colossal ice bears pursuing a few snow-white humans. Having spent some time in the extreme north, you recognized these entirely white individuals as members of the Snow Tribe, innate ice mages capable of controlling snow and ice. Aware of the Snow Tribe's strength and having long desired to forge an alliance, you decided to assist the beleaguered Snow Tribe members. Schwenar, glancing back at the 4 giant ice bears relentlessly pursuing them, was filled with regret. She should have heeded her elder's advice and remained within the territory instead of recklessly venturing out with her friends. Hearing the approaching heavy breaths of the bears only deepened her despair, a sentiment shared by her companions. Just as the giant ice bears were about to catch up, their claws poised to strike. A resounding crash echoed behind them, followed by the sudden cessation of the bears' roars. Upon realizing this, the three turned back in confusion, only to witness an even more despairing scene. A 6-meter-tall white giant, whose strength far exceeded that of the ice bears, effortlessly crushed one bear into a pulp with a single punch. What had initially seemed terrifying in the bears paled in comparison to the white giant. More alarming still, the next moment, the giant turned its head to face them. The oppressive aura emanating from the giant was incomparably greater than that of the ice bears, leaving the three frozen in place, too daunted even to consider fleeing. The white giant approached them step by step, and upon its arrival, the trio felt utterly hopeless. However, even if they were not killed by the giant, they would likely have succumbed to the three ice bears. Xuenar suddenly felt a sense of relief. Dying at the hands of the white giant was preferable to being slain by the ice bears, for this giant seemed powerful enough to end their lives swiftly, sparing them from prolonged suffering. "Are you all right?" a gentle voice inquired suddenly. Upon hearing this, the three were momentarily stunned, then looked up in disbelief. Could it be that the white giant had spoken? If so, did it mean that the giant was there to rescue them? Indeed, otherwise, they would have perished by now. Once Xuenar regained her composure, she hurriedly replied, "We're fine, thank you." Hearing that they were unharmed, you two exhaled in relief and continued, "You are from the Snow Tribe, correct? What brings you here? This doesn't appear to be your territory." Upon hearing your words, Xuenar felt a tinge of shame and admitted, "We indeed should not be here. It's all my fault." Although Xuenar had yet to finish her sentence, you gleaned the situation's progression from her expression and words, prompting you to cut straight to the chase. "Lead the way? I shall escort you back." As soon as you uttered this, the three stood frozen in place. After a considerable pause, Xuenar exclaimed, "Are you serious? You are willing to take us back?" "Certainly, after all, you are still but children, and the future holds boundless possibilities. You cannot meet your demise at such a tender age. Thank you. We are aware of the path home along the way. The monstrous beasts you encountered were effortlessly dispatched by you, leaving several in awe of your formidable prowess. However, it is regrettable that, due to your colossal stature, even though your appearance is remarkably handsome, none of the three girls found themselves attracted to you." Upon witnessing this, Gobro felt somewhat disheartened, for having observed the previous simulation, he knew that after evolving into a life goblin berserker, his looks were indeed striking. It seemed that such high allure could not captivate the maidens, suggesting that the Snow Tribe's taste in beauty was rather lacking. As night fell, the four of you, due to your unique bloodlines, felt no chill. You noticed the three huddled together in the distance, occasionally glancing your way, and thus approached them to express your concern. "What troubles you? Are you unable to sleep?" "Well, we've been away for quite some time. Surely, Uncle is worried about us. We shall see him soon. I will ensure your safe return." "Thank you, Gobro. What exactly is your race? I feel as though I have never encountered one like you in this icy expanse. My race. I am a goblin, not a goblin." Upon hearing this, Xuenar was taken aback, for there were indeed goblins in the snowy plains, albeit they were feeble and unsightly. In stark contrast, Gobro was immense, entirely snow-white, strikingly handsome, and exuding a commanding presence. How could he possibly belong to those grotesque goblins? "What, are you surprised?" "Indeed, I am truly astonished, for Gobro appears far more formidable than those goblins. I do indeed appear different from the average goblin. After all, I am a high-level goblin and have undergone a mutation, which naturally results in a significant disparity in appearance. So Gobro has undergone a mutation. How impressive. It's nothing special. By the way, since you can't sleep, shall I regale you with a few stories?" "Yes, please." Once upon a time. The following day, you delved deeper into the frigid north. Before long, you arrived at the foot of a snow-capped mountain. Initially, you presumed that the Snow Tribe resided atop the mountain, but unexpectedly, Xuenar led you to collide with the snow wall. Upon seeing Xuenar vanish before your eyes, and the snow wall remaining unchanged, you realized it was cloaked in illusion. Following Shinar, you entered the snow wall, and upon entry, the scenery before you transformed dramatically. Inside the snowy mountain lay a vast crystalline cavern, within which 10 leader-class members of the Snow Tribe stood guard. Upon your arrival, the Snow Tribe members tensed, but upon noticing Shinar on your shoulder, they quickly recognized that you were not a foe. Shinar, upon seeing the 10 Snow Tribe members, promptly exclaimed, "Uncle Shuima, we have returned." Chapter 51. Devouring the Ice Dragon Crystal, mutating into the ever-frozen Goblin Berserker. Nar, you have finally returned. The chieftain has been beside himself with worry. Where have you been? Hearing this, Shinar lowered her head in shame and replied, "I am sorry, Uncle Shuima. It is my fault that we encountered danger." "What? You faced danger? Were you hurt?" Shuima inquired anxiously. "No. Gobro arrived just in time to save us and escorted us back safely, so we are unharmed." Upon hearing Shinar's words, Shuima glanced at Gobro and solemnly stated, "Lord Gobro, we thank you for rescuing our little princess. However, I regret to inform you that if you wish to enter the territory of the Snow Tribe, you must first complete our trials. This has been our tradition for millennia." Hearing Shuima's words, you felt a twinge of discomfort. After all, you had just saved the chieftain's daughter, yet you were still required to undergo trials to enter the Snow Tribe's domain. However, you were unaware of the overall strength of the Snow Tribe. If there were royal-level beings among them, it could pose a significant disadvantage to you, hence you refrained from expressing your dissatisfaction. "Very well. What does your trial entail?" Seeing that you were not angered, Shuima seemed to breathe a sigh of relief and said, "Lord Gobro, our trial may be challenging for the average person, but for a powerhouse such as yourself, it should pose no issue. Moreover, this trial is indeed a necessary gateway to enter the Snow Tribe. We have no choice but to uphold it." Hearing Shuima's kind reassurances, your inner discontent began to subside. "What precisely is the trial?" "It is thus. Our trial requires you to seek out an ice crystal deep within the crystalline cavern. Once you find it and consume it, you will gain a skill that enables you to resist the cold. The stronger the ice crystal you consume, the more powerful the skill you will acquire. This is crucial, as the air in our Snow Tribe's territory is permeated with the unique form of ice crystal. Without this skill, you will be affected by it over time, which could seriously harm your body, potentially leading to a frostbite condition." Hearing Shuima's explanation, you felt enlightened. "I understand now. Please lead me to the trial." "Indeed, we are within the crystalline cavern. As for the ice crystal, you must seek it out yourself. However, do take heed. While the strength of the ice crystal you consume correlates with the potency of the skill you gain, ingesting a high-intensity ice crystal is perilous. Should you exceed your body's limits, you may succumb to the icy energy and be frozen into a statue. I comprehend. By the way, what does the ice crystal look like?" Ice crystals come in various forms, but you will surely recognize them upon encountering them. However, some ice crystals will require you to defeat them before you can consume them. Understood. With that, you ventured deeper into the crystalline cavern. Soon, you encountered a colossal ice bird. Unlike typical monsters, this ice bird exhibited no emotion in its gaze, instantly making you aware that this was the ice crystal Shuima had mentioned, one that required conquest before consumption. The ice bird lunged at you, and as it approached, you felt the temperature around you plummet significantly. A fierce battle ensued, and although the ice bird was merely of leader-class strength, it took you 2 full punches to vanquish it, indicating its power surpassed that of ordinary leader-class creatures. After defeating the ice bird, it dropped a blue crystal, the chilling aura emanating from it unmistakable. Consuming it would undoubtedly be beneficial, yet you opted to refrain from doing so for the moment, choosing instead to retain it in the hopes of discovering a purer specimen. You pressed onward through the crystalline cavern, encountering countless monsters manifested from ice crystals, until at last arriving at the innermost depths, where you confronted a Lord-class ice dragon. Merely approaching it made you feel as though your body was on the verge of freezing solid, and you realized this was indeed the most powerful entity among the ice crystals. Without hesitation, you launched an attack against the ice dragon. The dragon's strength far surpassed that of typical Lord-class beings, yet your own power was equally formidable, resulting in a fierce and unyielding battle. As time passed, the ice dragon's form gradually waned, a deliberate tactic on your part, as you had discovered through prior encounters that each ice crystal's energy was finite, and persistent combat would gradually deplete their strength. Given sufficient time and with minimal disparity in combat prowess, victory could be easily attained against the ice crystals. Recognizing this, the ice dragon emitted a furious wail. Unlike other ice crystal beings, it had developed its own emotions. However, upon realizing its inevitable defeat, the ice dragon showed no inclination to flee, instead opting to expend its remaining strength to fight you to the bitter end. You admired the ice dragon's unwavering resolve, yet made no alterations to your approach, for the ice dragon was your adversary, and at all times, you would combat it in the most suitable manner. Ultimately, the ice dragon was consumed by exhaustion and perished, its body shattering to transform into an extraordinarily translucent blue ice crystal. Sensing the terrifying energy within this crystal, you chose to restore your state to its optimal condition before consuming it. An overwhelming wave of extreme cold engulfed you, freezing every inch of your skin, every cell. For a moment, you felt as though you could not endure. However, each time you reached the brink of collapse, you resolutely persevered. Gradually, as time passed, mysterious and ancient white runes began to manifest upon your form, and you sensed profound changes occurring within your body. A week later, you mutated into the ever-frozen Goblin Berserker, surpassing the level cap of typical Lord-class beings by 25 levels. You felt this mutation was the most powerful you had ever undergone. Previous transformations had followed a singular direction, but this time, the union of the top-tier ice crystal and the fountain of life resulted in an immensely potent transformation. You even felt that you could now triumph over royal-level beings. Simultaneously, you acquired the skills of the ever-frozen body, Ice and Snow World, mastery of ice and snow, among other elite abilities. After devouring the ice crystals, you ventured deeper into the icy expanse, intent on discovering the true nature of the Snow Clan's depths. Chapter 52. When my son-in-law arrives. You retraced your steps and, after a few days, found yourself reunited with Shueming and the others. Upon seeing the frost patterns etched upon your skin, their faces were a tableau of astonishment. Lord Gaburo, you have actually acquired the eternal frost body. Have you slain the ice dragon? Indeed, I did slay the ice dragon in the end. It was quite a formidable foe. However, is it true that the eternal frost body is exceptionally powerful? Absolutely. In the annals of our Snow Clan's history, only a handful of the most elite members have attained the eternal frost body. Moreover, there is a stringent condition. One must be under 40 years of age and possess strength at least at the leader level or higher. Mr. Gaburo, I had no idea you possessed such formidable prowess at such a young age. It's nothing extraordinary. I was born with a royal physique, which allows for a more rapid ascent in strength. You replied dismissively. Shueming believed your words wholeheartedly, for it was inconceivable that anyone could reach such heights in a short span without inherent strength. Well then, may I request that you take me to your Snow Clan's territory? Of course. Having acquired the eternal frost body means you are essentially half of our clan now, and mastering our Snow Clan skills will come effortlessly to you. The clan leader will certainly welcome your arrival. Under Shueming's warm hospitality, you soon entered the realm of the Snow Clan. The members greeted you with friendly smiles, and some even approached to express their gratitude for saving Shuena and the others. You graciously acknowledged their thanks. Before long, you stood before the clan leader. Upon meeting him, a sense of disappointment washed over you. You had imagined the leader might be a breathtakingly beautiful snow maiden. But unfortunately, he was a white-haired man. Even more unfortunate was that he bore a striking resemblance to you in terms of appearance, igniting a sense of rivalry within you. You contemplated the possibility of seizing an opportunity to consume 100 or so slimes, hoping to acquire a transformation ability. As for the Lord-level slime you recalled, it would likely take another 70 or 80 years to manifest. You are Mr. Gaburo, correct? Thank you for saving my beloved daughter. If I am not mistaken, you have acquired the eternal frost body, yes? Yes, indeed. Not only the eternal frost body, but I have also gained several of your clan's other elite skills. You kept this last part to yourself? Secretly scoffing at the notion. Remarkable talent. In that case, Mr. Gaburo, I have a proposition for you. What say you? Please, clan leader, Share your request. Well, I wish to invite you to join our snow clan. With your eternal frost body, you can essentially be considered one of us. I can arrange for my daughter to marry you, making you our clan's next leader, and I will devote all my efforts to nurturing you. I wonder how you feel about this, Mr. Gaburo. Seeing that the clan leader appeared earnest, you hesitated for a moment before asking, are there no other clan members who possess the eternal frost body? Why choose me, an outsider, to inherit your clan's leadership? Noticing your serious demeanor, the clan leader pondered for a moment before responding, Mr. Gaburo, I do not wish to deceive you. At present, there are indeed no clan members who possess the eternal frost body. In fact, our clan has not seen anyone with the eternal frost body for 1,000 years. Over the centuries, due to intermingling with other races, our bloodline has become increasingly diluted. The chances of even an extreme cold body emerging have been steadily diminishing. Unlike other races, we cannot enhance our physique by consuming ice crystals. Thus, I believe your eternal frost body combined with our clan may once again give rise to members with the eternal frost body. Isn't that a rather outrageous notion to be so openly stated, clan leader? This is a desperate measure for the sake of our people. Once you assume my position, you will understand. I cannot merely stand by as the Snow clan continues to decline. Consider it carefully, Mr. Gaburo. I believe this proposal holds no detriment for you. With your eternal frost body, you are destined for greatness. With our assistance, your ascent to the Emperor level will be significantly expedited. And even the legendary Emperor level might not be out of reach. Emperor level? I was unaware there was a rank above the royal level. I will reflect on it. Yes, take your time to contemplate. After concluding your conversation with the clan leader, you departed his tent. The members of the Snow clan warmly welcomed you, and you felt the goodwill they radiated toward you. In truth, you were somewhat tempted by the clan leader's proposition. Although you had your own clan in the monster forest, it had grown sufficiently strong, requiring only occasional visits from you. After careful consideration, you resolved to accept the clan leader's request, as the allure of potentially advancing to the Emperor level was simply too great. You sought out the clan leader once more. I agree to your request, but there is no need to force Shuina into marrying me. I will win her over through my own merits. I knew you were a clever fellow. From this moment forth, you shall be the heir of our Snow clan. We will nurture you with all our might, and you may ask me for anything you desire. Very well, I shall not be shy about my needs. It seems you have already considered what you desire. Yes, magical crystals, preferably in abundance. With a sufficient quantity, I can swiftly elevate my strength. Magical crystals, understood, I will prepare them for you. Thank you. By the way, do you know of a place where slimes are abundant? Slimes? I am aware of a location inhabited by many frost slimes, but why would you want such lowly beasts? I have my reasons. Very well, to the west of the snowy mountains, near the ice lake, there are indeed many slimes. Excellent, I shall be away for a few days, but I will return. Understood. After speaking with the clan leader, you promptly departed the Snow clan and made your way towards the western snowy mountains as directed. Your purpose was clear, to acquire the transformation ability and assume the guise of a Snow clan member, thereby increasing your chances of winning Shuina's heart. You recognized that even in your original form, with some effort, you could capture Shuina's affection, but you preferred not to resort to such measures. Moreover, the transformation ability itself was of utmost importance. Chapter 53. Acquiring Transformation, transforming into a Snow clan member. A week later, after consuming the 973rd frost slime, you found the flavor reminiscent of jelly. While you had previously enjoyed jelly, you now found yourself repulsed by it, even feeling nauseous at the sight of slimes. Yet, for the sake of acquiring the transformation ability, you endured the queasiness and continued to devour slimes. A month later, after swallowing the 4,312th slime, your large stomach nearly burst. At last, the accumulation of quantity led to a qualitative change, and you attained the coveted transformation skill. During this process, you also acquired a skill called Soft Body, which functions similarly to impact absorption. Capable of mitigating certain shield strikes, you were quite pleased with this ability. Subsequently, drawing upon your memory, you transformed into the appearance of a Snow clan member. Your visage as a Snow clan member was no less striking than that of an elf, though the aura you exuded was entirely different. Furthermore, Upon adopting the Snow Clan form, your mastery over ice and snow magic significantly increased, albeit at the cost of a slight reduction in physical strength. You approached the Ice Crystal Cave in your Snow Clan guise. Upon seeing your handsome Snow Clan appearance, Shueming and the others were filled with curiosity. Although the Snow Clan had reached a population of over 1,000, Shueming was familiar with every member, and it was impossible for someone with your remarkable appearance to remain unnoticed among them. Besides, you emanated an enigmatic and powerful presence that was difficult to decipher. Are you of the Snow Clan? I don't believe I've seen you among our ranks. No, we have met before. Hearing your voice struck a familiar chord in Shueming, though he struggled to place it. After scrutinizing your face for some time, he suddenly recalled something. I asked you, Lord Gaburo? You finally guessed it. As you spoke, your body began to enlarge, transforming back into your goblin form. Upon witnessing your face, which bore an almost identical resemblance to your Snow Clan form but magnified several times, Shueming and the others were utterly astounded. Lord Gaburo, what is the meaning of this? How can you transform into our Snow Clan's appearance? Ever since I acquired that ice crystal, I have vaguely developed certain other abilities. In my Snow Clan form, my control over ice and snow seems to be greatly enhanced. As you explained, you reverted back to your Snow Clan appearance, conjuring a crystal-clear ice shard in your right hand. Even the purest of Snow Clan members, like Shueming, could feel a chill emanating from its mere presence. Remarkable ability. Suimuo expressed heartfelt admiration. The Snow Clan possessed an astounding 90% resistance to ice and snow magic. Yet, he sensed that a careless touch of the ice crystal in Gobro's hands could instantly transform him into a lifeless ice statue. Subsequently, he retracted the crystal and ventured deeper into the Snow Clan's territory. Along the way, he attracted numerous gazes. The members of the Snow Clan, regardless of gender, frequently turned their heads to steal glances at him. Before long, he spotted Zuner, who stood at a distance, timidly observing him. Upon his gaze sweeping in her direction, she immediately averted her eyes, unwilling to meet his. Witnessing this scene, a smile unconsciously crept onto his lips. Zuner possessed a gentle and pure appearance, one that could hardly provoke dislike from anyone. However, her body had not yet fully matured, prompting him to first cultivate a closer relationship with her, intending to proceed further once she had grown. He made his way directly to the ice dwelling of the clan leader, Shueying. Upon recognizing him, Shueying was initially taken aback but soon overwhelmed by a wave of profound joy. Naturally, he favored the Snow Clan over goblin appearances. Here, I have prepared these magic crystals for you. What do you think? Shueying said, pouring forth the entirety of his magic crystals from his spatial ring. Faced with a towering pile of high-grade magic crystals, Suimuo felt immense satisfaction. In the days that followed, he devoted himself to training within the Snow Clan, his strength escalating at an astonishing rate due to the abundance of high-grade magic crystals. Simultaneously, Shueying inquired about the situation between him and Zuner, only to be met with Zuner's vehement opposition. This unexpected turn left both him and Shueying astonished, as previously, Zuner had seemed quite fond of his Snow Clan form. Determined to understand her perspective, he approached Zuner's room and knocked gently. Nar, it's me. May I come in? Moments later, the door swung open, and upon seeing him in his Snow Clan form, Zuner's face flushed crimson. Hello, she stammered timidly, observing her bashful demeanor. He felt a pang of confusion. Had she not just vehemently opposed their engagement? Why the sudden shyness? Lowering his gaze to his own appearance, realization dawned upon him. Greetings, Zuner, I am Shuechen, the attendant of Lord Gobro. And like him, I am half Snow Clan and half Goblin. I wish to inquire why you rejected our Lord's proposal for engagement. His words. Zuner's eyes glistened with sadness as she struggled to articulate her response. After a moment of silence, she quietly confessed, Lord Gobro is wonderful, but I only see him as an elder brother. I have someone I like. As she spoke, her gaze locked onto him, revealing her genuine affections without any pretense. Regretfully, he replied, what a pity. I had hoped to share my life with you. Taken aback, Zuner questioned, what do you mean by that? With a hint of seduction in his tone, he replied, Miss Zuner, you may not be aware, but among the Goblin clan, once a master is acknowledged, that bond remains unbroken. Therefore, if you were to marry our Lord, you would inherently become my master as well. I would be bound to obey your every command." At his words, Zunar's eyes widened, and she swallowed hard. "Really? I could ask you to do anything? Indeed. As long as you agree to the engagement, I would comply with your every request. Even now I agree." With a swift motion, he playfully tapped Zunar on the head. She looked at him, feigning innocence. "How could you, Zunar, not recognize me? My face and voice have not changed." Taken aback, Zunar blinked in disbelief before stammering, "Why, you're Lord Gobro." "Oh, now you recognize me?" Chapter 54. Ascending to the monarch level upon confirming his identity, Zunar's face turned beet red. She wished fervently to rewind time to a few minutes prior, wishing to retract her earlier statements. Regretting why she had not recognized him. Tentatively, she asked, "Then, Lord Gobro, can we still get engaged?" Originally intent on the engagement, her enthusiasm had waned. After speaking, Zunar's face paled, realizing her previous foolishness in uttering those words. Her mind raced, seeking a remedy for her blunder. "I was mistaken. Lord Gobro, I merely what?" he prompted, sensing her hesitation. "I believe if a more handsome figure were to appear by your side, you would easily be swayed by another." "That won't happen, Lord Gobro. I would entrust my ice heart to you. With my ice heart, you would possess all of me. My very life and death would rest in your hands. Should I ever harbor feelings for another, you would be able to sense it. You, too, are of the Snow Clan. You understand the significance of the ice heart to us, do you not?" Zunar's declaration left him astounded. He struggled to comprehend how mere physical attractiveness could wield such power over others. Enough for her to relinquish all to him. Sensing his indecision, Zunar slowly placed her hand on her flat chest, revealing a radiant white crystal. "Nar, you must think carefully. I am not as benevolent as you might imagine. I may even have other lovers." Initially resolute, Zunar's expression faltered upon hearing his words. Yet after a moment of contemplating his face, she firmly nodded. "I can accept that." Observing her demeanor, he realized that Zunar was not a steadfast individual. Should temptations arise in the future, the likelihood of her betrayal was considerable. After deliberation, he accepted Zunar's ice heart. Upon witnessing him accept it, a flicker of anxiety crossed Zunar's eyes, as if regretting her recent decision. This only reinforced his belief that she was not a reliable companion. "Lord Gobro, now that you have accepted my ice heart, what of our wedding? Of course, we shall become engaged now, and once you reach adulthood, we will marry. Lord Gobro, I am already of age. I am 29. His surprise was palpable. Zunar appeared no older than 15 or 16, yet her actual age was 29. She explained that once a member of the Snow Clan surpasses the elite level, they cease to age further. However, their lifespan among magical beasts is relatively short, typically lasting only around 200 years. His confusion dissipated, but upon realizing that Zunar's body would not undergo further changes, he cast a sympathetic glance at her youthful figure. Zunar, perceiving his impolite gaze, felt a surge of anger, yet refrained from voicing it, as the truth was undeniable. Subsequently, they proceeded with their marriage in the 45th year. With the unwavering support of the Snow Clan, his strength reached the pinnacle of a lord-level being, on the verge of a breakthrough. By the 51st year, he ascended to the monarch level and became the clan leader. That same year, following his elevation to monarch level, his speed dramatically increased, prompting him to return to the Beast Forest for a visit. He asked the old clan leader to manage the Snow Clan in his absence, to which the elder readily agreed. Traveling with great haste, he reached the Beast Forest in just half a month's time. Upon returning to his territory, he was astonished to discover that Gobmo had achieved a breakthrough to the Lord level. A feat that surprised him greatly. After all, Gobmo was of the same age as he, and he had only attained his current strength through multiple enhancements. How could Gobmo have accomplished such a feat within 50 years? Later, he learned that Gobmo had activated his bloodline following an unexpected incident, which propelled his strength to new heights. The incident Gobmo referred to was consuming a rare black herb by chance. Inquiring about the herb's location, Suimuo intended to find it in reality after ascertaining its whereabouts in the simulation. Feeling a twinge of embarrassment, Gobro, who was observing the simulation, thought to himself, how could he be portrayed as such a despicable beastly lord? Seizing opportunities from his subordinates, he wondered if memories would be available for purchase once the simulation concluded, as he could not allow other races to seize that black herb. After clarifying the herb's origin, Gobmo asked if he wished to continue overseeing the clan. Suimuo declined, allowing Gobmo to retain his position as the clan leader while he himself would assume the role of the king, a being above the lord. After spending some time in the beast forest, he had no intention of delving deeper, for over the years, Gobmo had amassed enough magic crystals to fill 2 caverns. All prepared for him, he planned to consume all these magic crystals to transform them into his own power before returning to the Snow Clan's territory to absorb the magic crystals the old clan leader had set aside for him. Intending to continue this cycle indefinitely, it took a full 2 years for you to exhaust all these magic crystals, during which your level astonishingly reached 84. Only 8 levels remain until you attain your maximum level. You can sense that your current strength has surpassed that of the royal tier, at the very least. Once that rascal Maliri becomes a royal, he will undoubtedly be no match for you. Subsequently, you sought out the Lord tier slime from your memories. Although the mere scent of the slime now makes you feel nauseous, you nonetheless killed it and consumed its essence. After slaying the slime, you felt your transformation skills grow significantly more powerful, though not to a fundamentally transformative degree. Simultaneously, your devouring skills and flexibility abilities received considerable enhancement. Though your tribe's stock of magic crystals has been diminished by over half due to your consumption, you still have no intention of departing just yet. Over the past 2 years, you have also conquered several smaller tribes, and now the quantity of magic crystals your tribe submits each month is truly astounding. You plan to wait until the Snow Tribe has amassed 3 years' worth of magic crystals before returning to them. Moreover, you have begun actively seeking out Lord-tier creatures, for the corpses and magic crystals of these beings can grant you new abilities to some extent. Chapter 55. Royal Power. Although you have been discreetly hunting Lord-tier creatures, the powerful beings deep within the monster forest have still taken notice of your presence. After some time, a familiar king-tier creature approached you. Upon seeing the Spectre King before you, a cryptic smile graced your features. The Spectre King found your expression peculiar, as you appeared to recognize him. Recently, the population of Lord-tier creatures in the monster forest has been diminishing at an abnormal rate. It must be your doing, right? And what of it? Do you think you can do anything about me? Observing your disdainful demeanor, the Spectre King wore a grave expression. As a fellow king-tier powerhouse, he did not fear you. Yet he did not underestimate you either. Do not misunderstand. I have no intention of causing you trouble. However, your actions have drawn the attention of some significant figures. I am merely here to guide you. If you wish to develop within the monster forest for the long term, I believe you should meet that esteemed individual. Oh, you mean that esteemed individual? A royal powerhouse? Indeed. Then there is no need for such a meeting. A mere royal holds no significance. Do you know what you are saying? I do. A mere royal. If they are not an imperial powerhouse, they should not act so arrogantly in my presence. Your audacious attitude left the Spectre King baffled. He could not comprehend how a king-tier could be so brazen. I shall convey your words to that esteemed individual. I hope that when the time comes, you can maintain such bravado. I fear you may not have that opportunity. What do you mean by that? You launched an attack on the Spectre King. Having devoured so many Lord-tier beings, you had longed to experience the taste of a king-tier powerhouse, and now the Spectre King had conveniently come to you. Thus, you struck as for the potential retaliation from a royal powerhouse after slaying the Spectre King. You were utterly unafraid. After all, your current strength was already on par with that of a royal. Even if your power fell slightly short of that royal, you could still escape from their grasp. Though he was already on guard, the Spectre King was nonetheless pierced by your ice spikes as your attack landed. And in that instant, he realized your power far exceeded that of a typical king-tier creature. His form swiftly began to dissipate as he attempted to flee. You relentlessly pursued the Spectre King. Your speed, strength, and magical prowess all surpassing his. He was thoroughly beaten as he lamented the folly of seeking you out. Before long, the Spectre King ceased his flight, for the entire forest within a 10-kilometer radius had been encased in ice. He had no escape and could only choose to fight to the death. Once he began to resist with all his might, you discovered that while the Spectre King's strength was not much compared to your own, he was indeed considerably stronger than other king-tier beasts. You understood that the Spectre King was also a mutated creature, likely a rather formidable one at that. However, it was of no consequence. Your mutation was stronger, your level higher, and your skills more formidable. 4 hours later, the Spectre King was left in tatters. In his final moments, he cast a deep gaze upon you, and he finally understood why you dared to be so arrogant. You indeed possessed the credentials to be so. You ruthlessly crushed the Spectre King's skull and devoured his body along with the magic crystals. The powerful ghostly energy coursed through your entire being, and you immediately returned to your territory, intending to digest the energy the Spectre King had bestowed upon you. The intense ghostly energy surged wildly within you, and you endured immense pain throughout the night. The process of absorbing the magical energy of a king-tier creature proved unexpectedly arduous. In the blink of an eye, a week passed, and your level had risen by 2, along with the acquisition of numerous advanced skills pertaining to the Ghost Clan. A few days later, you sensed a terrifying and unfamiliar aura in your territory, one far more fearsome than that of a king-tier, undoubtedly royal in nature. You ceased digesting the energy of the Spectre King and raced toward the source of that aura. Upon your arrival, the scene was one of utter devastation, strewn with the corpses of goblins. You regarded the newcomer coldly. They, too, were a humanoid being, with a striking appearance, their skin a blend of red and black, reminiscent of the Ghost Clan, yet you were acutely aware that they were not of that lineage, but rather a Shura, and a royal one at that. Are you the royal behind the Spectre King? You inquired coolly. The Spectre King has been slain by you. The royal Shura looked at you with an expression of intrigue. Have you come to accompany him? Seeking death, are we? Both of you launched into action simultaneously. The royal Shura before you exuded an incredibly terrifying power, far surpassing that of a novice royal, their strength far exceeding that of the Spectre King, even slightly greater than your own, but only slightly. Your battle was fierce, and many beasts in the vicinity fell victim to the collateral damage, but neither of you paid them any heed, continuing your clash unabated. After 10 days, both of your magical energies had been depleted by more than half. Yet neither side showed signs of yielding. The expressions on both your and the Shura's faces grew grim. Neither wished to continue this fight, for reaching your levels of power was no easy feat. If this continued, one side would undoubtedly suffer casualties, and the other would not emerge unscathed either. However, both of you were too proud to concede, resolutely determined to persevere. Ultimately, this fierce conflict endured for an entire month. Until both of you had exhausted your magical energy, in unison, you both halted your assaults, and you returned to your territory to resume your training. Thanks to the battle with the Shura monarch, you had fully absorbed the energy of the Spectre King, resulting in a significant boost in your power. Half a year later, the Shura monarch returned to your territory, challenging you to a duel. Initially, you believed your strength should surpass that of the Shura monarch. However, to your astonishment, the Shura monarch had also made substantial advancements, reaching a level comparable to your own. This time, your battlefield was an uninhabited desert expanse. And yet another month of fierce combat ensued, concluding once more in a stalemate. Thereafter, after intervals of time, the Shura monarch would seek you out for another battle, and in this manner, an unusual camaraderie blossomed between you. By the 57th year, you informed the Shura monarch of your intention to depart from the monster forest for a time, promising to return for further combat upon your return. He assented, vowing not to take any action against your tribe during your absence. Subsequently, you returned to the Snow tribe to absorb the magic crystals they had collected for you. In the 62nd year, you found yourself at a bottleneck, on the verge of breaking through to the royal tier. Chapter 56. Despicable. In the same year, you re-entered the monster forest, challenging the Shura monarch once more, hoping to leverage this battle for your ascension to the royal tier. Having previously visited the Shura monarch's territory, it did not take long for you to locate him. In no time, the Shura monarch sensed your presence and approached you. Today, we can finally determine the victor of our duel. You regarded the Shura monarch with a cold gaze. Today, you shall experience the essence of the Shura. The Shura monarch detected the terrifying aura emanating from you and was taken aback, yet he showed no signs of fear. The victor of this contest is yet to be determined. Do you think only your strength has grown? With that, the Shura monarch unleashed a potent malevolence from his being, signifying that he, too, had significantly advanced since your last encounter. Witnessing this, you felt a surge of satisfaction. The stronger the Shura monarch became, the greater the benefits you would reap upon his defeat. Indeed, while you and the Shura monarch shared a peculiar bond akin to lifelong rivals, you both understood that the day would inevitably come when one would have to slay the other. Yet, neither of you would resort to any despicable means. Your confrontation would be straightforward, without treachery. Soon enough, you and the Shura monarch clashed. At the outset, the overwhelming advantage you had envisioned did not materialize. Rather, as before, you were evenly matched as you felt the Shura monarch's formidable strength. You were not surprised. You had long known that the Shura monarch was not an opponent to be easily vanquished. However, the Shura monarch's growth, while impressive, still paled in comparison to your own. Your power now clearly surpassed his, just enough that if he chose not to flee, you would have the potential to take his life. A week later, the wounds on the body of the Shura emperor began to multiply gradually, and the situation had become glaringly apparent. Should the battle continue, the Shura emperor would no longer be your match. However, at that moment, an unexpected turn of events occurred. You sensed the presence of 4 king-level auras rapidly approaching from all directions, and these 4 auras bore a striking resemblance to that of the Shura emperor. In an instant, you grasped the implications of this revelation. Despicable! You exclaimed in fury. Despicable? Gobro, it is your naivety that is astonishing. Did you genuinely believe we had forged any semblance of friendship? This is merely the most fundamental tactic of a monarch. My initial intent was simply to utilize you to enhance my own strength, but now you have exceeded my expectations, and thus, I cannot allow you to remain. Upon hearing the Shura emperor's words, disbelief washed over your face and resignation. You signaled for the ambushed Snow Clan members, as well as the Snow Clan patriarch who had also reached the royal level, to make their sudden appearance. The Shura emperor stared in disbelief at the 5 royal-level Snow Clan members and 1 royal-level Snow Clan elder that had materialized behind him. Despicable? The Shura emperor roared in anger. Despicable? Shura emperor. It is you who is exceedingly naive. Did you truly think we had established any form of camaraderie? This is merely a basic strategy employed by a king. My original intention was to leverage you for a modest enhancement of power. But your unexpected prowess has compelled me to reconsider your continued presence. Listening to the eerily familiar words, the Shura emperor felt a profound discomfort, so intense that he found himself at a loss for words. Yet, he was left with no recourse. Soon, your reinforcements arrived on the scene. Behind the Shura emperor were 4 king-level ghost warriors, while you were flanked by 5 king-level Snow Clan members and 1 royal-level Snow Clan elder, clearly indicating a significant disparity in combat strength in your favor. With a somber expression, the Shura emperor remarked, Gobro, must our conflict be so publicly disgraceful? Upon hearing his words, you found them somewhat amusing. We have battled for so many years. You are indeed a worthy opponent. If you are a worthy adversary, then why treat me thus? Have I wronged you in any way? Is it not normal to eliminate one's opponents? At your words, the Shura emperor's face contorted with an expression of utter disgust, akin to having consumed something foul. Yet, even more discomforting events unfolded swiftly. One of the Shura kings, upon realizing the evident inferiority of their forces, chose to defect openly. This betrayal only compounded the already precarious position of the Shura emperor. Furious, the Shura emperor glared at the traitorous Shura king and bellowed, Shura you! I grant you one last opportunity to choose your allegiance anew. I can pretend as though nothing has transpired. Hearing the Shura emperor's words, Shura you quickly recoiled. My apologies, your majesty, I have long admired Lord Gobro and cannot return to your side. Please grant me this chance to follow Lord Gobro. Witnessing the internecine conflict between the Shura emperor and his subordinate, you could not help but laugh while feeling relieved at your own superior strength and influence compared to the Shura emperor. Without that, the current situation could have been far more dire. After several fruitless negotiations, The Shura Emperor had no choice but to resort to direct combat. He had contemplated fleeing, but all escape routes had been sealed off by your forces, leaving them with no avenue of retreat. As the situation reached a critical juncture, a Shura king suddenly positioned himself before the Shura Emperor and shouted, "Your Majesty, flee! I shall hold them off." As he spoke, a terrifying aura emanated from him, causing the surrounding air to heat up as he began to burn his own life force. Observing this Shura king's actions, the Shura Emperor's eyes filled with reluctance. However, he understood that hesitation was not an option and quickly led the other two Shura kings in retreat. "Gobro, remember this. One day, I shall make you pay in blood for your treachery." After unleashing a futile roar of rage, the Shura Emperor fled desperately. Though you had the intent to pursue, the entire area had transformed into a blazing inferno, making it impossible for you to penetrate the flames. By the time you could, the Shura Emperor and his retinue had already escaped. You gazed at the Shura king who had furiously sacrificed his life force, sighing to yourself, one such as him would have been a prized addition to your ranks. In resignation, your forces eliminated the Shura king. Even in death, his eyes remained wide open, devoid of any trace of fear. "What was his name?" you inquired of the Shura king who had surrendered to you. "Master, his name is Mo Yin Gue. Is he not a pure Shura?" you asked. "Indeed, he is a hybrid of the Ghost and Shura clans. Years ago, it was the Shura Anin who brought him back and cared for him diligently." "I see. He is indeed a commendable warrior." After uttering these words, you consumed the corpse and magic crystal of Mo Yin Gue. Chapter 57. The trivial grudge of filial piety. The malevolent energy of Mo Yin Gue, coupled with his ghostly aura, was not in the slightest inferior to that of the Ghost Kings. You sensed that even if you could not ascend to the royal level this time, you were not far from it. Meanwhile, the 5 king-level Snow clan members and the Elder Patriarch were already searching for the whereabouts of the Shura Emperor, though they found nothing. Due to the Shura Emperor's flight, you opted to seize his territory. For the obstinate Shura clansmen, you wasted no time in eliminating them, while those who surrendered were not granted your trust outright. Instead, you remained vigilant, integrating them into various factions within your own clan to prevent them from banding together. By the 64th year, you had fully absorbed Mo Yin Gue's magical energy, yet still had not broken through to the royal level. You could feel that the threshold to the royal level was tantalizingly close. Yet that slender gap felt as insurmountable as climbing to the heavens. Nevertheless, your strength had seen a significant enhancement, particularly in the realms of ocular techniques, illusions, and magical energy. By the 66th year, you had yet to completely subdue the territory of the Shura Emperor, as its vastness and complexity posed a considerable challenge. In these years, you had found no information pertaining to the Shura Emperor. Thus, you remained deeply concerned, for the Shura god was undoubtedly a royal-level powerhouse. His absence was akin to a venomous snake lying in wait in the shadows, poised to strike with lethal precision at any moment. However, your concern was merely that, unless the Shura Emperor achieved the imperial level, he posed no genuine threat to you. In the 72nd year, you unexpectedly encountered the little rascal Imoli, though he was still young, at the pinnacle of the Lord level, and posed no threat to you. You had no intention of killing Imoli. You recognized his utility. Primarily, you desired that Imoli suffer a bit before his demise. Your demands were modest. Have Imoli simulate his own death 99 times, and you would be satisfied, for he had once taken your life. You deemed it not excessive to require his death 99 times. As you approached the defiant young rascal, now forced to kneel before you, you asked, "What is your name?" Imoli remained silent, disdain etched on his face. Noticing that he seemed poised to spit at you, you preemptively kicked him in the face. "Can't speak, can you? Are you mute or something?" Confronted with your sudden outburst, Imoli appeared utterly bewildered. He had not anticipated your volatile temperament. "What, are you unsatisfied?" Before Imoli could respond, you continued, "If you are dissatisfied, I shall grant you an opportunity for revenge. If you defeat me, you shall become the new leader of my clan." As you spoke, you lifted your foot, fully aware that Imoli respected only those he believed could best him. The moment your foot lifted, Imoli sprang to his feet, claws extended toward you, but within a second, you had once again pinned him beneath your foot, as though he had never risen at all. Old man, this is unfair. You are so much older than me. Give me 50 years, and I will absolutely surpass you. Oh, and why should I grant you those 50 years? You should be aware that it was I who killed your father. Just a trivial grudge of filial piety. I care not. His death was merely due to his own inadequacy. I will not be like him, a mere waste. You thought to yourself that he was indeed not the one lacking in skill. But you did not voice this. Your aim was to utilize Amoli, not to instill genuine hatred within him. Very well, I shall grant you 50 years. However, during this time, you must obey my every command. After 50 years, should you still be unable to defeat me, you shall serve as my dog for all eternity. Deal. Moli replied almost without hesitation. In 50 years, he believed he could attain the royal level. And in his mind, even if you were granted 500 years, you might not achieve it. Thus he agreed readily. Observing Amoli's smug expression, you could easily surmise his thoughts, but you chose not to expose him. Allowing him to feel clever would suffice. Subsequently, you ordered for Amoli to be taken away. Gobro, witnessing this scene, inquired, "Leader, you are simply letting him go without further inquiry. He will do what he has promised." I understand him. Upon hearing your response, Gobro chose to trust you and continued to ask, "Leader, I have one more matter I do not quite comprehend. Speak." Observing your demeanor, it seems you intend to subdue this individual. Yet, I fail to comprehend the significance of trampling upon his face. My actions possess an inherent depth, and I would appreciate it if you refrained from incessant inquiries. You have not disclosed to Gabumo that your motivations are purely vindictive. Yet Gabumo has nonetheless chosen to place his trust in you. In the 77th year, your beastly frenzy reached its pinnacle, evolving into beastly aura, significantly augmenting your power to the extent that even the venerable chieftain of the Snow Clan can now only match you in a stalemate. In the same year, you received word of the Azura Emperor, who has ventured deep into the Beastman forest, aligning himself with an even mightier entity. You can surmise that this formidable presence surpasses the Azura Emperor. Undoubtedly a formidable figure among the sovereigns. While you are uncertain if there exists any being stronger than these sovereigns, you are acutely aware that even upon attaining the rank of Emperor, you would not stand a chance against such titans. This realization brings you unease, for you understand that a sovereign would not deign to engage personally with someone of your lesser rank. Yet the Azura Emperor may well come seeking vengeance accompanied by other sovereigns. Though your strength is considerable, you are not yet capable of contending with two sovereigns simultaneously. Should the Azura Emperor bring forth 4 or more sovereigns to confront you, defeat would be all but assured. In the 81st year, the Azura Emperor's retribution arrived as anticipated, leading 3 sovereigns, 5 kings, and a legion of 20 lord-level beastmen and hundreds of thousands of magical beasts to assault your clan. As you surveyed the vast horde before you, it became evident that this was likely the entirety of the Azura Emperor's forces. Over the years, your clan's strength has also seen considerable enhancement. Although no new sovereigns have emerged, 4 kings have arisen, and the number of lord-level warriors has surged to 53, with combat-ready magical beasts exceeding 1 million. Despite the vast disparity in elite combatants, your lower-tier forces significantly outnumber their counterparts, instilling within you an unwavering confidence. Chapter 58. Annihilating the enemy, the threat of sovereigns soon. The earth-shattering clash of magical beasts erupted within the Beastman forest. As over 1 million magical beasts collided in battle, and after a day of relentless fighting, the forest was awash in blood. Yet, the majority of this blood belonged to the Azura Emperor's minions. On the first day, neither side's top-tier combatants engaged, merely directing their respective forces in combat. However, the Azura Emperor's command experience pales in comparison to yours. Though he has led armies before, he has never commanded with true diligence, relying instead on sheer brute strength. Consequently, in terms of numbers, quality, and the adherence of his troops, his forces fell vastly short of yours, resulting in a decisive victory for you on the first day. Your 100,000-strong army suffered mere casualties of 2,000 to 3,000, while your million-strong force experienced almost no losses. Although the enemy's forces were indeed weaker, the proud Azura Emperor could not accept this humiliation. On the second day, he led his entire army into battle. However, even with the participation of the Azura Emperor and 3 other sovereigns, the conflict remained overwhelmingly one-sided. Utilizing your exceptional military acumen, you deftly maneuvered the battlefield to your advantage. 3 days later, the Azura Emperor's forces were entirely obliterated, with your army's losses exceeding 30,000. While this toll weighed heavily on your heart, you continued to leverage your troops to exhaust the magical energy and stamina of the sovereigns and kings. After half a month, observing the dispersed formations of magical beasts relentlessly attacking from afar, the Azura Emperor and the other 3 sovereigns grew numb. They felt as though this army would never cease. For over half a month, they had not enjoyed a moment's respite, all the while being harassed by you and the other kings. Though their injuries were not severe, the psychological toll on the Azura Emperor and his elite fighters was substantial. Meanwhile, your forces had endured half a month of battle, resulting in the loss of 15,000 troops. It is worth noting that the magical beasts within your territory, unlike those of other lords, had undergone meticulous cultivation, consuming resources at a rate 45 times that of ordinary beasts. Thus, losing so many in such a short span was indeed painful, yet it was a necessary sacrifice. There could be no avoiding it if you wished to eliminate these adversaries decisively. A month later, all 5 kings had been slain by your hand. However, you did not immediately consume their corpses. Instead, you preserved them, intending to feast upon them at a later time. The 4 remaining sovereigns were now teetering on the brink of mental collapse. They had attempted to escape countless times, yet you had long since ensnared them in an inescapable net. Even if they burned their lives to unleash extraordinary power, escape from such encirclement was impossible. You offered them not a single chance for survival. Nevertheless, their ascension to sovereign status signified that they were not to be underestimated. Under these circumstances, they managed to endure for an entire month. It was not until the latter half of the second month that one sovereign, the weakest among them, a vampire, finally succumbed to despair. The accumulated injuries, compounded by mental breakdown, led to his demise within a single day. You swiftly appropriated his corpse and magical crystal for your own consumption. On the 78th day of war, the second sovereign collapsed unexpectedly. He was the mightiest among the 4, a raging bull demon whose strength even surpassed yours. Yet, ultimately, he too was ground down over 3 days. The remaining 2 sovereigns were easily dispatched by you and the elder chieftain. In his dying moments, the Azura Emperor gazed at you in disbelief, having presumed that 4 sovereigns would easily vanquish you. Yet, he realized too late that you were far more cunning than he had anticipated. Given another chance, he would undoubtedly have brought all his subordinates to eliminate you without hesitation upon their first encounter. Yet now, the situation was irrevocably set. It was too late for such reflections. In a final act of desperation, the Azura Emperor ignited his life force, fighting fiercely until ultimately succumbing to your relentless onslaught. After more than 3 months of warfare, you had eradicated the enemy at the cost of 31,000 magical beasts and 9 Lord-level warriors. Following the end of hostilities, you did not immediately relax, for you were acutely aware that you had now irrevocably offended that Emperor-level powerhouse. Faced with this predicament, you were compelled to make a choice. Option 1. Lead your most elite clansmen to immediately vacate your territory and hide away to recuperate. Option 2. Directly venture into the depths of the Beastman forest to seek refuge with that Emperor-level figure, demonstrating your sincerity. Option 3. Engage the Emperor head-on, leading your forces to assault the depths of the Beastman forest. Option 4. Do nothing. As you contemplated these 3 options before you, Gabumo understood that each time the system presented such choices, they were of paramount importance. A single misstep could spell disaster for the alternate version of yourself within the simulation, necessitating utmost caution. Initially, the third option seemed absurd. As long as that emperor was a rational magical beast, it would be unfeasible to provoke him. Even if you had attained the rank of king, it was unlikely you could stand against such a being. Provoking an opponent you could not defeat would be tantamount to inviting your own demise. The fourth option should also be dismissed. In rare circumstances, is inaction the correct course? Thus, only options 1 and 2 remained. Option 2, apologizing and seeking refuge, might seem a viable strategy, yet those in positions of power tend to be cold-hearted. especially among magical beasts, making this choice perilous. Ultimately, option 1 stood as the last remaining choice. While it too bore risks, they were comparatively less severe than the alternatives. System, I select option 1, confronted with the threat of the Emperor-level entity. You deliberated extensively before gathering all magical beasts of Lord level and above. Chieftain, what is the purpose of summoning us today? Inquired one Lord-level beast. Surveying the assembled crowd, you took your time before stating, Today, I have called you all here to announce that our clan shall disband. Upon uttering these words, a profound silence enveloped the room, as disbelief spread among the gathered beasts who failed to grasp the reasoning behind your sudden decision. After a lengthy pause, Gabumo finally spoke. Chieftain, I do not understand. Why this sudden decision? Did we not just achieve victory? Why disband now? You must be jesting. Surely, you delight in tricking us, do you not? This must be another of your ruses. Gabumo spoke, attempting to convince himself. The surrounding magical beasts began to echo his sentiments, hoping against hope that you were merely joking. Yet, your expression remained solemn, devoid of any mirth, and gradually, their smiles faded, leaving a somber atmosphere in its wake. After a moment, Gabumo pressed, Chieftain, may we inquire as to why? You are aware of the true nature of our recent adversaries, are you not? The chieftain declared, even if countless sovereign-level warriors were to come. We could outlast them. Death is but a triviality, for we refuse to leave. One of the Snow clan members spoke. Although the others remained silent, their expressions conveyed a shared sentiment. Observing their reactions, you solemnly stated, Preliminary estimates suggest that the beast behind the Azura Emperor is at least of imperial rank. If we struggle against just 4 minor sovereigns with such difficulty, facing an imperial being would undoubtedly spell our doom. The journey we've undertaken to reach this point has not been easy. We cannot afford to take such a grave risk together. Moreover, this dissolution is but temporary. Should I achieve a breakthrough to imperial rank in the future, I shall certainly summon you all once more. The assembled crowd ceased their discourse. All present were at least of lordly caliber, possessing a clear understanding of the hierarchy of power. When it comes to the legendary existence of imperial warriors, none would dare to speak of confronting them as they would with sovereigns. Perhaps a multitude could triumph over an imperial being, but certainly not with the few of you here. Once it became evident that everyone grasped the gravity of the situation, you continued, It appears you understand the current circumstances. Thus, I will outline the forthcoming arrangements. All warriors of royal rank and above shall accompany me from the Beast Forest to the northern expanse, where we will continue to survive within the Snow Clan's domain. As for all lords, I have a task for you. Upon hearing your words, all the lords present perked up, eager to learn of their final mission. The task was perilous. They could either refuse or accept, yet strictly speaking, the benefits outweighed the risks. As you spoke, you glanced at these lordly beings, noticing their undivided attention upon you. After my departure, the clan members cannot remain without guidance. So, at this point, you surveyed the lords before you, whose expressions were now filled with excitement, seemingly aware of what you were about to propose. Therefore, I intend to entrust their management to you. Of course, if any royal rank wishes to oversee them, you may choose not to accompany me and instead allocate these clan members. Upon hearing your pronouncement, the audience gasped in astonishment. Having served under you for so long, they understood well what it meant to gain control over your clan. Securing those clan members under your command would signify possessing one of the most formidable forces within the Beast Forest at their level. Even a mere allocation of a few thousand of these clan members would constitute a tremendous strength. Observing the eager gazes around you, you swiftly distributed your authority, leaving their future endeavors to their own volition. You then promptly led the royal ranks and all members of the Snow Clan in a hasty escape from the Beast Forest. Thanks to your decisiveness, the flight proceeded remarkably smoothly, encountering no significant obstacles along the way. 3 months later, you returned to the snowy plains, where you began to consume the corpses of the powerful beings you had previously acquired. Due to their high ranks in life, even after 3 months, their remains showed no signs of decay, preserved by your ice magic, which had prevented any loss of their magical essence. Instead of immediately consuming the corpses of the sovereigns, you first devoured the energies of the 5 royal rank corpses. After consuming the first, You felt a tremendous surge of magical power within you, and after the second, it felt as if your body was brimming with magic, on the verge of exploding from excess. You opted to digest the current magical energy before continuing to consume more. By the 83rd year, you had fully absorbed the corpses of all the royal ranks, and with this powerful energy, you finally broke through to sovereign rank, evolving into the eternal Frost Goblin King. Your stature had reached 7.5 meters, your physique harmoniously sculpted, each muscle radiating a beauty of strength without being overly exaggerated. And your visage had become even more handsome. Beyond the changes in appearance, the most significant transformation lay within. You could sense that your total magical capacity was now 3 times that of your royal rank, and your other attributes had surged dramatically. Furthermore, your superhuman body had evolved into an immortal physique, and you had acquired 5 potent skills exclusive to sovereigns. For a moment, the thought of returning to the beast forest to challenge that imperial being crossed your mind. Eager to demonstrate the might of a sovereign. Regaining your composure, you retrieved the corpse of the Azura Emperor along with its magical crystal, swallowing it in one gulp. A terrifying aura enveloped you instantly. Your azure pupils transforming into a menacing crimson, as if you had lost your rationality. Fortunately, your willpower and innate strength allowed you to suppress this dark energy, gradually absorbing its essence. After a month, you mastered the skill Azura's Malevolence, which fused with your beastly fury to evolve into Azura's Frenzy, significantly enhancing your power. 6 months later, you finally absorbed the energy of the Azura Emperor and immediately consumed the corpse and magical crystal of the Bull Demon. That same year, a coldly charismatic young man arrived within the Snow Clan's territory, and an intense sense of foreboding surged through you. At your level, such premonitions are often accurate, prompting you to leave your meditation spot and return to your clan. However, upon emerging, you were met with a distinctive scent, the blood of the Snow Clan. The sense of danger intensified in your heart as you hurried to your clan, only to be confronted with a scene of carnage. The ground strewn with the corpses of Snow Clan members and goblins, alongside the battered elder chieftain and goblin mage. Apart from them, all others lay dead. Chapter 60. Mutation, the Eternal Frost Vengeful Spirit King. Upon your arrival at the scene, the young man regarded you with a smirk. Your eyes burned with fury as you deduced his identity. You had anticipated that he might one day find you, yet never expected it to come so soon. You had brought all the Snow Clan back, and others should have remained unaware of their territory's location. Upon seeing you, the young man mockingly remarked, "So you are the one who killed the Azura demon, and you've advanced to sovereign rank." Impressive, indeed. As he spoke, he casually snapped the neck of the goblin mage and discarded his corpse like refuse. Your anger surged to its peak at his actions, yet you refrained from attacking. Despite being merely 80 years old, your 3 centuries of memories rendered you a seasoned entity. You understood well that even if you charged at the imperial being with all your might, you would stand no chance against him, while he could effortlessly extinguish your life. Noticing your inaction, the imperial being appeared surprised. He had anticipated you would retaliate after killing the goblin mage. Just as he intended to strike the elder chieftain, you intervened, seizing the elder and fleeing with frantic urgency. Along the way, you encountered countless familiar faces among the corpses. Goblira, Maliri, Zuner. Their expressions were contorted in agony, and you could only imagine the suffering they endured in their final moments. A profound sorrow welled up within you, amplifying your rage, yet paradoxically, it fostered a greater calmness. In the time to come, you would dedicate yourself to advancing to imperial rank, seeking vengeance against him. Are you not furious? A taunting voice suddenly echoed in your ear. Turning to the side, you discovered he had appeared beside you, effortlessly keeping pace. "Do you wish for this fellow to live?" he asked suddenly. You nodded with great difficulty. "Then become my subordinate. Your prowess is indeed remarkable. Few sovereigns possess your speed. As for what you've lost today, I shall compensate you double. What do you say?" Though he extended an invitation, his tone dripped with mockery, making it seem insincere, as if he would retract his offer the moment you agreed. "Fine," you replied, stifling your disgust. Despite the overwhelming urge to rend him limb from limb, you held back, deciding to seek revenge after elevating your power to imperial rank. Ha ha ha, you actually believed me. You thought I would recruit you? In the blink of an eye, you launched an attack, fully aware that you would struggle to inflict harm upon him. Thus, you opted for a humiliating slap. Yet he effortlessly evaded your strike, landing a punch to your abdomen. For a fleeting moment, it felt as though your insides had been ruptured, your very organs churning violently. The ensuing battle was overwhelmingly one-sided. After expending your last vestige of strength, he spared your life, stating, "Your power is indeed commendable. From now on, follow me and serve. I shall grant clemency to you," and that elderly one. With that, you slipped into unconsciousness. When you next awakened, you found yourself in an opulent chamber, and it dawned on you that you had returned to the beast forest. Reflecting on the events leading up to your fainting spell, you prepared for the challenges that awaited you. The torrent of rage surged uncontrollably from your chest, dark crimson tendrils spreading across your form. Your body underwent a grotesque transformation, filled to the brim with resentment, sorrow, and fury, culminating in your evolution into the frost-bound vengeful demon monarch, whose level cap surpassed that of ordinary monarchs by an astounding 24 levels. The previous frost-bound goblin monarch, upon ascending to royalty, had only exceeded the typical monarch's limits by 19 levels. You wrestled with your emotions, forcibly suppressing thoughts of vengeance, and after a prolonged period, you finally regained your composure, largely due to the solitude of your chamber. An hour passed as you continued to fortify your mental state. However, it was not long before two statuesque, breathtaking succubi entered your room. "Why, lord, you have awakened," one cooed softly. "Where is this place?" "This is the residence arranged for you by the emperor. We have been assigned to serve you, and you may do with us as you please." The last phrase dripped with an alluring seduction that would stir the heartstrings of any onlooker. Yet in this moment, your heart was consumed solely by hatred, and you remained unshaken. Nevertheless, you recognized that such pent-up rage could not be sustained indefinitely. Otherwise, when you eventually confronted the so-called emperor, it would erupt uncontrollably. Thus, you unleashed your wrath within the confines of your room. The following day, you surveyed the two pallid figures beside you and the drenched sheets. Donning your attire, you strolled leisurely out of the chamber. Your current appearance mirrored that of the Snow clan, thus reflecting the stature of an ordinary human. It wasn't long before you arrived at the Emperor's grand palace. Gazing upon the opulent edifice, you inhaled deeply and stepped inside. Yet at that very moment, a tempest of fury crashed upon your chest, for you beheld the Emperor feasting upon the remains of your kin. Noticing your arrival, the Emperor regarded you with keen interest, then elegantly plucked a piece of flesh from the corpse before him, savoring it with deliberate slowness. "Ah, you have come. How was your rest?" he inquired nonchalantly. "Thanks to your kindness. I rested quite well. I heard reports of screams emanating from your chamber yesterday. It appears you were quite pleased with my arrangements. Indeed, I am grateful for your generosity." Your expression betrayed no hint of vulnerability. Perhaps out of boredom, the Emperor ceased his meal, his gaze drifting downward, before stating, "Now that you are one of my own, you cannot remain idle. There are tasks I require you to undertake. With that, he tossed a parchment your way. Bending down, you retrieved the parchment. "The contents are therein. Should there be no further matters, you may depart. From now on, I shall summon you when necessary." "Understood." Exiting the palace, you coldly unfurled the parchment. Delving into its details, you resolved that until your strength reached the level of a monarch, you would become an emotionless specter, ensuring that once you transcended, the Emperor would not meet an easy demise. Chapter 61. The Frozen Dominion. Upon comprehending the contents of the parchment, a cruel smile curled upon your lips. It was a task of assassination, instructing you to slay 3 monarch-level beings and return with their heads. For others, such a mission might seem insurmountable, and you understood that the Emperor intended to test you. After all, how could one recently elevated to monarch status hope to defeat 3 others? Yet, during your last confrontation with the Emperor, you had intentionally withheld a portion of your power, conserving your strength for this very moment. Moreover, this task suited you perfectly, as it would provide a means to vent your fury through intense combat. You sensed that the Emperor spared your life solely to humiliate you. Though enraged, you recognized that survival was the first step toward vengeance, and thus you would endure any indignity. Following the Parchment S instructions, within 3 days, you located your targets, 3 Monarch-level winged beings, each of a distinct bloodline: the Black Sky Giant Eagle, the Swift Gale Falcon, and the Blazing Fiery Bird, each possessing formidable advantages. Their territories were in close proximity, and engaging one would undoubtedly summon the others. After careful deliberation, you resolved to target the monarch of the Blazing Fiery Bird first. This choice stemmed from the overwhelming power of the Black Sky Giant Eagle and the rapid speed of the Swift Gale Falcon, both of whom posed threats you could not eliminate in a short span. The Blazing Fiery Bird, while wielding terrifying fire magic capable of harming even a monarch, possessed a physical disadvantage compared to the others, making it your only viable option for a swift ambush. You swiftly arrived at the domain of the Blazing Fiery Bird. Although the guards were vigilant, you effortlessly evaded them, soon locating the Monarch's quarters. To your fortune, the target was ensconced in a state of indulgence. The parchment from the Emperor had indicated that among the 3 monarchs, the Blazing Fiery Bird, despite his superior talent, was the most lethargic. Often entranced by sensual pleasures, a prime factor in your choice of assassination target. The Blazing Fiery Bird was entirely unclothed, absorbed in his pursuits when you seized the opportunity for your ambush. Aware that he would sense your approach, you held nothing back, unleashing your full power. As anticipated, he reacted instantly. Though he summoned a fiery shield, it was too late. The shield had yet to form when your claw pierced through his chest. A chilling wave of frost emanated from the wound, spreading an icy toxin that sapped his strength. Being of fire affinity, the ice and water assault inflicted damage beyond that of other elements. Seizing this chance, your hand lunged for his heart, and with a forceful pull, you wrenched it from his body. The heart, as large as a watermelon, rested in your palm, and without hesitation, you consumed it before the Blazing Fiery Bird's terrified gaze. The overwhelming fiery energy surged through you, yet you effortlessly withstood it, while the monarch collapsed, powerless and filled with dread. The 2 female winged beings on the bed were already pale with fright. As the commotion drew the attention of 3 monarch-level winged beings, who rushed toward the scene. However, by the time they arrived, you had already severed the Blazing Fiery Bird's head, preserving his frozen form as a grotesque trophy. Following your transformation into the frost-bound vengeful demon, your ice had taken on a sinister black hue, rendering the sculpture equally eerie. For the 3 newly arrived monarchs, you had no intention of sparing them. Though they sensed something amiss and attempted to flee, the very next moment, the chamber was engulfed in an expanse of black ice. This was a skill acquired post-transformation. The Frozen Dominion, as the skill activated. The 2 winged maidens were instantly encased in ice, while the feet of the 3 monarchs became ensnared, rendering them immobile. You regarded them with an icy indifference as the black ice slowly spread over their forms. Their vitality waning as you beheld the 3 monarchs effortlessly dispatched, a realization dawned upon you. You had grown stronger without even realizing it, all thanks to the Emperor. Subsequently, you collected their remains and soared toward the territory of the Swift Gale Falcon. The battle concluded swiftly. By the time those winged beings detected the disturbance, you had already engaged the Swift Gale Falcon. In less than an hour, you reached the territory of the Swift Gale Falcon. Unlike the Blazing Fiery Bird, the Swift Gale Falcon and the Black Sky Giant Eagle both possessed the mentality of a true monarch. However, the Swift Gale Falcon was notably more arrogant and self-important, which led you to select him as your second target. Upon arrival, you discovered him in a self-constructed arena, reveling in the brutal combat between 2 leader-class beasts, his eyes glinting with mockery, seemingly deriving pleasure from the carnage. Surrounding him were various other winged beings, all captivated by the spectacle. After observing for a moment, the Swift Gale Falcon appeared to sense your presence, his gaze sharpening as it fell upon you. In an instant, he rose and soared in your direction. You felt no animosity radiating from him. Instead, an overwhelming sense of possessiveness enveloped you. This realization left you feeling repulsed. How could he possess such a peculiar inclination? You held no disdain for such proclivities, yet they were utterly unacceptable when directed toward you. Chapter 62. Simulation concludes. Witnessing the sudden ascent of your sovereign took the assembled winged beings by surprise. They were unsure of your monarch's intentions. In the next moment, he descended before you, and it instantly dawned upon the onlookers what this meant. After your ascension to the royal tier, your beauty had undergone a remarkable transformation. To avoid drawing excessive attention to your physique, you adopted the guise of the Snow Tribe, exuding an aura of icy elegance, your appearance nothing short of breathtaking. One could hardly fault the description of you as a rare beauty among mortals. The gaze of the Gale Falcon King was unabashedly fixated upon you, imbued with a lasciviousness that suggested he wished to devour you with his eyes. Sensing an opportunity, you feigned fear and recoiled slightly. In an instant, your hand was grasped by him, and he pulled you towards his palace. You displayed only the prowess of a lord, pretending to struggle, which only served to heighten the excitement of the Gale Falcon King. Before long, he had led you into his regal quarters. Suddenly, an intense chill emanated from his hand. By the time he realized what was happening, his entire arm had been encased in icy. It was then that he understood the gravity of the situation. But it was too late. His body was immobilized, and his remarkable speed was rendered futile. "Who are you?" you retorted, thrusting an ice spear into his mouth as your answer. However, the Gale Falcon King's speed surpassed your expectations. At such close range, he evaded your attack entirely and countered with a barrage of wind blades that rained down upon you. Yet, all were deflected by your ice shield. Despite his astonishing performance, it mattered little. He could not escape your grasp, his arm firmly bound to yours. He inflicted minimal damage upon you, and after an hour, you successfully vanquished him. Following the beheading of your foe and the slaying of 2 royal-level warriors who had come to his aid, you promptly made your way to the domain of the Black Abyss Giant Eagle. Both he and the 2 warriors were evenly matched in strength, and without any unforeseen complications, you effortlessly dispatched them. 3 days later, you returned to the Emperor's territory, bearing the severed heads of the 3 fallen foes. The Emperor was taken aback by your spoils. He knew that, given your capabilities, eliminating these 3 should not have proven difficult. Yet he was astonished by the swiftness of your success. Remarkably, he refrained from humiliating you this time and allowed you to depart. Upon returning to the quarters prepared for you, you began to absorb the spoils of battle. And with the 3 royal-level corpses that had gone unused prior, you now possessed the remains of 8 king-level beasts as well as 6 royal-level ones. By the year 139. Your strength had ascended to the pinnacle of royal beings. The Emperor summoned you, claiming to have a new task for you. You resolved to bide your time, believing that soon you would break through to the imperial level and seek vengeance against him. Upon arriving at the Emperor's palace without preamble, he suddenly attacked you. You instinctively retaliated, casting a puzzled glance at the Emperor, who regarded you with a mocking expression. His gaze, reminiscent of days gone by, required no explanation. It dawned upon you that he had kept you close merely for his amusement, intending to shatter your hopes at the moment of your greatest potential. You grasped that he had never truly trusted you. Thus, you launched a fierce counteroffensive. Now, your power could be deemed invincible among your peers, and against an imperial-level adversary, you would not find yourself as defenseless as before. Half an hour later, having inflicted a grievous wound upon the Emperor, you left him in a state of disbelief. He had never imagined that a royal being could indeed harm an imperial. 1.4 hours later, not only had you survived the Emperor's onslaught, but you also managed to escape his palace at the cost of 1 arm. Enraged, the bloodied Emperor pursued you, though the blood staining him was not yours, but his own. Throughout the years spent under the Emperor's command, you had engaged in numerous subtle maneuvers. For instance, 30 years prior, you had begun poisoning his food with a toxin capable of harming imperial-level beings. This poison was particularly insidious, colorless, and tasteless. It caused no immediate symptoms, and in small amounts, it could even confer slight benefits. However, excessive consumption would lead to a buildup of a peculiar magical energy within the body, which, during prolonged bouts of combat, would suddenly erupt, wreaking havoc upon the host's physique. While this toxin could not kill an imperial being, it was the only means you had discovered to inflict damage upon them. As the Emperor chased you, He transformed into his true form, a colossal bull demon, towering at 13 meters. Unlike ordinary bull demons, his skin was a ghastly crimson, his eyes devoid of whites, and his physique was devoid of excess flesh, complemented by a pair of massive bat-like wings sprouting from his back. Initially, you believed this scenario posed sufficient danger, but soon, a more dire predicament unfolded. 2 royal-level bull demons appeared not far ahead, accompanied by several king-level warriors who obstructed your escape in this seemingly hopeless situation. You fought valiantly for 3 days and nights, slaying 4 royal-level and 13 king-level foes, while inflicting a significant wound upon the Emperor's abdomen. You perished, your eyes reflecting deep-seated resentment as you breathed your last. Simulation concluded. Comprehensive score, 86300. Evaluation. Half-step to Emperor. You may utilize your evaluation points to exchange for the following items. Option 1. Level up by 1, costing 1,000 evaluation points. Option 2. Acquire the complete memories of this life, costing 5,000 points. Option 3. Super Perception LV1, Savage Beast Power LV1, level up by 1, costing 2,000 evaluation points, repeatable selection. Option 4. Steel Body LV Max evolves into Superhuman Body LV1, costing 3,000 evaluation points. Option 5. Gale and Thunder LV Max evolves into Sun Wind and Heavenly Thunder LV1, costing 10,000 evaluation points. Option 6. Any one of the following skills: Regeneration LV Max, Focus LV Max, Hard Skin LV Max, Impact Absorption LV Max, Counterattack LV Max, Block LV Max, evolves, costing 1,000 points, repeatable selection. Option 7. Gain Life Mutation, costing 50,000 evaluation points. Option 8. Acquire the talent to devour magic crystals, costing 20,000 evaluation points. Chapter 63. Acquiring Memories, Stealthy Mutation. Upon reviewing the options presented, Gobro's gaze lingered on the memory section. He began to waver, contemplating whether to choose this option. If he did, he would inevitably endure the accompanying torment. The previous experience of receiving memories had already significantly impacted him. If he were to undergo this again, the excruciating memories could very well lead to his immediate corruption. Considering this, Gobro resolved to accept, reasoning that the prospect of gaining a mutation through this process was too enticing to resist. System: purchase all skills except for life mutation. Purchase completed. Spin evaluation points, 84,000, remaining 2,300 points, reserved for the next simulation talent draw. At the moment of receiving memories, a plethora of recollections surged into Gobro's mind. Vivid scenes from the simulation replaying as if he had truly experienced them. Subsequently, Gobro, with bloodshot eyes, gazed ahead, his body gradually undergoing transformations. Just as in the simulation, Gobro's physique began to swell incrementally, while dark linear patterns began to spread across his form. A palpable aura of aggression emanated from him, and after an indeterminate passage of time, he finally regained consciousness, having completed his metamorphosis, his attributes now altered. Name: Gobro Race. Wrathful Great Goblin. Upon reaching mastery level, level cap increases by 15 levels, base values of 4 core attributes elevate by 50, template, elite level, 30-45, 0, stamina, 120 strength, 170 agility, 120 spirit, 122 charm, 9 skills, Super Perception LV Max, Beastly Fury LV Max, Superman Physique LV1, Tempestuous Wind and Thunder LV1, Rapid Regeneration LV1, Absolute Focus LV1, Iron Skin LV1, Super Impact Absorption LV1, Doubling Counterattack LV1, Precognitive Block LV1, Frenzy LV1, Life Reversal, Special Skill, Wrath LV1. Talents: Devour, Emerald Eyes, Monster's Tail. Medium Stomach, Great Strength, Magic Expansion, Devour Magic Crystals. This simulation undoubtedly provided Gobro with immense enhancements. Although he was merely an elite-level being, it was likely that 9 out of 10 leader-level creatures would no longer pose a challenge to him. Given the extraordinary elevation of his attributes and the formidable nature of his skills, such an opulent skill set would likely be unparalleled among typical leader-level beings. However, Gobro had not emerged unscathed from this transformation. The cost of his unearned mutation was a profound rage that compelled him to yearn to plunge into the depths of the monster forest and shatter the bold demon king. Moreover, the mutation was not as overwhelmingly potent as he had anticipated. Gaburo speculated that this was due to the lack of fusion with the Eternal Frost mutation. System: how many magic crystals are required for the next simulation? The next simulation requires 15,000 first-tier magic crystals, or 300 second-tier magic crystals, or 33rd-tier magic crystals. Indeed, the demand for magic crystals for the subsequent simulation had increased. Tomorrow marked the beginning of a new natural month, granting him another opportunity for a free simulation. However, considering his current prowess, he surmised that ordinary leader-level beings should no longer be a match for him. Perhaps he could devise a plan involving third-tier magic crystals, significantly accelerating his progress. Yet, this thought flickered briefly in Gaburo's mind before being quashed. After all, this was reality, not a simulated world. Encountering uncontrollable forces could yield disastrous consequences. After spending a considerable amount of time in the cave to fully calm his emotions, he leisurely emerged into the daylight, now on the morning of the second day. Rosada had already taken the goblins for training, while Gabumo and Gobrala led 2 hunting teams into the field. The trolls had also set out early, and the remaining goblins busied themselves with various tasks. The sounds of training shouts, the clatter of crafting weapons, and the aroma of food filled the air, momentarily causing Gaburo to feel as though he had returned to the human world. Since it was not yet time for him to teach the goblins, Gaburo decided to hunt first. Given his current strength, he had no doubt he could handle leader-level creatures, so he planned to venture a little deeper into the monster forest. While caution was warranted, it was essential to embrace some risk, for danger and opportunity often coexist. Before long, Gaburo dashed out of the valley, beginning his exploration of the outskirts, and soon encountered a human party, clearly not a group of novices in the monster forest. He had previously crossed paths with more than just Rosada's team. He had chosen to bring them back because they appeared to be a rookie team, easier to manipulate. In contrast, he tended to bypass veteran teams due to his weaker abilities at the time, which made the risk of failure significantly higher. However, he had no intention of sparing the humans before him, as they were evidently making their way out of the monster forest, suggesting they had already acquired spoils from their expedition. Furthermore, the quality of their equipment was subpar, typical of humans at the elite level. After observing them for some time, Gaburo detected no formidable warriors among them. His super perception indicated that they posed no threat to him, prompting him to take action. After all, seizing their lives and treasures was far more efficient than hunting for magic crystals himself. As the 4-person team walked along the path, the leader suddenly halted. "What's wrong? It's too quiet around here." Upon hearing the warrior's words, the other 3 paused, their seasoned adventurer instincts alerting them to the presence of a formidable entity when an area fell eerily silent. Their expressions turned grave. "Let us move quickly. Otherwise, I fear we might encounter trouble," the male warrior urged. However, before he could finish, a shadowy figure materialized before them. The male warrior reacted instantly, raising his shield to defend himself. Bang! A 3-meter-tall shadow collided violently with his shield, sending him hurtling backward, his body nearly shattered. Before the others could discern the nature of the shadow, it struck again, its claws piercing through the priest and the mage. The assassin attempted to flee but was swiftly caught. This 4-person team was effortlessly dispatched by Gaburo. Chapter 64. Seasoning. Gaburo began to scavenge the spoils. A few minutes later, he found himself somewhat disheartened, as none of the humans possessed spatial rings. As for any guilt over taking human lives, the nearly 400 years of memories from his life as a beast had rendered both monsters and humans equally insignificant in his eyes. Nonetheless, the haul was not without merit. He managed to collect 17 second-tier magic crystals from the 4 humans, along with various types of weaponry. He paid no heed to the human corpses, having discovered during simulations that while their remains were exceptionally delectable to monsters, they harbored little magical energy. Upon death, a human's magic dissipated rapidly. However, the most delightful surprise came when he uncovered condiments among their belongings, a small jar of salt and a small jar of sugar. At last, he could enjoy food seasoned with salt. He then drew the long sword of a human warrior, glancing at his reflection in the blade. Gaburo noticed that his appearance had just barely escaped the realm of unattractiveness, now teetering on the edge of being presentable. This realization brought him a sense of relief. Just as in the simulations, his rising level was gradually enhancing his looks. At this rate, it wouldn't be long before he achieved his desired appearance. After securing these items, he chose not to return to his territory but to continue hunting at the outskirts of the monster forest. Since this area bordered the forest, he primarily encountered ordinary first-tier monsters. The day's bounty had been fairly satisfactory due to the earlier encounter with the human team. Upon returning to the territory and encountering Rosetta, he found her staring at him in astonishment. "Chief, it seems you have undergone some changes," Rosetta remarked, observing the dark lines adorning Gaburo's body with curiosity. "Indeed, some transformations have occurred, but these are my little secrets. I hope you will refrain from probing further." "Understood," Rosetta promptly agreed, sensing an inexplicable aura of danger emanating from him. By the way, Rosetta, do you have any interest in learning the language of monsters? If you're keen, I can teach you. Previously, he had been reluctant to share this knowledge due to mistrust, but after the recent simulation, Gaburo recognized Rosetta as someone entirely trustworthy, leading him to decide to impart the language to her. "Really? Is that possible?" "Of course, if you're interested. Then I would be grateful for your guidance." Gaburo, just a trifling matter. From that day forth, Goburo's nightly lessons underwent a transformation. He no longer instructed the goblins in the human tongue, but rather in the language of Rosetta, the beastkin. Once Rosetta had mastered this new language, she would then impart her knowledge to the goblins, for teaching one individual is undoubtedly more efficient than instructing a multitude. Soon, mealtime arrived, and the goblins observed Goburo feasting heartily, their eyes brimming with curiosity. It dawned upon them that their chieftain had grown larger, adorned with numerous black markings. However, the greater intrigue lay in the roasted meat clutched in Goburo's hands. For reasons unbeknownst to them, it appeared far more delectable than their own portions. Ignoring the inquisitive gazes of the goblins, Goburo reveled in the savory delight of his salted meat. After satiating his hunger, he retreated to his cave, contemplating ways to acquire more spices in the future. As he pondered, he began his training. Although he had inherited memories from his simulations and could elevate his skills without traditional practice, his body was yet unaccustomed to utilizing these abilities. Thus, he trained to ensure that he could harness his full combat potential in real-world encounters. He continued his regimen until the late hours of the night, finally succumbing to rest. This pattern repeated daily, hunting by day, teaching Rosetta and others in the afternoon, and training at night. During this period, he refrained from deliberately hunting human adventurer parties, fearing that excessive slaying might draw the attention of the Adventurers Guild, leading to troublesome repercussions. This routine persisted for approximately half a month before a notable change occurred. Goburo stumbled upon a remarkably peculiar fruit in the Beastkin forest, its appearance reminiscent of a red cucumber, yet its flavor strikingly akin to that of a chili pepper. Having finally discovered a potential seasoning, Goburo was determined not to let this opportunity slip away. He resolved to cultivate this spicy plant, recalling from his past life that planting chili seeds could yield fruitful results. This chili-like cucumber contained seeds, making it plausible for him to cultivate them. Thus, Goburo fashioned a small garden within the valley, spacing the seeds approximately 40 centimeters apart. Lacking experience in agriculture, he could only rely on luck for their survival. Concurrently, he began documenting data to ascertain the optimal conditions for these peppers' growth. He contemplated acquiring knowledge about everyday life during his next simulation, as his previous explorations had primarily focused on combat and leadership literature. Neglecting fundamental life skills in the ensuing days, Goburo visited his garden daily. He had grown weary of the monotonous diet of roasted meat and wild fruits. Without the addition of spices, although he would not descend into despair, his spirits would certainly wane. The flora in this realm grew at an astonishing pace. By the following day, the seeds had already sprouted. By the fourth day, they had reached a considerable height, flowering by the sixth day, and bearing fruit by the seventh. Astonished by this remarkable growth, Goburo was thoroughly pleased, having merely watered them during these 9 days without engaging in any additional tasks. Everything had unfolded unexpectedly smoothly. "Is this a Tiao Tiao Jiao?" Suddenly, Rosetta appeared beside Goburo, inquiring that it turned out that this plant was indeed called Tiao Tiao Jiao. Did the chieftain not recognize it? She asked. I discovered this plant in the forest by chance, and upon tasting it, I was intrigued by its unique flavor. I wondered if it would enhance the taste of roasted meat compared to fruit, Gobro explained. After contemplating his words, Rosada offered, do you require assistance? Gobro, my family cultivates land, and I often helped with farming in my youth, so I possess knowledge about many plants. If you need help, I would be glad to assist. Gobro's eyes brightened at her offer. This would indeed alleviate a significant burden. Miss Rosada, would you accompany me to the Beastkin Forest tomorrow? I believe you would recognize many of these uniquely flavored fruits. Certainly, Rosada replied without hesitation. The next day, the two rose at dawn and convened at the entrance of Gobro's cave. Are you prepared, Miss Rosada? Yes, everything is ready, she affirmed. Excellent. With that, Gobro reached out, encircling Rosada's waist. Startled, she instinctively prepared to retaliate, but Gobro swiftly lifted her onto his shoulder. I shall move more swiftly. Sitting upon my shoulder will greatly enhance our efficiency. Relieved, Rosada adjusted her posture, for Gobro's substantial size and broad shoulders allowed her to perch comfortably. Gobro noted the pleasant sensation of her presence on his shoulder. Perhaps due to her warrior training, her skin was not as soft as that of a typical woman, but rather firm and resilient. After a moment's thought, Gobro produced a well-prepared piece of hide. Miss Rosada, should you find the shoulder uncomfortable, feel free to use this as a cushion. Thank you, she replied, accepting the beast hide. Although she was already aware of Gobro's uniqueness, his attentiveness took her by surprise. Subsequently, the two departed the valley and began their search for plants within the Beastkin Forest. Perched on Gobro's shoulder, Rosada experienced a thrill she had never anticipated. She never imagined she would one day stroll through the Beastkin Forest atop a giant goblin's shoulder. The surrounding tranquility, tinged with an undercurrent of danger, exhilarated her. Before long, they encountered a formidable beast, a 3-meter-tall elite ironclaw black bear, towering as high as Gobro himself. The height of this non-humanoid creature starkly contrasted with that of Gobro and his kin. As they observed the bear, Rosada held her breath, realizing that a single bear could easily annihilate the adventurer party she had once belonged to. Yet, she soon noticed that they were drawing closer to the ironclaw black bear. Glancing down at Gobro, she saw that he seemed oblivious to the beast, continuing directly towards it. Recalling Gobro's formidable prowess showcased previously, she felt a modicum of reassurance. Surely this ironclaw black bear would not be a match for him. Unfazed, Gobro approached, and the bear quickly detected his presence, rising and raising its claws in a defiant display before unleashing a fearsome roar and charging at Gobro, as the bear closed the distance. Rosada's heart raced. With a resounding thud, Gobro's fist connected with the bear's skull, sending its head flying. Staring in disbelief at Gobro's display of strength, Rosada swallowed hard. She had anticipated his might, but had underestimated it nonetheless. Gobro then effortlessly cleaved open the bear's head, extracting a magic crystal, and proceeded to drag the carcass back to a small storage shed not far from the valley. A food storage point Gobro had established for hunting parties to deposit their catches for the goblins to transport back to their territory. Efficiency was paramount. The two roamed the Beastkin Forest for the remainder of the day but found no extraordinary materials. Let us continue tomorrow, Gobro proposed. Agreed, Rosada replied. They returned to their territory, consumed a meal, and commenced their lessons. The following day mirrored the previous one, but by the third day, they encountered an unexpected treasure, a plant resembling black pepper, with a flavor strikingly similar to it. Gobro immediately gathered some, intending to cultivate it. Miss Rosada, I entrust you with the task of planting these, he declared. Rest assured, chieftain, I will take excellent care of them, she assured him. Very well. After arranging the tasks within his territory, Gobro rarely took a day off, yet as the month drew to a close, it seemed unlikely that he would amass the necessary magic crystals for the simulation before the final day. This month, it was highly probable that another free simulation would take place. Following this simulation, should he reach the maximum level, he would likely evolve into a leader-level creature, thus acquiring a modicum of self-defense capability within the monster forest. As the penultimate day of the month arrived, with the simulation set for tomorrow, unexpected developments unfolded today. According to the reports from goblins who had ventured out on reconnaissance, a considerable number of humans had recently appeared near the valley. Upon receiving this news, Gobro immediately sensed that something was amiss. It appeared that the humans might have discovered the irregularities in this area. Although he had indeed annihilated 3 human squads this month, such a frequency should not have warranted this level of attention. Furthermore, he had always targeted these human squads from a distance, far from the valley. Why, then, had their presence been unveiled? Could it be that among those he had previously eliminated, there were individuals of notable status? Contemplating this possibility, Gobro deemed it quite likely. Otherwise, these humans would not be so mobilized in the vicinity of the valley. Nevertheless, Gobro had no intention of taking immediate action. Instead, he commanded the goblins to prepare ambushes and traps at the valley's entrance, ready to confront the impending human assault. Should a dire situation arise, he could simulate on the spot to enhance his strength and engage these foes, as time in the real world would not advance during the simulation. Soon, Gobro began directing the goblins in their tasks. His first order involved personally relocating several massive stones to block the valley entrance, after which the goblins diligently set up various traps. Simultaneously, he distributed the previously crafted stone spears. His territory now boasted a considerable array of stone weapons, sufficient to equip each goblin with 2. As his commands echoed throughout the land, the entire territory sprang into action. Noticing the unusual bustle, Rosada approached Gobro to inquire about the day's events. "Chief, is something significant happening today?" Upon hearing Rosada's question, Gobro hesitated briefly before shaking his head. "This matter does not concern you. Please return and rest well." "Chief, I too wish to contribute to our clan. Just tell me what needs to be done," Rosada insisted. "This situation can only be resolved by us goblins." "Return and rest," Gobro asserted firmly. Although Rosada was convinced of her capability, the imminent confrontation with humans posed a potential risk. Should Rosada betray them midway, the entire clan could suffer immense losses. Gobro could not afford to take such a gamble. Noting Gobro's words, Rosada considered further protest but chose to refrain, dissuaded by the coldness in Gobro's gaze, and obediently retreated to her wooden hut. They worked tirelessly throughout the night. Although not all preparations were completed, the goblins were not tireless beings. Gobro ordered a brief respite for them in anticipation of the imminent enemy. He stationed Gobmo, Gobra, and a few other reliable goblins to stand guard, as he had no intention of taking up that role himself. After all, he was the primary force in this battle, and he needed to ensure he remained in optimal condition. Meanwhile, outside the valley, a human adventurer squad had arrived. "Oldemo, we've scoured this area several times. Indeed, there are no magical beasts here. Perhaps we should search elsewhere." "Exactly. The task issued by the Olua family is to eliminate all monsters in this territory, and they are willing to pay double for each monster's corpse. There's no need to waste time in this sparse area." Upon hearing their remarks, the man referred to as Oldemo paused, saying, "But I have an inkling that something should be here." "What could that be?" "The magical beasts here have probably been exterminated by other adventurer squads long ago. We haven't even spotted a shadow in ages." "Look over there." Oldemo pointed at a nearby shelter. Hearing Oldmo's voice, the others turned to see what he was indicating, and after a moment of contemplation, one remarked, "It resembles a gazebo. Why would something like this appear here?" "I've heard that only high-level magical beasts, with intelligence comparable to humans, might construct similar human-like structures." "Are you joking? This is the outskirts of the monster forest. How could high-level magical beasts possibly be present?" "I suspect it's merely the handiwork of some capable adventurers." "Unclear. Let's investigate and see if there is anything of interest in that gazebo. After all, we can report back later, and perhaps we might receive some reward." "What reward could a gazebo possibly offer?" After a moment of silence, Oldemo replied, "Perhaps it truly holds value. The reason the Olua family is conducting a large-scale purge of the magical beasts in the forest's outskirts is due to their young master going missing here. If we provide information about the potential presence of high-level magical beasts, we might indeed receive a commendable reward." Upon hearing Oldmo's words, the other 3 quickly recognized the opportunity and hurriedly moved to investigate further, promptly returning to inform the Olua family's leadership. "Sir, we discovered a gazebo in the area we were responsible for searching." "A gazebo? The steward of the Oluwa family expressed confusion upon hearing their report. The others quickly added, "Inside the gazebo, we found traces of magical beasts. Additionally, we've heard that some high-level magical beasts may construct structures akin to those of humans. High-level magical beasts. Are you not stationed at the outskirts of the monster forest?" Oldemo replied, "Steward, high-level magical beasts could very well appear even at the periphery, couldn't they?" The steward of the Oluwa family suddenly realized, "All right, lead me to this location. If it is as you say, you will not go unrewarded." With that, the four led the steward, accompanied by 10 elite members from the Oluwa family, towards the site they had previously investigated. These 10 individuals, if evaluated for their combat strength against magical beasts, were all at least peak leader-level fighters, while the steward, although aged, still possessed peak leader-level prowess, having once been a lord-level powerhouse in his youth. As they walked, the leader-level human experts felt a tinge of nervousness. Should they encounter a high-level magical beast, they would hardly suffice as a match. Before long, they arrived at the valley's periphery, where the steward observed the gazebo. Initially, he suspected the adventurers had erected it to deceive them into granting rewards. But upon closer inspection, he realized they spoke the truth. Although the gazebo appeared relatively new, the traces upon it indicated it had been there for some time. Could this truly have been constructed by a high-level magical beast? You've done well. You will be rewarded upon your return. Now, help us search the vicinity for anything amiss." "Yes, sir." Elated by the steward's words, the group began their search. If such a contingent were to discover Gobro's territory, given his current strength, even with another simulation, he might not stand a chance against them. Before long, they scoured the area. An hour later, Oldemo inadvertently parted the vines at the valley's entrance, revealing its mouth. Although Gobro had blocked the entrance with massive stones, it was still evidently an entryway. "Sir, look here. I have made a new discovery." Hearing Old Mo's exclamation, the steward hurried over, only to find the valley entrance obstructed by the boulders. "Clear the way," the steward commanded. Yes, the group quickly complied, retreating from the area. The steward stood before the boulders, inhaling deeply before unleashing a powerful punch that shattered the stone, exposing the valley before them. Witnessing this scene, the steward's eyes lit up. He was acutely aware that the culprit behind the young master's demise was likely concealed within. "You report back to the family about this location. The rest follow me." "Yes." Upon concluding his remarks, the steward led 9 individuals, accompanied by 4 adventurers, into the depths of the valley. As they ventured further, the group cautiously surveyed their surroundings, utterly astonished by the hidden wonders that lay before them. At the very moment that thunderous sound erupted, Gobro had already discerned the colossal boulder that had been shattered by a single blow. His resting spot was on a small hill, affording him a clear view of the entrance. Although the steward had only demonstrated his prowess once, Gobro perceived that this individual possessed strength far beyond that of a mere leader. Engaging him in combat would likely spell disaster for himself. Without a moment's hesitation, he activated Plan B, urging Gobra, Gobmo, and the key-trained goblins to hasten deep into the valley. Chapter 67. The monster in the lake strikes within the valley. The only entity capable of contending with a leader-level adversary resided in the depths of the lake at its center. Their strategy was to remain hidden nearby, silent and still, waiting for the creature to engage with the humans. Even if this group managed to slay the lake monster, they would likely sustain severe injuries in the process. To date, Gobro remained uncertain about the creature's true strength. Each time he simulated an encounter, he was always sufficiently powerful to seek it out, only to find the lake monster had vanished. Nevertheless, he was convinced that the creature was immensely formidable. Its reasons for lurking within this small lake a mystery. Meanwhile, the commotion caused by the steward and his entourage had roused numerous goblins from their slumber. They recalled Gobro's earlier admonition. If they heard any significant noise, they were to retaliate immediately. However, before they could launch an attack, one goblin left behind by Gobro called out, "Run with me." This goblin held a relatively high status within the clan, and upon hearing his command, the awakened goblins quickly followed him in flight. Initially, Gobro had intended to abandon his entire clan, preserving only the elite fighters. Yet, he ultimately relented, directing them to flee in another direction. Their fates now rested upon fortune's whims. At this juncture, the steward and his group encountered the traps that Gobro had previously set. In the presence of such skilled individuals, these traps were little more than a mere inconvenience, merely slowing their advance. However, after encountering the traps, the steward found himself increasingly perplexed. Are there truly high-level magical beasts here? If so, they ought not to have laid such rudimentary traps. Could it be that humans inhabit the monster forest, and that the awning outside was also constructed by them? Lost in thought, they soon stumbled upon the village constructed by the goblins. Gazing at the settlement before him, the steward furrowed his brow. Feeling increasingly that something was amiss before long, they discovered some goblins who had not yet managed to escape, along with Rosetta, who obediently awaited them inside a wooden hut. The goblins were swiftly dispatched upon discovery, while Rosetta remained unharmed. Observing the humans before her, Rosetta finally understood why Gobro had withheld information about their adversaries. Had she found herself in a similar predicament, she likely would have kept silent as well. "Young lady, are you unscathed? How did you come to be here? Could you enlighten us about these houses?" the steward inquired, striving to maintain a gentle tone. Though Rosetta bore no visible wounds and her attire was immaculate, even her hair was neatly arranged, suggesting she had not been taken by the goblins. Nevertheless, he remained courteous, exuding an air of elegance. "This was once the domain of the goblins. They captured me, led by a particularly shrewd elite goblin. Though he is a goblin, he speaks the human tongue and conducts himself like one as well. He brought me here to teach the goblins martial skills." Rosetta chose to speak candidly, while her account was factual. It was truly astonishing. Upon hearing her words, the steward wore a skeptical expression. "Madam, surely you jest. An elite goblin? One who speaks and instructs others in combat? By your account, these houses and weapons were constructed by goblins?" he remarked incredulously. "Indeed, you are entirely correct," Rosetta affirmed with a serious nod. Upon hearing Rosetta's statement, the steward found himself at a loss for words. Rather than accept her narrative, he preferred to believe that a group of humans resided there, with the goblins being tamed beasts under their control. After all, how could such lowly creatures possess such knowledge? The goblin she mentioned was likely a beast tamer. With this thought in mind, the steward declared, "Miss, very well, we shall accept your account. Please escort this young lady back. We will conduct further inquiries before returning." "Of course," Rosetta replied, as she was led away from the valley by a leader-level warrior. As she gazed back at the receding valley, a sigh escaped her lips. Although she had divulged some information, she had not compromised Gobro's location. In such a situation, she had no other options available. Meanwhile, the steward and his party ventured deeper into the valley, their pursuit directed along Gobro's escape route. Along the way, they eliminated every magical beast they encountered. Gobro and his companions had now concealed themselves at a location some distance from the central lake, yet close enough to observe it, patiently awaiting the arrival of the humans. As time ticked by, Gobro felt a rising sense of anxiety. The longer their arrival was delayed, the greater the likelihood that they were hunting his kin. Thus, the sooner they arrived, the better. Fortunately, 3 hours later, the steward, accompanied by 8 leader-level warriors and 4 adventurers, reached a point not far from the central lake. Their lengthy journey had been necessitated by the slaying of all the magical beasts they encountered along the way. The moment Gobro caught sight of the humans' arrival, he averted his gaze along with the others, as he had instructed them. Individuals of such caliber were highly sensitive to the attention of others. Upon their arrival, the steward immediately sensed something was amiss. He realized that the object of their search was likely situated right there. "Come forth, my hidden companions. What is the point of lurking in the shadows?" the steward called out boldly. Upon hearing the steward's voice, Gobro felt no trepidation. Rather, he recognized that they were now secure. Although he was uncertain of the lake monster's attack range, this proclamation would undoubtedly rouse it. Combat was imminent. After the steward's commanding words echoed, the scene before them remained unchanged for a brief moment, only for the central lake to suddenly erupt into a boil, bubbles rising to the surface. Witnessing this spectacle, all present fell into a state of readiness, with the steward intently fixated on the lake. Could it be that the beast tamer's summons lay beneath the water? As if in response to his thoughts, A tentacle adorned with countless mouths and eyes surged from the depths of the lake, lunging directly at the steward. Seeing this, his countenance shifted dramatically, and he brandished a massive sword, striking at the approaching tentacle. Chapter 68. The terrifying power of the lake monster begins simulation yet. As the colossal sword met the tentacle, the anticipated outcome of severing it did not come to pass. Instead, the sword became ensnared within the tentacle. As if devoured whole, alarmed, he attempted to withdraw his sword, but with all his might, he found himself unable to extricate it. The tentacle's suckers exerted tremendous force. Summoning all his strength, the steward eventually managed to free his weapon and immediately retreated. This creature was undoubtedly more formidable than he had envisioned. Everyone, be cautious. The creature's suction is immense. If ensnared by its tentacles, one is doomed. No sooner had he uttered these words than two more massive tentacles surged from the lake's depths, launching assaults against the others. A leader-level warrior, caught unawares, found himself ensnared by a tentacle. A piercing pain radiated from his body. Initially, the skin merely oozed droplets of blood, but soon after, as the suction intensified, the victim's skin began to rupture, blood gushing forth like a fountain. As his blood was siphoned away, his very form began to wither, while the mouths lined with fangs on the suckers feasted upon his flesh, leaving behind nothing but a pile of bones. At that moment, Gobro looked up just in time to witness the gruesome scene. He gestured to the goblins, swiftly urging them to flee. His instinct screamed that it was prudent to vacate the area. After witnessing this battle, he resolved to make a hasty exit. The steward, having witnessed the transformation of the man into mere bones, felt his scalp prickle, realizing that their strength was insufficient to contend with such a monster. "Run!" He hastily issued the command. However, despite the creature's poor eyesight, it seemed to possess an acute sensitivity to sound. Dozens of tentacles emerged once more from the lake, charging directly towards each human present. Upon witnessing this scene, the adventurer team was engulfed in despair. If this monster could effortlessly annihilate even a leader-level expert, how could they possibly stand a chance? The moment the tentacles made contact with them, their bodies were fiercely ensnared, meeting the same grim fate as that unfortunate individual. Meanwhile, the goblins were cautiously distancing themselves, too fearful to make a sound. Yet, one goblin named Gobuming, unfortunately, glanced back, only to witness the horrifying sight of that human being reduced to a skeleton. Instantly, he let out a startled cry. Upon hearing this, Gobro cast a furious glance in his direction before unhesitatingly grabbing him and hurling him towards the lake. Although they were quite far from the creature, it still detected their noise, and three tentacles surged toward them without a hint of hesitation. Gobro wasted no time and took off running. Gobla and Gobmo remained silent, also fleeing at full speed. The goblin that Gobro had thrown was ensnared by one of the tentacles. However, shortly after, his corpse plummeted to the ground, not turning into a pile of bones, indicating that the taste of goblin flesh was likely quite unappetizing. Yet, after absorbing this goblin's flesh, the eyes on the tentacles glanced at the fleeing goblins before retracting. Upon realizing this, Gobro speculated whether it was because they found them distasteful. Nevertheless, whether they were palatable or not was irrelevant. Surviving was the priority. Thus, they ran for a solid hour, escaping the valley and venturing deeper into the monster forest. While running, Gobro consciously chose a familiar path, heading towards the territory of the elves. Along the way, they encountered several groups of humans whose strength was rather feeble. Gobro, seemingly venting his frustrations, swiftly dealt with them. When he finally halted, he glanced around, noticing that no goblins had followed. He had sprinted too fast. Gobro then arrived beneath a tree and slowly exhaled, relieved to finally be safe. As for Gobmo and the others, they could only rely on their own fortunes. Though they were his subordinates and he held some affection for them, it was not particularly deep. Meanwhile, Gobmo, Gobla, and Goblalai, though having fallen behind, had also entered a relatively safe zone. "We probably won't catch up with the leader now. Let's rest here," Gob suggested. "All right." At this moment, deep within the valley's central lake, the human team, including the old steward, had been completely annihilated. Following the consumption of these humans, the lake monster exhibited a marked excitement, its numerous tentacles thrashing wildly beside the lake. However, these tentacles could only venture a maximum of 5,000 meters from the lake. Unable to extend their influence throughout the entire gorge, a closer inspection would reveal that at the lake's deepest point, which housed the creature's core, it was firmly bound by several chains. Even with the monster's terrifying strength, it could not break free from these restraints. After eliminating all living beings within its attack range, it gradually fell silent. Among the corpses, aside from the goblins, whose flesh was unpalatable, it had consumed most entirely. Gobro, who had already reached the depths of the monster forest, remained oblivious to all of this. Given the dire circumstances, Gobro wasted no time and immediately began a simulation. His urgent priority was to enhance his strength. The simulation commenced, detecting a remaining evaluation score of 2,300 points from the last session. He randomly upgraded the level of any existing talent, with Azure Eyes evolving into the talent Blue Eye, significantly enhancing his vision and allowing him to perceive the flow of magical energy in monsters of equal or lower ranks. Gobro was somewhat taken aback by this unexpected random upgrade of his talent level. While the enhancement of Azure Eyes was not as crucial for him at present, it was still beneficial. Moreover, the ability to observe the magical energy flow of monsters was indeed a valuable skill. In the first year, although you were an elite-level monster, you found yourself in the territory of leader-level beings due to your escape. That same year, rather than delving deeper into the monster forest, you hunted monsters here to strengthen your abilities. Thanks to your heightened perception and Blue Eye, you successfully evaded many dangers and managed to survive. In the second year, your level increased to 36. However, due to your unsettled living situation, you lacked time for skill training, resulting in minimal improvement in your abilities. Chapter 69. Black Grass. In the third year, your level reached 40, and with your current skill levels, you felt confident in facing leader-level creatures. You resolved to head to Gobmo's designated spot to consume the black grass yourself. That same year, you ventured deeper into the monster forest, but your journey was fraught with difficulties. You soon encountered 4 stealthy specters from the ghost race engaged in some unknown activity. Although your current strength was sufficient to deal with them, you preferred to avoid confrontation and circumvented their path. After avoiding these 4 specters, you gradually encountered more of their kind. Even though this was ghost territory, encountering them so frequently felt unusual. You realized they were coincidentally heading in the same direction as you, suddenly suspecting that their destination might align with yours. Before long, you arrived at the location Gobmo had mentioned to you, a massive cave where the black herbs grew. However, as anticipated, it was teeming with numerous specters. Alongside a considerable number of Azura beings and a race known as the demonized orcs. Upon witnessing these 3 races, you opted to remain hidden and refrain from engaging. You understood that these 3 races were roughly equal in strength, though the Azura race held an advantage due to the presence of an Azura king, placing them above the other 2 races. This coalition of 3 races gathered here, likely to negotiate the ownership of the cave. Shortly thereafter, you observed 40 Azura, 30 specters, and 25 demonized orcs entering the cave. This distribution suggested that the demonized orcs were the weakest among the 3 factions. Under normal circumstances, you would have departed without hesitation. However, the cave contained something you sought, making it impossible to leave. Utilizing your Blue Eye, you could discern the flow of magical energy in the beings entering the cave, allowing you to assess their strengths. The highest ranked among them were merely leader-level entities. Those stronger than leader level remained outside, quietly awaiting the emergence of the younger Azura, specters, and demonized orcs. Given the situation, you had no choice but to wait outside for them to depart, which would grant you access to the cave. Thanks to your Blue Eye, you observed them from a distance, remaining undetected. A month later, as the last demonized orc exited, the 3 races engaged in a brief quarrel before departing with their respective kin, leaving behind a leader-level demonized orc, a leader-level specter, and a leader-level Azura to guard the cave. Recognizing this as your opportunity, you began to lie in wait, seeking an entrance. On the 8th day, during the night watch where the demonized orc was assigned, he failed to diligently fulfill his duties, occasionally losing focus. Seizing the moment when he attended to his physical needs, you swiftly entered the cave using your wind and thunder technique, instantly reaching the depths. The demonized orc merely sensed a gust of wind passing by, remaining oblivious to any unusual occurrences. He did not check the cave, as its unique magnetic field would cause it to collapse if a being of leader level or higher entered. Once inside the cave, you commenced your search for the black herbs. Thanks to your blue eye, you easily detected various magical flows, including those of the plants. Utilizing this ability, you soon discovered several black herbs, albeit in their youthful stages. You understood that many plants might transform into treasures upon maturity, yet they could also carry lethal toxins in their immature state. Thus, you refrained from consuming them and continued deeper into the cave. As you ventured further in, you discerned a massive orb of black energy at the cave's deepest point. Based on the energy's flow, it appeared to be a plant rather than an animal. Concurrently, your heightened perception indicated that the deepest region of the cave posed some danger, albeit not overwhelmingly so. Therefore, you chose to progress further. The deeper you delve, the more you uncover the black grass, which is predominantly mature. However, the intensity of the magical energy flowing through them varies. Observing these unharvested herbs, you understand the reason. In your past life, you were acutely aware that each individual could consume only one of these herbs. Upon ingestion, the benefits gained would differ based on the herb's ag. In your previous existence, Gobro consumed a mutated black grass, which is why the effects were so remarkably potent. As you ventured deeper, you suddenly halted, for you noticed not far ahead that the magical energy flowing from one particular black grass was distinct from the others. While the magical flow of the other herbs was black, this one shimmered a fierce red, exhibiting an unusual ferocity. Though it appeared unremarkable at first glance, it was far more intense than the other herbs. You surmised that this herb had likely undergone mutation. Yet, instead of immediately consuming it, you chose to press on, eager to discover the colossal black magical stone that lay at the depths. Throughout your journey, you encountered no creatures, leading you to speculate that the younger members of the three clans had already cleared most of the inhabitants from this cave. Soon, you arrived at the deepest part of the cavern, where you beheld a massive black grass adorned with hundreds of slender tendrils. The flow of magical energy through these tendrils was exquisitely intricate, indicating a formidable cutting ability capable of severing the bodies of leader-level beings with ease. Upon witnessing this colossal black grass, you instantly resolved to claim it. If the previous mutated specimen was an anomaly, this one seemed to be the sovereign of black grass. Gradually, you approached it, stopping merely 20 meters away. You sensed that this was the maximum range of its attacks. Any closer, and you risked provoking it. With unwavering focus and aided by your azure eye and super perception, you discerned the black grass's vulnerability lay in its roots. Chapter 70. Magical Evolution, Mage Evolution Path. You unleashed the Gale Thunderstorm. Your speed surging as a tempest swept through, arcs of electricity crackling in the AI or die in the blink of an eye. You stood before the black grass. Before it could react, your strike landed squarely upon it. Thanks to your superhuman physique and the skills and talents you possessed, your strength far exceeded the basic values in your attributes. This punch, delivered with full force, severed a significant portion of the black grass's roots, causing it to visibly wither. Easily evading the tendrils that reached for you, you continued your relentless assault on the roots. With a second blow, only a thin strand remained connected, which you swiftly severed without mercy. The enormous body of the black grass collapsed onto the ground, struggling briefly before falling still. Once you confirmed the black grass was defeated, you promptly consumed its remains, feeling the magical energy within you surge wildly with each bite. Before long, you devoured every last part of the black grass, including its roots, as your level began to rise incrementally, and your body gradually expanded. Soon, you were on the cusp of evolution, but this time, the direction of your evolution diverged from the original path. Instead, it led to a different form of evolution, magical evolution. This evolution targeted not your physical form but your magical prowess, which surged exponentially. Your physique elongated slightly, transforming you into a leader-level being, the Goblin Sorcerer. Observing the outcome of your simulation, Gobro was somewhat taken aback to find himself evolving into a noble mage, though he found the title Mad Sorcerer rather peculiar. Despite becoming a mage, due to the nature of your mutation and prior skills, you did not evolve into a pure mage, but rather a hybrid of combat and magic, a berserk sorcerer. with a primary combat style still rooted in close quarters. With a clear understanding of this evolution's direction, Gobro envisioned himself wielding a staff to strike down foes with unmatched force. Upon completion of your evolution, you acquired 5 new skills, including Body Enhancement Magic, Anti-Magic Shell Magic, Group Berserk Magic, Weakening Curse, and Reckless Spell. You sensed that this evolution was not inferior to the original. Magical Evolution and Primal Evolution essentially occupied the same tier. After your evolution concluded, you prepared to leave the cave. With your newfound strength, you were more than capable of handling the 3 leader-level beings guarding the exit. Before long, you reached the cave's mouth, where the leader of the Azura clan stood watch. Although his rank was higher, the flow of magical energy within him was evidently weaker than yours. You immediately cast Body Berserk Magic upon yourself, followed by Reckless Spell, and charged at him using Gale Thunderstorm. Your speed was so overwhelming that he could barely react. With your noble Iron Fist, you struck him with tremendous force, bringing him to a harsh reality. Although he realized he was under attack, the sheer power of your initial blow rendered him unable to retaliate. Seizing this opportunity, you continued to rain down blows upon his vital points until he was ultimately crushed to death. Having dealt with him, you swiftly took his corpse and fled. Now that you had reached leader-level strength, you were well equipped to survive near the Elven territory, eliminating the need to linger in the domain of the undead. Given that the 3 sentinels switched shifts only once a day, you had ample time to make your escape. Along the way, you utilized Gale Thunderstorm to accelerate your progress, employing Super Perception and Azure Eye to evade all dangers in advance. Ultimately, you successfully reached the Elven territory. Indeed, you intended to seize an opportunity to rescue an elf and gain access to the Fountain of Life. Your chance soon arrived when you saved a young elf from a band of human thieves. Upon returning her to the Elven territory, you were met with a warm welcome from the entire Elven community and successfully partook of the Fountain of Life. You settled down near the Elven territory. By the 6th year, your level had reached its cap.in the 8th year. You evolved into a leader-level magical beast, the Saint Goblin, with a level cap 20 levels higher than the average leader-level being. Perhaps due to your evolution into a mage, your height stabilized around 1.8 meters. You acquired 5 light magic skills, 3 of which were healing and supportive spells. Seeing yourself transition into a priest, Gobro felt indifferent. It mattered little as long as the final level was high. After all, this was a simulated world, where only the final score held significance. Following your evolution, you appeared entirely white, handsome in visage, resembling a wingless elf, albeit slightly taller, save for your pointed ears, sharp teeth, and claws. Having been purified by the Fountain of Life, you successfully integrated into the Elven territory with no desire to venture outside. Instead, you planned to live a stable life among the elves, although you still intended to eliminate the slime from your memories. In the 9th year, due to your daily patrols within the Elven community and your occasional rescues of young elves, your prestige soared. Additionally, since your gentle and refined demeanor post-evolution as a mage endeared you to many, you found yourself quite popular, though you had yet to consider courting anyone in the 10th year. Conflicts arose between the mutated beastmen and the elves. The Elven Queen showcased her formidable powers, effortlessly repelling the beastmen. That same year, due to your rapid advancement, you caught the attention of the Elven Queen, who took you on as her apprentice, teaching you nature magic. Thanks to your long-term consumption of the Fountain of Life, your physique became exceptionally suited for mastering the elves' natural magic. Under her tutelage, your strength advanced by leaps and bounds, far exceeding her expectations in both leveling speed and skill acquisition. As your magical capacity surpassed that of normal magical beasts, she became curious as to why this was the case. You refrained from revealing that it was due to the black grass's effects, instead attributing it to your innate talent, deftly deflecting her inquiries. Chapter 71. Gobro, the Great Demon King, died in the 17th year. Your level reached the pinnacle of leader-level strength, and the effects of the black grass exceeded your wildest imaginings. You resolved that henceforth, you would consume that black grass in each simulation. The Elven Queen, equally astonished, had initially thought she had gauged your abilities accurately, only to realize she had underestimated you. That year, the Elven Queen entrusted you with a task. You have made considerable progress in your magical studies. I intend to appoint you as the mentor for the young elves. What do you think? A mentor? Your Majesty, why bestow such an important responsibility upon me? Because you are intelligent and, unlike the elves, not overly kind. If you teach these young elves, they won't be as naive as others. The elven clan is due for some changes. I believe you will make an excellent mentor. Upon concluding her speech, the elven queen took a deep breath, clearly indicating that her decision had required considerable courage. I understand now. I shall educate the little sprites well. Soon after, you ascended to the esteemed position of the sprites mentor. And due to your high regard among the elven community, the little sprites rejoiced upon hearing the news. However, by the 18th year, your popularity among the sprites plummeted, and you were even bestowed with the ominous title of the Dark Overlord. This decline was attributed to your introduction of homework and examinations, which imposed upon the previously carefree sprites the harshness of an alien world. Furthermore, you instituted a coming-of-age exam for the sprites, which assessed their capabilities at adulthood. The higher their scores, the broader their employment prospects, thus exacerbating the already burdensome pressures on these diminutive beings. Yet, the sprites dared not confront you openly. Instead, they resorted to whispering nicknames behind your back. And in a short span, your fearsome reputation surpassed that of the Elven Queen herself. As for the adult sprites, you did not allow them to languish in idleness either. Those with leisure time were also subjected to your teachings and examinations, necessitating that any vocational aspirations be validated through relevant tests. By the 19th year, your infamy had engulfed the entire educational system of the elven race. In matters of education, your influence even surpassed that of the Elven Queen. Correspondingly, the little sprites experienced rapid growth. Incidents of sprites going missing had dramatically decreased since your educational endeavors commenced. Your personal demonstrations imparted upon them the understanding of the beast's visage and heart. That same year, you ventured out, granting the sprites a 3-month-long holiday, and upon learning of this, they erupted with joy. Upon your return, you brought with you Kana, who commenced her role as the alchemical arts instructor for the little sprites, introducing an additional layer to their curriculum. By the 22nd year, due to the heightened average capabilities of the elven race, their territory expanded almost daily, and their population surged at an impressive rate. Observing the flourishing elven community, the Elven Queen acknowledged your contributions and bestowed upon you a most unique reward. Summoned to her chamber, she presented you with a wooden box, which you immediately recognized as being crafted from the branches of the Tree of Life within your homeland. The magic of the tree perfectly sealed the box from external influences, rendering even your azure eye unable to discern its contents. "Open it and see," the Elven Queen said softly, following her command. A verdant fruit, exuding a potent life energy and resembling a peach, appeared before you. "What is this?" you inquired. "This is the fruit of life, born from the Tree of Life. Its effects are 1,000-fold that of the Spring of Life, and consuming it will greatly benefit you." Upon hearing the Elven Queen's words, disbelief washed over you. Such a precious gift was freely given. Sensing your hesitation, she continued, "Your contributions to our kin have been evident over the years. Under your guidance, our community has thrived. This mere fruit of life pales in comparison to our prosperity, so accept it with peace of mind." Very well. You did not protest further and ultimately accepted the fruit of life. Upon returning home, you eagerly consumed it, and a surge of vibrant life energy erupted within you, causing a frantic escalation of your inner power, subtly altering your life essence. And no longer merely a goblin, you now possessed a trace of elven blood, while your already significant magical capacity began to swell once more. A week later, you successfully crossed the threshold into the Lord tier, evolving into a Holy Spirit Goblin, with a level cap exceeding that of typical Lord tier beings by 25 levels. After your evolution, your physique did not significantly change. Rather, it became more proportionate, your skin fairer, and your appearance rivaled that of any male elf within the race. Gazing at your reflection upon the lake's surface, you felt an overwhelming sense of correctness in your decision to remain among the elves. You sensed that you now possessed at least the potential of royalty. As long as you could maintain this stable existence, ascending to the Emperor tier would not be an arduous task. By the 31st year, your power had considerably surged that year due to prolonged interactions. You and the Elven Queen developed a mutual affection, though you refrained from pursuing her, recognizing the vast chasm in your statuses. However, now endowed with elven blood, the possibility between you was not entirely extinguished. By the 59th year, you reached the pinnacle of the Lord tier and received a formidable staff from the Elven Queen, an epic artifact that significantly enhanced your combat capabilities, in the 71st year. You broke through to the King tier, evolving into a holy envoy goblin. Witnessing your steady rise in power, you felt content and resolved to remain within the Elven community, nurturing your growth. By the 80th year, you became the most formidable entity among the elves, second only to the Elven Queen herself, and your union with her solidified. By the 90th year, the Elven Queen bore a son and a daughter, both displaying extraordinary talent and inherent royal qualities, ensuring a promising future for the Elven race. By the 95th year, although your children were merely 5 years old, they had already begun to exhibit talents far surpassing those of their peers. In the 72nd chapter, titled The Arrival of the Hero, you began to focus on nurturing your children, although you did not neglect the training of other little sprites. It was merely that the others lacked the innate gifts of your offspring, thus receiving less of your attention. Your children, at such a tender age, could feel the weight of your paternal affection, yet you ensured they had moments of respite, guaranteeing regular sleep hours and a day off each week. That same year, you vanquished the Slime Lord, and upon consuming him, successfully acquired the skill of transformation. However, as your current form closely resembled that of an elf, you chose not to employ this newfound ability to alter your appearance. By the 105th year, both of your children had successfully advanced to the Lord tier, their astonishing rate of progression evoking memories of Magri. Calculating the passage of time, you surmised that Magri must have ascended to the King tier by now. While the Ghost King had also evolved into a Ghost Emperor in the 114th year, a woman clad in silver-white armor appeared within the territory of the Elven race. Upon seeing her, you felt a surge of anxiety. She was the same woman you had encountered during the Beast Tide, the one who had killed you when you first ascended to the Lord tier. At that time, you had been oblivious to her true strength. Now, with your azure eye, you were finally able to gauge her power. Merely glancing at her induced a visceral discomfort. Her magical prowess far exceeded that of royalty. Reaching at least the Emperor tiered S for whether she surpassed that, you could not ascertain, for in this life, you had yet to encounter a being of Emperor-level might. Moreover, the woman was not alone. 3 companions accompanied her, a male warrior, a female mage, and a female priestess, all exhibiting magical energies of the highest royal caliber. Among them, aside from the priestess, the other 2 likely surpassed the Elven Queen in strength. The surrounding sprites gazed at these 4 formidable humans with trepidation, recalling the lessons from Gobro's previous sessions, which warned against trusting most humans, as they often harbored sinister intentions toward the pure and innocent sprites. Noticing the sprite's unfriendly demeanor, the hero felt perplexed. In her previous life, she had witnessed harmonious interactions between elves and humans, especially considering her own role as a hero. Observing the scene unfold in Gobro's simulation, he became alert, realizing that this hero was a reincarnated soul. This world seemed a touch too genuine. Thus, he resolved to temper his demeanor, recognizing that the hero's current strength was no trivial matter. Soon, the hero and her companions shifted their focus to you, recognizing you as the strongest presence in the vicinity, suggesting an interaction with you. However, the hero's gaze soon transformed. An expression of disbelief crossed her face as she struggled to reconcile the sight of such a handsome and gentle figure with the notion of a goblin. Realizing the hero might possess an identification skill, you understood she had likely pierced through your disguise. Greetings, human lady. Might I inquire about your purpose in our elven territory? If your intentions are friendly, we elves welcome you. However, if you harbor ill thoughts, I advise you to depart from our realm. Yet, upon hearing your words, the hero scoffed, "Humph, you elves. You are not one of them. What right do you have to speak thus? You must have used transformation skills to deceive them." Stunned by her accusation, you were taken aback. While you suspected she possessed identification skills, you had not anticipated she could discern the specifics of your abilities. Indeed, I am not an elf, but my relationship with the elven race is not for an outsider like you to judge. If you continue to be unfriendly, I must ask you to leave our lands. For we elves do not welcome outsiders. After delivering this statement, you were prepared to engage with the opposing party. However, unexpectedly, the brave ones chose not to take action. Upon observing the surrounding fairies supporting you, the heroes seemed to comprehend that you were indeed a member of the elven race. I apologize for my earlier impulsiveness. We harbor no ill intentions. Our purpose for venturing into the Beast Forest is to confront an Imperial-level demon lord. As we pass through, we wish to request permission to take respite in your noble territory. We are certainly not seeking to impose without offering something in return. If there is any assistance we can provide, do not hesitate to ask, the hero stated. You refrained from outright refusal. Although this scoundrel had previously slain you in simulations, for the safety of your kin, you concealed your displeasure, deciding to bide your time for a future opportunity to turn the tables. Not just once, but perhaps 100 times, should fortune favor her survival. I cannot decide your fate. Follow me. I shall escort you to meet Her Majesty the Queen. Thank you. With that, you guided the group towards the Queen's palace. Along the way, you occasionally cast furtive glances at them. You noted a subtle disdain in the hero's gaze, not only directed at you but also towards other male elves, while her expression remained unchanged when looking at females. From this, you surmised that she harbored a distaste for males, yet her inclination towards females seemed unremarkable. Perhaps she had endured some trauma that colored her perceptions of men. You diligently gathered intelligence on the hero, for she could very well become your most formidable adversary in the future. Before long, you arrived at the Tree of Life, where the Elven Queen resided. My dear, you have arrived. A melodious voice resonated from within. You momentarily paused, then realized that the heroes had concealed their presence remarkably well, moving soundlessly, which had eluded the Queen's notice. Ahem, Your Majesty, a few humans have come to request lodging. I have brought them to you for your consideration. Upon hearing your voice, silence enveloped the chamber. The vines before you parted, revealing the Queen, who exuded an air of grace and poise. Chapter 73. A transaction with the hero. 5 Imperial magic crystals upon witnessing the Elven Queen's demeanor. A twitch graced your lips. You were well aware that, despite her outward elegance, her true nature was quite playful. The heroes regarded you with expressions of bewilderment, having clearly heard the Queen address you as my dear. The hero, in particular, was taken aback, unable to fathom how a mere goblin could be the beloved of the Elven Queen. Mr. Gobro, are these the humans seeking to stay? The Queen's gaze shifted to the 4 heroes, her expression growing serious as she recognized their formidable prowess. Could you introduce yourselves? I suspect you are not ordinary individuals, given your strength, of course. Your Majesty, I am the human hero, and these 3 are my companions. We have come to the Beast Forest primarily to vanquish an Imperial-level demon lord. Before that, we hope to use this place as our stronghold. Wait a moment, that's not what you said earlier. You merely wish to find shelter, you interjected, your irritation evident. I apologize. That was not a compulsory demand. If you can agree to our requests, feel free to state them, and we shall endeavor to fulfill them if possible. The hero replied. After a brief glance at you, the Elven Queen seemed to seek your counsel. The hero, witnessing this exchange, was astonished, realizing the Queen placed such importance on your opinion, almost as if she intended to defer to you. After contemplation, you articulated, in that case, I hope that humans will refrain from stealthily capturing our elven kin for sale in the Beast Forest, and that you will guarantee the safety of our race. Should any harm befall us, you must protect our kind at all costs. Can you commit to this? Upon hearing your words, the hero hesitated. She understood that while most humans were benevolent, a significant minority were malevolent. And managing even that small faction was a formidable task, particularly given the numerous nations involved. I regret to say we cannot fulfill the first point, but we can assure you that we will not implicate the elven race. However, I can advocate for new laws in each kingdom, declaring the smuggling of elves a capital offense punishable by death. Recognizing the difficulty of such a commitment, you nodded at the Elven Queen. Upon seeing your response, she eagerly declared, very well, I consent to your use of our elven race as your temporary stronghold and allow you to rest here. Additionally, I must emphasize one point, which should not be challenging for you. Do not disturb the elves within our territory. Is that agreeable? Certainly, that is only natural. However, should your elves provoke us, we cannot be held accountable, you replied. Rest assured, we shall manage our kin and ensure they do not disrupt you, the queen affirmed. Once negotiations concluded, you settled the heroes into 2 tree hollows near your own dwelling, allowing for swift response should any incidents arise. At dawn the following day, the flower fairy rang the morning bell, awakening the elves, who immediately began their daily routines. The little fairies engaged in morning exercises followed by lessons, while the elves prepared food and assessed their territory for potential improvements, tending to their fruit orchards. The heroes, too, awakened to the sound of the bell, witnessing the elves bustling with activity. The hero found this quite remarkable. She had encountered other elven communities before, and truthfully, most of the elves she knew spent their days idly tending to flowers, eating fruit, and daydreaming, a race seemingly content to languish. She then turned her gaze towards you, sipping tea in the distance, convinced that your presence was the catalyst for this extraordinary transformation within the elven community. Noticing her attention, you offered a subtle smile in response. Your smile captivated the heart of the female mage by the hero's side. Indeed, any handsome male elf could easily win the affections of a mage. The female mage's aspiration was to charm every handsome man in the world. Yet, in reality, she had never even held a boy's hand. The reasons for this were her noble status and her frigid demeanor, which projected an air of superiority. You gleaned another insight. The female mage accompanying the hero was a shy woman, lacking resistance to the allure of beauty. In the following days, the hero's party ventured out each day to survey their surroundings. Returning at night, on the 5th day, they sought you out. What brings you to me, Miss Hero? Mr. Gobro, I believe you possess extensive knowledge of the beast forest. I wish to inquire if you have any information regarding the demon lord we are searching for. Upon hearing her query, you hesitated, fully aware of the demon lord's whereabouts. Only one resided in that region, the formidable bull demon you had encountered in your previous simulation. From day one, you had understood that the hero's group was in pursuit of the territory held by this bull demon. Noticing your reluctance, the hero quickly realized you possessed valuable information. Mr. Gobro, you must know something that could aid us, I assure you. Whatever you desire in exchange for this information, I will grant it. You did not seek to complicate matters for her, stating instead, I require 5 imperial magic crystals. If you can procure them, I shall disclose the location of the demon lord. You are taking advantage of the situation? The male warrior exclaimed in anger. You are free to seek out the information on your own, you retorted. The male warrior opened his mouth to protest further, but was silenced by the hero, who then stated, 5 imperial magic crystals. Is it? Very well, but do you truly know the demon lord's location? Surprised by the hero's agreement, you had initially intended to ask for only 2 crystals, anticipating their haggling. You had not expected them to accept your demand outright. Chapter 74. He doesn't look like a bad person, of course. I would never jest about such matters. If you can present me with 5 magic crystals, I shall promptly divulge all the information I possess regarding the demon emperor, not merely his territory, but also his race, the strength of his faction. Upon hearing your words, the brave adventurers were taken aback, struggling to comprehend how a goblin, who had always lived among the elves, could possess such extensive knowledge about the demon emperor. However, they refrained from probing further and instead produced 5 magic crystals. If you could indeed provide them with such valuable information, then parting with 5 royal-grade magic crystals would hardly be deemed a loss. Accepting the magic crystals handed to you by the adventurers, you retrieved a spatial ring. All the information you require is contained within. You may study it thoroughly. Additionally, there are some items inside that could assist you on your journey. Take them back and examine them well. Gratefully accepting the spatial ring, the adventurer said, Thank you, it's my pleasure. It's merely business, you replied. Indeed. Subsequently, the adventurers took the spatial ring you provided and returned to study its contents. It was not until the following day that they set off, making a point to express their gratitude before departing. Clearly satisfied with your offer, as they were leaving, you called them to a halt and handed them 10 small vials filled with the elixir of life. This is a specially concocted elixir of life. Upon consumption, it will swiftly restore your magical energy and heal your wounds, far surpassing the efficacy of any human healing potion. The adventurers were astonished by your generosity, not expecting such a precious gift. We shall not be polite. Thank you, Mr. Gobro. No need for thanks. I wish you success. Indeed, we will. With that, the adventurers took their leave. Your expectations regarding the adventurers' response were entirely met. After all, you had requested 5 royal-grade magic crystals from them just the day prior. No matter how invaluable the information you provided, they would inevitably harbor some dissatisfaction. However, by presenting them with what appeared to be a precious gift and offering your well wishes, they would come to perceive you as a commendable individual, perhaps even feeling remorse for having previously misjudged you. Meanwhile, the departing adventurers engaged in conversation. The male warrior remarked, "I never imagined Mr. Gobro would be so agreeable. We have wronged him," the female priestess added. "Indeed, he genuinely wishes for our victory over the Demon King. This elixir of life is truly remarkable, far superior to our best magical recovery potions." The hero confirmed, "Certainly, it seems I have misjudged him." The female mage interjected, "I sensed from the very beginning that he was not a bad person." "Why is that?" the hero inquired. "He simply does not possess the appearance of a villain," she replied. The trio fell silent. On the other side, Gobro had consumed one of the royal-grade magic crystals and commenced absorbing its magical power. If all proceeded as anticipated, once he fully digested the magical energy from these 5 crystals, he would undoubtedly advance to the royal rank, becoming the most formidable being among the elves. 4 months later, your power had significantly increased, while the adventurers returned, battered and bruised, to the territory of the elves. Observing their disheveled state, you were uncertain whether they had succeeded or failed. The information you had provided was indeed everything you knew. After all, should they have failed, it could have repercussions for the elven race, and hence, you had no intention of deceiving them. Approaching the 4 adventurers, the hero's eyes lit up upon seeing you. "Mr. Gobro, we owe you a debt of gratitude for this endeavor. Without your assistance, we could have faced casualties. Your specially crafted elixir of life played a crucial role in this battle." "So your expedition was successful then?" you inquired. "Indeed. Congratulations. Follow me. I shall take you to meet the queen and tend to your injuries." The hero replied, "There's no need, Mr. Gobro. Once Lily's magical energy is fully restored, she can heal us. Before then, may we stay here for a while?" "This is our sponsorship fee," the hero said, producing a royal-grade magic crystal. "You are most welcome to stay," you replied warmly. Thus, the adventurers settled in the elven territory. After just a day's rest, the hero's injuries had completely healed, leaving you astounded by her inhuman recovery ability. The other 3 companions, however, exhibited a markedly slower recovery pace, requiring at least 2 weeks to recuperate fully. Despite the hero's assertion that she had slain the Demon Emperor, you could not shake the feeling that such a formidable foe would not be so easily vanquished, especially considering the safety of the elven race. After some contemplation, you resolved to investigate the situation personally. After discussing this matter with the Elven Queen, you discreetly departed the elven territory, only to be trailed by the hero, who had noticed your stealthy exit. You were aware of her pursuit but chose not to confront her, as your only intention was to ascertain her safety. A week later, you arrived at the domain of the Minotaurs. Surveying the desolate landscape before you, you felt a sense of satisfaction and began to meticulously explore the area. Before long, you discovered several hidden corners that the adventurers had overlooked. Here, some Minotaurs still resided, and without hesitation, you dispatched them all mercilessly. The hero watched in astonishment, initially thinking you were allied with the Demon Emperor and had ulterior motives for coming here, only to realize you were there to clean up the aftermath. After a week's effort, you had eradicated all the monstrous inhabitants of the Minotaur territory and confirmed that the Demon Emperor had indeed departed after being slain by the adventurers. Preparing for his return journey. A week later, you returned to your territory just as the adventurers were bidding you farewell. The hero cast a deep glance in your direction, seemingly understanding your reasons for venturing into the Demon Emperor's realm to eliminate those beasts. Following this brief episode, the Elven territory continued to flourish in tranquility. In the 116th year, you had fully absorbed 6 royal-grade magic crystals and ascended to the rank of Royal Magical Beast. The Holy Light Goblin King, with a level cap surpassing that of normal royal magical beasts by 19 levels. All your attributes had further enhanced, and your healing abilities had reached a terrifying pinnacle. Even a dying magical beast placed before you could be revived in an instant. Chapter 75. The evolution of the Tree of Life in the 139th year, despite your diligent training. Your progress in power remained sluggish. You understood this was due to a lack of combat experience against formidable foes. Nevertheless, you had no intention of venturing outside. You planned to remain within the Elven territory, content to bide your time until the end of your days in peace. In the 150th year, a significant event unfolded within the Elven community. The Tree of Life had reached the venerable age of 10,000 years and was set to evolve into an ancient tree. Following this evolution, all elves within the territory would be blessed by the ancient tree, resulting in the next generation of young elves possessing heightened talents and a more prosperous race. However, during the evolution process, the ancient tree would emit potent life energy, attracting dark elves who sought to cleanse their own dark essence and transform into normal elves. Additionally, many magical beasts would covet this formidable life energy and launch attacks against the Tree of Life. Should too much life energy be siphoned away, the Tree of Life would not only fail to evolve into an ancient tree, but could also face the risk of withering and dying. Yet, you were not overly concerned about this, as the Elven community you resided in was unlike any other. Typically, Elven races still in the Tree of Life stage would have a single Elven king and 5 Lord-level elves, with a total population ranging from 3,000 to 5,000. However, your community boasted 2 royal-level powerhouses, 3 Elven kings, and a staggering 23 elves of Lord-level or higher, with a total population of 16,000, an impressive configuration even among those possessing an ancient tree. With such formidable numbers, you were confident that no dark elves or magical beasts could breach your defenses. However, after some time, rather than dark elves or magical beasts, the brave adventurers returned once more. Decades had passed, and not only had the members of the adventuring party remained youthful, but they had also expanded to 7 members, now including a beast tamer, a berserker, and a water mage. Miss Hero, it has been a long time. You appear as youthful as ever, you remarked courteously, Mr. Gobro. You flatter me. However, after all these years, you have not only remained youthful but have also grown more handsome, the hero stated earnestly. Gazing at your face, thank you for the compliment. Might I inquire what brings you here this time? You need not be so formal, Mr. Gobro. We are, after all, partners who have collaborated in the past and should dispense with such formalities. After so many years, Miss Hero, you have indeed become quite astute. Your power has also grown significantly. I trust you are on your way to becoming the most formidable hero in history. Theo claims such a title would be presumptuous. Merely becoming a competent hero is no small feat, esteemed hero. May I inquire what brings you here this time? Please, let us not squander any more time, shall we? Very well, I shall speak plainly. Mr. Gaburo, I hope you might consider joining my party. Upon hearing the hero's invitation, you were utterly taken aback. You had never anticipated that the hero would extend such an invitation to you, especially considering that, despite your unassuming appearance, you are, at your core, a beast. Heroine, what jest is this? I am but a goblin. I am well aware, Mr. Gaburo, yet from head to toe, even in your demeanor, what aspect of you resembles a goblin? Were you to be called an elf, one might believe it. To call you a goblin, however, is simply incredulous. Thank you for your kind words, yet I cannot help but wonder if this is a reflection of your disdain for goblins. Certainly not. I understand that high-ranking goblins do not bear the same grotesque features as their lesser kin, yet they still retain some goblin traits. Green skin, pointed ears, and fierce gazes. Pray tell, which of these do you possess? If you were claimed to be an elf, 99 out of 100 would accept it as truth. Is that so? I must ask, why me? Surely there are many powerful humans as well. Indeed, there are numerous strong humans. But the role we require is exceptionally unique. Due to the increasing number of members, relying solely on Shai as a priest is no longer sufficient. We must augment our ranks, ASA Heroes Party. Our standards for members are quite high. A priest must possess at least royal-level strength, while also demonstrating considerable combat capability and resilience as we endure prolonged campaigns. The hero enumerated a multitude of requirements. And you finally comprehended why, after all these years, the hero's party consisted of only 7 individuals. And why apologies, esteemed heroine. But as you can see, I have already established a family within the Elven territory, with both sons and daughters, and our lands are currently at a critical juncture that demands my presence. I cannot acquiesce to your request, Mr. Gaburo. I implore you to reconsider my proposal. While being a member of our party is indeed arduous, the conditions are unparalleled. Here, you would experience the finest companionship across the continent. Furthermore, upon our first meeting, it was evident to me that you are not one to remain content in a single place. Accompanying us would allow you to truly showcase your remarkable talents. Upon hearing the hero's sincere invitation, you resolutely declined. Subsequently, the hero's party remained in the Elven territory for another month, returning daily to invite you to join their ranks. It was only on the final day that the hero learned of the critical situation facing your Elven kin, thus agreeing to return the following year to extend another invitation. Shortly after the hero's party departed, a congregation of dark elves and beasts began to assemble covertly, poised to launch an assault on the Elven realm. However, before their ranks were fully formed, the Elven scouts you had trained discerned their presence. Rather than remaining passive, you took the initiative and infiltrated the enemy's encampment. At the same time, 2 Elven kings, accompanied by 10 Lord-level elves, 3,000 Elven warriors, 1,000 Elven archers, and 1,000 Elven mages, flanked the enemy from 2 directions. Chapter 76. The Ancient Tree, the Blessing Rain. The dark elves and beasts, still unassembled, remained oblivious to the impending peril. You easily slipped among the dark elves, noting that among them, the most formidable was a female dark elf of royal caliber. Unlike the typical elves, who exude beauty and purity, the dark elven queen appeared youthful yet alluring, with a sultry figure, her skin a pale lavender. Clad in scant fabric that revealed ample smooth flesh, though enticing, it lacked purity. Under the cover of night, you approached the dark elven queen's tent. Although you perceived only one occupant within, you discerned sounds of an intimate nature that hinted at the situation. Seizing the opportunity, you burst into the tent and launched an assault on the reclining dark elven queen. Before she could comprehend the unfolding events, she was struck by a devastating blow. Your holy light bolt pierced her breast. Clutching her chest, the dark elven queen fell to her knees in agony, disbelief etched on her face as she inquired, "Who are you? And why do you attack me?" In response to her inquiry, you offered no explanation, instead continuing your relentless assault, each strike aimed to be lethal. Despite your prolonged stay among the elves, your combat prowess had not diminished. Rather, it had intensified beyond measure. Within a minute, the dark elven queen was on the brink of death. "Spare me, I beg you. I can be your woman," she pleaded in her final moments. Yet, you did not even spare her a glance. With a single radiant strike, the dark elven queen's body was reduced to ash. The tremendous commotion from this confrontation drew the attention of surrounding beasts, and soon you found yourself encircled by both monsters and dark elves. You noticed several female dark elves regarding you with lustful eyes, a lewd gaze that repulsed you after your time among the elves. Without hesitation, you unleashed your most extensive area attack, Holy Judgment. At the moment of your assault, a colossal white orb appeared in the sky, and all present, beasts and dark elves alike, instantly recognized the danger, attempting to flee, yet it was too late. Possessing the ability to cast spells instantaneously, your holy judgment descended in the blink of an eye, obliterating all creatures within a 1,000-meter radius. When the light subsided, only you remained unscathed at the center, surrounded by scorched earth still smoldering with smoke. As the elven army approached, they were momentarily stunned by the sight of the immense light. "Is this the power of a royal?" one elven king murmured in awe. Subsequently, the 2 armies effortlessly dispatched the fleeing dark elves and beasts. Concluding the operation with flawless success in the following days, you engaged in several similar campaigns, eliminating numerous dark elves and beasts. By the 151st year, the Tree of Life had evolved into the Ancient Tree, towering over 1,000 meters. While you did not measure its girth, preliminary estimates suggested that it would take 200 to 300 elves holding hands to encircle it. Simultaneously, at the moment of evolution, A rain of blessings fell upon your lands, and under this divine shower, the elves experienced a surge in strength, with many beginning to evolve, including the elven queen herself, having lingered at the royal level for many years. This reign propelled her to the pinnacle of her power. Due to your elven bloodline, the blessings of this reign benefited you greatly, equivalent to the effects of 10 royal-grade magic crystals. As you reveled in the blessings of the reign, you felt that your efforts over the past year had not been in vain. Moreover, not just the elves, but the flora and fauna within the elven realm also underwent evolution, promising superior fruits in the future and purifying the environment. The advantages of the Tree of Life's evolution into the ancient tree exceeded your wildest expectations. You sensed your elven bloodline growing richer. Living atop the ancient tree now accelerated your own evolution. The reign of blessings ultimately lasted for 3 days, and after this period, you and the elven queen exchanged affectionate glances. Following the nurturing of the reign, her already exquisite visage became even more enchanting. While you appeared more dashing. 2 months later, the elven queen became pregnant. A month thereafter, the hero's party returned to the elven territory. Witnessing the transformations within the elven realm, they were left utterly astonished. Just as before, they came to invite you to join their ranks, but once again, you firmly declined. Faced with your steadfast refusal, the hero could do naught but convey, "Mr. Gaburo, should you ever wish to join us, please feel free to reach out." With that, they presented you with a mirror, a means to contact them. In the 152nd year, your children were born. Once again twins, a boy and a girl. Yet, these 2 children caused you some distress. The girl possessed exceptional talent, surpassing even that of her elder siblings, while the boy's abilities were rather ordinary, akin to those of a typical young elf, leaving you concerned for his future. You do not expect your children to become unparalleled powerhouses. You merely wish for them to live healthy lives, and should they choose to forge their own paths rather than follow your design, you would accept that. By the 160th year, your eldest children had both surpassed the royal level. Ultimately, your son decided to venture forth with the seed of the Tree of Life to establish a new territory, while your daughter opted to remain by your side. Meanwhile, the younger twins had begun to exhibit understanding and awareness. In the 170th year, as the years advanced, your youngest daughter made remarkable progress under your guidance, while your youngest son, hampered by mediocre talent, experienced a slower ascent. Yet, his dedication surpassed that of his peers, his efforts yielding sweat equivalent to several, if not a dozen, of his contemporaries. Witnessing your son's refusal to succumb to despair over his innate limitations brought you immense solace. In the 600th year, your prowess reached the pinnacle of the royal level. Although you stood merely a step away from the imperial tier, the distance to that exalted state felt insurmountable. That same year, your daughter ascended to the peak of the leader level, while your son had only just broken into the elite class. As time passed, you observed your son's appearance becoming increasingly ordinary, lacking the striking beauty typical of other elves, a realization that perhaps stemmed from your goblin lineage. Consequently, you resolved to offer him a modicum of assistance, adopting a notably strict approach in your teachings and dedicating more time to him than to others. Your son, Goya, astutely perceived your intentions, recognizing your care without any sense of resentment. Instead, he embraced your favoritism with gratitude. You were astounded by Goya's maturity, realizing he might be well suited for a leadership role. Consciously, you began to nurture him in that direction, and, as expected over time, he exhibited calmness and composure in the face of significant challenges, handling matters with a poise unbecoming of a child. At one point, you pondered whether Goya might be a reincarnated soul, for his demeanor seemed extraordinarily exceptional. In the 195th year, Goya mysteriously vanished, and despite your relentless search, you could not uncover his whereabouts. By the 200th year, the imperial level remained elusive. However, your children continued their rapid advancement. That year, Goya unexpectedly returned, transformed, with significantly heightened abilities and an air of latent menace. You sensed that something profound had transpired, yet chose not to inquire further. By the 220th year, you still had not attained the imperial level, while Goya's power soared to the king level within a mere 20 years, even surpassing the innate royal physique. Observations indicated that he had acquired the ability to command the entire elven race, prompting you to gradually relinquish authority, contemplating retirement and entrusting power entirely to Goya. In the 240th year, Goya ascended as the new emperor of the Elven realm, while you and the Elven Queen both retired, desiring a tranquil life of gardening. Over the past 2 decades, your skills had significantly improved, yet your realm remained unchanged. You sensed that continuing in this complacency might hinder your aspiration to reach the imperial level for the rest of your life, leading you to contemplate the hero's invitation. However, this thought flickered briefly before being extinguished. You resolved to wait and see, planning to seek the hero if, after another 20 years, your situation remained stagnant. In the 260th year, with no change in your realm, you decided to endure for another 20 years before approaching the hero. By the 600th year, you still had not broken through to the imperial level. Although these 6 centuries had been a time of survival, you had engaged in countless battles, consuming at least 500 magic crystals from royal-level adversaries without achieving the imperial tier. You felt that you were but a single step away. Yet that step remained elusive. The prospect of seeking the hero now felt somewhat undignified, despite your youthful appearance, prompting you to continue your existence in this manner, uncertain whether the current hero was still the same individual. That same year, Goya ascended to the imperial level, surpassing you, leaving you with a complex mix of emotions, joy intertwined with a hint of melancholy. Who could have foreseen that the once unremarkable son would become the first to break through to the imperial level in your domain? A few days later, the hero's party returned to the elven territory, and upon encountering familiar faces, you greeted them with a warm smile. The hero's party had expanded to 11 members. Hero, it has been a long time. I wonder what brings you here this time. It has indeed been a while, Mr. Gobro, that we came because we sensed a new imperial-level power emerging in the monster forest, only to discover it within the elven territory. Even more astonishing is that the new imperial-level strength does not belong to you. Could it be the queen? Not my beloved, but my son Goya. If you wish to meet him, please follow me. Very well. As you led the hero's party to Goya, you noticed that the hero had grown even stronger, though he had yet to reach the imperial level. This was somewhat unexpected, considering the hero was the most gifted individual you had encountered. If even she could not ascend to the imperial level in 6 centuries, the challenge must be monumental. Upon arriving before Goya, the hero and Goya exchanged profound glances, both taken aback by each other's strength. Goya, this is the revered hero. Hero, this is my son, Goya. Greetings, esteemed hero. My father has spoken of you. You are as formidable as he described. Thank you for the compliment. It has been quite some time since I visited, and I am surprised to find an elven emperor has emerged, Mr. Goya. You truly possess remarkable talent. Upon hearing the words remarkable talent, both Goya and Gobro crouched slightly, sensing an unusual atmosphere. The hero found this peculiar. And then Goya inquired, might I ask what brings you to our domain, esteemed hero? There are 2 matters. First, to meet this newly emerged imperial-level strength. Second, to discuss a past issue. What is the past issue? Goya asked with curiosity. Mr. Gobro, I wish to invite you to join my team. Would you accept? Goya was taken aback. He had not anticipated the hero would extend such an invitation to his father. Faced with this offer, you hesitated. Although you were 600 years old, your vitality remained youthful, at the peak of your condition. Allow me to consider this carefully, dear hero. Of course. Subsequently, the hero's party settled in the elven realm. Patiently awaiting your response, in the evening, you lay beside the elven queen, who softly remarked, are you still pondering the hero's words from earlier? Yes. You turned to gaze at her exquisite visage, responding gently, I believe you should go. Do you wish for me to leave? Of course not. But it seems you desire to. If you remain in the elven realm, you may never achieve the imperial level. That has been your lifelong aspiration. And I cannot bear to see you suffer. Moreover, who says you must go alone? I shall accompany you. You were astonished to hear such words from the elven queen. You are worried about the children. Are you not? They have grown. They no longer require our constant concern. Indeed, you are right. Tomorrow, I shall give her my answer, and we shall go together. Very well. The following day, you conveyed your intentions to the hero. expressing your willingness to join her team, provided the Elven Queen accompanied you. Upon hearing your response, the hero's face lit up with joy, readily agreeing, clearly pleased at the prospect of the Elven Queen joining as well. To avoid unnecessary complications, you decided to keep your departure a secret from everyone except Goya, resulting in a quiet exit. Once integrated into the hero's team, you quickly became familiar with the members. After spending time together, you discovered that each member had a distinct personality. The charming female mage, the pure-hearted male warrior, the cunning priest, the reserved water mage, and others. In summary, you and the Elven Queen emerged as the most rational individuals in the group, often feeling out of place due to your perceived normalcy. Year into your tenure with the hero's party, your exceptional performance earned you the respect of all. However, your attention frequently wandered to a female summoner named Michael. Your interest in her wasn't solely due to her beauty or figure, but rather because she was the party's rogue and a flirt, persistently gazing at your wife, which irked you greatly. Upon learning from the Elven Queen that Michael had invited her on dates and persistently pursued her, you erupted in anger, challenging Michael to a duel. She regarded your challenge with disdain, as you had primarily occupied the role of a priest within the team. The stakes were high. Should you lose, you would apologize to Michael, retracting any slanderous remarks. Should Michael lose, she would be expelled from the hero squad. The hero wishes to prevent the wager between you. Yet she understands that Michael's actions were indeed inappropriate. Although it did not yield substantial consequences from your perspective, it is conceivable that more drastic measures could be taken. Soon, you find yourselves in a desolate wasteland. Regardless of the circumstances, both of you are royal-level powerhouses, and despite your vocation as a priest, your combat prowess is not to be underestimated. As the battle commences, you vanish from your original position. Your speed so astonishing that Michael's naked eye cannot perceive your movement. The onlookers are equally astonished by the unfolding scene. The hero, having suspected your formidable strength, is taken aback by the sheer magnitude of your power. In the blink of an eye, you appear before Michael, who has summoned a royal-level Ironfang tiger. With a single punch, you strike her in the abdomen. As a top-tier summoner, Michael possesses the skill of damage transfer. Yet your blow obliterates the royal beast she had just conjured. Simultaneously, Michael is sent flying, your punch exceeding the limits of what even a royal creature could endure, nearly shocking the spectators. Such feats are hardly within the realm of a mere priest. Even a royal-level berserker would find it challenging to achieve this. Moreover, your speed is astonishing, and members of the squad finally comprehend why the hero has repeatedly invited you to join her ranks. Nevertheless, Michael proves her mettle as a member of the hero squad, desperately summoning 3 royal beasts and her own royal creature, the howling moon white wolf, in that very instant. Yet, you regard these 4 beasts as inconsequential. Your focus remains solely on Michael. You almost teleport to her side, unleashing a flurry of blows, each infused with holy light and a searing intensity. Within mere seconds, the surrounding royal beasts are obliterated. The howling moon white wolf attempts to intervene but is utterly powerless to thwart your onslaught. Despite Michael's frantic summons and every trick in her arsenal, she is unable to halt your relentless advance. Her attacks are overwhelming, leaving her no respite, and she cannot conjure a royal beast to counter your might. Half an hour later, with a face swollen like a pig, Michael apologizes to you and your wife before withdrawing from the hero squad. The hero observes the entire spectacle in silence, merely calming your emotions before engaging in a conversation with Michael. Before long, Michael departs willingly, casting a lingering glance back at you. Subsequently, you and the Elf Queen endure numerous arduous battles alongside the hero squad. Throughout the first millennium, you and the Elf Queen remain unable to break through to the Emperor level, perpetually stuck at the pinnacle of royal status. You realize that this is your limit, and barring any extraordinary opportunities, you may never transcend it. You had underestimated the Emperor level. After all, progressing beyond it leads to the divine realm, a feat not easily attained. In that same year, the hero's time draws near. Unlike your beasts, the hero, despite her significantly prolonged lifespan compared to ordinary humans, is still mortal. Having lived for 1,500 years, she ranks among the most long-lived of human emperor-level beings. The following year, a new hero emerges, resembling the hero of yore, yet you have no intention of following her. Instead, you return with the elf queen to the elf tribe, intending to spend your remaining days there. In the 1100th year, an unexpected presence manifests within your territory, a captivating young man whose appearance belies his unfathomable power. This individual is the first demon general, a subordinate of the demon king, whose strength is alarmingly close to that of the demon king himself, having attained the divine level. At this moment, the formidable demon general gazes upon your family with a smile, inviting you to join the demon king's army. You realize that dire straits await the elf tribe. The impending doom does not stem from your previous allegiance to the hero, but rather from the fact that you had concealed your true nature while under her command. As long as this demon general does not recognize you in person, your identities remain undisclosed. What truly concerns you is that joining the demon king's army would subject the elf tribe to the demon king's malevolent influence, leading to the transformation of all elves into dark elves, and the ancient tree into a tree of death. You attempt to negotiate with the demon general, yet he shows no inclination for discourse. After futile resistance, you find yourselves compelled to join the demon king's army. Every elf within your race, including Goya, is transformed into a dark elf, their powers significantly augmented, and you even feel on the verge of ascending to the emperor level. However, after multiple encounters with the demon king's forces, you understand that the advantages gained pale in comparison to the detrimental effects of the demon king's power. In the 1110th year, the adverse effects of the demon king's power become increasingly pronounced among the ordinary elves. Once benevolent, the elves transform into bloodthirsty savages, developing an insatiable craving for human flesh. Witnessing these changes among your kin, you feel an overwhelming sense of powerlessness. Perhaps the demon general is aware of your past association with the hero's squad and has sought you out to torment you in the 1130th year. You too succumb to the influence of the demon king's power, your temperament growing increasingly violent. In contrast, the elf queen steadfastly holds onto her principles, never having committed any wrongdoing, and as she observes your transformation, her heart aches with sorrow, yet she feels utterly helpless. In the 1131st year, a new hero squad arrives in your territory, commencing a hunt for the now darkened elves. Utilizing the crystal ball bestowed upon you by the Demon King to survey your domain, you watch the new hero engage in battle against the dark elves, and in a fleeting moment, you regain clarity. Once, you fought alongside the hero on the battlefield, and now you find yourself as her adversary. You also notice, to your surprise, that Miker, the summoner who once opposed you, has survived and joined the new hero's ranks. However, her survival is not unexpected. Summoners are a unique class, with a rare few able to comprehend the talent of life-sharing, allowing them to split their lifespans with their summoned beings. It is likely that she possesses this skill, enabling her to endure thus far. You are a magnanimous man, yet also possess a streak of pettiness. You recall how this woman once harassed your wife, and had it not been for the hero, you would have obliterated her long ago. Now, fate has granted you this opportunity once more, and you resolve to eliminate her, vowing to impart a lesson she will never forget. Before long, Goya enters your chamber. Observing the scenes within the crystal ball, he inquires, with a hint of detachment, whether you intend to address the hero squad's intrusion into your territory. Despite Goya's strength surpassing yours, he maintains a deep respect for you, never once letting his guard down. What else can be done? We must eliminate them. We cannot allow them to slaughter the elves without consequence. After the hero's demise, the next hero will undoubtedly emerge swiftly. You respond, your expression complex as you gaze at the image of the hero within the crystal ball. Upon hearing your answer, Goya hesitates briefly before nodding in agreement. Very well. With that, Goya departs to handle the matter. And shortly after, you follow suit, expressing your desire to partake in the endeavor. Goya, puzzled but compliant, allows your involvement. Before long, you and Goya engage directly with the newly formed hero squad in battle. Locking eyes with the hero before you, she gazes at you in disbelief, exclaiming, "Mr. Gobro, how can it be you? How have you become my enemy? You surely did not choose this willingly." During her early days as a hero, you provided her with much guidance, acting as a mentor of sorts, hence her shock upon seeing you now. Nevertheless, Whether it was voluntary or not has become irrelevant. We are now adversaries. You reply coldly, summoning a black staff adorned with a crimson gem into your grasp. Witnessing your icy demeanor, the hero suppresses her overwhelming sorrow and draws her sacred sword. Thus, the battle commences. As the conflict unfolds, you seize Miker and unleash a barrage of blows, leaving her questioning her very existence. Over the years, while your strength has grown, so too has Miker's, yet her summoned beasts have not improved in their limits, rendering her incapable of matching your prowess. Within half an hour, you effortlessly vanquish her. Shifting your attention to the new hero engaged in combat with Goya, you note that despite her tender age of merely 100 years, she has already attained the Emperor level and surpasses Goya in combat prowess. Currently, she dominates Goya in their struggle. You understand that this situation arises not from the hero's genuine superiority over Goya, but rather due to a unique amplification she receives while battling monsters. Allowing her to unleash several times, even a dozen times, her original strength, it is no surprise that Goya cannot contend with her. You join the fray. Although you are only at the royal level, your support capabilities are akin to that of a half-emperor, and with your assistance, Goya's combat effectiveness surges, bringing him nearly on par with the hero. The hero realizes that if she can eliminate you, she can easily defeat Goya, yet she remains paralyzed with indecision. Noticing the hesitation in the hero's eyes, you sighed inwardly. This was the child's flaw, an excess of kindness and an overemphasis on gratitude. Such a character was destined to falter against the Demon King. Once you realized that the hero would not harm you, your auxiliary abilities experienced a significant enhancement. Not only did you cast various curses upon Goya, but you also afflicted the hero, causing a slight decline in her combat prowess. Yet, despite this, the hero still refrained from attacking you. She could not accept that you had become her adversary. Chapter 80. Simulation concluded. Power surge. A month later, the battle raged on. Observing the somewhat disheveled hero before you, who bore no evident wounds, you felt a sense of helplessness. Her strength was indeed extraordinary. Her might surpassed mere destructive capacity, her regenerative abilities, defensive skills, and magical prowess transcended ordinary comprehension, far beyond the capabilities of a typical Imperial-level being. Gradually, the hero's other companions eliminated the King-level and Emperor-level forces surrounding you, leaving only you, Goya, and the Elven Queen. The hero gazed at you with fervent intensity, her eyes devoid of malice, seemingly hoping for a change of heart from you. However, you did not reciprocate her expectations. Your body had long been corroded by the Demon King's power. Although you still retained some semblance of reason, it would not be long before you were completely consumed, reduced to a soulless entity driven solely by the urge to kill. Rather than becoming such a wretched creature, you would prefer to die by the hero's hand, to personally slay your mentor. Perhaps this would enable the hero to amend her overly compassionate nature, though it could also leave her with lifelong psychological scars. Locking eyes with you, the hero felt an immense sense of loss. She understood that you were no longer the person you once were. Your current relationship was that of enemies. Soon, with the aid of her teammates, the hero vanquished Goya and the Elven Queen, ultimately bringing you down beneath her blade. As your final consciousness faded, you beheld the hero kneeling helplessly before you, realizing that even a being as formidable as she could only watch as those she cherished perished before her, and even had to wield the sword herself. You recognized that in this world, true freedom could only be attained by becoming the strongest, powerful enough that no one could impose constraints upon you. You died. The simulation ended. Simulation concluded. Overall score, 105,000. Evaluation. Half-step Emperor. You may use your evaluation points to exchange for the following items. Option 1. Level up by 1, consuming 1,000 evaluation points. Option 2. Acquire the complete memories of this life, consuming 10,000 points. Option 3. Super Perception LV, Max, Beastly Fury LV, Max Evolution, each consuming 20,000 evaluation points, can be selected multiple times. Option 4. Superman's Body LV. 1 Level up by 1, consuming 5,000 evaluation points, can be selected multiple times. Option 5. Whirlwind Thunder LV. 1 Level up by 1, consuming 15,000 evaluation points, can be selected multiple times. Option 6. High Speed Regeneration LV. 1, Absolute Concentration LV.1, Steel Skin LV.1, Super Impact Absorption LV.1, Multiplicative Counterattack LV.1, Precognitive Block LV. 1. Any single skill level up by 1, consuming 1,000 points, can be selected multiple times. Option 7. Acquire Holy Light Mutation, consuming 100,000 evaluation points. Option 8. Upgrade Talent Blue Eyes to Azure Eyes, consuming 300 evaluation points. Contemplating the options presented before him, Goblin fell into deep thought. The levels of these skills were exceedingly high. After all, he had advanced to the Emperor level within the simulation, nearing the Imperial level. Yet the total evaluation points amounted to merely 100,000. One could imagine that in the later stages, even if he truly elevated his level to that of an Emperor, the points earned would likely only suffice to enhance a few levels or skills. At that juncture, the system's influence would gradually diminish, necessitating reliance on his own efforts in reality. Subsequently, Goblin focused on the skills at hand. Pondering his allocation of points, he decided to distribute them as follows. Elevate his level by 15 to the maximum. Expending 15,000 points. Purchase Azure Eyes for 2,300 points. Acquire the memories for 10,000 points. Then invest 40,000 points into the evolution of Super Perception and Beastly Fury. Finally, he would elevate High-Speed Regeneration, Absolute Concentration, Steel Skin, and Super Impact Absorption to their maximum levels, consuming 36,000 points, leaving him with 1,700 points remaining.